Chapter 1 Rebirth. Catching the School Beauty Stealing. Qin Feng is about to die. His chest was slapped by a seventh-tier magical beast. The chest cavity was sunken, and the ribs pierced the internal organs. On this chaotic battlefield teeming with beasts, death is just an ordinary thing. Ordinary cultivators like him who do not have contracted spirit beasts. It's quite remarkable that they've managed to persevere until now. Moreover, this has been ongoing since the outbreak of the beast plague. He single-handedly killed hundreds of demonic beasts with his own flesh and blood. It was worth it. On the verge of death, memories flooded back like a revolving lantern. Moreover, it was incredibly clear. Is it regrettable? Perhaps. However, it wasn't the goddess who kept him hanging on, but ultimately made a contract with someone else. But back then, who exactly put that cultivation resource in his desk drawer? Then, Qin Feng's consciousness completely dissipated. Worn out. Let's go eat. I want to eat 10 bowls. A burst of noise entered Qin Feng's ears. Then, his gaze gradually focused. Where am I? Am I not dead? Qin Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go eat. Just then, a familiar voice came from his side. All right, Qin Feng instinctively replied. Then I realized where I was. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, Los Angeles Academy, graduation class. He was reborn, returning to 10 years ago. It's lunchtime now, after a physical education class. In the afternoon, there will be a spiritual energy cultivation course. This will continue until the college entrance examination. This is a world overrun by monsters, where beast tamers are the dominant power system. After a boy turns 18, he will awaken his talent and become a beast tamer. As for girls, they will awaken their bloodline after the age of 18 and become spirit beasts that can be contracted. Or rather, beast girls. As the saying goes, men and women working together makes the work easier. The boy's talent can enhance the beast girl's combat power. In his previous life, Qin Feng awakened a clever talent. Strong physique. Increase your own and your spirit beast's physical attributes and strength. It's at a medium level, neither high nor low. It is precisely because of this talent that he can have considerable combat power, even without a contracted spirit beast. As for why there are no contracted spirit beast girls, that's a story for another time. Now, none of the past matters to Qin Feng. He just wants to know one thing. Who exactly was that person back then? That incident happened around today. He didn't make a fuss about it. No one came forward to claim responsibility for the incident. It was as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until Qin Feng was on his deathbed in his previous life that it became as clear as a brand. If God allowed him to be reborn to make up for some regret, then what he probably wants to do most is to thank the other party. Having more resources now means having a better chance of survival in the future. Without hesitation, Qin Feng headed straight for the classroom. At this time, everyone is eating in the cafeteria, which is the best opportunity for each other. Moreover, everyone had just received their cultivation resources for the month that morning. Everyone treasures it and keeps it locked in a safe. Putting something directly in someone else's drawer is definitely intentional. No, it doesn't exist. It's not like it was misplaced or anything like that. Qin Feng wanted to see just who was treating him so well. With such affection, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the other person Godfather, would it? Qin Feng soon arrived at the teaching building. Not just their class, the entire school building is quiet right now. A morning of physical training left everyone ravenous. As he approached the classroom, Qin Feng deliberately slowed his pace to avoid making a sound. He had a feeling that the other person must have gone back to class immediately as well. Otherwise, someone might find out. Qin Feng was certain that no one in his previous life had mentioned this matter. There wasn't even any intentional or unintentional involvement. It seems that he was the only one who knew. Finally, Qin Feng arrived at the back of the classroom. I turned to the side and glanced inside through the window. A figure dressed in training clothes was standing next to his desk. It seems like they just put things down. Qin Feng noticed the other person's back and their signature waist-length black hair. In an instant, he determined the other party's identity. How could it be her? Su Qingdang. She was the unassuming and aloof school beauty in the class, and indeed throughout the entire secondary school. Qin Feng and her interactions over the past 3 years since she enrolled. It can be said that they are few and far between. However, she only stepped in to help one time when she encountered some thugs harassing her on the street. Even after that incident, Su Qingdan didn't have much contact with him. In fact, they become even more unapproachable to strangers. Therefore, Qin Feng never considered her as a suspect from the beginning. Moreover, it seems the other party disappeared afterward. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, he died. He died in a fire. The fire occurred, it seems, today. At the time, Qin Feng only sighed slightly and then didn't take it to heart. After all, we were classmates for 3 years, and she was quite good looking. And now, Qin Feng quietly entered the classroom and came up behind the other person. This girl isn't taking her cultivation seriously. Her alertness and perception are so poor. It wasn't until Qin Feng coughed lightly that Su Qingtan jumped up like a startled deer. Ah! Su Qingtan exclaimed in surprise, patted her chest, and turned around. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it's not a ghost. Then, Su Qingtan's originally pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. That scared me to death. Then, he pretended to be nonchalant and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Su Qingtan. Qin Feng naturally couldn't let her leave like that, so he called her back. Is there anything else? After adjusting herself, Su Qingtan returned to her icy demeanor. Qin Feng looked at her, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. It felt like I was getting to know her all over again. You were alone, next to my seat. Were there intentions? I don't. Su Qingtan's sophistry was weak and ineffective. No, I just saw you standing here for a while with my own eyes. Are you trying to steal my things? No, don't talk nonsense. Su Qingtan said weakly, afraid that Qin Feng's voice would get any louder. Then tell me, what are you doing here? Qin Feng persisted, pressing for an answer. However, this time Su Qingtan did not argue. She pursed her lips and stared straight at Qin Feng. There seemed to be tears welling up in her eyes. They acted as if Qin Feng had bullied them. Actually, it's pretty much the same. If she really came over to secretly deliver resources, she must be feeling bad now that Qin Feng has said this to her. However, Qin Feng could only do this for now. At the very least, we can't let her continue along her original life trajectory and perish. So, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, the students in the class will be up soon. We'll talk about it this afternoon. Don't sneak off alone after school, okay? Oh, Su Qingtang, note that. I feel like Qin Feng is a little different now, even more domineering. After graduating in his previous life, Qin Feng had always been on the front lines fighting against Warcraft. Having faced life and death multiple times, he has become more decisive in his actions, and naturally, he is different. Their mindsets are also different. All right, go eat. Then, Qin Feng spoke to Su Qingtan. Su Qingtan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. I asked casually, and what about you? Qin Feng was able to catch her so accurately, he definitely hadn't eaten lunch either. I need to check carefully to make sure nothing is missing. Qin Feng gave a somewhat meaningful reply. The reason we didn't confront them directly was because we considered that they were easily embarrassed. Perhaps an afternoon of respite will help. Sure enough, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Qingtan's face flushed red again. Then I'll go eat first. Take your time to examine it. He paused, then added, I really didn't steal anything. After saying that, he quickly left the classroom. They were afraid that Qin Feng would stop them and confront them on the spot. Chapter 2: The Golden Finger arrives. After Su Qingtan left, Qin Feng was the only one left in the classroom. Qin Feng sat back in his seat and opened the drawer. Sure enough, in that familiar place, there was a small cloth bag lying quietly. That contains a month's worth of resource allocation. It includes medicines and some spirit stones. You really didn't steal anything? Qin Feng murmured. I picked up the cloth bag and looked at it. A familiar, faint fragrance still lingered on it. Then, Qin Feng put it back. Now that it has been confirmed that Su Qingtan was the one who planted it, the next step is to change the original trajectory of her fate. In any case, I definitely can't let her go home as planned tonight. Just then, a mechanical notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. God-level beast taming system, loading complete. Attributes are now numerical. Open the attribute panel. Congratulations, host. Acquire skills. Eye of Detection. Detects information such as the bloodline of all spirit beasts/magical beasts and automatically determines whether the contract requirements are met. Gain new talent. Awakening Power. SSS helps contracted parties who meet the requirements to awaken their hidden bloodline. Loyalty Pact. SSS, you will gain a new ability for each successful pact with a target. Furthermore, once the favorability rating reaches 100%, the ability will be upgraded. Initial mission. Contract your first spirit beast. Task time limit. None. Quest reward. Exclusive skill for your spirit beast. Qin Feng's calm heart was instantly overwhelmed by this sudden joy. The magic touch, though late, has finally arrived. He knew that God had given him a second chance at life. It's definitely not going to let him follow the same path and become little Karami again. After all, his original talent was really not worth mentioning. In a world where future prospects are determined by talent and lineage, the level of talent and bloodline is extremely important. Then, Qin Feng had a thought and opened his attribute panel. Name: Qin Feng. Level: Tier 1, Stage 7. Physical fitness: 24. Spiritual power: 22. Spirit beast: none. Talents: awakening power, SSS. Loyalty contract, SSS. Physical fitness, C. Skill: eye of detection. Only at this moment did Qin Feng feel that everything that had just happened was much more real. After all, aside from the extra few overpowered skills and talents, all other attributes are exactly the same as they are now. Even that barely there clever talent was still retained. Call. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze hardening. Now that he has been reborn and has awakened such an extraordinary talent, from now on, he will have the opportunity to change many things. For example, the world-ending beast tide 10 years later. However, the most important issue now is to first form a contract with the first beast girl. This task is not easy. A contract is not something you can just grab a piece of paper and stamp it with. Rather, it is a substantive relationship. A true contract is when a girl is willing to entrust her future and prospects to you. Once the contract is signed, the initiative lies with the man. If a scumbag wants to break the contract and abandon the woman, it's very easy for him. Therefore, this is both a two-way choice and a high-stakes gamble. Soon, the students who went to the cafeteria returned one after another. After a short lunch break, we will go to the group practice room for the afternoon's practice sessions. Qin Feng glanced around and saw that most of the girls had awakened their bloodlines. Name: Wang Lily. Master: none. Level: Tier 1, Stage 6. Bloodline: Sparkling Bird, D. Favorability: 33%. Name: Zhang Xiaodian. Master: none. Level: Tier 1, Stage 7. Bloodline: Iron Feather Falcon C. Favorability: 34%. Name: Lu Rumei. Master: Su Hao. Level: Tier 1, Stage 9. Bloodline: Crimson Flame Tiger. Skill: Crimson Claw. Favorability: 20%. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked again at the girl walking towards him. Lu Rumei. For this girl, Qin Feng was a devoted admirer for 3 whole years in his previous life. The final result was predictable. Previously, Qin Feng thought it was because he wasn't good enough or something. Now it seems that the other party has long since changed into someone else's shape. No matter how hard I try, it's no use. Furthermore, the other party even wants to enjoy their offerings with a clear conscience. For example, right now, Qin Feng, have you collected your resources for this month? Lu Rumei approached Qin Feng's table and asked softly. The purpose is self-evident. I received it. Qin Feng answered calmly. Lu Rumei bit her lip lightly, waiting for Qin Feng to continue. However, Qin Feng did not speak again. Lu Rumei frowned slightly. What's wrong with this person today? So tactless. All I could say was, I don't have enough spirit stones. Can you lend me half a month's worth? I don't have enough either. You should find someone else. By the way, you owe me about 3 months' worth of payments. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumei's expression instantly turned cold. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Now you're going to settle these scores with me? Huh? I, with my gray bloodline, will give you, with your mere Cray talent, a chance to pursue your goals. You've already been fortunate enough. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Feng sneered. Then, he said disdainfully, you should give this opportunity to someone else. I don't care. The thought that I have been depressed for a while, because of a woman like that in my past life, is unbearable. Even missing out on contracting spirit beasts and university entrance exams is laughable. Yu. Lu Rumei pointed her finger at Qin Feng, her anger barely contained. Furthermore, in Qin Feng's eyes, the other party's favorability plummeted, instantly dropping to 0. Lu Rumei pointed for a while, but couldn't say anything. As the number of students in the class gradually increased, more and more people joined. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. She wasn't in this class. She was in the class next door. The people around him were also looking at Qin Feng with surprise. I don't know how this simp suddenly woke up. At the same time, it also seems reasonable. With Qin Feng's clever talent and excellent grades in theoretical courses, more than enough to form a contract with a beast girl with crank bloodline. There's absolutely no need to try and climb up to someone's grade bloodline. The difference between different talent bloodline levels is like a chasm. Qin Feng didn't care at all about other people's opinions or views. All he could think about was how to form a contract with his first spirit beast. Similarly, it is unknown what kind of bloodline will be judged by the system to meet the requirements. At least, even after detecting an grade bloodline, the system still didn't react. Just then, Qin Feng's eyes met a pair of dark eyes. Name: Su Qingtan. Master: None. Level: Tier 1, Stage 5. Physical fitness: 20. Spiritual power: 18. Bloodline: Firefly F. Hidden bloodline: Taishu Zhulong, SSS-rank. Skill: Candlelight Illumination. Favorability: 80%. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever known that Su Qingtan's talent was actually at the level. This kind of low-level talent is about as rare as S-level talent. However, things changed after he came along. Hint: a contract object matching the requirements has been detected. Completing the contract will help the other party awaken their SS-level bloodline. However, what surprised Qin Feng the most was that Su Qingtan's favorability towards him was as high as 80%. With this level of affection, I'd probably be able to go straight to base, right? Qin Feng had even just falsely accused her of stealing. Even so, is there still an 80% favorability rating? Chapter 3: Honesty and Retreat. Su Qingtan had just finished eating and returned to the classroom. Without a doubt, they witnessed Qin Feng rejecting Lu Rumei. At this moment, he saw Qin Feng staring at him again. For some reason, I felt a little guilty. She didn't know if Qin Feng's change in attitude towards Lu Rumei was because of her. However, she originally had no unrealistic fantasies. I just wanted to repay Qin Feng in my own way before graduation. After all, she knew her talent was only at the F level. No matter how much you cultivate, you're destined to have no future. No talented beast tamer would willingly contract with a burden of frank bloodline. Even if they were to force a union, it wouldn't end well. Despite thinking this, Su Qingtan still walked towards Qin Feng step by step. Then, she quietly placed a bag of steamed buns on his table. Then, he returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. It seems that she noticed Qin Feng didn't go to the cafeteria while she was eating. Qin Feng looked at the 2 steaming meat buns on the table. With a slight smile, I didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. Soon, the afternoon's training session came to an end. 2 absent-minded people met at the school gate. Qin Feng was distracted because he was pondering whether Su Qingtan's fate could be changed, and how he signed a contract with the other party. As for Su Qingtan, it was naturally because of Qin Feng. She gave all her resources for the month to Qin Feng, so she couldn't cultivate anymore. Moreover, she felt a pang of sympathy, wondering what Qin Feng wanted to say to her. She had decided that no matter what Qin Feng asked her, she would simply deny it. Anyway, after graduation, we'll be even. Let's go. Qin Feng spoke directly to Su Qingtan. Where to? Let's go have dinner first. I'll treat you. Consider this a thank you for the steamed buns you brought for lunch. Oh, no need. Su Qingtan instinctively wanted to refuse. Don't refuse, or I'll say you stole my things. How could this happen? Sure enough, once this topic was brought up, Su Qingtan was at a loss for words. She absolutely did not want Qin Feng to mention what happened at noon, whether it's the so-called theft or secretly delivering something. However, it is clear that this hurdle cannot be avoided. Come with me, I know a really good restaurant. With that, Qin Feng led the way. Su Qingtan had no choice but to follow behind. Soon, the 2 arrived at a stir-fry restaurant. After Qin Feng ordered a few dishes, he asked Su Qingtan if there was anything she wanted to eat. Su Qingtan naturally said no. Qin Feng had already ordered enough. While waiting for the food, Su Qingtan finally couldn't help but ask, Qin Feng, what else did you want to see me about? A question you already know the answer to. Qin Feng stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, why did you put those cultivation resources in my drawer? In a sense, Qin Feng was asking a question he already knew the answer to. I don't. Su Qingtan instinctively denied it. Unfortunately, her expression betrayed her. Qin Feng then realized that this girl really blushed easily. Perhaps this is the real reason why she rarely communicated with others in the past. For the past 3 years, I have mostly been working alone. She gives the impression of a cold and aloof school beauty. Su, the school beauty, Lying is not the mark of a good child. Qin Feng chuckled and teased. What school beauty? That's awful. Su king tang muta sopti. Then be honest with me. Let's both just tell the truth. Okay? Are you really going to play this game so openly right from the start? Su Qingtan fell silent. Then he nodded. Good. Then he began to speak. Those resources are simply my way of repaying you. He intervened several times when I was being bullied by bad guys. How many times? I remember, we only chased away a few thugs once. Qin Feng said. It was from that time that he realized the two lived not far from each other. And a few more times, when you were 8 years old, you just don't remember. Su Qingtan's voice gradually faded. 8 years old? 10 years ago? Qin Feng asked in surprise. He really doesn't remember that. At that young age, it probably wasn't a big deal. They wouldn't care at all about standing up for a bullied little girl. However, Su Qingtan seemed to have remembered it for a long time. All right, Qin Feng nodded. Then I accept your repayment. You won't owe me anything anymore. It's best to just say it directly. Otherwise, I'll overthink it. Sorry. Su Qingtan apolit li. No need to apologize. But if you give me the resources, what about yourself? It's just a month's quota. It doesn't matter. After a pause, Su Qingtan added in a low voice. Anyway, my bloodline is only 5th grade. However, Qin Feng did not show any surprise at this information that he already knew. He also knew that Su Qingtan's willingness to reveal herself stemmed more from a sense of inferiority and a desire to escape. Perhaps she had already sensed the subtle changes in Qin Feng's attitude towards her. However, they chose to step back. Qin Feng didn't say anything more and invited Su Qingtan to eat. The dishes are all served, let's eat. Oh, Su Qingtan responded. Seeing that Qin Feng made no other comment, they felt relieved. There was also a vague sense of loss. Then, they began to eat in silence. Su Qingtan didn't have a big appetite. She ate a little and then stopped. However, Qin Feng hadn't finished eating yet, so he could only wait on the side. Why don't you call home to let them know you're safe? No need, I live alone. Su Qingtan shook her head. Qin Feng had a vague recollection of this matter. Now, hearing Su Qingtan say herself only confirms my thoughts. At the same time, I felt a slight sense of relief. No matter what, he's determined to save Su Qingtan. By the time Qin Feng finished eating, it was completely dark. Let's go, it's so late, I'll take you home. After paying the bill, Qin Feng spoke up. Su Qingtan glanced at the sky and did not refuse. Then, under the cover of night, the two walked towards Su Qingtan's home. Qin Feng was unsure of the cause of the fire or its exact time. Therefore, his goal was simple, to find out where Su Qingtan lived and then keep watch outside tonight. Soon, the two arrived at an old residential area. The environment and public security here are among the worst in Los Angeles. Of course, Qin Feng's residence was similar. Qin Feng felt from the bottom of his heart that Su Qingtan should not have grown up in this kind of environment. Neither appearance nor hidden bloodline should appear in such a place. We're here, right here. Just then, Su Qingtan pointed to an old courtyard in front of her and said, Qin Feng responded, but his attention was already elsewhere. There was a pair of eyes watching them from nearby. Chapter 4, make a contract with me. Having fought against magical beasts for 10 years in his previous life, Qin Feng was particularly acute in his perception of killing intent. Even now, he is just a first-level student. However, the perception he gained by risking his life wouldn't lie to him. He was quite certain that the murderous intent was not directed at him. Therefore, there is only one answer. Someone wants to kill Su Qingtan. Furthermore, they used arson to create an accident and destroy the evidence. Instantly, Qin Feng's muscles tensed like a cheater ready to pounce. However, Qin Feng did not act rashly. Instead, he continued, escorting Su Qingtan to the door. I've arrived. You can go back now. Su Qingtan said softly. Okay, give me your phone number. Contact me if you need anything. Su Qingtan sensed that Qin Feng was acting strangely, but she still didn't refuse. After exchanging numbers, Qin Feng turned and left without lingering. However, after reaching a secluded corner, he immediately called Su Qingtan. Qin Feng? Su Qingtan, who had just locked the door and hadn't even had a chance to rest, answered the phone with a puzzled look. Su Qingtan, there's something I need to tell you. Qin Feng's tone was very serious. What is it? Su Qingtan felt her heart skip a beat. Don't be nervous. Just listen to me slowly. Why I took you home? I felt someone watching us from your doorstep. To be precise, they're staring at you. I suspect someone wants to harm you. Qin Feng tried his best to state his position in a convincing tone. He didn't know the other party's identity or strength. However, it's always good to prepare Su Qingtan in advance. Is that so? Su Qingtan was inexplicably disappointed, but she didn't show it. Instead, he said calmly, I understand. Then you should leave now. Since they're targeting me, you shouldn't get involved. This reaction left Qin Feng somewhat puzzled. Originally, he had prepared himself for the possibility that Su Qingtan wouldn't believe him. Unexpectedly, the other party accepted this explanation, but simply told him to leave on his own. It seems that they're not afraid of death at all. Su Qingtan, do you know who wants to harm you? This time, Su Qingtan fell silent again. After a moment, he answered, Don't worry about it. We're in the city. They won't dare to do anything reckless. It seems that Su Qingtan really did know this all along. How could I not dare? In her past life, today would have been Su Qingtan's death day. But now, even Su Qingtan herself seems to have lost her will to live. It seems that after awakening its frank bloodline, it stopped struggling. This won't do. Su Qingtan, now that I've seen it, I can't just let it go. Anyway, what's the difference if we do it this once more? Qin Feng said with a light laugh. This is too dangerous. Before Su Qingtan could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her directly. Since you believe what I'm saying, then don't stay at home. Get ready. I'll wait for you outside. Where are you going? Go to my house. It's safe for now. Don't worry. I will protect you. Su Qingtan bit her lip, her mind filled with Qin Feng's last words. I will protect you. Is this a dream or a hallucination? Even if it's just for one night, that's enough. Tomorrow, I'll leave this place for good. Good. Su Qingtang zet bonde. Then, the sound of tidying up came from the other end of the line. A moment later, Qin Feng saw Su Qingtan carrying a backpack and running quickly out of the house. It seems this girl isn't stupid. Soon, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows. After they met, Qin Feng grabbed her hand and ran into the street. It's not very late yet, and there are still quite a few pedestrians on the street. The two ran through populated areas and quickly left the area. After they left, a man chased after them from a house across the street. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, a hint of resentment flashing across his face. Then he took out his phone. Madam, that girl went out with a young man last night. I don't know for now. Yes, okay. Then, a sinister glint flashed in the man's eyes. Looking at the courtyard, I lit a cigarette. Snap! Qin Feng turned on the living room lights. Then, he looked at Su Qingtan, who was standing to the side. At this moment, a feeling of unreality arises spontaneously. And so, he lured a beautiful young woman from school home. The key point is that the other party really trusts me. The two had just jogged along, and Su Qingtan's forehead was still covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Furthermore, her face still had a rosy glow from exercising. Su, the school beauty, isn't your trust in me a little too much? Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan and asked with a smile. Aren't you afraid I'll make up a lie to deceive you? I'm not afraid. What do I have that would make you want to lie to me? Su, the school beauty, is still not confident enough in her appearance. What's the use of being good-looking? With such low bloodline, I'd only be a burden. Su Qingtan gave a bitter smile. So, Su Qingtan, are you willing to trust me one more time? Qin Feng's tone remained calm. What's the meaning? Make a pact with me, and I'll help you change your destiny. What followed was a 2.5-minute silence. Su Qingtan's expression and gaze kept changing. Hesitation, inner conflict, secret joy, and retreat. No, that won't work. Su Qingtan shook her head. Not to mention my lowly bloodline. Moreover, as you saw today, someone is trying to harm me. I don't want to drag you down with me. Qin Feng was not disappointed at all when he heard Su Qingtan's rejection. On the contrary, he was even more convinced that his choice was correct. Qin Feng turned around and walked towards Su Qingtan. Then he reached out and placed his hands on her shoulders. Look, all the reasons you gave for rejecting me were for my own good. If you say you don't like me, I definitely won't believe you. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Su Qingtan couldn't take it anymore. She was still having a hard time accepting that her thoughts had been so directly exposed. However, Qin Feng wouldn't let her run away again. However, as I said, trust me one more time. Make a pact with me, and I can help you awaken a deeper, hidden bloodline. In that case, we all have the power to change our destiny. Hidden bloodline? Finally, Su Qingtan regained some composure. That's right, my talent is not only clever, but also has hidden talents. I can see the hidden bloodline within you. Qin Feng got straight to the point. These things will all be discovered eventually. There's no need to hide them. Just attribute everything the system provides to the hidden talents. So you're only willing to form a contract with me because of my hidden bloodline? Finally, Su Qingtan asked in a low voice. Fool. Qin Feng flicked Su Qingtan on the forehead. You are you, your appearance, your personality, your bloodline. And all that has passed is part of who you are. Stop dwelling on such a stupid question. At least, I like you as a person now. Oh. Su Qingtan rubbed her forehead, feeling wronged. Then, he muttered weakly. She's been abusing me even before we've officially signed a contract. However, her eyes revealed undisguised joy. Chapter 5 Taishu Zhulong, SSS. So you agree? Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan, who was acting slightly coquettish, and asked with a smile. This time, Su Qingtan nodded without hesitation. All right, I look forward to your guidance from now on, Miss Su. Call me Qingtan. All right, Qingtan. As he spoke, Qin Feng opened his arms and exerted a little force. Then, Su Qingtan took the initiative to lean into his arms. When she agreed to the contract, it was equivalent to accepting Qin Feng's marriage proposal. In any case, the final result and the process are the same. Girls in this world are all aware of this. Qin Feng could feel Su Qingtan's body trembling slightly, like a small animal that has finally found a safe den. A moment later, Qin Feng patted Su Qingtan on the back. Although it's easy to be misunderstood if I say it like this, I'll just say it directly anyway. Qingtan, there's no time to lose. Let's make the contract tonight. Su Qingtan's body stiffened slightly. Then she answered in a barely audible voice. I'm going to take a shower. As she spoke, she quickly got up from Qin Feng's embrace. Then, he ran straight to the bathroom. When Qin Feng finished washing up and came to the room, Su Qingtan, who had finished washing up first, was already lying in bed, covering herself with the blanket. Then, Qin Feng turned off the light, lifted the blanket, and crawled inside. After a moment, Su Qingtan said in a trembling voice, Qin Feng, there's something else I need to tell you. Speak, Qingtan. You're not going to back out, are you? At this point, with the die already cast, Qin Feng wouldn't allow her to back out. No, even if you lie to me, I'll accept it. What I want to talk about is my background. I am the illegitimate daughter of the Su family in Luocheng. The people who tried to harm me today were probably sent by the Su family. So that's how it is. I knew a beauty like you must have an extraordinary background. I'm serious. Originally, I planned to leave Los Angeles tomorrow, not wanting to burden you. Su Qingtang Nuget Qin Feng. I'm serious. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you again. Without further ado, Qin Feng stopped talking. As for Su Qingtan, he didn't say anything more to spoil the mood. Focus on cooperating with the contract. Simply getting together doesn't necessarily mean having a contract. However, if both the man and woman are of one mind, it is still easy to enter into a contract. In particular, it was the first time for all of them. There is almost no possibility of failure. The next day, when Qin Feng woke up, Su Qingtan was still dreaming, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. As for Qin Feng, he immediately looked at the system notification. Congratulations! You have successfully contracted a spirit beast, Su Qingtan. Su Qingtan's hidden bloodline awakens, becoming an SS-level bloodline, Taishu Zhulong. Awakening skill, Flame of the Candle Dragon. First spirit beast contract signed, quest complete. Quest reward, exclusive skill for your spirit beast. It can be drawn at any time and bestowed upon a spirit beast. Loyalty pact effect triggered, gain skill, rebellion. Defying fate, 1,000th of the time you experience will be transformed into the power of time and stored away. Unleashing the power of time allows us to rewind time. Rebel, reversing fate. Qin Feng instantly regained his senses. He hadn't expected that Su Qingtan's response to the contract would be so generous. Zhulong is a mythical beast that controls the alternation of day and night. When your eyes are open, it's daytime. When your eyes are closed, it's nighttime. From this perspective, it's not surprising that both Su Qingtan's attributes and the abilities she provides to Qin Feng are time-related. Then, Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan's panel. Name, Su Qingtan. Master, Qin Feng. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Physical fitness, 20. Spiritual power, 18. Bloodline, Taishu Zhulong, SSS. Skill, Flame of the Candle Dragon. Favorability, 90%. Candle Dragon's Flame. Enemies struck by it will experience accelerated loss of life, and their wounds will instantly age, decay, and become difficult to heal. Good heavens, a lifespan stealing technique right off the bat. That's absolutely amazing. Then, Qin Feng looked at the woman beside him and liked her more and more, so he gave her a good morning kiss. Hmm. Su Qing Tan murmured softly, then slowly woke up. At a glance, one could spot the mischievous Qin Feng. However, there was no resistance. Now that both parties have completed the contract, they are essentially a married couple. Qing Tan, please take the day off today and go to school tomorrow. Su Qingtang, note that today is indeed inconvenient. Why don't you check the changes in your bloodline and abilities first? Qin Feng said with a smile. Bloodline? Su Qingtan was slightly taken aback before remembering the important matter at hand. I was too tired last night and forgot about it. Then, Su Qingtan closed her eyes slightly, sensing the changes within herself. The next second, her aura suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, a black and white phantom of a candle dragon appeared behind her. When she opened her eyes again, the colors of her two eyes were noticeably different. One was as bright as day, the other as dark as night. Qin Feng knew that this was the Beast Girl's half-beast form as she entered battle mode. He could see that Su Qingtan's two attributes had both exceeded 200, an increase of more than tenfold. That's equivalent to jumping directly from level 1 to level 4. This is the true potential of the SS level bloodline. It's not just a simple name change. It's a genuine improvement in strength. Other bloodlines, such as Grade B, can only increase the chances by about 50%. That's the difference. A difference of 20 times. Even a grade bloodline is highly sought after. What about SS level? Su Qingtan maintained this state for only a few seconds before returning to normal. After all, this state also has its costs. Even so, Su Qingtan's slightly open mouth still revealed her shock. Her trembling eyes revealed her intense emotions. Then, Su Qingtan looked at Qin Feng. This is what you meant by hidden bloodline? Yeah, doesn't it feel powerful? Simply, that's incredible. I thought I had an frank trash bloodline. As she spoke, Su Qingtan burst into tears of joy, her voice trembling with sobs. How can my Qingtan be grade F? You will definitely become the strongest. Qin Feng gently comforted her. He sighed inwardly. This girl must have only recently awakened her bloodline. After finding out they have frank bloodline, they probably all gave up on themselves. Su Qingtan in her previous life probably also lacked any will to survive. Thank you, Qin Feng. Su Qingtan wiped away her tears and looked directly at Qin Feng. I am yours. I will always be yours. Qingtan, it's so early in the morning. Would you like to rest a bit more? Qin Feng understood the meaning in her eyes. Don't want. Su Qingtan shook her head. Then he added, want. All right. Chapter 6 Qingtan's background. After getting up, Qin Feng went to wash up first. When I returned, I saw Su Qingtan staring blankly at her phone. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes held anger. Qingtan, what's wrong? Su Qingtan composed herself, adjusted her expression, and then answered. My house was set on fire. Even if I'm not home, I'll still set fire to vent my anger. They've gone too far. The Su family? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then asked, is your father Su Jingyuan? Last night, I only heard Su Qingdan mention that she was the Su family's illegitimate daughter. However, considering her extraordinary hidden bloodline, the bloodline talents of both her parents should not be mediocre. Su Jingyuan was an rank beast tamer that Qin Feng knew. In his previous life, he was considered a fairly well-known figure in Los Angeles. It was him, but I never intended to have anything to do with him again. Why are you still pressing us so aggressively? I guess it must have been the idea of other members of the Su family. In addition, you have turned 18 and are close to awakening your bloodline. They probably didn't want to leave any future problems. At this point, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. By the way, has your bloodline level been registered yet? Su Qingtang, note that. After taking the awakening potion in the infirmary, I immediately awakened. Then, it was registered on the spot. However, only the school knows about it for now. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feng said softly. If you had awakened in Skla's bloodline, it wouldn't have been as simple as just burning down your house. The people they send won't just stand by and watch you get away. Last night, to be on the safe side, Qin Feng advised Su Qingtan to use the 36 stratagems to flee. Even a second-tier person could easily take them both down. There's no need to fight them heated. However, if they knew that Su Qingtan had an S-level bloodline, they would probably send experts at the 4th or 5th level. So what do we do next? Su Qingtan now completely regards Qin Feng as her pillar of support. Don't worry, everything is fine for now. The only thing we can do now is to cultivate diligently and accumulate strength. One day, we will go and seek justice for ourselves. Qin Feng comforted him. I'm also making plans for the next step. Just then, a system notification came. Initial mission: achieve 100% affection level for the first time. Requirement: raise the pet's affinity to 100% for the first time. Task time limit: none. Quest reward: 1 random SS level talent. Qin Feng. The initial mission rewards are amazing, practically a beginner's gift pack. Then, Qin Feng glanced at Su Qingtan's favorability rating, 95%. It seems that if we put in a little more effort, we'll be able to win soon. Su Qingtan already liked Qin Feng, and now that they have this kind of relationship, it's not surprising that her favorability towards him has skyrocketed. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he still had to draw Su Qingtan's exclusive skill. In the morning, Su Qingtan kept me busy plowing the fields, so I had no time to do anything important. With a thought, it was extracted directly. Congratulations! You have obtained the exclusive skill of Taishu Zhulong. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. The area within the gaze of the Candle Dragon's twin pupils can simultaneously apply 2 effects. Grants allies increased attack speed and movement speed. Inflicts slowing and hindering effects on enemies. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. Instantly, Qin Feng thought of Su Qingtan's eyes when she was in her half-beast form. Applying a speed boost to allies is good. This is equivalent to increasing the attack frequency of friendly forces. It can also be used in other situations. Therefore, Qin Feng directly said to Su Qingtan, "Qingtan, my talent can further enhance you. Now, all you need to do is accept it." Su Qingtan nodded and quietly looked at Qin Feng. Then, Qin Feng stretched out his finger and touched Su Qingtan's forehead. Although this action is unnecessary, there still needs to be some sense of ritual. "Give it to me," Qin Feng silently recited in his heart. Immediately afterwards, a notification was received. "Congratulations! Your spirit beast Su Qingtan has acquired a skill, the Eye of the Candle Dragon." At the same time, Su Qingtan also instantly felt a surge of information flooding into her mind. The new skill information was imprinted on her mind, as if by instinct. In an instant, he learned an incredibly powerful skill. "Thesis amazing!" Su Qingtan exclaimed in amazement. Then I remembered. "Qin Feng, what level is your talent exactly?" "That goes without saying, it's SS level." Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. "Then I've really hit the jackpot. Fortunately, that Lu Rumei is blind to talent." As she spoke, Su Qingtan got up and dressed. However, Qin Feng understood the underlying meaning in her words. He said with a smile, "What? Are you only now remembering to be jealous?" "No, it's just that when I think about all that you've done in the past, I feel like it wasn't worth it." Over the past 2 years, Qin Feng's attempts to curry favor with Lu Rumei have clearly been noticed by Su Qingtan. At that time, I was blinded by greed. However, it's because Qingtan is usually too aloof and unapproachable. Otherwise, you'd have 100 times more suitors than Lu Rumei. Snort. Su Qingtan felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she listened to Qin Feng's glib tongue. After getting up, I didn't go straight to wash up. Instead, I changed the sheets immediately. Qin Feng wanted to make a few more jokes, but Su Qingtan kicked him out. Just then, while Su Qingtan was tidying up, Qin Feng prepared lunch for the 2 of them. Now, we finally have a complete family. This was a feeling that Qin Feng had almost never experienced before. 2 souls, living alone, finally came together. After lunch, Qin Feng and Su Qingtan discussed their next plans. "I will definitely continue to go to the school. They can receive cultivation resources and also gain the protection of the school. Schools are more than just simple learning institutions. The entire education system is one of the 3 major organizations, alongside the Beastmaster Association and military. It can be said that all beast tamers are disciples of the current education system. With the Su family's power, they might be able to gather some information. However, it is absolutely impossible to cover up the truth and openly harm the school's students. Of course, if the potential is too low and there is not much value in cultivating them, the school will not pay too much attention to them. Therefore, if you want to receive special protection and investment from the school, you must demonstrate your value and potential. Qingtan, let's go to school tomorrow to register our contract information. By the way, Update your bloodline level. Once the new contract combination is registered, it becomes legally effective. At least, it cannot be invalidated before the graduation assessment. Su Qingtan naturally wouldn't object, but she was a little worried. My bloodline was previously registered as grade, but now it has suddenly changed. Will this cause any trouble? Moreover, it will attract the attention of the Su family. Don't worry about the school. As long as you have enough potential, they'd love to see more of these kinds of changes. As for the Su family, your concerns are valid. However, this was something that was inevitable. Rather than letting them take action in secret, it's better to put everything out in the open. By making the conflict public, they actually dared not take action within the city. Leave everything to me. Qin Feng's words reassured Su Qingtan. It's been so many years since I've felt this sense of security and support. Chapter 7 Super Fast Cultivation. After a day of rest, Su Qingtan has recovered. After all, he is a cultivator and has awakened an SS-level bloodline. Its recovery ability goes without saying. Therefore, Su Qingtan was in charge of cooking at night. The craftsmanship is certainly excellent. Qin Feng exclaimed that he had struck gold. Night, after tender moments. The two lay in the freshly changed sheets and duvet covers from the daytime, talking to each other. As they were chatting, Su Qingtan suddenly said, Qin Feng, since you were able to discover that my bloodline has hidden attributes, so is it possible that other girls might have the same issue? This question is not difficult to answer, and Qin Feng directly admitted, yes, if others also have hidden bloodlines, I will be able to know that as well. But, just as Qin Feng was about to say something, Su Qingtan interrupted him. So you are the one with the discerning eye. It can save those forgotten girls of lower bloodlines. Qin Feng didn't really want to consider this issue right now. First, I haven't encountered that situation yet. Secondly, Qin Feng doesn't consider himself the kind of person who would accept anyone he meets. The reason for choosing Su Qingtan was not only because she met his expectations, but also because of her as a person. As for the others, all I can say is that it's all up to fate. Although, in this world, there is no limit to how many beast girls a beast tamer can contract. However, the beast tamer's body has to be able to withstand it. Furthermore, ensuring that things don't go wrong in the backyard is also a skill. At least, Qin Feng had no experience in this area. Therefore, these things have not been considered at present. For him now, Su Qingtan is enough. So Qin Feng said, Qingtan, I didn't want to play any kind of savior role. The reason I chose to enter into a contract with you is more because you, as a person, touched me. You said you didn't steal anything from me. Actually, she stole my heart first. Qin Feng's words made Su Qingtan's face burn. She didn't understand why Qin Feng valued it so much, since it was just a month's worth of resources. She didn't know that this was Qin Feng's obsession from his past life. However, she could sense that what Qin Feng said was true. He loves me very much. Before she knew it, Su Qingtan's favorability rating had reached 100%. 100% is just the upper limit of the value, not the upper limit of Su Qingtan. Even now, it would be worth it for her to give her life for Qin Feng. First time achieving 100% favorability, mission complete. Reward: 1 random SS level talent. Drawing: congratulations! You have obtained an SS level talent. Superb cultivation. Super fast cultivation. You and your spirit beast will receive a 10-fold bonus to any cultivation effect. In short, $1 is used as $10. Absorbing 1 spirit stone can provide the cultivation effect of 10 spirit stones. Although it doesn't directly increase combat power, it can still save a lot of training time and resources. Hint: Su Qingtan's favorability rating is 100% and will never decrease. Loyalty Pact effect triggered. Skill: Rebellion. Effect upgraded. Defying fate. 1% of the time you experience will be transformed into the power of time and stored away. Unleashing the power of time allows one to rewind time. Current stored time limit: 40 seconds. This 40-second time recap is the result of a whole day's work. A ratio of 1 in 1,000 is indeed not very noticeable. However, it got much better after changing it to 1%. In other words, Qin Feng can have a retroactive credit limit of more than 3 days every year. Although you don't need it for the time being, you can keep accumulating it. In case of any unexpected event, it can be prevented entirely by rewinding time. This thing is like a fire extinguisher. You may never need it in your lifetime, but if you do need it, it's best to be well prepared. While Qin Feng was checking the system notifications, Su Qingtan was getting impatient. Qin Feng, what are you standing there for? Huh? Qingtan wasn't that? In spite of. Su Qingtan wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. I know you will consider my feelings. However, I can assure you, if you want to return the contract to other girls in the future, I won't object. As long as you always have me in your heart, that's enough. Qingtan, you're so kind. Then I can guarantee that it will definitely be approved by you. If you feel it's not suitable, regardless of bloodline or rank, we don't want it. Nothing was said that night. The next day, the two went to school as usual. Furthermore, they held hands without any attempt to hide it. It is not uncommon for people like them to have formed a fixed contractual relationship. This is especially common among graduating classes. In another month, the entrance examinations for higher education institutions will be held. If we don't sign an agreement, I'll have to take the university's entrance exam on my own. At that time, the difficulty will double. Moreover, if you don't find a partner with good talent or bloodline now, are you going to go to a prestigious university to find one? Back then, almost everyone was in pairs. Even if you do look for someone, you'll only end up being the one being chosen. Unless, of course, someone is exceptionally outstanding. But then again, shouldn't outstanding people be selected earlier? Anyway, Qin Feng wouldn't think about these things. His discerning eye can help him find suitable contract partners. As for those that have already been contracted, they're naturally excluded. The two, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, entered the campus hand in hand, naturally attracting the attention of many. In particular, Su Qingtan is the school's aloof and beautiful girl. Unexpectedly, it was picked without anyone noticing. It quickly attracted considerable attention. My goddess, has she finally found someone? Why didn't you wait for me for a year? The little kid in the lower grades cried out. Has Su Qingtan also awakened? Her bloodline level must be quite high. So why would she choose Qin Feng? A clever talent is not as good as mine. At least I have a level talent. Who knows? However, hasn't Qin Feng been pursuing Lu Rumei all along? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Rumei was with another boy. They stood together, watching this scene with indifference. So that's why you stopped lending me resources. Turns out you got a new target. Lu Rumei said disdainfully. In her opinion, Su Qingtan, who could be contracted by Qin Feng, was not of any high bloodline. Aside from being a bit more aesthetically pleasing, it's utterly useless. Sure enough, Su Hao, who was standing to the side, confirmed her guess. Xiao Mei doesn't need to worry about it. That Su Qingtan is merely a level F bloodline. Huh? Flevel? Even with the most malicious guesses, Lu Rumei couldn't have guessed Su Qingtan's bloodline. The grade will be F. Yes, I asked someone. After all, my family pays quite a bit of attention to this younger sister. Younger sister, Lu Rumei only paid a brief attention to it before forgetting about it. Now, all she can think about is the fact that Su Qingtan's bloodline is only Flevel. It was as if they had achieved a great victory. Chapter 8: A Meteoric Rise to Fame. Qin Feng ignored the stares of those around him. He simply held Su Qingtan's small hand tightly, preparing to register their contractual relationship first. At that time, you can also receive some extra resource allocations. Then, find another opportunity to show off your strength. As long as the school leaders aren't all incompetent, they will never overlook Su Qingtan's potential. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. Qin Feng, you're such a loser. They treat a piece of trash bloodline of grade F like it's a treasure. Whispering sound. Turning around, I saw that it was indeed Lu Rumei. The boy next to him should be Lu Rumei's master. Su Hao, people from the Su family? The people around Lu Rumei immediately erupted in uproar upon hearing her words. Frank bloodline, who is it? Can't you tell from it you're talking about Su Qingtan? Frank? How weak is that? It's practically nothing. Qin Feng remained unfazed by the comments from those around him. He glanced at Lu Rumei and the other woman and said directly, Then do you dare to go to the battle arena and have a match? Whoever loses is trash. Anyone who's afraid to go is trash. Qin Feng's words instantly silenced the surroundings. No one expected Qin Feng to be so tough. They immediately went into battle. Fists and kicks have no eyes. You can easily get injured if you're not careful. What will be ruined is the upcoming student admissions process. However, Qin Feng had already made his point clear. Whoever backs down will have to accept the title of trash. Lu Rumei and Su Hao, who were opposite each other, also had gloomy expressions. Qin Feng's words directly blocked their escape route. They never expected that someone with such worthless talent and bloodline would dare to challenge them in public. Even though they were confident of winning, they still felt extremely disgusted. In their eyes, Qin Feng, with a clever talent and inflexible bloodline, was hardly qualified to challenge them. Qin Feng noticed their expressions. Regardless of what they thought, Qin Feng continued to output damage. What, you're afraid? It seems that even if you have great bloodline and a great talent, it's nothing special. Cowardly coward. Boom. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Lu Rumei exploded. A burst of scorching heat erupted around her body. Beyond its physical form, a crimson tiger shape materialized. Clearly, Qin Feng had angered him so much that he revealed his true form. However, this is a public area, and private fights are not allowed. If you want to play a match, you must go to a dedicated battle arena. At this point, what happened here had already caused quite a stir. The school's security personnel and teachers have also taken notice of this situation. Although they were not of high rank, they were more than capable of dealing with a few students. Okay, since you want to fight, then fight. If you dare to challenge me, then you'll bear the consequences. The one who spoke was Su Hao, who was standing next to Lu Rumei. He is Lu Rumei's master, and only he can accept the challenge. It seems the other party has trained Lu Rumei quite well. I'll pass those words on to you too. Qin Feng sneered. Then, he pulled Su Qingtan towards the battle stage. As for Su Qingtan, she remained silent throughout the entire process, only listening to Qin Feng's decisions. Soon, both sides stepped onto the battle platform. Furthermore, a female teacher from the school came here to act as a referee. Qin Feng glanced at it and saw that the other party had a clever bloodline. With 4th-tier strength, he's decent as a teacher. However, he should not be a match for Su Qingtan at her peak. As for Lu Rumei on the other side, she was certainly not a formidable opponent. Since the other party was offering themselves up to be humiliated, Qin Feng naturally accepted it. Moreover, they also collected some interest from the Su family. It could be said that both old and new grudges were settled together. Seeing that there were people fighting, the area was naturally surrounded by spectators. You can attend classes anytime. However, real-person battles are not always available. Although the matches at this stage are just a bunch of noobs pecking at each other, it's still more interesting than boring training. Ready? Let's begin, the female teacher said casually. Clearly, they don't think there's anything interesting about the unarmed fight between these two sides. Finish the game as soon as possible so you can go back and rest. Although it's a twin-to-one match, the main characters are definitely two girls. They can transform into spirit beasts, and their combat power is much higher than that of beast tamers. At this moment, Lu Rumei had already transformed into a half-beast, her pair of fiery tiger claws appearing extraordinary. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to tear Su Qingtan's face apart. Although she herself looked down on Qin Feng, she was still angry that Qin Feng had made a contract with Su Qingtan. It was as if Su Qingtan had taken away her resources. Su Qingtan, aren't you going to transform into a beast? Otherwise, you won't have a chance. I'd like to see what kind of trashy bloodline you have. Qingtan, show no mercy, go all out. Qin Feng, standing behind him, spoke softly. Yes, I know. Su Qingtan's lack of emotional fluctuations doesn't mean she has no temper. She got angry because the other person kept calling her trash. More importantly, the other party also insulted Qin Feng. Unforgivable. The next second, Su Qingtan manifested the half-beast form of the Taishu Zhulong. Behind Su Qingtan, a dragon-shaped creature with alternating yin and yang hues coldly surveyed all living beings. Even Su Qingtan's pupils changed. Yin and yang one day and one night. Wow, what kind of spirit beast is this? How majestic, how terrifying. Is this in Frank bloodline? Immediately, the surrounding students erupted in chaos. Even Lu Rumei on the other side was stunned. What's this? Ignore her, attack directly. Su Hao's voice helped Lu Rumei regain some composure. Then, he charged straight at Su Qingtan. Overestimating yourself. In Qin Feng's mind, this was his assessment of her. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingtan moved. She raised her hand slightly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rumei, who had been running at high speed, seemed to fall into slow motion. One word, as slow as a snail. That wasn't all. The next second, several white fireballs were released from Su Qingtan's hands and hurtled straight toward the two of them. Lu Rumei tried to dodge, but she couldn't escape at all. She was blasted backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Hao, who was standing at the back, shouted, "Teacher, help me." Only then did the female teacher, who was still in shock, begin to act as a referee. He leaped over and pulled Su Hao away from the fireball's attack path. At the same time, he said, "You've won. Cease your attack. If this doesn't end soon, someone will die." She felt a strong threat when she first sensed the power of the white fireball. Is this kind of attack really achievable by a first-tier newbie? This half-beast form must be at least at the 4th rank. Such a large increase indicates that the other party's bloodline level is definitely not low. It could even be described as terrifying. Chapter 9. Something's fishy going on. Upon hearing the teacher announce the end, Su Qingtan didn't linger and immediately reverted to her half-beast form. She returned to her usual, aloof, school beauty persona. At least now, her invincible strength and aloof personality are gradually merging together. Of course, only Qin Feng is qualified to appreciate Su Qingtan's other side. At the same time, cheers of astonishment erupted from the surrounding area. Holy crap, that's incredible. What grade trash bloodline? This is spreading rumors without any thought. Exactly, school beauty Su is too amazing. Why did Qin Feng get the benefit? Should watch out, he might beat you up. The competition was over, and Qin Feng didn't need to say anything, because the surrounding audience will speak up for him. He didn't even bother to glance at his 2 defeated opponents, and instead took Su Qingtan's hand again. Let's go register. Soon, the 2 arrived at the administration building. However, before they went in, there was already a figure waiting at the door. They all knew this person. He was the school principal, Han Zizhang. Judging from their appearance, they were waiting for them here specifically. Clearly, the battle that had just taken place had alerted the other side. This is exactly the result Qin Feng wanted. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pointless slap in the face to Lu Rumei and the others? Han Zizhang looked to be in his 60s, with half of his hair turned white. However, she didn't look old at all and still appeared very energetic. Seeing Qin Feng and the others approach, he immediately asked, "You're here to register the contract, right?" "Yes, principal," Qin Feng answered. "Okay, come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked into the administration building. Without hesitation, the 2 followed behind Han Zizhang. However, Han Zizhang did not take them to the registration office. Instead, we ended up on the top floor of the administration building. This doesn't look like an office area. It's more like a dedicated training ground. Of course, it's only open to leaders. Just then, Han Zizhang said, "Before registering, I'd like to see your capabilities first." To be precise, it was her prime. Qin Feng would not refuse this request, nor could he refuse it. However, he still said, "Principal, we just had a competition, and it took a lot of effort. Perhaps I won't be able to perform at my best for now." Hat's easy. As he spoke, Han Zizhang casually grabbed a large, intact spirit stone. This should be enough to replenish what we've consumed. There's still plenty of time. Recovery can come gradually. Qin Feng reached out and took it, then placed it in Su Qingtan's hand. "Qingtan, how are you feeling as you recover?" That's fine," Su Qingtan answered honestly. Clearly, they're not yet used to getting resources from the principal. All right. Qin Feng couldn't do anything about Su Qingtan's honesty. He then said, "Since the principal wants to see your full potential, then show it to him." "Perfect. I'd like to see it for myself." Su Qingtan nodded and then walked to the center of the field. The next second, he transformed. Then, Su Qingtan in human form disappeared. Instead, there was a Taishu Zhulong floating in the air. The surrounding light seemed to undergo unstable changes as it was born. With each breath it takes, it displays alternating changes in light and dark. However, Su Qingtan only maintained this state for less than half a minute. Then, it returned to its original form. In Qin Feng's eyes, Su Qingtan's dual attributes had both increased to over 500. Such combat power is definitely at the peak of the 5th tier. Even if it only lasts for half a minute, it is enough to change the course of the battle, especially in battles between people of similar skill levels. After all, nobody would casually think about challenging someone 4 or 5 levels higher. It wasn't until Su Qingtan returned to Qin Feng's side that Han Zizhang's slightly agape mouth returned to normal. He was clearly in a state of shock. He had never seen a first-tier spirit beast like this in his entire life. Even at the 1st level, he already possesses such imposing presence. It's practically divine beast bloodline. However, he was also a little puzzled as to why such a genius had appeared in the school so quietly. He didn't know until the contract was signed. Could it be that all those people registering for awakening are incompetent? Such a bloodline should not be ignored. In fact, it should be classified as flevel. Principal, may we register now? Qin Feng's buka, interrupting Han Zizhang's studies. Of course. Han Zizhang snapped out of his daze and said with a kind and gentle expression, "Let me double-check. What level is her bloodline?" "Principal, it's the kind you're thinking of." Now that he was here, Qin Feng had no intention of hiding anything. He said directly, "SSS-rank, Taishu Zhulong. Fire, light, and the time system." Hiss. Even though he had a premonition, Han Zizhang still gasped in shock. The temperature in the training room rose by 1 degree as a result. Then, he pointed at Qin Feng. "You're really lucky, kid. You actually managed to form a contract with such a bloodline. Clearly, it's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung." Qin Feng didn't say anything. He just smiled. However, Su Qingtan, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it and spoke up. "Principal, it was Qin Feng who helped me awaken my hidden bloodline. The school's tests were correct. I did indeed have a frank bloodline from the beginning." "Oh." At this point, Han Zizhang finally lost his composure. As the saying goes, where there's a sleeping dragon, there will surely be a phoenix chick. Wrong. Yes, something fishy must be going on. Sure enough, this matter is not simple. Qin Feng, who was originally dispensable in Han Zizhang's eyes, suddenly became more important than Su Qingtan. Is what she said true? Can you help her awaken her hidden bloodline? Hey, principal, don't look at me like that. I just happened to awaken this hidden talent as well. The prerequisite for awakening a hidden bloodline is that the other party must have a hidden bloodline. At least, I only encountered Qingtan at school. Han Sitang nodded. Clearly, this view is also accepted. If everyone is hiding their bloodline, then there's no point in playing. Those with hidden bloodlines are definitely extremely rare. Then he asked, "So what kind of people do you think might have a hidden bloodline?" "How would I know? I've only ever encountered Qingtan, so I can't figure out any patterns." Qin Feng answered directly. He then added, "However, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. If both parents have good bloodlines and talents, but still give birth to a child with inferior bloodlines, I think there's a high probability of a problem. For example, Qingtan's father is Su Jingyuan from the Su family. That doesn't make sense. It would be in frank bloodline, wouldn't you say?" After hearing Qin Feng finish speaking the last two sentences, Han Zizhang turned his head slightly and looked at Qin Feng carefully. Then he said calmly, "Don't worry, the Su family's influence can't reach into the school. I will resubmit your talent and bloodline levels. It will definitely cause a sensation when the time comes." No matter what the Su family's intentions were, they dared not act recklessly. After a pause, Han Zizhang said with a smile, "However, they might come to claim kinship with us then." Chapter 10 Big Shots. I won't go back. Upon hearing Han Zizhang's words, Su Qingtan shook her head repeatedly. Clearly, the mere thought of the possibility of the Su family recognizing each other made him feel nauseous. Su Jingyuan is one of the top-ranked beast tamers in Luo City, and he has a chance to become a royal-ranked beast tamer. If they knew they had a daughter with SS-level bloodline, they definitely wouldn't sit still. They want to cause trouble, but the school will stop them. However, if Su Jingyuan comes to claim his daughter, we have no reason to interfere. Han Zizhang's words were reasonable and well-founded, and not without merit. Qin Feng had considered this possibility as well. However, this possibility is relatively better than being assassinated by the Su family. To be honest, if I didn't know that Su Qingtan was Su Jingyuan's daughter, Su Jingyuan's image in Qin Feng's mind was actually not bad. At least, during the cataclysmic beast calamity of its previous life, it fought to the very last moment, refusing to retreat. However, Qin Feng also sensed something else from Han Zizhang's tone. So, he went straight to the point. "If you have any other ideas, just say so." In any case, Su Jingyuan coming to acknowledge his relatives is much better than the rest of the Su family trying to harm Qingtan. "Principal, you don't know, but the night before last, Qingtan's house was set on fire. If I hadn't rescued Qingtan in time, she would probably be dead." "What? Murder and arson? They have such audacity." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Han Zizhang was furious. A super genius with SS-level bloodline. If he were to be murdered, what would happen to his political achievements? This is outrageous. After a moment, Han Zizhang calmed himself down and then spoke. "While the school can guarantee your safety, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. As for other ideas, I do have one, but I can't guarantee it will be useful. Ultimately, it depends on you. As he spoke, Han Zizhong looked at Qin Feng. Look at me? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Good. Han Zizhong considered his words carefully before continuing. A big shot has recently arrived in Los Angeles. Don't worry about who he is for now. The key point is that one of his younger relatives perfectly fits the description you gave. Qin Feng paused for a moment before asking. You mean, a junior of a great man has awakened a lowly bloodline? Then, they wanted me to try and see if I could help the other person awaken their hidden bloodline. Although Han Zizhong also felt something was off, he nodded nonetheless. Yummies, give it a try. What if it works? What if it doesn't work? What is that important person's temperament like? To put it another way, what if I could help the other party's younger generation? Would she accept me and Qin Tan? If she turns out to be a rich young lady who's a living devil, Qin Feng can't afford to mess with her. Who can guarantee that every girl has a personality like Su Qingtan, who doesn't compete or fight for anything? Sleeping together under the same quilt? That's easy for you to say. Even most skilled beast tamers rarely actually form real contracts. Cough. Han Zizhong looked slightly embarrassed. Clearly, Qin Feng's words were something he had considered as well. However, that important figure was truly extraordinary. If Qin Feng can establish connections, the Su family is nothing, and he, too, can also benefit a little from it. Maybe he'll be promoted to the provincial capital next year. 60 years old is the perfect age to enter a new department. Therefore, Han Zizhong still advised. That important person was actually quite amiable when we got along with him. If it doesn't work, they probably won't blame you. As for the others, you can take a look first. The final decision rests with you. If Qin Feng thinks it won't work, there's no need to point it out. He can simply say there's no way. Then, Han Zizhong looked at Su Qingtan. Student Su, you shouldn't have any objections, right? If this really works out, it'll be a tremendous boost to your future. Su Qingtan shook her head. I don't care whether there are any benefits or not. I will only listen to Qin Feng's decision. Han Sitang knew that. I have a better grasp of this matter now. Because he realized that Qin Feng was probably the one who orchestrated Su Qingtan's awakening of her hidden bloodline from beginning to end. This kid's talent is probably even more formidable than he described. One family with two supreme rulers. At the very least, there are two promising students from the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng said, I can go with you to take a look. However, regardless of whether this attempt succeeds or not, I hope you will refrain from publicizing my talent. Don't worry, we just happen to be in the right place at the right time this time. Han Zizhong was a shrewd and experienced man, and naturally, he was not someone who didn't know what was important. If this is publicized, Qin Feng might be captured and turned into a puppet specifically designed to awaken and conceal his bloodline. Moreover, through this interaction, he also discovered that the student was unusually composed for his age. This is what is meant by being mature beyond one's years. However, this is none of his business. If he can make this happen, his promotion to the provincial capital is practically guaranteed. Moreover, Qin Feng might still be someone he needs to befriend in the future. After finalizing the matter, Han Zizhong took Qin Feng and Su Qingtan to complete the registration procedures. This matter was resolved in less than 2 minutes. Incidentally, changed Su Qingtan's bloodline level to SSS level. As for Qin Feng's, it remains unchanged. Qin Feng has 3 SS level talents, but none of them seem suitable to be revealed publicly. Let's just keep the status quo. After completing the formalities, Han Zizhong led the way. Qin Feng and Su Qingtan followed behind. On the way out of the school, Su Qingtan grabbed Qin Feng's hand and whispered, Qin Feng, should I not have said it? If Su Qingtan hadn't spoken up for Qin Feng, Han Zizhong wouldn't have known about Qin Feng's talent. Fine. Qin Feng comforted him. If we can truly resolve the hidden dangers of the Su family once and for all, that would be a good thing. As for the rest, leave it to me. Good. Soon, Han Zizhong drove the car, carrying the two of them. After crossing half of Los Angeles, we arrived at the entrance of a manor. Qin Feng had lived 2 lives and never knew that there was such a quiet manor in the heart of Luocheng. However, this is enough to show that the other party's identity is indeed extraordinary. At least for Los Angeles, it's absolutely nuclear level. Han Zizhong stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the guards at the door. The guards then let them pass. Then, Han Zizhong greeted Qin Feng and the other two. Come on, come inside with me. Chapter 11 contracts should not be taken lightly. Soon, The three of them passed through the antique-style corridor. Wooden pillars stand on both sides of the corridor, their bodies a dark color. The bluestone slabs underfoot were worn smooth from being stepped on so many times. They came to a small lake. The lake was very still. Only a gentle breeze could create a few ripples. In the middle of the small lake, there is also a pavilion. The pavilion is surrounded by gauze curtains that sway gently in the breeze. At that moment, the melodious sound of a zither drifted out from the pavilion. The sound was soft and gentle, falling on the lake's surface as if carried away by the wind. Before he even got close, Qin Feng saw two figures over there, one sitting, one standing. From a distance, both of them exuded an unusual air about them. Clearly, this is the main character of this meeting. Qin Feng felt that Su Qingtan was gripping his hand much tighter. Her fingertips were slightly cool, and her palms were a little tight. The tension in his heart was laid bare. "It's all right, Qingtan." Qin Feng offered a soft word of comfort. Su Qingtan nodded gently, her eyelashes drooping. Su Qingtan believed that Qin Feng would not abandon her. However, she did not want to offend this important figure. After all, someone who could have Han Zizhong personally lead the way was definitely not simple. The best way is for everyone to get along harmoniously in the end. At worst, she could just call the other person sister. Thinking of this, her ears felt slightly warm. As long as she can stay by Qin Feng's side, that's fine. At this moment, Su Qingtan's thoughts had already drifted far away. She had even started thinking about how she would bring it up if that day ever came. Before long, the three of them entered the pavilion in the middle of the lake. After stepping onto the stone steps, the lake breeze became more pronounced. There is a stone table and stone benches in the pavilion and a pot of hot tea on the table. Qin Feng could only see the backs of two people. One was an elderly man with gray hair. The other one was a woman wearing a white dress. The white dress lay beside the stone bench, spotless and untouched by dust. She was playing the guzheng with complete concentration, and it had a touch of ancient style. Her fingers fell on the strings, her movements gentle yet rhythmic. Han Zizhong stopped when he was 3 meters away from them. He abandoned his usual casualness and became respectful. "Bow and greet. Master Jiang, I have brought 2 students to see you." The old man responded. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable calmness. At that moment, the sound of the guzheng also stopped. As the last echo faded, the pavilion suddenly became much quieter. "Great-grandpa, I'm going back to my room now," the woman in the white dress said softly. Her voice was very soft, as if she didn't want to disturb their conversation. Immediately afterwards, she picked up her guzheng and got up to leave. Her movements were unhurried and slow, and even the hem of her clothes didn't sway much. The moment she turned around, Qin Feng also got a clear look at her face. She has a beautiful face and clear eyes, with a delicate nose and light-colored lips. She looked like a lady who had stepped out of an ancient painting. She appeared very quiet, with a cool and aloof air about her. Hint: a contract object matching the requirements has been detected. Completing the contract will help the other party awaken their SS-level bloodline. Task: contract with the spirit beast, Jiang Shui. Task time limit: none. Mission reward: storage space unlocked. Before Qin Feng could actively investigate, the system notification appeared first. The notification appeared suddenly, but Qin Feng didn't react strangely. Subsequently, Qin Feng activated the Eye of Detection. Name: Jiang Shui. Master: none. Level: Tier 1, Stage 8. Physical fitness: 25. Spiritual power: 22. Bloodline: Snow Sparrow F. Hidden bloodline: Frosty Ice Phoenix, SSS-rank. Skill: Snowball. Favorability: 25%. He has the attribute of ice, and his surname is Jiang. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that one? Fragmented memories from a past life flashed through my mind. Qin Feng's mind raced, but he remained calm and waited for the other party to speak. He knew that in front of such a person, any extra expression would be inappropriate. After Jiang Shui left, the white-haired old man turned around and looked at Qin Feng and Su Qingtan. The old man had a thin face, but his eyes and brows exuded an air of authority. His gaze wasn't sharp, yet it commanded respect. His gaze fell on Su Qingtan, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he could tell at a glance that Su Qingtan had an extraordinary bloodline. Su Qingtan felt a little nervous under his gaze and subconsciously moved half a step closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't speak, but simply held her hand gently. "Please sit down." The old man raised his hand, his tone relatively calm. The stone benches in the pavilion in the middle of the lake are just enough for 4 people to sit on. The stone bench was a little cool, and its edges were polished very smooth. Han Zizhong dared not refuse, so he invited Qin Feng and the other man to sit down as well. Furthermore, they only dared to sit on half of their buttocks. He stood up straight, and even his hands were neatly placed on his knees. The other person's behavior was completely different from how they were at school. However, Qin Feng wouldn't laugh at him. No one can remain calm when facing a peak Emperor-level being who is about to break through to the Saint level. Indeed, Qin Feng had already recognized the old man. In fact, he had even seen what the other person looked like when they were young in his previous life. To be precise, it refers to the youthful state the other party was in after breaking through to the Saint rank and regaining vitality. However, not long after, the other party perished. Ice Saint Jiang Xiantong has fallen, and one of the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom has broken. That incident shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom, and many people could not accept it. Now, the other party should be called Hyodii. The ranking system for beast tamers and spirit beasts is the same. Below the king rank, there are 9 ranks. After that, there are the king rank, the emperor rank, the sovereign rank, and the saint rank. Demigods and gods. In his previous life, until Qin Feng died, he had never heard of a demigod appearing in the world. Saint rank is already the pinnacle, and the person standing right in front of you is the closest person to the very top. After everyone was seated, Jiang Xiantong also sat down. He picked up his teacup, but didn't drink it immediately. He opened his mouth and asked, "Principal Han came here today about something I entrusted to you. Is there any progress?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the pavilion became solemn. "Elder Jiang, I dare not make a judgment on this matter. However, I happen to encounter a situation quite similar to Ms. Zhang's. Therefore, I brought this student, Qin Feng, along to have a look." Han Zizhong answered honestly, without daring to embellish. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head slightly, waiting for Jiang Xuantong's reaction. "Oh, tell me about it." Jiang Xiantong put down his teacup, his gaze calm. Jiang Xiantong traveled almost all over the country for his great-granddaughter's sake. He has been to both big cities and remote places. However, the information obtained was always the same. Bloodline level is predetermined and cannot be changed after awakening. This has always been the case. Almost everyone would say these few words. Jiang Xiantong was well aware of this, but he was merely clinging to a sliver of hope. After all, she was his great-granddaughter. By the way, I took Jiang Shui out for a walk to clear her head. The rumors circulating in the capital are horrible. Therefore, he didn't have much hope for the information brought by Han Zizhong. But since he was already there, he was naturally willing to listen. This time, Han Zizhong did not answer himself, but looked at Qin Feng. He knew in his heart that the only person who could truly explain it was Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you tell us." Qin Feng nodded, then looked at Jiang Xiantong. "Hello, Elder Jiang, this is my contracted partner, Su Qingtan." Qin Feng first gave an introduction. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was very natural. At least, let the other party have some idea. However, even if Qin Feng didn't say it, he should be able to guess it pretty accurately. After all, Su Qingtan's aura couldn't be hidden from him at all. "Hello." Jiang Xiantong nodded, waiting for what was to come. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Although it was only a tiny bit, it was already a great blessing for him. Before yesterday, Qingtan's bloodline level was only F. Currently, her bloodline level is SSS. Qin Feng spoke very directly, without beating around the bush. The pavilion fell silent for a moment. Even the wind blowing from the lake seemed to have softened. SSS level? As expected, even Jiang Xiantong, who was at the Emperor level, could not remain calm after hearing about the SS level bloodline. His fingers paused slightly, and his eyes finally changed. The quality of one's bloodline directly determines their future potential. For those of low-level bloodlines, to defy the heavens and rise above them is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even for him, the highest level of his contracted partners was only S level. That's enough to make countless people envious. If it's SS level, wouldn't that guarantee a promotion and potentially even reach the legendary god level? This thought was something even Jiang Xiantong himself couldn't ignore. "Good," Qin Feng affirmed again. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. "We don't lie about things like this." The principal also witnessed it. Han Zizhong nodded immediately. He didn't interrupt, but his attitude said it all. Jiang Xiantong calmed himself down. You continue. His tone remained calm, but his gaze was noticeably more serious. The rest is self-explanatory. It all boils down to whether I can help you. To be precise, it's about helping Miss Jiang. Qin Feng did not make his statement completely, but once those words were spoken, the meaning was already very clear. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Xiantong did not immediately ask any further questions. Instead, she quietly looked at Qin Feng for a few seconds. His gaze was like a deep lake, revealing little emotion. Then he asked, "So what are your conditions?" It was as if he was certain that Qin Feng could help Jiang Shui. What remains is simply whether Qin Feng has any conditions or requirements. Qin Feng shook his head. It is my honor to be able to help, and I dare not make any demands. However, there are indeed some concerns. He knew that when dealing with this kind of person, the more honest the better. Hiding things can easily lead to problems. Please feel free to speak. Jiang Xiantong did not show any displeasure. Instead, he nodded slightly. First of all, Qin Tan awakened her hidden bloodline only after she made a pact with me. If I can help, I must first enter into a contract with Miss Jiang. I don't know if she can accept Qin Tan. No matter what, I will not give up on Qin Tan. Secondly, my contract with Qin Tan was a natural result of our mutual affection. I also don't want a contract to exist solely for the sake of a contract, without any genuine feelings between the parties involved. You should be able to understand this. As Qin Feng spoke, he did not let go of Su Qingtan's hand. Su Qingtan lowered her head, but felt a slight warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected that Qin Feng would still be so clear-headed in front of Jiang Xiantong. Legend has it that this ice saint only had 2 contract partners. Of course, it may be related to his high requirements for bloodline. However, regardless of the circumstances, having only 2 contracted spirit beasts is far too few for a saint-level being. Such a strong person should understand the weight of a contract even more. Yes, indeed. Jiang Xiantong nodded. Contractual matters should not be taken lightly. Chapter 12, I Want Her Dead. Then, Jiang Xiantong continued. I agree with both of your points. First, Xue isn't the type to fight for things. If she's willing to be with you, she naturally won't mind anything else. Secondly, as you said, if Xue is unwilling, no one can force her to sign the contract. With me here, protecting her for the rest of her life is a piece of cake. In the end, Jiang Xuantong's tone was very indifferent. Yet this calm demeanor carries an absolute sense of confidence. Old Jiang is right. Qin Feng nodded. His expression was very serious, and he didn't refute at all. However, he secretly thought, if the disaster were to strike again 10 years from now, it's uncertain who would protect whom. Qin Feng still remembers those scenes from his past life clearly. Even someone as strong as Jiang Xiantong couldn't hold on indefinitely. With the system at his disposal, Qin Feng was confident that he could achieve unprecedented success within 10 years. The situation may not be the same then. So, can you tell me now? Do you really have the confidence to help Xue awaken? Don't tell me you'll only know after the contract is signed. Jiang Xiantong looked at Qin Feng, his gaze deepening. Clearly, Jiang Xiantong was not someone to be easily fooled. Anyone who dares to try anything funny in front of him will probably be frozen solid. The temperature inside the pavilion in the middle of the lake seemed a little lower. Qin Feng knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Miss Jiang's current bloodline is that of an Frank Snow Sparrow. Fortunately, she also had a hidden bloodline. It's an SSS-rank Frost Phoenix. The pavilion fell silent the moment those words were spoken. Han Zizhong suddenly looked up, his breath catching in his throat. As Qin Feng finished speaking, a look of joy appeared on Jiang Xuantong's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those once calm eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha! I knew it all along. How could my descendant possibly be in Frank? Damn it, when we get back to the capital, I'm going to give those old bastards a good beating. Laughter echoed across the lake, startling several water birds. In the end, Jiang Xiantong even started cursing. Clearly, he was quite annoyed when he was in the capital. After all, the great-granddaughter of the prestigious Hyodii Academy only has an Frank bloodline. It would be too awful to say that out loud. There must have been a lot of gossip and whispers behind their backs. However, the main reason is probably that he had too few descendants. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so conspicuous. But the more this is the case, the more attention is drawn to Jiang Xue's bloodline. Qin Feng and the other two did not respond. At a time like this, it's inappropriate for anyone to speak up. The only person who could make this Ice Emperor resort to insults is probably someone of the Emperor rank or something similar. Ordinary people don't even have the right to be scolded by him. Qin Feng hadn't expected that this person had such a temperamental side. She was somewhat different from the cold and dignified image she was rumored to have in her previous life. After a while, Jiang Xiantong finished his tirade and then looked at Qin Feng. So, what are you planning to do next? Xue is quiet by nature. How do you plan to pursue her? Cough, cough. Qin Feng couldn't catch his breath. He almost choked on his own saliva. This situation is really too bizarre. An elder, in front of his current partner, asked him how to pursue his younger partner. Moreover, this elder is a peak emperor-level expert. In both his lifetimes combined, Qin Feng had never encountered such a problem. Su Qingtan was also taken aback. Then, she lowered her head, her ear tips turning slightly red. Han Zhejiang, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything, keeping his eyes down and his mind focused. Old Jiang, this is too sudden. I really didn't expect it. Or, should I go back and think about it first? Qin Feng decided to stall for time. His expression was sincere, and he genuinely seemed unprepared. After all, now that their value has been demonstrated. So, this person probably won't let anything happen to them. As for Han Zhejiang, he was probably more afraid of getting into trouble himself. Therefore, the Su family is not a concern for the time being. As for the matter of the contract with Jiang Shui, let fate decide. It can't be rushed. Get a woman you've only met once into your bed. This isn't ancient times. Why are they having arranged marriages? Besides, Jiang Shui looks so aloof and quiet. Forcing it forward will only backfire. Go back. What are we going back for? Jiang Xiantong glared at him, looking somewhat disappointed. He was all smiles just moments ago, but now he's looking at Qin Feng like he's a fool. There is an excellent cultivation environment here, and there is plenty of spirit stones and medicines. You can stay here and cultivate with Xue and get to know each other better. As for the rest, we'll take it slowly. Jiang Xuantong's words were perfectly reasonable. It seems they have already realized Qin Feng's stalling tactic. Jiang Xiantong simply waved his hand and made the decision for him. That attitude didn't give Qin Feng much room to refuse. Forehead, Qin Feng looked at Han Zisong. I hope the principal can say a few words on my behalf. This guy turned his head away, not daring to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Han Zhejiang picked up his teacup and pretended to examine the tea carefully. Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. In critical moments, this principal is truly unreliable. At this moment, Su Qingtan took the initiative to speak. Since Elder Jiang has extended such a warm invitation, we would be impolite to refuse. Don't worry, I will definitely get along well with Miss Jiang. Her voice was soft, but she spoke with great seriousness. As she spoke, she gently squeezed Qin Feng's hand. It was as if she was telling Qin Feng that she didn't mind. Jiang Xiantong nodded in satisfaction. Xue has no brothers or sisters since she was a child, and she is quite lonely. As the older sister, if you take the initiative to talk to her, you'll quickly become familiar with her. When talking about Jiang Xue, Jiang Xuantong's tone softened considerably. That wasn't the tone of Hyodii, but rather that of an ordinary elder. Okay, I understand. Su Qingtan responded softly. She was actually a little nervous, but she knew even better that she couldn't put Qin Feng in a difficult position right now. Qin Feng stared at the scene with his mouth slightly agape. I still feel something is off. They were talking about a contract, but it sounded like they were arranging for a relative to stay at their home. However, he quickly returned to normal. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. At least for now, I am safe and secure, and I also have a stable environment for cultivation. These conditions are much better than we imagined when we came here. After finishing their business, Han Zhejiang tactfully took his leave. He visibly breathed a sigh of relief as he stood up. Today's meeting must have been quite stressful for him. Jiang Xiantong didn't linger, only nodding slightly. As for Qin Feng and Su Qingtan, they also went home to pack their things, escorted by a butler. Then, they went straight back to the manor. Although Jiang Xiantong said it was casual, he certainly didn't want anything to go wrong. After all, this concerns Jiang Xue's hidden bloodline. Unless Jiang Xue herself completely disregards Qin Feng. Otherwise, Qin Feng would find it difficult to refuse. Qin Feng was mentally prepared for this. As he has always said, everything has two sides, good and bad. If you want to curry favor with this powerful figure, you naturally have to pay a price. Of course, The price would be a contract with a beautiful woman like Jiang Shui. It's not something that's too hard to accept. Moreover, the other party possesses an SS-level hidden bloodline. In terms of potential alone, its future is absolutely limitless. So, after tidying things up a bit, Qin Feng and Su Qingtan settled down temporarily in this manner. The courtyard where they lived was very quiet. The room was fully equipped with everything needed. He even sat at the same table with Jiang Xianong and Jiang Shui and had dinner together. Dinner was served in an elegant little hall. The dishes on the table were few, but all were exquisite. Just as Jiang Xiantong said, Jiang Shui was quiet and didn't talk much. She sat there quietly. After exchanging greetings, they stopped speaking to each other. She would only nod slightly in response when someone mentioned her. However, Qin Feng did notice that the other party's favorability rating had increased slightly. At least, they're moving closer to acquaintances. This is a good start. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry anyway. Since this place provides food, lodging, and a top-notch cultivation environment, I might as well stay here without worry. When you can get resources for free, you should never waste them. However, due to the unfamiliar environment, Su Qingtan didn't bother Qin Feng for too long that evening. She leaned against Qin Feng's chest, her voice even softer than usual. Only twice. Then they both went to sleep. The next day, as soon as it was light, servants brought breakfast to the manor. Qin Feng told Su Qingtan to go and build a relationship with Jiang Shui herself. Although Su Qingtan was a little embarrassed, she still agreed. He himself went into the meditation room. The meditation room is at the back of the courtyard, and the door is very heavy. The moment the door was opened, a rich spiritual energy rushed towards you. As Jiang Xiantong said, there are plenty of resources here. Qin Feng didn't need to take out any spirit stones. The spirit stones here were laid out in an array, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it was almost overflowing. The ground is engraved with intricate patterns. Each spirit stone was embedded in the array node, emitting a faint glow. As for the potions needed for low-level cultivation, they are replenished regularly every day. The medicines were neatly arranged on the shelf. Each one was well preserved, without the slightest carelessness. For Jiang Xiantong, none of this mattered. In fact, he doesn't even need to spend any money. People are more than willing to give it to him. As long as we can establish a connection with Hyodii, these resources are nothing. Since that's the case, Qin Feng naturally doesn't need to be polite. Even if Jiang Shui doesn't form a contract with him, he won't lose out. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt much better. He took out a first-tier potion and drank it all in one gulp. The medicine felt slightly cool upon entering the mouth, but quickly turned into a warm current. He then sat down cross-legged and began his cultivation. In the few days since his rebirth, Qin Feng hasn't had a proper chance to cultivate. They're either encountering problems or dealing with troubles. Perfect timing. I've obtained the top-tier talent of super speed cultivation, so I can thoroughly test it out. With the right timing, location, and people, it would be a disservice to such an environment if we didn't make a huge leap forward. Soon, Qin Feng immersed himself in cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously converged towards him. Single-minded. Los Angeles, the Su family. Unlike the tranquility of the manor, the atmosphere at the Su family's residence was oppressive. Several servants stood in the living room, all with their heads bowed. Boom! A beautiful vase was smashed to pieces. The shards were scattered all over the floor, and a few pieces rolled to the servants' feet. What did you say? SSS level? How could that bastard possibly be SS level? A woman dressed in fine clothes is furiously cursing. Her face was well maintained, but it looked somewhat distorted at that moment. Smash everything you can reach. Teacups, ornaments, and fruit platters were all damaged. The servants standing by dared not intervene and could only watch. They even held their breath, afraid of getting into trouble. Only one person, who appeared to be a butler, spoke up to report. Yes, madam. We checked again. This time, the results are accurate from the Beastmaster Association. Last time, the school said they made a mistake in the test. The butler didn't dare to look up when he spoke. He knew that this news was too shocking for his wife. Boom! Another ornament fell to the ground. Waste, garbage. How could this test be wrong? The woman cursed again, then spoke. I don't care, I want her dead. If she doesn't die, I will. Her voice was shrill, filled with deep resentment. Everyone in the living room kept their heads down, and no one dared to speak. Chapter 13, Who Said I Refused? Forehead. The butler hesitated for a moment, then said, Madam, we have tracked down her and that boy's last whereabouts. They have now been taken to live in Xinhu, Xiaoyuan. It seems someone wants to protect them. He spoke in a very low voice. There was also a faint sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. He had seen the whole thing, his wife's angry outburst, saying even one more word at this point could get you into trouble. Save? In this city of Luo, who dares to oppose the Su family? The woman snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. She sat back down in her chair, her fingers still trembling slightly. Clearly, the anger had not subsided. Then he sneered. No, it should be kidnapping. Someone has kidnapped the pride of our Su family. You all go and keep an eye on things. I'll bring my men over and personally rescue her. This matter was originally ordered by the master. Isn't that so? A hint of coldness lingered at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. Yes, I'll go and keep an eye on it right away. After saying that, the butler quickly left. Their pace was a bit faster than usual. I was afraid that if I was any slower, I would be left behind to continue being scolded. Even after everyone had left, the woman's face still retained a malicious expression. SS-level bloodline, a proud daughter of heaven. How could someone like that be left to wander outside, bound by contracts with lowly, ordinary people? She should stay with the Su family. The room was a mess, the fragments gleaming coldly. This made her face appear even more sinister. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had been here for 2.5 days. The manor has been very quiet for the past 2.5 days. They cultivate during the day and rest at night, with almost no outsiders to disturb them. Even the air seemed cleaner than outside. Finally, the bottleneck was broken and the second stage was reached. As the last wisp of spiritual energy entered his body, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His chest rose and fell gently as he exhaled a breath of stale air. I felt much lighter. 2.5 days is equivalent to a month of full-speed training. This is the effect of a top-tier training environment combined with the terrifying power of talent. At this moment, Qin Feng's attributes are: Name, Qin Feng. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Physical strength, 40. Spiritual power, 40. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Feng moved his arms. The joints cracked slightly, yet the sense of power was very clear. Although it's nothing compared to Su Qingtan's prime. However, it is at least improving rapidly. Moreover, this improvement was something he could genuinely feel. There's no way around it. The dominant force in this world is the Beast Girl. Instant transformation, with attributes increasing several times to dozens of times. That's absolutely insane. This setting is somewhat frustrating for masters, even though Qin Feng's current base attributes are higher than Su Qingtan's. However, once Su Qingtan transforms, even 100 Qin Fengs wouldn't be enough for her to defeat. Thinking about this, Qin Feng almost sighed. Ultimately, a master is often more like an accessory. Of course, pendants are also divided into high-end pendants and low-end pendants. At least for now, he's in the top tier. Perhaps I could bully Jiang Shui, who still has flubble bloodline. The premise is to ignore the other party's emperor-level great-grandfather. Qin Feng got up and walked to the door of the cultivation room. As I pushed open the door, a breeze was blowing from the lake. It carried a slightly damp coolness. It was noon, and the sound of the guzheng rang out again from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The sound came on the wind, faint and gentle, neither in a hurry nor too slow. For some reason, Qin Feng sensed a hint of melancholy in his voice. Compared to the previous 2 days, the piano music seemed a bit softer today. It's like someone is carrying some unspoken worries. Just then, Qin Feng finished his cultivation and headed towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. These days, he has barely spoken a few words to this Miss Jiang. If we occasionally bump into each other at the dinner table, we just nod briefly. Regardless, we still have to move towards that goal. Even Su Qingtan was helping out, so he had no reason to shrink back. The corridor was very quiet as I walked along it. The stone slabs underfoot were slightly warmed by the sunlight. The surface of the lake shimmered with tiny sparkles. When Qin Feng arrived, the sound of the guzheng abruptly stopped. As the last lingering sound dissipated, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Qin Feng was somewhat embarrassed. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you. He stood outside the pavilion, his steps faltering for a moment. No, it's just that the piece just finished playing. Jiang Shui's voice is like snowflakes. It is soft and gentle, but not cold. She looked up at Qin Feng, her expression calm. Her long white dress trailed beside the stone bench, and she gently pressed the guzheng in her arms. Aren't you going to cultivate today? She spoke first. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if it were a casual question. I've been trying to break through a bottleneck these past few days, and today I finally did. Qin Feng scratched his head. It sounds like you're explaining something to me. Jiang Shui blinked gently. As she said this, there seemed to be a faint smile on her lips. Forehead, Qin Feng felt that every word this girl said had a hidden meaning. She seemed quiet, but what she said was not easy to respond to. Let's just cut to the chase. That's because Miss Zhang's words sound like she's questioning me. Qin Feng simply made his point clear. Anyway, if we keep going in circles, he'll probably be the one who suffers. Jiang Shui remained silent for a moment. She looked at Qin Feng as if she hadn't expected him to reply like that. Then she chuckled, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow. That smile made her seem much more vibrant. Even the atmosphere in the pavilion seemed to relax a bit. My great-grandfather always said strange things like to get to know people better and make friends. So, can you tell me what I don't know? So I don't have to make wild guesses. She gently placed the gouging aside, and her tone became more serious. It's clear that she wasn't truly oblivious to everything. I just never asked. I can tell you, but after you hear it, can you pretend you never heard it? For now, let's maintain the status quo. Qin Feng first left himself a way out. I'll try my best. Jiang Shui took a deep breath and made a promise. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held a hint of curiosity. All right, now that things have come to this point, there's no need to hide anything anymore. Qin Feng walked into the pavilion and stood to one side. A lake breeze blew by, ruffling the hems of their clothes. Actually, you don't have an F-level bloodline, but an SS-level bloodline. However, it can only awaken after forming a contract with me. Qin Feng finished speaking in one breath. After he finished speaking, he felt a little relieved. We've finally managed to break through that barrier. Jiang Shui was stunned, seemingly still trying to understand the meaning behind the words. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. The hand that was originally placed next to the gouging also tightened slightly. After a moment, she said, her face slightly flushed. You'd better be telling the truth, or your great-grandfather won't let you off the hook. Although her tone was calm, Qin Feng knew from a fluctuating level of favorability that she was not at peace inside. 20%, 50%, 30%, 55%. The pitch fluctuates like a heartbeat. Qin Feng almost burst out laughing at the sight. He appears calm on the surface, but his heart is anything but at peace. However, it's still a long way from the 80% favorability rating that Su Qingdan had at the beginning. Right now, I only have a slight liking for her. Like that blonde-haired guy who occasionally flirted with the school beauty? After all, Qin Feng's words just now conveyed roughly the same meaning. Of course, given Jiang Shui's status, there are practically no blonde guys who could harass her normally. She belongs to the group most likely to be abducted. Moreover, Qin Feng came under imperial orders. Her great-grandfather supported her. Absolutely unbeatable. Perhaps it was because she had figured this out that Jiang Shui's favorability rating rose so quickly. She's not stupid. She must have noticed her great-grandfather's unusual behavior these past few days. Now, I finally know why. Qin Feng helplessly shrugged. If you disagree, old Jiang won't do anything to me. However, I hope that even if you refuse, it will be later. At least let us stay here and train for a few more days. Therefore, it's best to maintain the status quo. He spoke frankly, yet without being offensive. Okay, you understand. Jiang Shui nodded. Then I realized, but who said I refused? The words slipped out of her mouth, and even she was taken aback for a moment. Thinking about it again, I felt something was off, so I added, I haven't thought it through yet. After she finished speaking, her ears turned a little red. Qin Feng saw this, but didn't press the matter too hard. Of course, the choice is entirely yours. No one will force you. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Jiang Shui felt somewhat disappointed. And what about you? Were you forced? Because you don't care, you won't take the initiative, right? She looked up at Qin Feng. When she asked that question, there was a clear increase in emotion in her eyes. Qin Feng paused slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Shui to ask such a direct question. If I was forced to, I wouldn't have needed to say it. In fact, I could have chosen not to come here at all. I'm just offering a possibility. Like you, Qingtan was also in Frank bloodline before, but now she is an SSS-rank bloodline. I can understand how she felt when she was found to have a grade bloodline and was called a trash bloodline. For this reason, she even secretly put her last resource in my drawer. I guess at that point, she probably didn't even have the will to live anymore. as for whether or not one takes the initiative. Qin Feng paused at this point. Then, helplessly, he said, Miss Jiang, just think of me as a clueless straight man who doesn't know how to interact with girls. To be fair, the other person's personality and status also played a part. However, now is not the time to bring these things up. Yes, you really don't know how. Qingkan started calling me Shui 2 days ago, and you're still using such an awful name for me. Jiang Shui looked at him and gave a soft hum. The sound wasn't loud. It sounded more like a minor complaint. Sui? Qin Feng tried calling out. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Let's leave it at that for now. Now that I know about this matter, I will definitely give it serious consideration. No matter the outcome, you can stay here and continue your training. Consider it a thank you for providing this possibility. Jiang Shui stood up and hugged the Gujing back to her arms. Then he left. Her steps were slow, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently. However, Qin Feng could clearly see her level of favorability. Finally, it settled at 65%. For someone you've only met a few times, that's already quite high. Of course, there's also the matter itself, as well as the involvement of Su Qingtan and Jiang Xiantong. In short, Jiang Shui is no longer opposed to Qin Feng and gets along well with Qingtan. Moreover, she knew that there was no one more suitable for her than Qin Feng. In fact, using appropriate is not necessarily appropriate. The fact that he helped her awaken her SS-level bloodline alone is enough to earn him the title of perfect. Chapter 14, to give birth and not raise a child, is to be a worthy father. This was Qin Feng's first formal contact with Jiang Shui. I've seen it a few times before, but it's either at the dinner table or in front of elders. This is the first time we've actually spoken alone. The result was pretty good. The favorability rating doubled, from initial tentative exploration to later serious conversations. At least, Jiang Shui was now willing to take him seriously. It's a very good start. Standing in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Qin Feng felt much more relaxed. Things didn't turn out the worst. That's already good news. Su Qingtan has also started cultivating these past 2 days. She was already quite good to begin with. Furthermore, after the bloodline awakening, their potential is increased even more significantly. At least, let's break through to the second tier first. With Qin Feng's talent, it will only be a matter of a day or two. The first few ranks are relatively easy to break through. With sufficient spiritual energy accumulated, resources are also readily available. It's hard to get stuck. Of course, the increase in strength at each level is not unreasonable. The real difference begins at the king rank. Once you reach the king rank, you enter another level. Both the quality of spiritual energy and the methods of combat are completely different from before, not to mention those at the royal or emperor levels. Any one of them is enough to govern a region. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly heard a commotion outside the manor. The sound was quite loud. It could be heard even by the lake. It seems like someone is causing trouble. At first, Qin Feng thought he had misheard. The thought of this possibility made Qin Feng laugh. To cause trouble in the residence of a peak emperor-level being is no different from courting death. However, he soon realized that they might be after Qingtan. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression softened. A hint of coldness crept into his eyes. Then, Qin Feng continued walking towards the front door without stopping. Upon arriving at the front gate, one would see 2 groups of people facing off. The vermilion gate of the manor was half open. A group of people stood outside, looking menacing. Inside, guards and butlers were keeping things under control, so the situation was relatively stable. The group that arrived was led by a woman. He had a cold, stern look on his face and a mean expression. Name, Wang Zhuanxiu. Master, Su Jingyuan. Level, Tier 9, Stage 5. Physical strength, 6,000. Spiritual power, 5,800. Bloodline, Three-Eyed Viper. Skills, Venomous Fang's Soul Devour. Phantom Venom Gaze, Corrosive Liquid Spray. Favorability, 50%. She was dressed elegantly, and her hair was neatly combed. But at this moment, his face appeared somewhat distorted with anger. He's obviously no pushover. Upon seeing Qin Feng approach, Wang Zhuanxiu immediately prepared to strike, like a viper spotting its target. As for the manor, guards were preventing them from getting close. The guards looked solemn, their hands already on their weapons. They can act at any time with just one word from inside. Even Jiang Xiantong and Jiang Shui were alarmed. The two were not standing at the very front of the door. Instead, they sat at a stone table not far away, as if watching a play temporarily. They were listening with great interest as the butler recounted the ins and outs of the matter. Jiang Xiantong held his teacup, his expression calm. Seeing Qin Feng come out, he gave him a meaningful look. That's him. At this moment, Wang Zhuanxiu let out a sharp scream. This is the boy who kidnapped our Su family's daughter. Now, are you still to protect him? As she spoke, she pointed at Qin Feng. The sound was shrill and piercing. Qin Feng ignored the other party and instead approached Jiang Xiantong with slight embarrassment. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter was indeed directed at him and Su Qingtan. Jiang Xuantong's face remained calm as he said indifferently, since this person is Su Qingtan's family member, let Su Qingtan come out and confront them. Okay. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and went to call Su Qingtan. Jiang Shui, standing to the side, hesitated, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She probably guessed that the people outside were no good. She's just quiet by nature and not good at talking. Qin Feng nodded slightly to her, indicating that everything was all right. Then he quickly walked towards the training room. Before Qin Feng arrived at the cultivation room, he saw Su Qingtan come out. Clearly, she had also heard the commotion outside. Moreover, her aura was stronger than before. Furthermore, it has already broken through to the second tier. Breaking through in 2 days is not an exaggeration for her. Especially in such an environment, it is only natural. Su Qingtan's second-tier skill is completely different from Qin Feng's second-tier skill. After the transformation, the power level changes dramatically. Qingtan. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Su Qingtan had already guessed it. Did the Su family come looking for us? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very calm. Clearly, they had been prepared for this all along. Yes, the leader is a woman named Wang Zhuanxiu. I can guess. A flash of hatred crossed Su Qingtan's eyes. Let's go out and talk things out. Yes, nothing will happen. Qin Feng walked to her side and said in a low voice, I know that even without this place, I also believe that you will protect me. Su Qingtan looked at Qin Feng, her eyes showing no doubt whatsoever. Certainly, Qin Feng nodded. Then, he led Su Qingtan to the front door. Upon seeing Su Qingtan emerge, Wang Zhuanxiu toned down her viciousness somewhat. At least on his face, he forced a smile. He gave Su Qingtan a fake smile. Qingtan, what are you doing here? Come on, let's go home with Mom. Her tone softened considerably. She even deliberately put on a loving, motherly demeanor. It was as if that sharp and sarcastic demeanor from just now had never existed. The word Mom made Su Qingtan feel nauseous. She frowned instantly and said in a cold voice, You're not my mom. My mother was already dead because of you. As soon as he said that, the surroundings became quieter. Faced with such blunt words, Wang Zhuanxiu's expression instantly crumbled. You unfilial beast. How dare you speak to me like that? You said I'm not your mother. You dare say Su Jingyuan isn't your father? Her voice changed from anger. That facade of gentleness has been completely shattered. Su Qingtan fell silent. She couldn't answer that question. The blood relation is there, and it can't be erased by her denial. However, Qin Feng didn't care about all that. He spoke directly. Why does one have to be a father if they give birth to a child but don't raise them? Qingtan has absolutely no connection with your Su family. If there is anyone, it's an enemy. These words finally ignited Wang Zhuanxiu's fury. Why do you have to speak? You piece of trash who came out of nowhere. Only you would be with that bastard. She didn't finish her sentence. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped her entire body. The chill came without warning. 1 second she was cursing loudly. The next second, it felt like being thrown into an ice cave. It seemed that if she uttered another word, she would be frozen into ice crystals. Her lips froze, and even her teeth began to chatter. Everyone else present felt an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. The guard were somewhat better off. The group of people outside the door had turned pale. Some of them even felt their legs go weak. Qin Feng knew that it was the composed Ice Emperor beside him who had made the move. Jiang Xianong didn't even make a move. He simply sat there, glancing around indifferently. That was enough to silence the entire audience. Given the opponent's strength, eliminating those flies on the other side in an instant would be a piece of cake. I'm keeping it because I want to watch more shows. Once the show is over, I won't listen to the rest of the disgusting talk. After all, the other party insulted Qin Feng as well as Qin Feng's contracted partner. So, does that mean Jiang Shui, who might have a contract with Qin Feng, was also dragged into the insults? Qin Feng had no idea what Jiang Xiantong was thinking. so he could only remain silent and wait for what would happen next. For a moment, the entire space seemed to fall into a frozen, deathly silence. After a moment, Jiang Xiantong spoke. "Since you're already here, come in." His voice wasn't loud. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another commotion outside the door. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 figures filed in. There were men and women, but all of them had tense expressions and dared not be negligent. As soon as these people entered, they felt the lingering chill. Even on a sweltering day, I was sweating profusely. Finally, the eldest among them came before Jiang Xiantong, bowed, and apologized. "Please forgive us, Elder Jiang, we are late." Everyone else also bowed and apologized in unison. Their movements were so synchronized, it was as if they had rehearsed. It was only then that Wang Zhuanxiu realized the seriousness of the situation. She knew these people. They were all top figures in Los Angeles. The leader was Wang Jie, the branch president of the Beast Tamer Association. The Ministry of Education, the military are all kings. Normally, none of these people are not high and mighty. But now, everyone is as respectful as a subordinate. Her husband, Su Jingyuan, was also among them. At that moment, she truly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She finally realized who she had offended. Jiang Xiantong waved his hand and casually said, "What crime have you committed? Do you really think I'm too old and useless to be harmed by this shrew?" He said this in a very indifferent tone. But the more this is the case, the colder it becomes. "I wouldn't dare." Several kings spoke almost simultaneously. Their backs were bent even lower. "However, you are indeed a bit late. I missed the most exciting part." For a moment, the kings fell silent, unsure how to respond. They wouldn't dare accept such a remark. With his strength, he could wipe them all out with a single thought. Who would have thought that someone would actually come here looking for death? Still, in this foolish way. "Who is Su Jingyuan?" Finally, Jiang Xiantong spoke again. "This junior is here." After speaking, Su Jingyuan stepped forward from the crowd. He was tall and had a serious face. His face was somewhat pale at this moment. "Look up. Is your daughter here?" Well, Su Jingyuan's expression froze, feeling that no matter how he answered, it seemed like he was asking a question that would put him in danger. In just a few seconds, he considered almost every possibility. But in the face of absolute power, any petty tricks seemed laughable. She looked up and glanced at Qin Feng. Then the answer was no. As soon as he uttered those 2 words, he seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Su Qingtan stood beside Qin Feng, her expression blank. But the look in his eyes was even colder. "If that's the case, then she's deliberately framing me, using foul language and showing absolutely no discipline. Slap him 20 times, then take him back." "Yes," Su Jingyuan responded, and then turned to walk towards Wang Zhuanxiu, his contracted spirit beast. Wang Zhuanxiu finally panicked. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to plead for mercy. But before he could even speak, smack! Without hesitation, he slapped her. Wang Zhuanxiu's face instantly swelled up and turned bright red. The person was knocked to the side by the blow. Almost instinctively, it wanted to transform into a half-beast form to resist. However, he was forced back and stopped by Su Jingyuan's murderous gaze. She could only cover her face, her eyes filled with terror. Snap! 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 For a moment, the only sound in the courtyard was the sound of slaps. One after another, the sound was frighteningly crisp. No one dared to speak. After the 20 slaps were delivered, Wang Zhuanxiu had already fainted. His entire face was swollen, and blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely disheveled. "Elder Jiang, I will take my leave now. Don't worry, I will definitely discipline them strictly." After finishing his fight, Su Jingyuan clasped his hands in farewell and took his leave. His palms were also red. Jiang Xiantong responded. "I didn't look at them again. The show's over. You can all leave now." "Yes." The others dared not utter a word, and all withdrew. Chapter 15 Strength is Power. Soon, only 4 people remained in the front yard. The scene, which was just as lively as a grand opera performance, suddenly quieted down. But this quietness actually makes people feel more stressed. Qin Feng knew that the troubles outside had been suppressed. But my real test has only just begun. Sure enough, Jiang Xiantong turned around and looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, what do you think of my handling of this matter?" Well-reasoned and just right. Even if Qin Feng wanted the Su family to be blasted to smithereens, this was the only answer he could give. After all, that woman was indeed dealt with, and the Su family was publicly humiliated. On the surface, it's already quite satisfying. Fart. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiantong directly and rudely cursed him. Qin Feng's expression froze. When I do things, why do I need reason? Why do I need evidence? Why must it be just right? With each word he spoke, Qin Feng felt an invisible pressure intensify. The air seemed to grow heavy. Old John's lesson is correct. Strength is power. Qin Feng lowered his head slightly, bracing himself for the pressure as he spoke. Fine beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead, let alone slapping her 20 times. Even if Su Jingyuan were to kill that woman on the spot, she would have no choice but to comply. In the face of absolute power, reason is merely an embellishment. If it exists, that would be even better. No, that's fine too. I'll let that shrew go only because I didn't want to become a tool in your hands. At this point, Jiang Xuantong's tone suddenly turned much colder. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to have dropped even further. To try and use an emperor-level being to kill someone is utterly despicable. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I did not have such thoughts. Qin Feng was so overwhelmed by the imposing aura that he could barely stand up straight, but he still persevered. His legs were tense, but his back didn't bend. Oh, you mean, with your talent and bloodline, you don't need my protection at all? Anyway, it definitely has a good future. Jiang Xiantong spoke these words without any expression. Qin Feng remained silent, because no matter what he says, old Deng will always have another version of events. To admit that you need protection is to have impure motives. To deny the need for protection is to be ignorant of one's own limitations. This is not a debate at all. It is a one-sided suppression. What, you're agreeing? Your talent is indeed remarkable. I did originally intend to have Shui contact you, and even form a contract with you. However, it now seems that your intentions are not pure. Shui might be dragged down by you if she stays with you. So you should leave. As the last sentence fell, Qin Feng felt the pressure on his body suddenly ease. It was like being pulled out of the water and finally being able to breathe. He neither argued nor explained further. He approached Jiang Xiantong and bowed to express his gratitude. In any case, thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days, Elder Jiang. Regardless of what the other party is thinking at this moment, the resources and protection they provided before were genuine. Then, he looked at Jiang Shui. Thank you, Shui. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes trembled. After saying that, Qin Feng took Su Qingtan's hand and walked towards the door. Their steps were slow, but they didn't stop either. However, before Qin Feng and his companion could take 2 steps, Jiang Shui called out to them. Qin Feng, Qingtan, don't go yet. Her tone was somewhat urgent. It was completely different from the usual quiet. Great-grandfather, I've already promised Qin Feng. You can live here regardless of whether there's a contract or not. You can't let them go. Shui, you're too naive and easily deceived, Jiang Xiantong said calmly. Then, he looked at Qin Feng. I never expected that you would actually get Shui to agree to such a request. They have ulterior motives. Hurry up and leave. It seemed like they were about to kick them out at any moment. That chilling aura was already showing signs of rising. No. Jiang Shui was about to speak again when Qin Feng interrupted her. Shui, stop speaking up for us. Let's pretend we never talked about anything before. If Jiang Shui continues to go against her great-grandfather, things will only get more complicated. After saying that, Qin Feng did not linger. He pulled Su Qingtan along as they walked out of the manor gate. His silhouette was clean and decisive. In the courtyard, Jiang Shui watched Qin Feng and the other person's backs, then looked at Jiang Xiantong, eyes slightly red. Great-grandfather, how could you do this? How can I live my life if I break my promise? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with grievance. From childhood to adulthood, she rarely talked back to her elders so directly. But this time, she was really angry. Shui, we have done more than enough to shield them from this storm. As for the rest, let fate decide, Jiang Xiantong said calmly. He remained unmoved. What if those people want to retaliate against them? That's their fate. It has nothing to do with us. But isn't Qin Feng able to awaken my hidden bloodline? This was almost the most compelling reason she could think of right now. The world is so big, there must be other ways. That kid isn't right for you. Jiang Xiantong answered very decisively. They showed no sign of backing down. But Jiang Shui thought for a moment, but couldn't find any other reason. He stomped his foot. Great-grandfather, you've gone too far. After saying that, he ran straight towards the door. They prepared to catch up with Qin Feng and the others. As for what to do after catching up, she hasn't decided yet. But she knew she couldn't just stand there. Only Jiang Xiantong remained in the courtyard. The old man watched the departing figure, and a hint of helplessness finally appeared on his face. Alas, daughters grow up and leave home. He shook his head and turned to walk into the house. Qin Feng led Su Qingtian out of the manor, intending to take a taxi back first. After passing through the gate, the road outside seemed exceptionally empty. The location of Xinhu Xiaoyuan is already quiet and secluded. There are few people around on weekdays, let alone taxis. Almost no vehicles actively turn into this area. It takes a few more minutes to get to the main road. Sigh. I was planning to cultivate for a few more days. Qin Feng smiled and sighed. I wasn't too upset. Today's events were somewhat within his expectations. Su Qingtian, standing to the side, gently comforted him. It's all right. We can earn the spirit stones ourselves. Then, I'll go hunting magical beasts in the wild. She spoke very seriously. I've already started planning how to support my family in the future. Haha, so you're letting your wife support me? Qin Feng tilted his head and smiled. Su Qingtian blushed and couldn't speak. His ears turned red, but she did not refute it. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly heard a noise behind him. Turning around, I saw Jiang Shui lifting her skirt and running towards me. Her white dress billowed gently in the wind. She was clearly running too fast. Even her hair was a little messy. Qin Feng, what kind of plot development is this? Don't let him be falsely accused of abducting Su Qingtian, only to end up actually abducting Jiang Shui. If Jiang Xiantong were to pursue this matter, he wouldn't have enough lives to survive. Chapter 16, Going Home Together. Qin Feng, Qingtian, wait a moment. Jiang Shui ran while shouting breathlessly. She would never normally lose her composure like this. It's obvious they're really anxious. Qin Feng and Su Qingtian exchange a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Standing still, Qin Feng waited for Jiang Shui to approach before asking, Shui, is there anything else? Forehead. Jiang Shui took several deep breaths and slowly calmed down. Her chest rose and fell gently, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Then I realized that there seemed to be nothing I could do. I reckon even if you asked Qin Feng to go back now, he wouldn't. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably sad again. For the friendship that ended abruptly, or for the hope of awakening the hidden bloodline that was severed. In short, it's somewhat complicated. It felt like a piece of my heart had suddenly gone empty. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm worried that someone will retaliate against you, but your great-grandfather doesn't agree to you going back. So I came out by myself. With me here, no one dares to do anything to you. Qin Feng was astonished by Jiang Shui's thought process. Goodness, if you follow us without permission, wouldn't I be at greater risk? If Jiang Shui suffers any mishap or grievance with Qin Feng, wouldn't he still be dragged down with her? However, he was still touched by the other party's kindness. I checked the other person's favorability rating, and it increased by another 10%. If it reaches 70%, it's almost time to sign the contract. After all, in this world, contracts represent a surge in power. This was especially true for Jiang Shui. In other words, an 80% level of attraction is the standard for dating. However, only 70% is needed to meet the standard for marriage. At least the matter of contracts is close to being feasible. Shui, by doing this, aren't you just confirming that I'm using you? I don't have that thought, and I don't want you to have that thought either. In any case, we've already taken advantage of Elder Zhang's influence once today. We should be safe and sound in the city from now on. As for the rest, we'll figure it out ourselves. Go back now. He really didn't dare to bring this little tyrant by his side without permission. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Shui did not move. She just bit her lip lightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She tried hard to hold it in, but her grievances were still evident. Great-grandfather doesn't listen to me, and neither do you. I just want to do what I can. I want to be of some use. Are my thoughts really that unimportant? Qin Feng. Even though he didn't mean it that way, it's best not to reason with a crying girl. What's more, the other party also has a great-grandfather who is an emperor-level being. It's impossible for the other party to be indifferent to Jiang Shui's escape. Holy crap. In an instant, Qin Feng understood the key point. At the same time, I vaguely felt a chill creeping over me. Cough. Qin Feng coughed lightly, then said, Shui's thoughts are certainly important. Qing Dan and I are going home now. If you'd like to come visit, I'd certainly welcome you. Old Deng, lurking in the shadows, is probably watching. At this point, following Jiang Xue's wishes is the safest option. Then, Qin Feng patted Su Qingtan on the shoulder. Su Qingtan understood and stepped forward to take Jiang Xue's hand. Xue, let's walk by ourselves. Don't pay any attention to him. Men are all about male chauvinism. Su Qingtan spoke softly, with a hint of reassurance. Oh, Jiang Xue sniffed, finally managing to hold back her tears. She nodded gently, letting Su Qingtan lead her forward. After they passed Qin Feng and walked a distance, Qin Feng was still facing the direction of the manor. He stood still, not following immediately. I wanted to give him a middle finger, but in the end I didn't. Forget it. I'll settle the score with that old man later. Soon, the three of them hailed a taxi and headed straight for Qin Feng's house. The atmosphere in the car was quiet at first. Jiang Xue sat by the window, watching the street scene rushing past outside. This is the ordinary city life she rarely experiences. There was no private car, no guards, and no butler to arrange everything in advance. These things were ordinary to Qin Feng and Su Qingtan. But for Jiang Xue, it felt strangely novel. Qin Feng glanced at her occasionally in the rearview mirror and was relieved to find that she looked relatively calm. That house, though a bit old, at least had 2 rooms. It's more than enough for 3 people. As for who sleeps with whom, never mind, we'll see when the time comes. Who knows, maybe this young lady will want to go home tonight. After all, they came from a manor like Xinhu Xiaoyuan to an old neighborhood like their own. The difference is indeed quite significant. After arriving downstairs, Qin Feng asked the 2 women to go upstairs first. Qin Feng waited downstairs for a while, not in a hurry to go up. A moment later, a car drove up. The car came to a smooth stop on the side of the road. Qin Feng remembered this car. This was the car that brought Qin Feng back to pack his things last time. Sure enough, Qin Feng then saw the butler from last time get out of the car. She was also carrying a backpack, which belonged to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, the master has ordered me to return your personal belongings. The butler bowed slightly, speaking politely. They did not neglect Qin Feng in the slightest because he was kicked out of the manor. Thank you. Qin Feng reached out and took it. Does Elder Jiang have any further advice? Now that the housekeeper has come, it's unlikely he's just delivering a bag. The master said that you should cultivate your lives at your own pace. There's no need to pay special attention to the young lady, nor is there any need to consider the Su family. As for the rest, let fate decide. The butler relayed the message verbatim. After saying that, he stood quietly to the side. Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly after hearing this. This old deng. He was definitely acting. I understand. Please thank Elder Jiang for me. Qin Feng nodded. The butler bowed again, then turned and got into the car and left. The vehicle quickly disappeared at the entrance of the residential area. Then, Qin Feng also turned around and went upstairs. Since Jiang Xiantong has said so, Qin Feng no longer needs to treat Jiang Xue like some delicate young lady. Moreover, that's not a normal way to get along. Even if she decides to form a contract with Qin Feng, it will still be following in Qin Feng's footsteps. Instead, Qin Feng tried to integrate into her life. As someone who has been through it all, Jiang Xiantong clearly knows this perfectly well. What just happened was probably not just a test for Qin Feng. This was also a push for Jiang Xue. Let her make her own choice. When Qin Feng entered the room, Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue were tidying up. It's been covered in a layer of dust since I haven't been back for a few days. Su Qingtan rolled up her sleeves with practiced ease. Jiang Xue stood to the side, holding a rag, clearly not quite used to it. She looked at the dust on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly wiped it away. His movements were clumsy, yet somewhat endearing. Qin Feng didn't say much. After putting the things down, he joined in the cleaning. The 3 of them worked together, and they were quite fast. Jiang Xue was initially a little reserved, but Su Qingtan was always there to guide her, and she gradually became more at ease. By the time everything was almost done tidying up, it was already dinner time. The sky gradually darkened. The house finally felt a bit more alive. Su Qingtan was cooking as usual, while Jiang Xue assisted her. However, most of the time I just watch. Not causing trouble is already a form of help. She was taken care of from a young age and rarely went to places like the kitchen. As for Qin Feng, he was sending a message to Han Zizhan. Without the top-notch training environment of the manor, going to school is the best option. For them at this stage, it's enough. Incidentally, it would also allow Jiang Xue to experience their daily life rhythm. Normally, Jiang Xue must have been studying in the capital. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, they should be here now. However, The awakened bloodline is grade F. Qin Feng knew, without even thinking, what happened next. A descendant of a genius family has been found to have an inflexible bloodline. Sarcasm, regret, pity, and doubt. These things are far more hurtful than direct insults. Therefore, I naturally need to discuss going to school with her first. In addition, have Han Zizhong prepare. Just because Qin Feng can treat Jiang Shui as an ordinary person doesn't mean Han Zizhong can. I bet this principal won't be able to sleep tonight. After all, she is Jiang Xuantong's beloved great-granddaughter. If Han Zizhong were to get hurt at school, he would probably have several gray hairs. Before dinner, Qin Feng was secretly laughing at Han Zizhong for not being able to sleep. After the meal, it was his turn. Without a doubt, he will be alone in his room tonight. As for Su Qingtan, she slept with Jiang Shui. With no other option, Qin Feng could only pass the long night by cultivating. Hearing the occasional soft conversations and laughter coming from next door, Qin Feng still felt a little uneasy. Chapter 17, Practical Exercises. The next day, all three of them got up early. It's obvious that none of them slept well. It's understandable that Jiang Shui wouldn't be able to sleep in a new and unfamiliar environment. Su Qingtan chatted with her for a long time. As for Qin Feng and Su Qingtan, it was for other reasons. It goes without saying. Regardless, the night passed peacefully. It's a pretty good start. At least, whether it's settling down here or agreeing to go to school with Qin Feng and the others. All of this proves one thing. Jiang Shui is actively integrating into Qin Feng's life. Contractual matters should not be taken lightly. This was said by Jiang Xiantong himself. Clearly, this is a principle that Jiang Shui has believed in since childhood. Reaching a contract isn't something that can be accomplished simply by taking a nap. At least, in Jiang Shui's view, if she decides to make a contract, she will definitely only commit to one person for the rest of her life. Instead, she would not treat Qin Feng merely as a tool to help her awaken her bloodline. This is also why Qin Feng is willing to take things slowly. Jiang Shui wore a simple white dress. Although she tried to keep a low profile, her temperament was still undeniable. Pedestrians on the street, seeing this group, can hardly help but wonder about their relationship. A boy, accompanied by two incredibly beautiful girls. It's glaring no matter how you look at it. However, even if it were true, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, it's quite normal for a beast tamer to contract with multiple spirit beasts. It's not unusual for someone with greater strength to have more contract partners. The only thing to marvel at is Qin Feng's good fortune with women. Both Beast girls are stunningly beautiful. Moreover, they are completely different types. Su Qingtan is gentle yet resilient. Jiang Shui exudes a cool and quiet demeanor. Often, a high bloodline level does not equate to high physical attractiveness. For example, Sclass bloodlines like the sky-devouring crocodile. While strong bloodlines are desirable, they can negatively impact a girl's appearance and personality. However, if the beast tamers of this world were to choose between appearance and bloodline, probably more than 90% of beast tamers will choose bloodline as their priority. After all, looks aren't a major factor. Bloodline level determines the future potential. As for those who are good-looking but have poor bloodlines, they're just for fun. In fact, most of the beautiful beast girl characters belong to this category. After all, a vase is always more attractive than a weapon of mass destruction. Someone like Lu Rumei, with her grade bloodline and decent looks, is already considered quite good. No wonder he was able to be contracted by Su Hao, who has an A-level talent. When Qin Feng arrived at school with two girls, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The atmosphere at the school gate, which had been relatively normal, suddenly froze. Many students instinctively stopped in their tracks. Holy crap, it's Qin Feng again. Who's that girl in the white dress next to him? I've never seen her before. No way. Su Qingtan is still here, and he brought another one? What are you so sour about? Isn't it normal for a beast tamer to contract multiple spirit beasts? The problem is, her aura is just too outrageous. The discussion was kept very low, but Qin Feng and the other two could still hear some of it. In an instant, everyone's memories were brought back to the scene a few days ago, when Su Qingtan killed Lu Rumei in one move. After that battle, the name Qin Feng became widely known. Everyone initially thought he was just lucky. However, Su Qingtan's demonstrated strength directly shattered all doubts. Now, they've disappeared for a few days. When Qin Feng returned, he was surprised to find a girl with him. At least, her looks are on par with Su Qingtan's. It's hard not to wonder if this girl has also made a contract with Qin Feng. Is this girl's bloodline as abnormal as Su Qingtan's? The more they thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Could it be that Qin Feng really has some hidden talent? Is it a place where you can specifically find beautiful and powerful beast girls? Ignoring the envious glances of others, Qin Feng led the two women directly to the training room arranged by Han Zizhang. Although he brought Jiang Shuei to school, Qin Feng wouldn't let her be surrounded by a group of students. Given her status, Han Zizhang dared not neglect her. This is a separate space where one can cultivate spiritual power and train physical fitness. It can even be used for live fire training. The training room is very large. The surrounding walls are engraved with protective array patterns. The central area is an open space. There are also various testing instruments in the corner. However, it's not a battle between people. Instead, it is a virtual holographic projection. It can be used to practice skills and test their power. This training method is relatively safe. It is especially suitable for beginners to get familiar with the rhythm of battle. Shuei, didn't you want to see my spirit beast form? It can be done now, Su Qingtan said with a smile. Yes, Sister Qingtan. SS-level bloodline? I've never even heard of that in the capital. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Jiang Shui's eyes. Her tone also carried a hint of the excitement a young girl should have. Since awakening her Frank bloodline, she has stopped cultivating and cut off all contact with information related to her bloodline. Because every time she sees related content, it's a reminder to her. She's only in 5th grade. However, she was still full of expectations before awakening. She also often fantasized about what kind of powerful bloodline she would awaken. Furthermore, in the assessment of basic knowledge, the results were always excellent. She works harder and is more serious than many people. Unfortunately, none of these worked. Without a healthy bloodline, everything is just a mirage. Soon, everything was ready. The array patterns around the training room lit up one by one. Pale blue light flowed along the walls like a transparent barrier, enveloping the entire area. Rays of light intertwined. Soon, a huge projection of a magical beast appeared. The monster was nearly 3 meters tall, with thick limbs, a back covered in dark blue scales, and 2 curved horns on its head. Upon appearing, it raised its head and let out a silent roar. Although it was just a projection, it still gave people a strong sense of oppression. Except for the inability to actually cause damage, all its attributes are similar to those of wild monsters. Its speed, strength, reaction, and fighting habits will all be simulated based on Warcraft data in the database. Regular students need to apply in advance to use it. However, today Han Zizhang arranged the entire training room exclusively for Qin Feng and his group. Qingtan, this is a 5th-tier magical beast. How are you? Don't embarrass yourself in front of Shuei. Qin Feng laughed. At this moment, Su Qingtan had already activated her half-beast form. The phantom of the candle dragon appeared behind him. The phantom was not solid, yet it was extremely majestic. Like an ancient dragon stretching across the void, it quietly coiled behind her. Su Qingtan's eyes also transformed into the eyes of the candle dragon. One black, one white, as deep as an abyss. From a general perspective, Su Qingtan's beast girl characteristics are not obvious. Only the color of the 2 eyes changed noticeably. Unlike other beast girls, she doesn't have extra claws or a tail. But it is precisely because of this that it seems even more mysterious. She simply stood there quietly, yet there was an indescribable sense of oppression about her. At this moment, in Qin Feng's eyes, Su Qingtan's attributes were quite exaggerated. Name: Su Qingtan, half-beast transformation. Master: Qin Feng. Level: Tier 2, Stage 1. Physique: 40,400. Spiritual power: 40,600. Bloodline: Taishu Zhulong SSS. Skills: Flame of the Candle Dragon, Eye of the Candle Dragon. Favorability: 100%. The value of the spiritual power attribute has reached the 6th level. That's incredibly exaggerated. And this is only half-beast form. If it's a fully evolved form, the value can double. In other words, Su Qingtan is currently only at the 2nd level. But when it truly erupts, it already possesses the capability to fight at several levels higher. Especially when facing low-level magical beasts, they almost completely crush them. Don't worry, Su Qingtan responded and walked into the arena. Her voice remained gentle, but his eyes had become serious. Let's begin. Then, Qin Feng turned on the switch. The countdown on the screen has ended. The projection of the fifth-tier magical beast charged towards Su Qingtan as if it were a real magical beast spotting its prey. However, its speed noticeably decreased halfway through the race. The feeling was like being stuck in some kind of invisible quagmire. The motion slows down frame by frame. The eye of the candle dragon has been activated. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingtan launched clusters of white fireballs from her hands. It appears holy, yet it carries an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Clusters of white fireballs bombarded the monster. Explosions continued to occur. The monster projection was programmed to evade, but it was still useless, because its movements had been forcibly slowed down. Every time I try to dodge, I'm a beat too late. The skill hits it, and the damage is calculated. Then, the monster kept showing signs of being injured. This thing, being a fifth-tier magical beast, naturally wouldn't be instantly killed like Lu Ru Mei. However, it only lasted for less than 10 seconds before being blasted to death. After the final blow landed, the monster's massive body crashed to the ground. The projection shattered into countless points of light. In the wild, this would be equivalent to Su Qingtan successfully hunting a fifth-tier monster. Chapter 18. Defeating a 7th-rank player, Envy. With such abilities, hunting monsters to obtain cultivation resources would be more than enough. Of course, real hunting and simulation training are different. The wilderness has terrain, unexpected situations, and monster hordes. But in terms of combat ability alone, Su Qingtan is more than qualified. However, Su Qingtan was still somewhat unsatisfied. 5th tier is too weak. Let's get a higher tier. She turned to look at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. That battle just now was definitely too easy for her. They haven't even warmed up yet. Okay, then it'll be 6th rank. As he spoke, Qin Feng revealed a wicked smile. He looked down and quickly selected options on the control panel. Immediately afterwards, a projection of a wolf-like magical beast appeared in the center of the arena. This wolf-like magical beast is not as large as the one from before, but his limbs are long and his body lines are extremely smooth. It's obviously a speed-type monster. Its eyes gleamed with a ghostly green light, and its claws were as sharp as blades. This time, Qin Feng didn't remind Su Qingtan and started directly. The next second, the wolf-shaped demonic beast pounced directly at Su Qingtan. It was moving so fast that it almost left a blur. Unlike the clumsy monster from before, it didn't charge Hedon. Instead, he swayed his body and instantly cut in from the side. Even though Su Qingtan used the eye of the candle dragon to slow it down, it was still to no avail. It's not that the eye of the candle dragon is useless. Rather, it was because the two sides started too close together. The opponent's speed was simply too fast. The next second, the wolf's claws swung directly at Su Qingtan. The sharp wolf claws grazed almost her shoulder. Beep, beep, beep. A warning sound immediately rang out. Red lights flashed above the field. Judgment. The trainees suffered a fatal attack. This indicates that the challenge failed. Su Qingtan stood there as if stunned. For a moment, she was indeed a little caught off guard. She clearly has strong enough attack power. Her spiritual power had clearly reached the 6th level. But once the opponent gets close, the outcome can be decided in the blink of an eye. Then, Qin Feng and Jiang Shui walked over to her. "How are you, Qingtan? Are you scared?" Qin Feng laughed. "Qin Feng, you deliberately caused trouble." Sister Qing Tan wasn't prepared at all. Jiang Shui expressed her dissatisfaction, standing up for Su Qingtan. At this moment, Su Qingtan came to her senses and said softly, "It's all right, Shui. This is the true meaning of training. If I were in the wild, I would be dead, even though I have the strength to kill a 6th-tier magical beast. Still, they will die from underestimating their opponent. There are no excuses for failure." This made Qin Feng very satisfied. "Good." Qin Feng nodded. Then continue. "Although normally we wouldn't get this close to a magical beast that's so much higher up than us. If the situation is urgent, transform into your full form immediately without hesitation. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. In the wild, many deaths are not due to a lack of strength. It was not because of a momentary underestimation of the opponent. In addition, we must quickly analyze the characteristics of the monsters and determine what attributes they are. If this wasn't a 6th-tier speed-type magical beast, Qingtan would have had a chance to win." Qin Feng continued, explaining that these were all experiences from his previous life. Warcraft isn't just about rank. Type Attributes, habits, and attack methods are all important. Even though they are both 6th-tier magical beasts, speed-type and defense-type beasts exert completely different pressure on the user. Soon, they will engage in real hunting practice. No detail can be overlooked. Okay, I've got it. Su King Tang not det, ao set stili, he then said. Again, there was no discouragement in her eyes. Instead, her fighting spirit ignited. The failure she just experienced made her even more aware of her shortcomings. Qing Tan seems unconvinced. Let's bring a 7th-tier magical beast this time. Qin Feng laughed. 7th rank it is. This time, Su Qingtan is going to unleash her full power. She no longer only thought about testing the half-beast state. Instead, they're preparing for a truly serious match. Yes, it's here. With that, Qin Feng selected a 7th-tier magical beast on the control panel and sent it to the center of the arena. A 7th-tier magical beast, a 4-winged saber-toothed tiger. The light refocused. In the center of the arena, a colossal creature slowly appeared. It was a giant tiger with a dark gold body. 4 wings unfolded from behind. The edge of each feather is like a sharp sword blade. 2 saber teeth hung down from his mouth, gleaming coldly. Roar! Even just the projection exudes a chilling and menacing aura. Jiang Shui subconsciously took a half step back. It wasn't fear, but rather my body instinctively sensing the pressure. Qin Feng knew that Su Qingtan's complete form, the Taishu Zhulong, was capable of flight. Therefore, there was absolutely no leniency. Give her a 7th-tier, flying magical beast too. It's okay if we can't win. The experience we have now can be life-saving in critical moments. Instead of having smooth sailing during training, only to encounter unexpected problems in actual combat. Su Qingtan, who was on the field, also became serious when she saw the 4-winged saber-toothed tiger. She could clearly feel it. This 7th-tier magical beast is on a completely different level from the others. The next second, before Qin Feng could speak, he transformed into the form of the Taishu Zhulong. In an instant, black and white spiritual light burst forth from her body. Su Qingtan's figure was swallowed up by the light. Then, a mysterious and enormous dragon shadow slowly emerged. The legendary Zhulong was described as having a human face and a snake's body. However, Su Qingtan's incarnation, the Taishu Zhulong, was not like that. It has a normal dragon body, except that it is black and white. As dark as an eternal night. As white as the morning sun. 2 completely different colors intertwined perfectly on her. The surrounding area seemed to be filled with layers of hazy gray mist, making it difficult to see clearly. The gray fog seemed not to be ordinary fog, but rather some kind of void energy. The moment the Taishu Zhulong appeared in the world, the surrounding time and light became unstable. The lights above the training room flickered softly. The projection data around the perimeter even fluctuated briefly. Amazing! Before the fight even started, Jiang Shui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She looked up at the void dragon in midair, her eyes filled with awe. Such a mythical beast is something I've never even heard of before, let alone seen. Such a bloodline may have appeared before. However, they may never have the chance to awaken before being lost in the dust. If it weren't for Qin Feng, Su Qingtan might have been mistaken for an ordinary level bloodline. Then, in some corner, it fell into silence. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What about yourself? Am I the same? Just then, Qin Feng turned on the switch. The 4-winged, saber-toothed tiger began to move. However, their first instinct was not to attack, but to retreat. Its 4 wings suddenly spread out, and its claws drew several deep streaks of light on the ground. It seemed as if they wanted to create distance between themselves. The memories etched into its digital DNA are also telling it. The thing in midair is not something it can mess with, even if it's just a simulation program. It also faithfully recreates the instincts of Warcraft when facing higher-ranking bloodlines. However, Su Qingtan was not going to be polite to it. In an instant, the eye of the candle dragon and the flame of the candle dragon were activated simultaneously. The pupils of the void candle dragon in midair lit up. The air around the 4-winged, saber-toothed tiger seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a stream of white dragon flame spewed out from the mouth of the candle dragon. The flames that pass through the mouth of the candle dragon are more than doubled in power. Furthermore, the slowing effect of the candle dragon's eye has been greatly enhanced. Just as the four-winged saber-toothed tiger was about to flap its wings and take flight, its movement suddenly froze. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon flames crashed down. The entire training ground was illuminated by white light. For a moment, the seventh-tier magical beast was actually being suppressed by Su Qingtan. The four-winged saber-toothed tiger roared repeatedly, but it was unable to get close at all. It attempted a flanking attack. However, as soon as you enter the range of the Candle Dragon's eye, your speed will be forcibly slowed down. It attempted to slash out wind blades with its wings, but the wind blade was swallowed up by the dragon flame as soon as it took shape. Even after being blasted into dust by Su Qingtan, he did not mount any effective counterattack. Finally, the massive projection of the four-winged saber-toothed tiger shattered in the white flames. Countless points of light were scattered. Inside the training room, the alarm system sounded calmly. Challenge successful. Target, Tier 7 magical beast, four-winged saber-toothed tiger. Time taken, 27 seconds. Trainee status, undamaged. At this moment, not only Jiang Shui, but even Qin Feng was caught off guard. 7th rank. Even if it's just a virtual simulation, it's still a 7th-tier attribute. Qin Feng had considered the rank and attributes, but he hadn't expected the Taishu Zhulong to suppress the bloodline of ordinary magical beasts. Ordinary magical beasts wouldn't even dare to glance at the Taishu Zhulong, let alone launch an attack. Even virtual monsters incorporate this instinct into their design. This is the truly terrifying aspect of SS-level bloodlines. It's not just about doubling the attributes. Rather, it's a crushing defeat on a life level. The battle is over. Su Qingtan reverted to human form and appeared before Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how did I do? Great. Even better than I expected. Qin Feng did not hold back his praise. My wife is truly amazing. Jiang Shui, who was standing to the side, watched this scene with a hint of envy in her eyes. She also wanted to be like Su Qingtan, to possess power that truly belongs to oneself. No longer just being protected by her great-grandfather. No longer just seen as a flawed descendant of high ODI within frank trash bloodline. Am I really of SS-level bloodline? This thought became stronger in her mind than ever before. Chapter 19, The Contract. Tonight, Su Qingtan sensed something and her expression shifted slightly. She could sense that Jiang Shui's emotions were quite intense. That wasn't just simple shock. More than anything, she felt envy, confusion, and a hint of inferiority that she herself was unaware of. Having the same frank bloodline, Su Qingtan understood this feeling all too well. Thinking of this, Su Qingtan withdrew her gaze and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, go and cultivate on your own. Here, Shui is here to train with me. That's enough. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, he looked at Su Qingtan and then at Jiang Shui, who was somewhat lost in thought. He quickly understood what Su Qingtan meant. These two girls must have something to say to each other. Moreover, some of the things he says might not be appropriate. From Su Qingtan's perspective, it's actually better. Okay, then you can train yourselves. Call me anytime if you need anything. Qin Feng nodded. Rather than saying that Jiang Shui accompanied Su Qingtan during training, it would be more accurate to say that Su Qingtan accompanied Jiang Shui. Otherwise, given their current arrangements, Su Qingtan can train on her own, and Jiang Shui can cultivate on her own. There's no need to stay here. But if that's the case, Jiang Shui will be left behind. This was definitely not Qin Feng's original intention in bringing her here. Since Su Qingtan has taken the initiative to take over, let's go along with her pace. Qin Feng could sense that Su Qingtan also hoped that Jiang Shui could join them. His current girlfriend is helping him pursue other girls. This feeling is truly indescribable. However, the contractual relationships in this world are different from ordinary male-female relationships. Moreover, Qingtan is not an ignorant person. Since she was willing to speak up, it means she already had a judgment in her mind. Afterwards, Qin Feng did not linger and turned to walk towards the cultivation room. At this stage, strength is still the most important thing. His physical condition, in particular, must be improved as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to handle the large number of contract partners in the future. Soon, Qin Feng's figure disappeared outside the training field. In the vast training ground, only Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui remained. For a moment, the atmosphere became quiet. Jiang Shui looked at Su Qingtan, seemingly wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. Su Qingtan did not immediately bring up the matter of the contract. She said softly, Shui, why don't you try revealing your bloodline form too? I. Jiang Shui was slightly taken aback. Then almost instinctively, she shook her head. No, my bloodline is too low. I'm not powerful at all. Jiang Shui spoke very softly when she said those words. But Su Qingtan could still sense the disappointment in his voice. Jiang Shui is, after all, a young lady of the Jiang family. Given her background, she should have been born into a position that many people could not reach. Unfortunately, the bloodline that awakened was only 5th grade. Such a gap would be unpleasant for anyone, especially in a world where bloodlines determine the future. I know your bloodline is 5th grade. Su Qingtan said softly. Jiang Shui pursed her lips, looking somewhat dejected. However, Su Qingtan then added, however, that's not important, because soon it will transform into an SS level weapon. Jiang Shui's gaze trembled slightly. SSS level. These 3 words have an unimaginable impact on any beast girl, especially for someone with class bloodline like her. It was as if he had risen from the mud to the sky in one step. Su Qingtan continued, if you don't try this bloodline now, you might not have the chance later. It's rare for a person to experience 2 bloodline changes simultaneously. In a sense, it can be considered a rare and valuable experience. 2 bloodline changes. Jiang Shui murmured. She quickly realized what Su Qingtan was referring to. Her previously calm face instantly turned bright red. Qingtan you. Jiang Shui looked at Su Qingtan with some panic and quickly explained. I haven't decided to form a contract with Qin Feng yet. She paused slightly, her voice becoming even softer. Besides, if I were to form a contract with Qin Feng, would you really not mind at all? She didn't dislike Qin Feng. Qin Feng possesses a very special quality. Despite being about the same age as her, he always gave off a calm and reliable feeling. In addition, he can transform Su Qingtan's bloodline from 5th level to SS level. He also claimed to possess a hidden bloodline. It's impossible for Jiang Shui to remain completely unmoved. However, she also wanted to know Su Qingtan's thoughts. Su Qingtan looked at Jiang Shui and gently shook her head. If it were another girl, I might take more time to consider it. Jiang Shui was slightly taken aback. Su Qingtan continued. After all, Qin Feng had promised me. From now on, all contracts will be entered into with my consent. Therefore, I don't accept anyone without any boundaries. Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt a little relieved. The more Su Qingtan said this, the more she could feel the other person's seriousness. If Su Qingtan simply said that she didn't mind at all, she would feel uneasy, because that doesn't sound like the truth. But now, Su Qingtan is speaking very frankly. It's not that she doesn't care. She has already thought about it. However, if it's you, you've already passed my test. Su Qingtan said earnestly. Pass the test. Jiang Shui was somewhat bewildered. Su Qingtan, note that the fact that you took the initiative to come back with us says a lot. If you truly disliked Qin Feng, you wouldn't have come this far in the first place. Jiang Shui opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Su Qingtan didn't give her much time to dodge, but continued. Secondly, I also have my own selfish motives. Self-interest? Jiang Shui looked at her. Right. Su Qingtan made no attempt to conceal anything. Whether it's your bloodline or your background, it's all of a great help to Qin Feng. Therefore, I hope you will form a contract with Qin Feng. This statement is very straightforward. The bluntness left Jiang Shui momentarily stunned. She had originally thought that Su Qingtan would say some nice things. For example, she doesn't mind, or we should all get along well in the future. Because Su Qingtan didn't beat around the bush. She openly revealed her true feelings. She wanted Jiang Shui to join because Jiang Shui could help Qin Feng. This kind of honesty leaves no room for doubt. Jiang Shui gently bit her lip, her cheeks still flushed. She could sense that what Su Qingtan said was true. There was not a trace of pretense. Seeing her reaction, Su Qingtan said again, moreover, you have already witnessed the strength of an SS-level bloodline. Jiang Shui subconsciously looked towards the center of the training field. It's as if I can still see the scene when the Taishu Zhulong descended. That sense of oppression, that bloodline majesty that surpassed ordinary magical beasts, still lingers in her heart to this day. A 7th-tier magical beast. For her now, he is an unattainable figure. However, Su Qingtan, with her 2nd-tier strength, forcibly killed him. Even if it was just a virtual projection, it was still amazing enough. Since Qin Feng said you have a hidden bloodline, then you must have a hidden bloodline. Su Qingtan continued. Because that's what he told me back then. Su Qingtan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Back then, I also had Flevel bloodline. I don't even believe I have any hidden bloodline. However, Qin Feng was able to change my fate. As it turned out, he was right. Su Qingtan paused slightly at this point. Then, she looked at Jiang Shui, her tone slightly harsher. Shui, the longer you think about it, the more Qin Feng and I will feel that you are weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Shui's expression changed. Or rather, Su Qingtan continued. You still think that we are too lowly to be worthy of you. I don't. Jiang Shui interrupted her almost immediately. She shook her head repeatedly, looking somewhat flustered. Qingtan, I really didn't mean that. At this point, Jiang Shui's voice lowered. It all just happened so suddenly. I haven't thought it through yet. She looked up at Su Qingtan, her eyes filled with a mixture of seriousness and helplessness. If I can truly awaken my hidden bloodline, it would be a blessing that I could only dream of in my entire life. How could I possibly think you're not good enough for me? She took a soft breath. Sister Qingtan also came from the Flevel bloodline, so she should be able to understand how I feel right now. Su Qingtan looked at her. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Of course I can understand. Her voice softened a bit. I still remember how I used to envy someone with a Flevel bloodline. Jiang Shui stared at her blankly. Su Qingtan gazed at the center of the training field, seemingly recalling her past self. A month ago, she was just a seemingly aloof school beauty, but in reality, an frank beast girl with a bleak future. Despite working very hard, I can't see any hope. The blood in my veins is as weak as a candle flame that could be extinguished at any moment. And now, I'm the envy of everyone. Su Qingtan said softly. It was Qin Feng who pulled me out of the mire. He saved me. She said that very seriously. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she might have died in that fire. At that time, she didn't want to live either. Qin Feng changed her fate. Therefore, she knew better than anyone else. Qin Feng brought not just a simple contract, but a true rebirth. Su Qingtan looked at Jiang Shui again. Therefore, for the rest of my life, I will only consider the gains and losses and advantages and disadvantages for him. There are some things Qin Feng wouldn't say so directly. So, it's up to me to say it. Jiang Shui's heart skipped a beat. Now I understand why Su Qingtan, despite possessing an SS-level bloodline, still has Qin Feng on her mind and in her heart. Su Qingtan did not give Jiang Shui much time to remain silent. She continued, Tonight, I will create opportunities for you. If you disagree, you can let me know at any time. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this point, Su Qingtan tilted her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of a half-smile. After all, Shui wouldn't bear to see Qin Feng and me sleeping separately all the time, would she? Tonight? Jiang Shui's gaze drifted slightly into a daze. She hadn't expected Su Qingtan to mention such a short time frame. Even though she didn't reject the contract with Qin Feng, she never expected it to happen so soon. Tonight, those two words made her heart race. In this world, forming a contract is inherently an extremely close relationship. She naturally understood what it meant if she agreed. So urgent? Jiang Shui asked subconsciously. Otherwise what? Su Qingtan countered with a question. Jiang Shui was stunned. Su Qingtan looked at her, her tone still calm. If you want to think about it for a few days, of course you can. Why stay here and think things through back at the manor? Jiang Shui opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't say anything. Su Qingtan continued. Didn't you already make your decision the moment you came out with us? These words seemed to gently tap on Jiang Shui's heart. She wanted to argue, but she found that she had no way to refute it. If she really didn't mean it at all, why did she come back with Qin Feng and Su Qingtan? If she really just wanted to think things through calmly, why didn't she stay by Jiang Xuantong's side? She knew very well that the moment she stepped out of the manor, her heart had already leaned towards a certain answer. She just never wanted to admit it. After Su Qingtan finished speaking, she didn't press her any further. Some things are enough said here. So Su Qingtan turned around and walked back to the center of the training field. Take your time to think about it. I continued training. After saying that, she activated her half-beast form again. The eyes of the candle dragon appeared. A strange light, black and white, flickered in her eyes. In the center of the training field, a new phantom of a magical beast was quickly projected. Boom! White flames erupted instantly. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept outwards. Jiang Shuai stood still without moving. She stared blankly at Su Qingtan's retreating figure. But those words kept echoing in my mind. SS-level hidden bloodline. Qin Feng. Contract. Tonight. Chapter 20 Jiang Shuai's strange behavior. Los Angeles, Su family villa. Wang Zhuanxiu has woken up. However, at this moment, she looked quite miserable. Her cheeks, which were originally well-maintained, were now swollen. Both sides of her face were almost swollen to the size of a loaf of bread. At first glance, it's even difficult to discern the original facial features. Su Jingyuan showed no mercy in those 20 slaps. If Wang Zhuanxiu weren't also a beast girl, with a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, I'm afraid 20 slaps would be enough to kill half a person. Even so, she still speaks with a slight lisp. However, what was even more chilling than the injuries on her face was the venom in her eyes. That resentment and malice was almost entirely undisguised. It was as if they wanted to devour people alive. As a result, none of the servants and stewards of the Su family dared to appear before her. He was afraid that he might accidentally become the target of her anger. This mistress of the Su family was not an easy person to get along with. Now that she has suffered such a great loss, who would dare to provoke her at this time? Inside the room, the only one who dared to stand in front of Wang Zhuanxiu was Su Hao. Besides that, there was Lu Rumei standing behind Su Hao. At this moment, Lu Rumei lowered her head, not daring to even breathe loudly. She used to be quite proud of herself at school because of her gray bloodline. But in a place like the Su family, a mere gray bloodline is nothing special, especially in front of Wang Zhuanxiu. She was well aware of her current position. It all depends on Su Hao's attitude towards him and whether Wang Zhuanxiu is satisfied. If this mistress of the Su family doesn't like her, even though she has completed her contract with Su Hao, she is not someone who cannot be abandoned. It's just a gravy bloodline. In the eyes of ordinary people, it might be considered pretty good, but for the Su family, they are far from being irreplaceable. Therefore, Lu Rumei has been trying her best to please Su Hao and Wang Zhuanxiu during this period. Given the current situation, how could she dare to say anything more? Wang Zhuanxiu leaned against the bed, her gaze sweeping over Su Hao and then over Lu Rumei. The more I looked, the angrier I became. That bastard. When she opened her mouth, her voice was somewhat slurred and unclear. Yet the resentment and malice within remained crystal clear. They bullied my son at school, and now they're bullying me. This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. By the end, she was practically gritting her teeth. The swelling on his face twitched slightly due to his emotional excitement. That sight sent a chill down Lu Rumei's spine. Su Hao Wen. Of course, he also hated Qin Feng. After all, he and Lu Rumei had completely lost face at school today. He was originally the eldest son of the Su family, and Lu Rumei was also a level bloodline beast girl. However, they were defeated in front of everyone by Qin Feng and Su Qingtan, especially Lu Rumei, who was instantly killed by Su Qingtan. If this gets out, Su Hao's reputation will be completely ruined. It's hateful as it may be, Su Hao did not completely lose his mind. He knew very well that Qin Feng and Su Qingtan were no longer people who could be easily messed with. What's more, there was an emperor-level beast tamer standing behind them. That was someone the Su family simply couldn't afford to offend. Thinking of this, Su Hao hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to persuade him. Mom, Dad has already said he'll handle this. Let's not get involved anymore. Wang Zhuanxiu suddenly looked at him. That venomous look sent a chill down Su Hao's spine. But having already said this much, he could only continue. After all, this matter involves an emperor-level beast tamer from the capital. That kind of person is not someone our Su family can afford to offend. Now that Qin Feng and his group have managed to get on such good terms, and with Su Qingtan's bloodline being so strong now, if we take action again, it will only lead to the extermination of the Su family. These words are not without reason. Although Su Hao is somewhat arrogant, he is, after all, the eldest son of the Su family, who you can mess with and who you shouldn't. What can be done and what cannot be done. He was still aware of the situation. If it were just Qin Feng, Su Hao would naturally not take him seriously. Even if Qin Feng now has a contract with Su Qingtan, he may not really be afraid. But Jiang Xiantong is different. That was a true emperor-level beast tamer. Let alone the Su family, even the entire city of Luo would be no match for them. Su Hao did not want to drag the entire Su family into the abyss because of a moment of impulsiveness. Moreover, he also has to take the college entrance examination. This concerns his future. If something serious happens to the Su family at this critical juncture, his future will also be affected. As for Su Qingtan, although Su Hao is equally unhappy, from his perspective, there might actually be room for reconciliation between the two sides. Ultimately, Su Qingtan and he are still half-siblings. The grudges of the previous generation do not necessarily have to be carried over to their generation. Su Qingtan's bloodline level has changed dramatically, and her future prospects are limitless. If we can turn hostility into friendship, it might not be a bad thing for the Su family. At least, that's what Su Hao thinks. However, he clearly underestimated the resentment in Wang Zhuanxio's heart. They also underestimated Wang Zhuanxio's fear of Su Qingtan. Smack! Wang Zhuanxio slammed her hand on the edge of the bed. The movement was too forceful, aggravating the injury on her face, causing her face to twitch in pain. But she still stared intently at Su Hao, cursing viciously. Useless thing. I knew it. I can't count on you and your dad. Su Hao's face stiffened. Lu Rumei lowered her head even further. Wang Zhuanxio gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard has already trampled on our heads, and you still think you can let it go? Su Hao, don't forget, it's not just me who's embarrassed, it's you too." Su Hao fell silent. He could still tell which was more important, losing face or losing his life. But Wang Zhuanxio clearly didn't want to hear any of this. The resentment in her eyes grew even stronger. The Su family doesn't need to get involved in this matter. Wang Zhuanxio said, word by word, "I know what to do." Su Hao was startled. "Mom, what do you want to do?" Wang Zhuanxio gave a cold laugh. Because of his swollen face, the smile looked particularly ferocious. "Isn't Su Qingtan of high bloodline level? There are plenty of people who would be interested in her." Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression changed slightly. He instinctively felt something was wrong. "Mom, you absolutely mustn't do anything like this. Jiang Xiantong is still in Luochen. Once he's investigated, get out." Wang Zhuanxio interrupted him directly. Su Hao wanted to say something more, but seeing Wang Zhuanxio's expression, he ultimately didn't speak. He knew that saying anything more now would be useless. Wang Zhuanxio wouldn't listen to a word. "Go out," Wang Zhuanxio said sternly again. Su Hao could only take a deep breath and turn to leave. Upon seeing this, Lu Rumei quickly followed. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to say a single extra word. Soon, only Wang Zhuanxio remained in the room. The surroundings became quiet. The anger on Wang Zhuanxio's face did not subside in the slightest. Instead, it became even more gloomy in the silence. Su Hao was able to think of turning hostility into friendship with Su Qingtan. Perhaps Su Jingyuan could temporarily put this matter aside for the sake of the Su family's interests. But she couldn't. She knew better than anyone that there was absolutely no room for reconciliation between her and Su Qingtan, because she killed Su Qingtan's mother. Su Qingtan will never let her go. SS-level bloodline. With such talent, once she truly matures, she won't even have a chance to resist. Therefore, she couldn't wait. Wang Zhuanxio slowly clenched her fingers. The fingernails were almost embedded in the palm. A more sinister glint appeared in her eyes. A bastard child trying to turn the tables? Dream. The day's training passed quickly. Although the school's cultivation room cannot compare to the Jiang family's manor, the concentration of spiritual energy there is about 30% to 40%. For ordinary students, this is already a pretty good training environment. More importantly, Qin Feng doesn't need to consume too many spirit stones here. Every little bit helps. Although Jiang Shui herself is a very wealthy woman, but Qin Feng hasn't yet fallen to the point where he needs to live off a woman. Even if he does form a contract with Jiang Shui in the future, he can't rely on her for everything. Men, in situations where you need to rely on yourself, you still have to rely on yourself. When I left the school, it was already getting dark. Qin Feng, Su Qingtan, and Jiang Shui returned to their residence together. On the way, Qin Feng quickly noticed something was wrong. Jiang Shui seemed a bit strange this afternoon. She had been preoccupied ever since noon. When she occasionally glanced at Qin Feng, her gaze would unconsciously dart away. His expression suggested he was hiding something. Qin Feng was a little puzzled, as he hadn't done anything strange today. Could it be that he was provoked by Su Qingtan during training? Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan and asked in a low voice, "Qingtan, what did you say to Shui this morning?" Su Qingtan glanced at him, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. "Nothing." Nothing? Qin Feng clearly didn't believe it. Judging from Jiang Shui's current state, it doesn't seem like nothing has happened. Su Qingtan simply smiled and remained silent. You don't need to worry about it. Just wait. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. This sounds even stranger. He glanced at Jiang Shui again. Just then, Jiang Shui also secretly looked at him. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Shui looked away as if startled. Qin Feng, something's clearly wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what Su Qingtan had said to Jiang Shui. Even more unexpectedly, Su Qingtan had already laid everything bare. They even gave Jiang Shui an ultimatum. Tonight, this offer will not be accepted after the deadline. If Qin Feng knew all this, he probably wouldn't be as calm as he is now. However, since Su Qingtan didn't say anything, he didn't press her further. Soon, the group returned to their lodgings. After dinner, everyone washed up and tidied up. Night was falling. Qin Feng returned to his small room. Since Jiang Shui arrived, he and Su Qingtan have had to sleep separately. After all, Jiang Shui hadn't actually formed a contract with him yet. When three people live together, some things naturally can't be done too casually. Qin Feng believes that this situation will likely continue for some time. Alternatively, we can wait for Jiang Shui to go back on her own initiative. Or, Chapter 21, you'd better hurry over there. Night was falling. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought for a while. In the end, he shook his head, shaking those distracting thoughts out of his mind. He was actually mentally prepared for this situation. Jiang Shui has not yet made a real decision. Su Qingtan and she shared the same master bedroom. Then I probably won't be able to get back to what I was like before anytime soon. He held Su Qingtan, and they spent the entire night in each other's arms. It's a bit of a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, there's plenty of time in the future. Right now, the most important thing is still cultivation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took a deep breath. He sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to enter a meditative state. At the same time, in a master bedroom on the other side, the atmosphere was completely different from last night. Only one small, warm yellow light was on in the room. The soft lighting gave the room a quiet and ambiguous feel. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui had already finished washing up and changed into their pajamas. However, the two of them were not leaning together and chatting quietly like they had the night before. Instead, each harbored their own secrets. There seemed to be an inexplicable tension in the air. Jiang Shui sat on the edge of the bed, gently grasping the hem of her pajamas with both hands. Her already fair and delicate face was now flushed with a light blush. She kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Su Qingtan leaned back on the other side, her face slightly flushed, although she was the one who said those things during the day. But when night fell, even she herself couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, she personally pushed her man to another girl. However, this is something we all have to go through eventually, and it won't be just once. The room remained quiet for a while. Finally, Su Qingtan spoke first. Shui, Jiang Shui seemed to be startled awake and subconsciously raised her head. Su Qingtan looked at her and said softly, I'll go and call Qin Feng over now. If you don't object, I'll take that as a yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's heart skipped a beat. Although Su Qingtan had already made her point very clearly during the day. But when the moment actually arrived, she couldn't help but get nervous. After Su Qingtan finished speaking, she did not delay any longer and got up to walk towards the door. However, just as she took that step, suddenly I felt my wrist being gently pulled. Su Qingtan paused and turned around. Jiang Shui was looking down, her fingers gently holding her hand. The force wasn't great, but it revealed a clear panic. Su Qingtan frowned slightly and asked, Shui, are you unwilling? No. Jiang Shui spoke almost immediately, but the sound immediately faded away after it was uttered. No, it's not that I'm unwilling. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed even more, and even her earlobes turned pink. I haven't told Qin Feng yet. What if he refuses? As she spoke, Jiang Shui's voice grew softer and softer. After all, this isn't just my problem. Wasn't this a bit too sudden for him? After saying that, Jiang Shui felt her face burning. As a young lady from the prestigious Jiang family, when has she ever been so anxious and insecure since childhood? But ironically, when faced with this kind of situation, she just couldn't stop feeling flustered. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan was taken aback. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Oh! She turned around and walked back to the bedside. Then he reached out and gently touched Jiang Shui's slightly flushed cheeks. Oh, even our eldest daughter of the Jiang family has moments of insecurity? Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed, and she subconsciously tilted her head away, but did not actually dodge. Su Qingtan continued with a smile. Although your bloodline is temporarily lower, but you should at least have some confidence in your figure and appearance, right? Or do you think you're incompetent? Jiang Shui opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Of course, she knew that she was not bad. Regardless of her background, appearance, or temperament, she is someone most people would look up to. But that's the problem. What she is facing now is no ordinary matter. It's a decision that's almost equivalent to handing over your whole being. Even she would inevitably panic in this situation. Seeing her like this, Su Qingtan's smile softened considerably. Don't overthink it. I won't say much to Qin Feng either. I just called them over so you can talk it out yourselves. At this point, Su Qingtan gently pinched her cheek, her tone slightly teasing. As for the rest, that's up to you. After all, I've done the best I could. If Shui doesn't seize the opportunity herself, then she can't blame me. Jiang Shui's cheeks burned as she listened, and her heart pounded wildly. Of course she could tell. Su Qingtan is leaving the final step to her to take alone. If she goes any further, she will really have to rely on herself. All right. Su Qingtan withdrew her hand and stood up. I'll go get him. After saying that, she didn't give Jiang Shui any more chance to hesitate and turned to walk out the door. The door closed gently. Jiang Shui was the only one left in the room. The next second, she raised her hands to cover her burning face and rubbed them vigorously. A low sob escaped from between her fingers. Then, she fell backward and pounced into the soft blankets. He then casually pulled the blanket up and covered his head with it. She looked like a little quail burying herself in the sand. I was so embarrassed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qin Feng was about to enter meditation, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feng opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. Who would come looking for him so late? He got up and opened the door. The next second, Su Qingtan was seen standing outside the door. Qingtan? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and without much thought, he reached out and pulled her into the room. The door closed. A familiar, delicate fragrance immediately wafted towards me. Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan, who had just finished washing up and was wearing pajamas. I felt all the thoughts that had been bottled up inside me all day suddenly come out at once. He's really been holding back these past 2 days. So he reached out to pull the person into his arms and satisfy his craving. However, before he could make any further move, Su Qingtan had already reached out and pressed his hand down. Qin Feng, no way. Qin Feng paused, then said somewhat unwillingly, I know. However, it's just a little tenderness. I won't do anything else. He said this with a very serious expression. Su Qingtan rolled her eyes at him, clearly annoyed. It would be problematic if you believed his nonsense. Calm down. Su Qingtan gripped his hand tightly and said earnestly, I'm not the main character today. Not you? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, not yet able to react. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingtan said directly, Today is the day you and Shui make your pact. You should go there quickly. Qin Feng was completely stunned. He looked at Su Qingtan, his face showing obvious bewilderment for the first time. What's the meaning? I want to form a contract with Jiang Shui tonight? How come I didn't know? A series of questions instantly popped into Qin Feng's mind. He was genuinely stunned. During the day, he thought Jiang Shui was just a little strange. Before long, that evening, Su Qingtan came running to tell him, Go make a contract with that person tonight. That's quite a leap. Qin Feng snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but look at Su Qingtan. Qingtan, what exactly did you say to her? Su Qingtan felt a little guilty under his gaze, and her eyes darted away slightly. I didn't say anything. Let her choose for herself. How about we make a contract tonight? If you're not going to sign a contract, then don't stay here any longer, just go back. After all, we all have to live our own lives. After hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He really didn't expect it. Su Qingtan usually seems gentle and mild-mannered, but she can be surprisingly direct when it comes to this kind of thing. So straightforward. It could even be said that they left no way out for anyone. Seeing Qin Feng fall silent, Su Qingtan suddenly felt a little uneasy. She asked in a low voice, Are you angry that I made the decision on my own? No. Qin Feng snapped out of his daze and reached out to rub her head. I'm not angry. I just felt it was a bit sudden and unexpected. At this point, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Besides, this kind of thing only has advantages for me and no disadvantages. I'm so touched. How could I possibly be angry? Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she chuckled. Your reaction is exactly the same as Shui's reaction during the day. They were all surprised. They all felt it was sudden. Qin Feng said helplessly. How could this not be sudden? Su Qingtan gently shook her head. Actually, there's no need to overcomplicate this matter. Everyone thinks they are the most suitable contract partners, so let's make a contract. Why keep agonizing over it? As for my personal reasons, Su Qingtan paused at this point, but her tone remained calm. I want to curry favor with an emperor-level beast tamer. I have already spoken frankly with Shui about this matter. There's nothing to hide. I just hope that we can all be okay. Hearing Su Qingtan's words, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Of course he knew. Su Qingtan spoke realistically and bluntly. In reality, everything she did was ultimately for his sake. It's paving the way for him, and also paving the way for their future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng lowered his head and gently kissed Su Qingtan's forehead. Green sandalwood, you're so kind. Having you is the greatest luck of my life. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Su Qingtan's face immediately flushed. A soft, watery look involuntarily surfaced in those clear, cool eyes. She looked at Qin Feng, a slight smile playing on her lips. Me too. Then, though somewhat reluctant, she still whispered. However, I'll leave it to you and Shui today. You have to make it up to me tomorrow night. Good. Qin Feng smiled and responded. The next second, Su Qingtan stopped and pushed him towards the door. All right, let's go now. Don't keep them waiting too long. Hey no, you're going too far. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, he was already pushed out of the room. Immediately afterwards, smack, the door closed directly behind him. Then a soft click of a lock clicking shut came from inside. Qin Feng stood outside the door, his lips twitching slightly. That's good now. He has blocked all his escape routes. He had originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but now it seemed there was no chance. The corridor was unusually quiet at night. Qin Feng stood there, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Unexpected, sudden, touching, and both funny and sad. A mix of emotions. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. All right, now that things have come to this, there was no other way but to bite the bullet and go for it. Then, Qin Feng turned around and walked towards the master bedroom next door. The closer you get, the more pronounced that subtle feeling becomes. Finally, he stopped in front of the master bedroom door. Chapter 22, Contract Jiang Shui. Looking at the door in front of him, Qin Feng took a deep breath. Although I knew the door wasn't locked, but Qin Feng did not push the door open and go in directly. He stood at the door and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded particularly clear in the quiet night. The next second, a soft gasp came from inside the house. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound. It sounded like someone hurriedly crawled out from under the covers, or like they were frantically tidying something up. Qin Feng stood outside the door, listening to the sounds inside, and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. It seems that Jiang Shui is more nervous than he imagined. However, he did not urge him. I just stood quietly outside the door and waited. About half a minute later, the noise inside the house gradually subsided. Then, the doorknob was gently turned. The door opened. Jiang Shui stood behind the door. She was wearing a pink and white nightgown, and her long, smooth, black hair was draped over her shoulders. I don't know if it was because I was too flustered just now, or because I was really nervous. Her cheeks were bright red. He kept his head down, not daring to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Shui. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Shui in front of him, and his Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. His voice also sounded inexplicably dry. May I come in? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui gently clenched the hem of her clothes. After a moment, she replied in an almost inaudible voice. After saying that, she turned to the side and opened the door. Qin Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit with soft, warm light. Warm light fell on the bed, the curtains, and Jiang Shui. It's as if everything is veiled in an ambiguous filter. A faint scent of bath fragrance lingered in the air. After Qin Feng entered the room, Jiang Shui gently closed the door behind him. Click. It was just a very soft sound, but this made the atmosphere in the room seem even more subtle. Jiang Shui walked back to the bedside and sat down. She sat very properly, but the more rules you follow, the more uncomfortable you feel. Placing your hands on your knees is not an option, nor is grabbing the hem of your pajamas. It was as if he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng's tension eased a little. At least, he wasn't the only one who felt this was sudden. The same applies to Jiang Shui, but she has already come this far. Qin Feng naturally couldn't let her feel even more uneasy. Therefore, he did not rush to get closer. Instead, he walked to the side, moved a chair, and sat down in front of Jiang Shui. The two were separated by a distance that was neither too close nor too far. It won't seem distant. It also won't put too much pressure on Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui raised her head slightly and glanced at Qin Feng. It seemed that no one expected him to sit down first at this time. Qin Feng looked at her and said seriously, "Shui, this also came as a surprise to me." Jiang Shui's eyelashes trembled slightly. Qin Feng continued, "However, personally, I am willing to form a contract with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's heart skipped a beat. Her fingers, gripping the hem of her pajamas, tightened involuntarily. Although Su Qingdan had already said a lot during the day, but those words were not spoken by Qin Feng himself. Now that Qin Feng has personally admitted his willingness to form a contract with her, Jiang Shui has mixed feelings. "I am nervous." She was shy. There was also a subtle sense of relaxation. Qin Feng did not immediately move closer, but continued. "However, regardless of what Qingdan told you during the day, I hope that the decision you're making now is entirely based on your own conscience. It's not because of Elder Jiang. It's not because of the sandalwood tree either. It wasn't due to any other external reason." Qin Feng paused at this point. His voice softened slightly. "May I?" Jiang Shui raised her head and looked at Qin Feng. Under the dim light, her clear eyes still seemed to carry a trace of lingering panic. But more than anything, it's a kind of seriousness. After a while, she nodded slightly. "I see." Her voice was very soft. "It's much calmer now than when I was standing at the door. I've thought it through very clearly these past 2 days." Qin Feng didn't interrupt her, but listened quietly. Jiang Shui looked down at her fingers as if she were organizing her thoughts. "Perhaps it all started from the moment I stepped out of that manor. I'd already made up my mind." She paused slightly at this point. "Among them, my great-grandfather also played a role in pushing things along. But that was ultimately my own choice." Qin Feng looked at her. "Since she said that, it means she has really thought about it." Jiang Shui continued. "From childhood to adulthood, I have always believed that contracts are a very sacred thing. Furthermore, once a decision is made, it should not be changed arbitrarily, and one should not betray." She spoke very slowly. Every word seemed to have been carefully considered. Qin Feng could tell that this wasn't something he'd just made up on the spot to brush him off. Rather, it was Jiang Shui's long-held belief. Jiang Shui's fingers clenched gently. The blush on her face didn't fade. Instead, it deepened. "I'm not sure right now. Is it because I like you? It's because I want to change my bloodline that I want to form a contract with you." At this point, she raised her head and looked at Qin Feng. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes, but he didn't flinch. "But speaking for myself, I am willing to make a contract with you, if you don't mind my uncertainty." Jiang Shui's voice trembled slightly. "Then I am willing to give myself to you." The last sentence fell. The room fell silent immediately. Under the dim light, Jiang Shui's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. But she still didn't look away. It was as if they were waiting for Qin Feng's answer. Qin Feng looked at her. A slight stirring in my heart couldn't help but occur. Jiang Shui spoke very frankly. There was no feigned modesty, nor did he try to portray himself as overly sentimental. She clearly told Qin Feng that she was still unable to fully understand the implications of this decision. How much of it is genuine affection, and how much is anticipation of a change in bloodline? But it is precisely because of this that it seems more real. Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, then reached out and gently took Jiang Shui's small hand, which was resting on her knee. Jiang Shui's hand trembled slightly, but they did not dodge it. Her hand was soft and a little cold. However, his palms were already slightly sweaty from nervousness. Qin Feng sensed her unease and said gently, "I understand what you're thinking. Shui, this is not your problem." Jiang Shui stared at him blankly. Qin Feng said softly, "After all, we've only known each other for 4 or 5 days. To make you like me so much from the very beginning, this is already a bit too far-fetched, so you don't need to feel guilty about this." Jiang Shui's eyes flickered slightly. It was as if a taut string in my heart had finally loosened a little. Qin Feng continued, "The future is still long. Whether it's liking someone or having feelings for them, it can be cultivated slowly. At least for now, I'm willing to help you." I will help you elevate your bloodline to the level it should have reached. At this point, Qin Feng paused slightly. In his mind, Jiang Shui's favorability rating was already close to 80%. This number is by no means low. This is especially difficult for someone with Jiang Shui's personality. This at least shows that she didn't make this choice solely for the sake of bloodline. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and he tightened his grip on Jiang Shui's hand slightly. So, you don't need to be afraid. Don't overthink it. Jiang Shui gently bit her lip. After a while, she responded softly. This word is very light. It was as if they had completely let go of the last bit of hesitation. Then, as if she had thought of something, her cheeks flushed red again. She lowered her head and added softly, "To listen to you. You have some experience." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in a room seemed to change instantly. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Shui's slightly reddened earlobes and at her nervous expression, which made her afraid to look up. My previously restrained emotions were completely stirred at this moment. He's not a saint. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Jiang Shui's attitude is already clear enough. At this point, continuing to pretend to be indifferent would only seem pretentious. Qin Feng slowly stood up. Jiang Shui noticed his movement, and her body tensed up for a moment instinctively. But soon, she forced herself to relax. But the fingers resting on her knees still unconsciously curled up slightly. Qin Feng didn't scare her. He simply walked up to her and bowed slightly. The distance between the two gradually closed at that moment. Jiang Shui could clearly sense the aura emanating from Qin Feng. I could also hear my own heartbeat getting faster and faster. Thump, thump. It looked like it was about to jump out of his chest. She instinctively closed her eyes. Her eyelashes were still trembling slightly. Seeing her nervous yet cooperative demeanor, Qin Feng felt a little softer. He raised his hand and gently stroked Jiang Shui's hair. Then, he said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid." Jiang Shui did not open her eyes. He simply nodded slightly. Qin Feng could no longer tolerate it. The next moment, he then moved closer to Jiang Shui. Chapter 23 Storage, Soaring Sky. The morning sunlight quietly streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. The bed still held traces of the previous night's passionate encounter. The night of pleasure goes without saying. At the moment when their hearts and souls resonated and reached their peak, the contract was finally completed. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the newly established connection within his body, he felt an extremely clear sense of reality. Just like Su Qin back then, the contract is reached. Only then did he have time to check the system notifications in his mind. The next second, a series of familiar notification messages appeared. "Congratulations! You have successfully contracted a spirit beast, Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui's hidden bloodline awakens, becoming an SS-level bloodline. Frost Phoenix. Awakening skill, extreme ice feathers. Contract with Jiang Shui, mission complete. Mission reward received. Storage space unlocked. Current space, 10 cubic meters, which can be upgraded through rewards. Loyalty pact effect triggered, gain skill, soaring sky. Xiangtian, you have gained the ability to fly. Your speed is related to the amount of spiritual energy consumed." Seeing this series of system notifications, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This time, the harvest was also quite substantial. Not only did it unlock storage space, it also granted the ability to fly. Under normal circumstances, without other abilities, one must be at least at the king rank to fly. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to immediately study the system and first withdrew his consciousness from the system panel. Then, he looked down at his side. Jiang Shui remained lying in bed. She frowned slightly. Her breathing was shallow, and she seemed to still be asleep. However, her already exceptionally beautiful face now showed signs of fatigue. Her jet black hair was scattered on the pillow, which made her usual aloof and noble temperament fade a lot. Instead, she appeared more delicate and pitiful. Name, Jiang Shui. Master, Qin Feng. Level, Tier 1, Stage 8. Physical fitness, 25. Spiritual power, 22. Bloodline, Frosty Ice Phoenix, SSS. Skill, Extreme Ice Feathers. Favorability, 85%. Extreme Ice Feathers condenses thousands of feather-like ice blades, dealing widespread damage. Last night was clearly a huge physical ordeal for Jiang Shui. From this day forward, She will no longer be just the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Is also his own contracted spirit beast. She was also his woman. Thinking of this, Qin Feng leaned down and gently kissed Jiang Xue's smooth forehead. Then he prepared to get up. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, he suddenly felt his hand being gently grasped. Qin Feng paused, then looked down. Jiang Xue had opened her eyes at some point. Those eyes still held a hint of sleepiness. She held Qin Feng's hand, not with much force, but without letting go. "Did I wake you up, Xue?" Qin Feng asked in a soft voice. Jiang Xue gently shook her head. No. Her voice was soft, with a gentle, sweet quality unique to the early morning. But I didn't sleep very soundly. After saying that, she seemed to recall everything that had happened last night. Her cheeks, which were already slightly flushed, turned even redder. There was a clear hint of unease in his expression. After all, since last night, her identity has completely changed. She is no longer just Jiang Xue. She's also his wife. What was bound to happen has already happened. The contract is in effect, and the relationship is established. From now on, everything she does and thinks will naturally begin to revolve around Qin Feng. Even though she was mentally prepared for this change, she still needed some time to gradually adapt. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng didn't tease her, but said gently, "Then you should rest a little longer. And by the way, let's get used to your new bloodline as well. I'll get up first and go prepare something for you to eat." He paused, then added, "Just rest at home today. There's no need to rush to do anything else." That's a very tactful way of putting it. But Jiang Xue certainly understood what was going on. She instantly understood what Qin Feng was talking about, and her face flushed even more with embarrassment. She responded softly. Then he pulled the blanket up and buried himself completely in it. All that remained was a bulging outline. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. However, before he could get up and leave, another head slowly peeked out from under the covers. Jiang Xue, with only half of her flushed face showing, looked at him and whispered, You should go and see Sister Qingtan first." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, a smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Jiang Xue's personality is really too gentle. I'm the one who should be taken care of more. When he woke up, he was still thinking about Su Qingtan. Clearly, she is also trying to adapt to the future relationship between the three of them. I don't want to ruin anything because of myself. Qin Feng reached out and gently pinched her cheek that was sticking out from under the blanket and smiled. All right, you don't need to worry about these things. Qingtan is fine. We will get along well from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xue blinked gently and then murmured Then he shrank back under the covers. Qin Feng glanced at her again, got up, dressed, and left the master bedroom. After arriving in the living room, Qin Feng immediately noticed that Su Qingtan had already gotten up. At this moment, she is standing by the dining table, setting out the prepared breakfast one by one, steaming hot porridge, fried eggs, and a few light side dishes. It's clear that everything has been taken care of. Su Qingtan's eyes were slightly dark. Although she tried her best to look the same as usual, her fatigue was still quite obvious. Clearly, she didn't sleep well last night. Qin Feng felt a pang of pity. He didn't say anything and just walked over. He wrapped his arms around Su Qingtan's slender and soft waist from behind. Green sandalwood. Su Qingtan's body stiffened slightly. Then, my cheeks started to feel hot uncontrollably. Bad guy. She muttered a soft rebuke, her tone carrying a hint of something ambiguous. Then, he let out a soft hum. Xue is so delicate. How could you? At this point, she herself couldn't continue. The intermittent noises she heard last night had already left her feeling extremely unsettled. She wouldn't have a nerve to say it out loud now. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. He deliberately leaned close to Su Qingtan's ear and whispered with a chuckle. Oh, Qingtan, didn't you sleep all night? You? Su Qingtan was so embarrassed and angry that she turned around and grabbed Qin Feng's waist. Then twisted hard. Hiss. Qin Feng gasped and immediately became obedient. I was wrong. Stop pinching it, it really hurts. Su Qingtan glared at him, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, Serves you right. Who told you to say such things on purpose? Qin Feng quickly raised his hand to beg for mercy. Then he lowered his head again. He leaned close to Su Qingtan's ear and whispered a few words of comfort. The sound was very soft. I don't even know what they said. In short, it didn't take long. Su Qingtan, who had initially looked somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, gradually softened. But her ears were getting redder and redder. Finally, she gently bit her lip, released her grip, and whispered, "You said it yourself. You're not allowed to renege on your debt when the time comes." Qin Feng said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's definitely not bad." Su Qingtan rolled her eyes at him, but there was still an undeniable tenderness in her eyes. Then, she picked up a plate of prepared breakfast and said, "I'll go check on Shui first. It's probably not convenient for her to come out right now." Qin Feng nodded. "Go." Su Qingtan hummed in agreement, then carried the breakfast toward the master bedroom. Looking at her retreating figure, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. Anyway, Su Qingtan is genuinely accepting all of this and is trying her best to make the relationship between the three of them move in a more stable direction. He would certainly not let this sentiment go to waste. After turning his gaze away, Qin Feng sat down at the dining table. Start eating breakfast. While eating, he sorted through the system rewards he had just received. Storage space. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's mind stirred slightly. The next second, suddenly, a separate space appeared in his mind. The space isn't particularly extravagant, but it's sufficient for the current needs. The room was empty, just waiting for him to store his things. It really is a storage space. A hint of joy flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This thing looks unremarkable, but its practical uses are surprisingly great. From now on, it will be much easier to carry potions, spirit stones, weapons, or other spoils when going out on missions. Jiang Shui was able to stay here because she carried a storage ring. However, it only has 1 cubic meter of space to hold some personal belongings. Qin Feng calmed himself down, and his gaze fell on a spoon on the table. Immediately, he tried to activate the ability he had just acquired. The next moment, the spoon flashed slightly and then disappeared from the table. At the same time, a metal spoon that was quietly floating in the storage space also appeared. "It's done." Qin Feng was overjoyed. Then, he tried to take the spoon out of the space. Swish! The spoon reappeared in his hand. The whole process was incredibly smooth. Chapter 24 Great-Grandma is here? Qin Feng tried several more times. Spoons, cups. With a thought, the items on the table would instantly disappear and enter his storage space. The only thing to be careful about is that when collecting items, it seems you have to be within your own perception range. As for whether live animals can be put in, Qin Feng did not try. However, it seems highly unlikely that this will work. Otherwise, this ability wouldn't just be a storage space, but rather a kind of spatial prison. That's a bit too outrageous. Moreover, this is a capability rewarded by the system. No need to worry about losing it or having it stolen by someone else. Even if they encounter danger in the future, they can carry a large amount of supplies and spoils with them. For beast tamers, this ability is extremely useful. Qin Feng was in a good mood after testing his new ability. Afterwards, he slowly finished his breakfast. He had just put down his chopsticks. A soft, sweet laugh suddenly came from the direction of the master bedroom. Puffed. "Sister Qingtan, please stop talking. What's wrong with saying this?" Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui's voices came through intermittently, although I couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about. But judging from their relaxed tone, the two clearly get along very well. Su Qingtan took the initiative to accept Jiang Shui, and Jiang Shui was not the arrogant type. One was gentle and delicate, the other aloof and serene. If they can get along well, it will save them a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt much more at ease. However, it happened very quickly. He then thought of another, more practical problem. Just because you get along well during the day doesn't mean you'll get along well at night. After all, Su Qingtan has already booked it for tonight. Last night, it was Jiang Shui. Logically speaking, it should be Su Qingtan's turn today. The problem is that Jiang Shui has only completed the contract on the first day. At this time, it seems inappropriate to ignore her. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more subtle his expression became. On one side was Su Qingtan, who had been following him for a long time. On one side is Jiang Shui, who has just completed the contract. Unfortunately, neither of them are people who can be easily fooled. Well, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh softly. Being a man is really tough. If others heard him say this, they would probably call him ungrateful. After all, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui are two people. Each one of them, taken individually, is enough to make countless beast tamers fight tooth and nail for them. A Taishu Zhulong, a frosty ice phoenix. They are all SS-level hidden bloodlines. An ordinary person would be overjoyed to be able to sign one of these contracts. Qin Feng is now actually starting to worry about how to balance the relationship between them. However, outsiders may envy such things. When it comes down to it, it's definitely not something that can be summed up simply by saying I'm very lucky with women, especially in this world. The relationship between a beast tamer and their contracted spirit beast is inherently much deeper than that between ordinary men and women. Contracts are not child's play. Once completed, it means that the fates of both parties are truly intertwined. It's not just about fighting and training. And for a long time to come, there will be mutual support and responsibility. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered Jiang Xiantong, that ice saint from a previous life. In his entire life, he only had 2 lovers with whom he had a contract. Even so, Jiang Xiantong still rose to a very high position. It's clear that having more contracted spirit beasts isn't necessarily better. A larger number of units certainly brings more capabilities and a more complete combat system. However, it can also distract the beast tamer from their own energy. Cultivating resources is one aspect. More importantly, contracted spirit beasts are not tools. Every contracted spirit beast requires the beast tamer to treat it seriously. Cultivation should be planned together, and resources should be allocated rationally. Just as fighting requires mutual adjustment, so too does building relationships take time. If we only focus on the number of contracts, we won't have enough ability and energy to take care of them. Ultimately, this could hinder overall growth. Moreover, the higher the level of spirit beast, the less it can be grown simply by piling on resources. Qin Feng spent many years on the front lines in his previous life. Naturally, they know things that ordinary students don't have access to. The higher the rank of a spirit beast, the greater the possibility of it being contaminated by the magical power of heaven and earth. The reason why monsters are so bloodthirsty is largely because this magic has corrupted their bloodline and mind. When a beast girl forms a contract with a beast tamer, she can maintain her stability by relying on the beast tamer's spirit and spiritual power. However, even at higher levels, this effect cannot be completely avoided. At best, it can cause emotional instability and disordered spiritual energy. In severe cases, it can lead to loss of consciousness and blood rushing to the head. They might even completely degenerate into monsters. At that point, the beast tamer must personally soothe and treat the animal. As for how to treat it, use your imagination. This is also a considerable burden for beast tamers. Therefore, high-level beast tamers rarely engage in unrestrained contracting of large numbers of spirit beasts. Each additional contractual partner means an additional responsibility in the future. Those who truly stand at the top make every contract a well-thought-out choice. Qin Feng was thinking about it. Suddenly, a soft gasp came from the direction of the master bedroom. Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he instantly stood up from his chair. Jiang Shui has just awakened the Frost Phoenix bloodline, and her body is still in the adaptation phase. If there's something wrong with the bloodline, that's no small matter. What's wrong? Without hesitation, Qin Feng strode towards the master bedroom. Shui? He opened the door as he spoke. However, the scene that came into view made him slightly taken aback. On the large bed in the master bedroom, Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui were sitting side by side. Jiang Shui was still wrapped in a blanket, with only her flushed face showing. Upon hearing the noise, the two of them simultaneously looked up at Qin Feng. The room fell silent for a moment. Qin Feng looked at them. They were also looking at Qin Feng. Forehead. Qin Feng coughed lightly and explained somewhat awkwardly. I heard Shui exclaim in surprise just now, and I thought something had happened. Upon seeing this, Su Qingdan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, a hint of mischief in her voice. What happened? Asked Shui. After saying that, she deliberately glanced at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui blushed even more when she saw that look. She held her phone in her hand, her fingertips gently gripping the edge. She didn't look like she was physically unwell. Rather, she seemed to have encountered something embarrassing or unexpected. Qin Feng's gaze fell on his phone, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shui looked up at him, then quickly lowered her eyes again. After a moment, he whispered, "Qin Feng, my great-grandfather told me to go back." Qin Feng was taken aback. Then, his expression suddenly became somewhat strange. So Elder Jiang already knew about our contract? Isn't this speed a bit too fast? We just signed a contract last night. Let them go back today. Could it be that old Deng has someone watching over us in the vicinity? Or is it that the Emperor-level powerhouse is so outrageous that he is monitoring us from a great distance? Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little speechless. If that's really the case, that's so unhygienic. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Jiang Shui could easily guess what he was thinking. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but give him a gentle, reproachful look. What are you thinking about? It's not because of our contract. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Jiang Shui glanced down at her phone and explained softly. It was my great-grandmother who came out of seclusion to visit me. My great-grandfather asked me to go back. She paused for a moment, then looked at Qin Feng with some hesitation. Do you want to come with me? After saying that, Jiang Shui was actually a little unsure of herself. She had only been away from the manor for 2 days. As a result, the contract with Qin Feng has now been completed. Although her great-grandfather did indeed intend to match her with Qin Feng, it could even be said that this matter was tacitly approved and promoted by my great-grandfather. Regardless, she ultimately did not inform her elders in advance. There was no formal discussion with his family. Now that great-grandma has suddenly returned, and she has just made a pact with Qin Feng. No matter how she thought about it, Jiang Shui felt somewhat embarrassed to face the situation. From childhood to adulthood, her great-grandmother doted on her. But in some things, it's not so easy to fool them. Jiang Shui was genuinely worried that Qin Feng would be put in a difficult position. Seeing Jiang Shui's hesitant expression, Qin Feng almost immediately understood what she was worried about. He didn't run away. Instead, he smiled and said in a frank tone, "Of course, together. We have already made a contract. At a time like this, I should naturally accompany you back to see your elders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes flickered slightly. The initial tension in my heart seemed to have been gently soothed by something. This attitude is clearly very important to Jiang Shui now. She nodded slightly. Good. Then, she looked at Qin Feng carefully and assured him. But you don't need to worry. I won't let them bully you. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Jiang Shui looked extremely red, even though she was still wrapped in the blanket. And yet, she solemnly declared that she would protect him. I'm not worried about Elder Jiang, Qin Feng said with a smile. Jiang Shui has now successfully awakened the SS-level Frost Phoenix bloodline. When Jiang Xiantong found out, he was overjoyed. They probably won't make things difficult for him. Jiang Shui blinked when she heard Qin Feng's words. Then, as if he understood something, she tilted her head slightly, looked at Qin Feng, and asked, "Oh, so you're worried about my great-grandmother, right?" Forehead. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. He didn't know much about that person across both his lifetimes. However, to become a contracted beast girl for someone like Jiang Xiantong and accompany him all the way to his current level is truly remarkable. No matter how you look at it, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. This one is probably no pushover either. He might be much more difficult to deal with than Jiang Xiantong. Su Qingtan sat to the side, watching Qin Feng's rare moment of frustration, her smile deepening. So you have moments of fear too? Qin Feng glanced at her and said irritably, "This isn't fear, it's normal tension." Su Qingtan gave a soft "oh." The tone clearly indicated disbelief. Jiang Shui couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere in the room immediately became much more relaxed. Chapter 25, a 10,000-fold difference. Since she had already decided to go back today, Jiang Shui didn't stay in bed for too long. Although the contract was just completed last night, and it was my first time experiencing something like that, I felt somewhat unwell. But the Beast Girl's physique is far superior to that of ordinary people, not to mention that she has also cultivated herself. That slight discomfort is more about the awkwardness and need to get used to it after the first time, rather than being so badly injured that you can't move. Not to mention, Su Qingtan, a senior, was right there beside them. In short, by noon, the embarrassment on Jiang Shui's face had not completely faded. My overall condition is noticeably better than in the morning. It was afternoon. The three then officially prepared to set off and return to Xinhu Xiaoyuan. After leaving the apartment building, Qin Feng and his two companions walked towards the outside of the residential area. Before he even reached the door, Qin Feng glanced around and spotted the black sedan parked near the exit. It was exactly the same as when they were picked up last time. Clearly, they had been waiting here for a while. Moreover, judging from its appearance, it probably didn't just arrive recently, but has been stationed here for quite some time. They neither urged nor bothered them, but simply waited quietly. Jiang Shui can leave whenever she wants to go back. At this moment, Jiang Shui also noticed the car. She paused slightly, then turned to look at Qin Feng. The meaning is obvious. If Qin Feng wants to ride in a car, then he can ride in a car. If Qin Feng feels uncomfortable and wants to try another method, she will not have any objections. In any case, everything will be based on Qin Feng's ideas. Qin Feng understood what she meant and couldn't help but smile. Since someone is here to pick us up, let's get in the car. How convenient. Hearing this, Jiang Shui nodded gently. Then, Qin Feng took the lead and walked toward the car. Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui followed him on either side. Soon, the three of them arrived at the car. The driver's side door opened, and Butler Zhang got out of the car. He still had that serious, composed, and capable demeanor. As his gaze swept over the three of them, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes, especially Jiang Shui, whose expression remained aloof at this moment. But when she stood next to Qin Feng, the subtle dependence and intimacy she felt was completely different from what she had felt 2 days ago. Steward Zhang immediately understood. When she looked at Qin Feng again, her attitude became even more respectful. Steward Zhang, thank you for your trouble. Qin Feng took the initiative to greet him. Butler Zhang quickly waved his hand. Young Master Qin, you flatter me. This is all I should do. Then, he turned slightly to the side and said, the master is waiting for you to have dinner together. Good. Qin Feng responded and didn't say anything more, directly inviting Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui to get into the car. After the three people were seated, the vehicle started smoothly. We drove towards Xinhu Xiaoyuan. Sitting in the car, watching the street scene recede outside the window, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. It's only been a few days. I've actually been in and out of Xinhu Xiaoyuan several times already. From being brought in by Han Zizhang at the beginning, to living there later, and then being driven out. And now, I'm going back again on my own initiative. The reversal was so fast that even he was a little dazed. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Ultimately, it's because so many things have happened in such a short period of time these past few days. First, that crazy old woman from the Su family jumped out to cause trouble. Then, it was that old fox Jiang Xiantong who took advantage of the situation to push things along. Old Deng has really mastered the art of feigning indifference to lure someone in. Certainly, criticism is one thing. Qin Feng was also clear in his heart that, as things had developed to this point, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks for him. Jiang Shui was contracted and helped her successfully awaken her SS-level hidden bloodline. Based on this alone, Jiang Xiantong would never mistreat himself. Moreover, Qin Feng's truest thoughts are actually quite simple. It's best to play it safe from now on. Let them cultivate in peace for a while and improve their strength before we talk about anything else. After all, it won't be long before they have to take the entrance exams for higher education institutions. Qin Feng has always attached great importance to this matter, because he knew that entering a higher education institution was not just a simple matter of changing one's cultivation environment. More importantly, there are resources and heritage. Institutions of higher learning not only offer higher levels of subsidies and training resources, they're also truly advanced cultivation methods. This is the key of all. In his past life, he missed out on all of this. At lower levels, everyone cultivates basic techniques, so the differences might not be so significant. However, once you reach a higher level, the efficiency improvement brought about by advanced cultivation methods is almost a qualitative change. Such skills cannot be easily learned outside. Even an emperor-level expert like Jiang Xianong would most likely not easily break the rules and privately pass on things that should belong to the higher education system. Because what truly supports the Dragon Kingdom are three parallel systems: education system, Beastmaster Association, and the military. These three are like three enormous super sects. They cooperate with each other, yet remain independent. Each possesses its own core resources and training system. These things cannot be broken by anyone with greater personal strength. Therefore, if Qin Feng wants to further improve his cultivation speed, attending a higher education institution is almost inevitable. And it wasn't just him. The same applies to Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He himself possesses a talent that allows him to cultivate 10 times more efficiently. If even higher-level cultivation techniques were added, at that time, the speed at which he and his two contracted spirit beasts improve will be astonishing. Thinking this way, the car soon drove into Xinhu Xiaoyuan. It was still the same familiar environment. The courtyard is quaint and elegant, with a quiet waterside pavilion and corridor. The surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly dense, as if even the air outside was much clearer than outside. After getting off the bus, the three of them walked inside together. As soon as he crossed the front yard, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. Two figures were already waiting for them in the corridor. One of them was, of course, Jiang Xiantong. The old man was still wearing a loose-fitting long robe, and his hair was completely white. Beside him stood another figure. It was a woman. She also had a head of white hair. However, it was not the graying white of Jiang Xuantong's aged appearance, but an extremely pure, seemingly naturally silvery white. Her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She looked no more than 30 years old, but her temperament was as cold as the frost on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. He stood there silent. Yet, one can tell at first glance that this is no ordinary person. Qin Feng knew the other party's identity almost without having to guess. Jiang Xui's great-grandmother. She is also Jiang Xuantong's contracted beast girl. The moment he saw her, Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. Almost instinctively, the eye of detection was activated silently. The next second, the other party's information slowly appeared in his field of vision. Name, Jiru Shuang. Master, Jiang Xiantong. Rank, Emperor level 7. Physical strength, 3.6 million. Spiritual power, 4 million. Bloodline, Twin Ice Phoenixes SS. Skills, Twin Resonance, Eternal Frozen Heart, Extreme Cold Domain, Ice Wing Shield. Favorability, 20%. Stealing the Young Master, 4 million? It's 10,000 times more powerful than Qin Feng. Chapter 26. The cabbage was eaten by a pig. Even though Qin Feng immediately looked away after seeing Ji Rushuang's message. But that fleeting sense of being spied on was still caught by the other party. The next second, Qin Feng felt a cold gaze suddenly fall upon him. Even the air around us seemed to have gotten a few degrees colder at that moment. Qin Feng felt a slight chill. Emperor rank 7. It's not like who I am now, someone I can just casually look at. However, that gaze did not last long. Just then, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up slightly, and she quickly walked towards the silver-haired woman. Great-grandma. Her voice sounded noticeably more intimate and dependent than usual. The next moment, like a swallow returning to its nest, it flew directly into Ji Rushuang's arms. Ji Rushuang, who had been as cold and aloof as ever, showed a noticeable softening of her coldness the moment she caught Jiang Shui. She raised her hand and gently embraced Jiang Shui, responding softly. Why? Then, he gently patted Jiang Shui's back with his palm. That gesture carried undisguised affection. Qin Feng stood aside and watched, but a strange feeling couldn't help but rise in his heart. 18-year-old Jiang Shui calls a woman who looks only in her 30s great-grandmother. Furthermore, they are related by blood, not just a forced generational connection. But on second thought, it's normal. In this world, the greater one's strength, the longer one's lifespan. Whether you're a beast tamer or a beast girl, as long as your cultivation level is high enough, the rate at which your appearance ages will be greatly slowed down. Although Jiang Xiandong has a full head of white hair and looks like an old man. But when it comes to physique and energy, he is probably no match for ordinary young people. Moreover, once one reaches the saint rank, one can even reverse aging. TSK. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. High-level experts are truly unreasonable. Just then, Jiang Xiantong walked towards Qin Feng. The old man walked slowly, his expression remaining as calm as ever. However, Qin Feng sensed an unusual tension beneath his seemingly calm exterior. Upon approaching, Jiang Xiantong made no small talk or beat around the bush. He simply looked at Qin Feng and asked 2 words. It's done? The sound wasn't loud, but Qin Feng instantly understood what he really wanted to hear. With Jiang Xuantong's strength, he could actually sense the changes in Jiang Shui's bloodline on his own. But he didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to hear Qin Feng's answer with his own ears. Qin Feng didn't keep anyone in suspense. He nodded directly, his tone crisp and decisive. Yes, it's done. SS-level bloodline, Frost Phoenix. The instant those words were spoken, Jiang Xuantong's expression froze slightly at first. Immediately afterwards, those old eyes, which had been relatively calm, suddenly lit up. The next second, ha ha ha, a burst of extremely joyful laughter suddenly rang out in the courtyard. The laughter carried a sense of cathartic release after a long period of suppression. Even the surrounding air seemed to vibrate slightly as a result. Okay. Jiang Xianong said good 3 times in a row. He was overjoyed. His great-granddaughter was indeed not of Frank bloodline. Instead, it is the SS-level Frost Phoenix, a weapon powerful enough to shake the world. Seeing Jiang Xuantong's appearance, Qin Feng could understand his feelings. Although the old man had always acted nonchalantly, he probably cared about this matter more than anyone else. On the other side, Ji Rushuang frowned slightly upon hearing the laughter. She held Jiang Shuai in her arms while speaking coldly. "Old man, what are you yelling about? Shuai was kidnapped just like that, and you're actually quite happy about it. I haven't settled this score with this kid yet." These words immediately created a subtle atmosphere in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui immediately lifted her head slightly from Ji Rushuang's embrace and explained somewhat anxiously. "Great-grandmother, that's not how it is. Qin Feng didn't lie to me. Yes, it was my own choice." When she said the last sentence, her cheeks turned noticeably redder. Even so, she looked at Ji Rushuang intently, without backing down. Ji Rushuang glanced down at Jiang Shui, but there was no blame in her eyes. More than anything, it evokes a complex feeling of my own little cabbage running off to be eaten by a pig. "You." She reached out and tapped Jiang Shui's forehead. Although his tone was cold, he clearly didn't want to say anything really harsh. Jiang Xiantong, on the other hand, had no intention of getting involved in the women's conversation at all. He grabbed Qin Feng's arm and pulled him inside. "Walk. Let's go inside and have a chat, you and I." As he spoke, he added, "Don't stoop to her level." Qin Feng. This change in attitude is all too real. Just 2 days ago, he was acting like, "Don't you dare try anything with my great-granddaughter." Now that it's confirmed that the bloodline has truly awakened to SSS level, we've immediately become the two of us. However, Qin Feng did not resist. In this situation, it wasn't his place to dictate the pace. As Jiang Xiantong pulled him away, Jiang Shui began to earnestly explain the ins and outs of the matter to Ji Rushuang. "Great-grandmother, Qin Feng really didn't lie to me. He was the first to realize that there was something wrong with my bloodline. It was also him who helped me awaken from a Frank Snow Sparrow into a frosty ice phoenix." Every word he wrote was in Qin Feng's defense. Su Qingtan instinctively wanted to follow Qin Feng, but she had barely taken a step when Ji Rushuang stopped her with a single, indifferent remark. "Don't go either." Su Qingtan paused, then subconsciously looked up. Ji Rushuang's gaze fell upon her, her tone indifferent, yet carrying a hint of inexplicable amusement. "Perfect timing, let's talk about it together. I like to hear what this kid is capable of, that he can fool both of you beauties into siding with him." "Huh?" Su Qingtan was clearly taken aback. She was just accompanying them back. So how did the fire suddenly turn on her? For a moment, a hint of helplessness appeared in her gentle eyes. Subconsciously, she looked over at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was pulled forward by Jiang Xiantong. He turned back and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't panic. Shui is here. It's not a big problem." Seeing this, Su Qingtan felt a little more at ease. In fact, Qin Feng understood as well. From Ji Rushuang's perspective, such a reaction is perfectly normal. She had just come out of quarantine. The result was the discovery that their most beloved great-granddaughter had already entered into a contract with a strange man. Anyone in that situation would be furious. Not to mention, this man already has another woman by his side. If it were someone more impulsive, they might have frozen the person on the spot first. Thinking about this, Qin Feng felt much calmer. At least for now, Ji Rushuang's attitude was a bit cold, but she just wanted to get to the bottom of things first. They didn't actually intend to take action. Soon, Jiang Xiantong then led Qin Feng through the corridor and into the interior. After the surroundings quieted down, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at the old man and say, "Old Jiang, isn't your change of expression a bit too fast?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiantong continued walking, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Is it fast? I think it's all right. Isn't it normal for me to be happy about Shui's hidden bloodline awakening?" Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. "You didn't have this attitude before. The past is the past. The present is the present." Jiang Xiantong spoke with such confidence that he didn't see anything wrong with it. "Besides, I didn't force you, did I?" Qin Feng was too lazy to argue with him any further on this issue. He simply asked, "What did you want to talk to me about by calling me here alone?" Jiang Xiantong then suppressed his smile. "Naturally, we'll talk about Shui's situation, and also your situation." "Okay." Qin Feng nodded. "That makes sense. Given Jiang Shui's status, it's impossible for the other party to ignore him. Chapter 27, The Road Ahead. Jiang Xiantong glanced at Qin Feng, but his pace remained unhurried. After a moment, he spoke softly. You should have a pretty good grasp of Xue's personality by now. She has always been quiet since she was little. She doesn't like to argue or make a fuss. Once you've made up your mind about something, it's very difficult to change it. At this point, Jiang Xiantong paused. His tone remained steady, but it clearly carried a more serious tone befitting an elder. So, as long as you don't let her down, she will naturally follow you wholeheartedly. As for your private matters, I will not get involved. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression became slightly more serious. Although Jiang Xuantong's words were spoken in a calm manner, they were in fact a formal statement. Don't interfere in their love lives. The 3 words to live up to her expectations are the bottom line set by this old man. Qin Feng nodded and said seriously, Don't worry. In my heart, Xue is also perfect. Now that we've made a contract, I certainly won't let her down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiantong did not pursue the topic further, but simply nodded slightly. He then continued, Now that you and Xue have completed the contract, from now on you will be considered my closest junior. If you have any ideas about the future, you can tell me directly. I may not make the decision for you, but I can at least give you some advice. That's an understatement, but the weight of it is by no means light. Closest relatives and younger generations. These 4 words are enough to explain a lot. If it were anyone else, and they received such a statement from an emperor-level expert, they would probably be so excited that their heart would race on the spot. However, Qin Feng's reaction did not fluctuate much. He knew very well that having powerful backers was one thing, but ultimately he still had to walk his own path. Having lived a second life, he understands better than anyone else. What you can truly hold in your own hands is only your own strength. Moreover, even the emperor and saint ranks are far from being invincible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, My next plan is actually very simple. First, cultivate as quickly as possible and increase your strength. Then, participate in the entrance examination of the Imperial Capital Academy and get into the Imperial Capital Academy. At this point, Qin Feng paused, then added, Of course, I know about this. You could probably do it with just a word. However, I still hope to get in based on my own abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiantong first glanced at him. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! You little rascal, you're dreaming. He shook his head, then continued. Do you really think I would give you special treatment in this matter? You now contracted with 2 SS-level bloodline spirit beasts. With this kind of lineup, if you still can't get into a prestigious university in the capital, then you might as well give up on cultivation and just stay home and wait to die. Qin Feng, although that wasn't a very polite way of putting it, but upon closer inspection, it really doesn't make any mistakes. His current setup is indeed a bit over the top. If you can't even get into a prestigious university in the capital, then you're really useless. Thinking of this, Qin Feng could only rub his nose and stop dwelling on the topic. Then he continued, As for other aspects, I don't have any particular thoughts at the moment. What we need most right now is a stable environment for cultivation. As long as it allows me, Qin Tan, Xue, and I to cultivate in peace for a while, that will be enough. Both he himself, as well as Su Qin Tan and Jiang Xue, are in the stage of fastest improvement. In particular, he possesses a talent that allows him to cultivate 10 times more efficiently. In such cases, all you need is to give him a sufficiently stable time and environment. His strength will inevitably rise at an extremely rapid pace. Jiang Xiantong nodded slightly after listening. To cultivate peacefully, that's really not a difficult thing. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, With the resources of my Jiang and Ji families, it will be an easy thing for you and Xue to live a worry-free and peaceful life of cultivation. Even if we do nothing from now on, we will still have enough to eat and wear and have no shortage of resources. At this point, Jiang Xiantong changed his tone. But if you want more than just this, if you want to truly forge your own path and build your own career and foundation, those storms are unavoidable. In the end, you still have to walk your own path. What we can give you is the conditions, the confidence, and the qualification to back you up in critical moments. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. It must be said that Jiang Xuantong's words truly resonated with him. He never intended to stay under anyone's wing for the rest of his life. It's okay to cling to someone's coattails. Leveraging existing trends is also an option. But if you really have to rely on others for everything, then what's the point of living this life again? true strength is never something that is protected by others. Instead, they walked out step by step, braving the storms themselves. Therefore, Jiang Xuantong's attitude actually made Qin Feng feel more comfortable. It wasn't the kind of person who would stand above him and arrange everything for him. Instead, it provides opportunities, confidence, and a backup plan. As for how to proceed, that's still up to him to decide. Qin Feng nodded. I see. I don't intend to always hide behind others. Some things, in the end, you still have to do them yourself. Jiang Xiantong glanced at him, a hint of appreciation appearing in his eyes. It's best if you think that way. Then, he slowly began to speak. Actually, the reason I'm still here is, I was only worried about Shui. Now that she has completed her contract with you, she has also awakened her hidden bloodline. The weight has been lifted from my heart by more than half. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Really? The next moment, Jiang Xiantong continued. So, I will be leaving here soon. I will find another place to retreat into seclusion. That's easy to say. However, the information revealed in it is not simple. Jiang Xiantong is now at the peak of the emperor rank. His so-called seclusion was clearly not cultivation in the ordinary sense. Instead, aspire to the saint rank. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight chill. Saint rank. That is the true pinnacle of existence in the Dragon Kingdom. Once you cross that threshold, it's a completely different level. However, this also made Qin Feng realize something more clearly. Jiang Xiantong cannot stay here forever to be their protector. All he can rely on now is the present moment. Jiang Xiantong did not intend to hide this fact. After he finished speaking, he looked directly at Qin Feng. So, while I'm still here, if you have any requests, please feel free to make them. I'll cook whatever I can for you. This statement is tantamount to making things perfectly clear. If a normal person heard this, they would probably start thinking about how to maximize their benefits. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then gently shook his head. No need. Jiang Xiantong raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Qin Feng said calmly. You've already taken action against the Su family. The necessary warnings have already been given. Let Qingtan handle the rest herself from now on. This is a debt between her and the Su family. It will be most appropriate for her to do the liquidation herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiantong remained silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. You're quite the high and mighty kid. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng simply smiled and did not refute it. He wasn't aloof. It's just that I'm very clear that there are some grudges and some unresolved issues. It only makes sense if you do the calculation yourself. Jiang Xiantong glanced at Qin Feng, but he wasn't displeased by Qin Feng's refusal. On the contrary, they seemed more satisfied. After a moment, he said meaningfully, however, I will not make a move. That doesn't mean others won't step in. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Before he could ponder the meaning, Jiang Xiantong waved his hand with a smile, no longer continuing the conversation. Then, Jiang Xiantong stopped and gestured with his chin toward a courtyard not far away. All right, go and settle into your room first. Someone will call you for dinner. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Good. Without stopping, they walked in that direction. Chapter 28 Meeting Gift. Qin Feng didn't see Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui again until dinner time. Qin Feng was actually always concerned about the situation on the other side. After all, that great-grandmother didn't seem like someone who could be easily fooled. Emperor rank 7. He is also Jiang Shui's elder in the true sense. If they were to really start questioning someone, let alone Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, even if Qin Feng were to face him alone, he would have to be extremely vigilant. When Qin Feng arrived at the dining room and saw the two women, he paused slightly. Both of their eyes were a little red. She looked like she had just been crying. Qin Feng frowned slightly and immediately walked over. Qingtan, Shui, what's wrong with you? Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingtan quickly raised her head and then gently shook her head. Fine. We were just chatting and we talked about some things from when we were kids. So I can't quite control myself. She said it casually, but Qin Feng could hear a trace of lingering emotion in her voice. Jiang Shui nodded in agreement. Compared to Su Qingtan, the emotions on her face were more obvious. I never imagined that Sister Qingtan had such a hard childhood. At this point, a rare hint of anger appeared in Jiang Shui's usually cold eyes. That woman from the Su family is absolutely despicable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood a few things. It seems that Ji Rushuang did not make things difficult for them just now. It was more like taking Su Qingtan and Jiang Shuai aside for a casual chat. Su Qingtan's background and past were obviously brought up in the conversation just now. The Su family, that so-called legal mother. And there were all the repressions, grievances, and injustices of the past. Qin Feng already knew some of these things. But for Jiang Shuai, this was probably the first time she had heard Su Qingtan say it so clearly in person. No wonder both of them had tears in their eyes. Just then, a clear, cold voice came from the side. How? Are you afraid I'll bully them? Qin Feng looked up. Suddenly, Ji Rushuang appeared from the side. She still maintained her aloof and cool demeanor. With her long, silvery white hair cascading down, she looked like a jade statue standing in the snow. However, compared to the chill that almost made one instinctively tense when they first met, her aura was noticeably milder now. The voice remained cold, but there wasn't much real chill. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at it. Favorability, 43%. Seeing this number, Qin Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. From the initial 20% to the current 40% or more. Although they can't be called close yet, they're at least no longer indifferent to each other. It could even be said that Ji Rushuang's opinion of him has changed considerably. Qin Feng quickly spoke up. I wouldn't dare. I have no such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushuang gave a soft snort. Younger generation? Her gaze fell on Qin Feng, and she said calmly, So, you're going to call me senior? Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat unsure of Ji Rushuang's meaning. Calling someone senior doesn't seem wrong. After all, the other party is definitely a senior in terms of both strength and age. Just as Qin Feng was briefly silent, Jiang Shuai whispered a reminder from the side. Call her great-grandma. Qin Feng then realized what was happening. Jiang Xuantong's side already treats him as a close relative or junior. Ji Rushuang, of course, did not want him to continue to act like an outsider. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately changed his tune. Great-grandmother. Ji Rushuang then gave a faint reply. Although it's just one word. But the act of writing that word signifies her acceptance of the title. Ji Rushuang looked at him for a moment before slowly speaking. I've already spoken with Qingtan and Shuai. I roughly understand the ins and outs of the matter. Her tone remained indifferent, but not sharp. Overall, you're a pretty good man. At the very least, they are willing to take responsibility and be accountable. Qin Feng listened quietly without interrupting. Ji Rushuang continued. Moreover, you did help Shuai awaken her hidden bloodline. SSS-rank Frost Phoenix. As she said this, her gaze flickered slightly. Clearly, even for an S-level Emperor-rank powerhouse like her. Upon hearing that Jiang Shuai had truly awakened her SS-level bloodline, it was impossible for him to remain completely unmoved. That's SS-rank, even within the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is an unparalleled top-tier talent. What's more, Jiang Shuai is her most beloved great-granddaughter. So, at least for now, you are worthy of our Shuai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuai's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at Qin Feng subconsciously, her eyes flickering slightly, but she didn't say anything to argue. At least, in her opinion, she was more suited to be Qin Feng's partner. Qin Feng then said with a serious expression, Don't worry, great-grandma. I will treat Shuai well. Ji Rushuang did not respond immediately, but instead turned her gaze to Su Qingtan. And there's also green sandalwood. I like this girl very much too. It's not easy to get to where we are today after suffering so many injustices. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan's eyes reddened slightly again. Great-grandmother, Yeruswok nodded gently. Since you have already formed a contract with Qin Feng and are someone Shuai approves of, from now on, I will treat you like my own great-granddaughter. Su Qingtan clearly realized the weight of those words. She was momentarily a loss for words and could only nod gently. Thank you, great-grandma. Ji Rushuang didn't say much, but looked at Qin Feng again. In short, from now on, you're not allowed to bully any of them. Qin Feng naturally understood. This is not a form of making things difficult, but rather the simplest way for an elder to give a younger person a gentle reminder. He nodded and said seriously, Don't worry, I will definitely treat them well. Ji Rushuang looked at him for a moment before looking away. Remember what you said today? After saying that, she said calmly, Let's eat. Only after those words were spoken did the atmosphere in the room truly relax. Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I finally passed. Nothing else went wrong at dinner. Jiang Xianong was clearly in a good mood. Ji Rushuang remained largely silent. Most of the time, she simply served food to Jiang Shui quietly. Occasionally, he would also give some to Su Qingtan. Su Qingtan was a little reserved at first, but gradually relaxed later. As for Jiang Shui, she seemed quieter than usual. However, as she sat next to Qin Feng, her closeness was clearly undeniable. Dinner ended peacefully and uneventfully. After leaving the dining room, Qin Feng finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Things went much more smoothly than he had imagined on his return today, although there was some pressure during the process. But the result was good. At least for now, everything is moving in a positive direction. However, what left Qin Feng speechless was, after dinner, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui did not go back with him. Instead, Ji Rushuang pulled him away again. It seems we'll have to continue talking. Qin Feng stood there, watching the three women's departing figures, feeling both amused and exasperated. Women, where do you find so many topics to talk about? Qin Feng may have complained in his heart, but he had no objection. Judging from the current situation, Ji Rushuang truly likes Su Qingtan. This is a good thing. So he returned to his small courtyard alone. Night was falling. Inside the Heart Lake Garden, the lights were dim. The air between the waterside pavilions and corridors is filled with a spiritual atmosphere, and even the night breeze carries a faint coolness. After returning to his room, Qin Feng first washed up briefly. He then sat down inside and took the opportunity to sort out what had happened that day. This day may seem like just coming back for a meal, but it actually has a lot of significance. From this day forward, his relationship with the Jiang family is completely different. There's an added layer of genuine intimacy. Compared to my previous life, this is an incredibly lucky start. Of course, Qin Feng didn't get carried away by this. Whether it's the Jiang family or the Ji family, they are merely accomplices. Ultimately, what will determine his future is the realization of his own potential. The entrance examinations for universities in the capital city are just around the corner. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Just give him time. His current rate of improvement will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, faint footsteps finally came from outside the door. Soon, the door was pushed open. Su Qingtan walked in from outside. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng immediately went to meet him. "You're back?" Su Qingtan gave a soft hum. Qin Feng casually asked, "Where is Shui?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan paused in her steps. Then, she looked up and glared at Qin Feng. "Shui will sleep with her great-grandmother tonight." As she spoke, she paused slightly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Could it be that you still want to?" She was too embarrassed to continue. Qin Feng was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and was left speechless with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Of course not. I just asked casually." Su Qingtan gave a soft snort. Clearly, they don't really believe it. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not continue to explain. Instead, he smiled and stepped forward, reaching out to take her small hand. "All right, I was just showing concern." Su Qingtan's expression softened as he held her hand. However, the next moment, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something unusual. Qin Feng looked down. On Su Qingtan's slender, fair wrist, a jade bracelet had appeared out of nowhere. The bracelet has a warm, smooth texture and a clear, translucent color. Even if Qin Feng didn't understand these things, he could tell that this was definitely not an ordinary ornament. "What is this bracelet?" Su Qingtan followed his gaze and then explained softly. "A gift from my great-grandmother. Shui and I each have one." She paused, then added, "After that, there were no more people." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "What about people after that?" Su Qingtan glanced at him, pretending to be ignorant. After saying that, she withdrew her hand and turned to walk inside. "I'm going to wash up." Qin Feng stood there for a moment before finally realizing what was happening. The people after that? Is this referring to what if there are new contract girls in the future? Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. I swear to God, he really hasn't thought that much about it right now. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui both possess SS-level hidden bloodlines. This kind of existence isn't like a roadside cabbage. How could there be so many contracts available everywhere, with people lining up to sign them? Besides, having just 2 backyards already requires careful balancing. If you want more, it's not just a matter of bloodline level. From now on, let's just leave these things to fate. At least for now, He isn't actively thinking about the people after him. Chapter 29, I'm staying next door tonight. When Su Qingtan came out after washing up, Qin Feng had already dimmed the lights in the room considerably. The soft light fell on her, making her look as if she were shrouded in a light, warm glow. She changed into a light nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, the ends still slightly damp. Su Qingtan blushed slightly when she saw Qin Feng staring at her. "What are you looking at?" Qin Feng smiled. "Because you're good-looking." Su Qingtan gave a soft snort. Glib-tongued. Even so, she did not avoid Qin Feng's gaze. Quite a few things happened during the day. Ji Rushuang pulled me aside, and we talked for so long. She thought she had long since been able to calmly face those past events. But when I actually say it out loud, I still feel a little sad. Especially when Ji Rushuang and Jiang Shui both looked at her with heartache. Su Qingtan, on the contrary, found it even harder to control herself. She suddenly realized that she was no longer alone. It has the style of Qin. Jiang Shui is among them. There were even elders who were willing to accept her. This feeling was very unfamiliar to her, but was also very warm. Qin Feng noticed that there was still some lingering unease in her emotions, so he stopped teasing her and instead stepped forward to gently pull her into his arms. Still thinking about what happened during the day, Su Qingtan leaned against his chest and softly hummed in agreement. "It doesn't count. It just feels a bit unreal." Qin Feng looked down at her. "What's unrealistic about it?" Su Qingtan remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "My great-grandmother said she would treat me like her own great-granddaughter. Shui also said that if anyone bullies me again, she will help me fight back." At this point, Su Qingtan's lips curved slightly. She seems so quiet, but she's actually quite cute when she's angry. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He gently ruffled Su Qingtan's long hair. "You won't have to carry this burden alone anymore. We'll settle the score with the Su family later." Su Qingtan was taken aback. Then, she nodded slightly. Night was falling. The lights inside the room dimmed without anyone noticing. This night ultimately belonged only to the two of them. Even in a new environment, the necessary tenderness will still be there. At first, Qin Feng restrained himself somewhat. After all, this isn't my home. There are also 2 emperor-level elders in charge of the manor. But soon, this restraint gradually dissipated amidst Su Qingtan's tender dependence. A gentle night breeze brushed against the window pane. The lights inside the room went completely dark. Nothing was said that night. The next day, when Qin Feng woke up, it was already broad daylight. Su Qingtan was still asleep. She curled up on her side in the blankets, her eyes and brows exuding a quiet languor. Qin Feng did not wake her. He simply tucked the blanket around her gently, then got up to wash up. After a quick breakfast, I went straight to the training room. Today marks the first day of peaceful cultivation. This is what a cultivation environment should be like. Returning to the cultivation room, filled with spiritual energy, Qin Feng sighed with emotion. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui each have their own independent cultivation room. Resources are also plentiful. After Jiang Shui enters into a contract, she will also be able to enjoy the benefits brought by Qin Feng's talent. In a short period of time, the cultivation speed will inevitably be extremely fast. Once she breaks through to the second tier, her strength will inevitably undergo a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in my mind. Detection indicates the host currently has 2 contracted spirit beasts. Training objective: acquire 2 tier 2 spirit beasts. Task time limit: 3 days. Task reward: plus 100 points to all attributes. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the system notification. Then, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This task, it came at just the right time. Or rather, it's practically a free reward. Even if the system hadn't issued this task, Jiang Shui would have broken through to the second tier soon. However, the reward isn't particularly large, so don't worry about it too much. A score of 100 in all attributes is only worthwhile in the early game. It's practically nothing in the late game. After glancing at the mission details, Qin Feng paid no further attention to them. Anyway, it'll happen in the next day or 2. He took out a cultivation potion and drank it all in one gulp. The medicine entered the stomach and quickly transformed into a warm force that spread throughout the body. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to circulate his internal energy. Time in the outside world also seemed to become blurred. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, it was already evening. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room remained abundant. The surrounding formations operated stably, as if the spiritual energy he had absorbed during the day was utterly insignificant. Qin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This pace of progress is just so satisfying. If this kind of cultivation environment can be maintained, coupled with his 10 times cultivation efficiency, it will be even better. Soon, you will be able to advance to the next level. When he returned to the courtyard, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui were already waiting for him. The food was laid out on the table. With no elders present, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. When Su Qingtan saw Qin Feng return, she said softly, "Just finished cultivating?" After Qin Feng sat down, he glanced at the two women. "How is your cultivation today?" Jiang Shui thought for a moment and said, "Progress is very fast. I can sense that I should be breaking through to the second tier soon." As she said this, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Compared to before, it's increased by dozens of times. This speed of cultivation was something she herself was not used to. Normal. You're only now truly beginning to unleash the potential of your bloodline. Don't think about anything else these next few days. Just focus on your cultivation. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui naturally had no objections. The three of them ate, while chatting briefly about their cultivation progress that day. Without Jiang Xintong and Ji Rushuang present, Jiang Shui was noticeably more at ease than yesterday, although she still doesn't talk much. But occasionally, she would respond to Qin Feng with a few words. Su Qingtan remained gentle, occasionally serving food to Jiang Shui. Dinner ended quickly. Jiang Shui did not get up to leave. He just sat there quietly. Qin Feng glanced at her, a slight thought stirring in his heart. Su Qingtan clearly already knew something. She put down her chopsticks, gently wiped her mouth, and then stood up. "I'll be staying next door tonight." The atmosphere in the courtyard immediately became somewhat awkward after those words were spoken. Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtan. Su Qingtan glanced at him, then snorted softly. "Don't act innocent after getting the benefit." After speaking, she looked at Jiang Shui again, her voice softening. "Shui, I'll come see you again tomorrow morning." Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still nodded gently. Su Qingtan didn't say anything more and quickly went to the next room. Only Qin Feng and Jiang Shui remained in the courtyard. Night gradually fell. The breeze blowing from the lake carries a slight coolness. Jiang Shui sat by the lamp, her black hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Qin Feng walked over and sat down next to her. "Were you tired from training today?" Jiang Shui gently shook her head. "Not tired. On the contrary, I feel very relaxed." She didn't say anything more about cultivation. She simply watched Qin Feng quietly. There was no need for many words between them. Jiang Shui's personality is just like that. She doesn't express her emotions in detail. More often than not, she simply makes her choices quietly. Just like now, her staying speaks volumes. A moment later, Jiang Shui gently reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Feng glanced down at it, then smiled. He took Jiang Shui's slightly cool hand in his own and gently pulled her into his arms. Jiang Shui didn't struggle and leaned closer to her. The chill of the daytime gradually softened at this moment. Only quiet companionship and the intimacy that had already been confirmed. Soon, night fell completely. Chapter 30, Minor Trouble. For days passed in the blink of an eye. These past few days have been quite fulfilling for Qin Feng and his two companions. During the day, they each went to their respective cultivation rooms to cultivate. In the evening, they would return to the courtyard to eat and rest together. As for after resting, Qin Feng could only say that the key to cultivation lies in balancing work and rest. They cultivate their spiritual power during the day and train their physical body at night. We must grasp both aspects firmly. Of course, there's no need to go into details about how to exercise. In short, the three of them lived a happy and harmonious life. The manor was well stocked with resources, the cultivation room was rich in spiritual energy, and no trouble came knocking. For Qin Feng, this environment couldn't be more perfect. During these 4 days, all three of them improved their strength. 2 days ago, Jiang Shui successfully broke through to the second stage. As she broke through, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Training mission complete. Reward, plus 100 points to all attributes. After the reward was credited to his account, Qin Feng's attributes instantly skyrocketed. He was originally at the second tier, but was directly pushed to the peak of the third tier. After a little practice, he broke through to the fourth rank. Currently, in terms of cultivation level alone, Qin Feng is the highest among the three. Name: Qin Feng. Level: Tier 4 Stage 2. Physical fitness: 165 centimeters. Spiritual power: 160. Of course, it's just the highest level. When it comes to combat strength, he is quite confident in his abilities. Once Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui reach their peak, their attributes can soar to over 1,000. As a fourth-tier beast tamer, his total attributes were only a little over 100, less than 200. The gap remains significant. Therefore, the greatest use of the physique that Qin Feng has painstakingly cultivated is probably at night. At least at night, they don't transform randomly. Thinking about this, Qin Feng was speechless. A dignified fourth-tier beast tamer, yet his sense of accomplishment actually comes from this kind of place. However, improving one's strength is ultimately a good thing. If he continues to cultivate like this, his strength can improve even further before the entrance exams for higher education institutions begin. Qin Feng originally thought that such peaceful days would continue indefinitely. Until noon that day, he had just come out of the cultivation room when someone came to inform him. Young Master Qin, the master requests that you and the two young ladies come to the main hall. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Jiang Xiantong? Old Deng has hardly shown his face these past few days. Qin Feng thought he had quietly gone to a secluded place to cultivate. I didn't expect it to suddenly reappear today. And he even called all three of them over together, so it was obviously for something. Without delay, Qin Feng quickly called Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, and they went to the hall together. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Jiang Xiantong sitting inside. Ji Rushuan was also there. However, compared to Jiang Xuantong's leisurely demeanor, Ji Rushuan exuded a much stronger chill. The air around us seemed to have gotten a few degrees colder. However, Qin Feng could sense that the chill wasn't directed at them. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder who offended this great-grandmother." The three men stepped forward to greet them. Ji Rushuan responded lightly, her gaze lingering on Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui for a moment before her expression softened slightly. Jiang Xiantong then looked at Qin Feng and said directly, "I'm about to go into seclusion, and I have some minor troubles that I can help you with." Qin Feng was taken aback. A minor problem? His first thought was the Su family. But we've already talked about the Su family's affairs, haven't we? The remaining debts will be settled by Su Qingtan later. Jiang Xiantong noticed his confusion and smiled faintly. "You don't know yet, do you? Your value on the black market has risen quite a bit these days." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Black market?" Jiang Xiantong continued. "Especially the green sandalwood. She's already being watched by quite a few people. Ordinary forces are all right, but the real trouble is the demon god cult." Upon hearing these three words, Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened. The demon god cult. He had heard this name in his previous life. They were a bunch of real lunatics. They'll do anything for power and profit, hunting down geniuses, plundering resources, and even forcibly stealing other people's spirit beasts. Their methods were ruthless and dirty. If they were just ordinary henchmen, Qin Feng would naturally not be afraid. However, if the higher-ups of the demon god cult were to intervene, he would find it difficult to deal with them given his current strength. Su Qingtan also sensed that something was wrong and subconsciously looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng held her hand, indicating that she shouldn't panic. Jiang Xiantong continued calmly. "But you don't need to worry too much. I've already killed a batch of people in the past few days. At least for now, no dark force above the king rank dares to approach Luo City. As for the small fry below the king rank, I don't have the time to deal with them." Qin Feng then realized what was happening. No wonder Jiang Xiantong has hardly appeared these past few days. It turns out they were cleaning up those dark web forces outside. Anyone who dares to get close, kill them. This is the deterrent power of an emperor-level expert. Many troubles were kept at bay by Qin Feng before he even realized it. However, this also made him more aware. "I'm still too weak right now. If we really encounter a force like the demon god cult, we can only temporarily rely on the power of the Jiang and Ji families. This situation cannot continue indefinitely. We still need to become stronger as soon as possible." Just then, Ji Rushuang suddenly spoke up. "Originally, I didn't intend to bully the weak." Her voice was cold. The temperature in the hall also dropped a few degrees. "But if someone is courting death, then I can't blame them. Qin Feng's heart stirred. Ji Rushuang's gaze fell on Su Qingtan, her eyes filled with a hint of heartache. Qingtan has already suffered so much injustice. Let's not argue with that woman for now. But she dared to collude with the demon god cult. They deliberately leaked information and set their sights on our people. As the last sentence fell, a chill suddenly spread throughout Ji Rushuang's body. A thin layer of frost even appeared on the ground. Su Qingtan's expression changed slightly. That woman. She naturally knew who Ji Rushuang was referring to. The lady from the Su family. Su Qingtan originally thought that no matter how ruthless the other party was, they were just using ordinary methods. But she never expected that the other party would dare to collude with the demon god cult. It might even implicate Qin Feng and Jiang Shui. Thinking of this, Su Qingtan's eyes gradually turned cold. Qin Feng noticed a change in her emotions and tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Su Qingtan looked up at him. Then, she gently grasped his hand in return. She didn't say anything, but the attitude is already very clear. This time, she won't hide. Jiang Shui also frowned and said softly, "That's too much." He was clearly genuinely angry. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood what Jiang Xiantong had said earlier. He said that just because he didn't intervene didn't mean others wouldn't. It turns out that it refers to Ji Rushuang. At that time, they may have already received word of the situation and learned some clues. Wang Zhuanqiu's methods were completely inadequate against the Jiang family. Moreover, judging from the situation, this great-grandmother is clearly more protective of her own than Jiang Xiantong. Jiang Xiantong sat beside him, his expression calm, showing no intention of stopping him. Qin Feng glanced at him and sighed inwardly. It seems that when Ji Rushuang really gets angry, even this old man doesn't intend to persuade her. Ji Rushuang slowly stood up. "Let's go. Come with me to the Su family's house. I want to see what that woman is really capable of." She gave a cold laugh as she said this. "Today, let's bully others for once. Look at the Su family. What makes them so special?" The hall fell silent for a moment. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. It has to be said that the feeling of being protected by elders is truly different, especially since this elder is an emperor-level expert. Su Qingtan pursed her lips, her eyes slightly warm. In the past, when faced with such situations, she could only endure or avoid them. But things are different now. Someone was standing next to her. Qin Feng gently squeezed her hand. "Let's go. This time, you'll see it for yourself." Su Qingtan nodded. Jiang Shui also walked to her other side. "Sister Qingtan, I'll stay with you." Su Qingtan looked at the two of them and finally smiled softly. "Good." Ji Rushuang said nothing more, flicked her sleeves, and walked out first. Jiang Xiantong followed slowly beside him. The Su family is truly blessed to be served by two emperor-level beings in turn. Chapter 31. The Emperor arrives at the Su family. After everyone left the manor, it was deserted outside. There was no carriage or guards. Qin Feng glanced at it, but he wasn't surprised. With Jiang Xianong and Ji Rushuang's strength, it would be truly unnecessary for them to be so particular about these things when they go out. Sure enough, the next second, an invisible force enveloped his entire body. The feeling wasn't harsh. Rather, it was extremely smooth, as if I were being gently lifted up by an unseen hand. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng's feet lost their footing, and he was lifted off the ground. Although he himself possesses the soaring sky technique as a means of flight, he has not yet put it into practice. This is the first time I've ever flown directly like this. The same applies to Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui. Both women were slightly taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. As for Jiang Xiantong and Ji Rushuang in front, they remained calm. With just one step, he was already standing in midair. The next moment, the figures flew directly towards the Su family's location. At the same time, two immense auras spread out from the sky without reservation. In an instant, the entire city of Los Angeles seemed to quiet down. Within Los Angeles, a king-level expert who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened them, his expression changing drastically. These are two emperor-level beings. Another place, within the Beast Tamer Association, several figures rose almost simultaneously. They all looked up at the sky, their expressions filled with surprise and uncertainty. Within the military base, some powerful figures quickly emerged, their gazes grave. Two emperor-level beings mobilized simultaneously. Moreover, its imposing presence was not concealed at all. This is clearly not an ordinary trip. In an instant, everyone in Los Angeles who was qualified to perceive all of this. None of them dared to delay and immediately rushed towards the direction where those auras converged. Nobody knows what happened, but everyone understands. Something big is about to happen in Los Angeles today. High in the sky, standing atop an invisible force, Qin Feng looked down at the rapidly receding streets and buildings below and couldn't help but feel a sense of Gankai, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia or regret. An Emperor-level expert is on a completely different level from an ordinary beast tamer. This way of traveling is so simple it's illogical. However, he only sighed for a moment before quickly regaining his composure, because not far ahead, the Su family's residence had already come into view. At this very moment, above the Su family's residence, a figure was already bowing and waiting. It was Su Jingyuan. Even from a distance, Qin Feng could see the stiffness and paleness on the other person's face. Clearly, the other side had already sensed the arrival of the two Emperor-level beings. However, they dared not leave, nor could they leave. Soon, the group stopped above the Su family's residence. Su Jingyuan immediately lowered his head even further, his voice clearly tense. "Greetings to both of you seniors." Jiang Xiantong remained calm and did not speak. Ji Rushuang didn't even glance at him. That invisible sense of oppression caused cold sweat to seep from Su Jingyuan's forehead. Meanwhile, auras were rapidly approaching from all around the Su family. The Beastmaster Association, the military, and other high-ranking officials of the King rank in Luo City had all arrived nearby. However, no one dared to step forward rashly. Everyone stopped a short distance away, watching this scene from afar, deeply moved. It really is the Su family. What exactly did the Su family do to provoke two Emperor-level experts to personally come to their door? At the same time, inside the Su family villa below, all was already deathly silent. Everyone stood there trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. Some people even felt their legs go weak and could barely stand. Under the oppressive aura of the two Emperor-level beings, the entire Su family seemed to be held down by an invisible hand, making it difficult even to breathe. Inside the hall, Wang Zhuanxiu sat there, her face ashen, her hands and feet icy cold. She didn't see the specific situation outside, but she could feel it. Just how terrifying were those two auras that enveloped the entire Su family. And the more this was the case, the more she understood it. "I'm afraid I'm really finished." She hadn't been unaware that this day would come. From the moment she decided to use external forces to deal with Su Qingtan, she was already gambling with her life. She dared not wait. She dared not place her fate on whether Su Qingtan would soften her heart in the future. Therefore, she had no choice but to make the first move. Whether it's the black market or the demon god cult, she didn't care as long as someone could help her get rid of Su Qingtan. But she never expected this. What I received was not news of Su Qingtan's accident. Instead, it was two Emperor-level beings who personally came to their door. Thinking of this, Wang Zhuanxiu began to tremble uncontrollably. She finally realized what she had underestimated. It's not that we underestimated Su Qingtan. Instead, they underestimated Su Qingtan's importance in the hearts of emperors. If it weren't for Qin Feng's connection, it wouldn't matter. Now, Qin Feng has firmly bound Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui together, making them as close as sisters. Targeting Su Qingtan is targeting Jiang Shui and the Jiang family. High in the sky, Su Jingyuan lowered his head, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Even now, he still doesn't know what happened. But in his heart, he already had a vague guess. The fact that two Emperor-level beings came to our door together is most likely related to Su Qingtan. And if it's related to Su Qingtan, then that's the person most likely to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Su Jingyuan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his heart filled with both shock and anger. Wang Zhuanxiu, it's that stupid woman again. Wasn't the lesson learned from last time enough? Is she only satisfied when she drags the entire Su family down with her? Just then, Ji Rushuang finally spoke. She stood high in the sky, her voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Are you Su Jingyuan?" Su Jingyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded. "This junior is here." Ji Rushuang's gaze was icy, and her tone was even colder. "You've raised a fine creature." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyuan's face paled even more. His lips moved, but he didn't dare to say anything. Ji Rushuang didn't give him a chance to explain, and simply continued coldly. They colluded with the demon god cult, leaked information, and set their sights on my people. Does your Su family think that I, Ji Shuang, am too good-tempered? Do you still think Jiang Xianong has been too lenient with you? Boom! As the last sentence fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. The king-level experts who rushed over from all around felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Colluding with the demon god cult? Leaked information? Moreover, it was aimed at the people that Ji Shuang was protecting. Has the Su family gone mad? Su Jingyuan's mind went blank, and he almost fell to blackout. Really? It really is that woman. And the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. With that thought in mind, he couldn't care less about anything else. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Senior G, this junior, is unaware of this matter. If such a thing were true, I would never dare to cover it up. Yerusholk Snedit. Does it matter whether you know about it or not? The message came from your Su family. The villains are the ones your Su family colluded with. Then it's up to your Su family to give an explanation. The words fell. Su Jingyuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, Su Qingtan, who was standing at the back, finally turned her gaze to the unfamiliar mansion below. She had both longed for it and resented it. But now, she stands beside Qin Feng and Jiang Shui, perched atop that mansion. My heart is no longer filled with much emotion. Beside him, Qin Feng gently took her hand. Su Qingtan trembled slightly. Then he slowly clenched his fist back. On the other side, Jiang Shui also moved closer and stood quietly beside her. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was already very clear. Su Qingtan pursed her lips, and her previously fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. There was a brief moment of silence in the high sky. Then, Ji Shuang's gaze fell downwards, her voice chilling to the bone. Where's Wang Zhuanxiu? Just 4 words. But this sent a shiver down the spines of the entire Su family. Su Jingyuan's face turned ashen, and his heart sank to the bottom at that moment. Chapter 32, The Path to Death. Su Jingyuan's face was ashen, but he dared not hesitate for a moment. The next moment, he turned around and landed, flying towards the hall below. A moment later, Wang Zhuanxiu was then lifted out by him. At this moment, Wang Zhuanxiu was no longer the mistress of the Su family at all. His face was deathly pale, his hair was disheveled, and he could barely stand. Su Jingyuan showed no pity and simply threw her onto the roof of the Su family's villa. Kneel down. He let out a low growl, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. Wang Zhuanxiu's body trembled, her legs went weak, and she knelt down. Su Jingyuan himself stepped aside and bowed deeply. Seniors, this is my wife, Wang Zhuanxiu. Ask whatever you want, then interrogate me. He didn't even dare to lift his head when he said this. As for covering it up, he now not only doesn't want to protect Wang Zhuanxiu, but he even wishes he could slap this stupid woman to death with his own hands. The fate of the Su family rests entirely on the decision of these two individuals. At a time like this, anyone who dares to utter a single extra word is dragging the entire Su family down with them. After he finished speaking, Su Jingyuan glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. That glance happened to land on Su Qingtan, but it was only for a glance. The next instant, as if he had been burned, he immediately withdrew his gaze and dared not look any longer. He knew it very well. At this point, taking an extra look or saying an extra word could be tantamount to courting death. Since the two emperors didn't immediately start a massacre, that means the Su family still has at least a sliver of a chance to survive. As for Wang Zhuanxiu, thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in Su Jingyuan's eyes. This woman deserves to die 1,000 times over. Just then, Jiang Xiantong glanced around and spoke calmly. Come over here, all of you. Stop watching from outside. It's good that you can all witness this, so you won't say we're bullying the weak. These words were spoken. The dozen or so king-level experts who had been standing a little distance away immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Now that Jiang Xiantong had spoken, they naturally dared not stay outside and watch any longer. Soon, the Beastmaster Association, the military, and other high-ranking royal officials in Los Angeles. They all flew towards this direction and cautiously landed nearby. In an instant, more than a dozen king-level beings gathered above the Su family. Such a scene is something that might not even be seen simultaneously when Luo City is besieged by monsters. But now, these dozen or so important figures are usually enough to hold sway over a region. They were all as quiet as quails, not daring to even breathe loudly. They really don't know exactly what happened. But there's one thing everyone already guessed. This matter is most likely related to the lady of the Su family. Many people were already secretly shaking their heads and their hearts. Last time, you deliberately bumped into Xinhu Xiaoyuan and were taught a terrible lesson. Wasn't that enough? They even dared to secretly plot against someone of the emperor rank. What is this if not courting death? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Jingyuan with a hint of inexplicable sympathy. The upper echelons of Luo City know a thing or two about Su Jingyuan's wife's personality. Naturally jealous and narrow-minded. Relying on the resources and support Su Jingyuan received from her family in his early years, she has always kept him firmly under her control. They don't even allow contracting with other beast girls. Now Su Jingyuan has finally advanced to the king rank and gained a foothold in Luo City. But then they were stuck with this woman who dragged the entire Su family into this catastrophic disaster. To be honest, it was really bad luck. High in the sky, there was a brief moment of silence. Then, Ji Rushuang slowly spoke. Now that everyone's here, I'll start speaking. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. This woman deliberately leaked the information about my great-granddaughter's SS-level bloodline to the demon god cult. They intended for them to kidnap my granddaughter and turn her into a bloodline slave of the demon god cult. What do you think should be done about this? The words fell. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. The demon god cult. The great-granddaughter of an emperor. SS-level bloodline. Every word struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. The dozen or so high-ranking officials present all felt their scalps tingle and their minds shaken. Who could have imagined it would get this serious? Colluding with the demon god cult, leaking information about the bloodline of the emperor-ranked great-granddaughter, and even intending to send her to be a bloodline slave? This is beyond suicide. This is clearly a case of someone who doesn't want to die quickly enough and wants to drag their entire family down with them. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but no one dared to speak. Because everyone knows that Wang Zhuanxiu is already dead. As for whether the Su family can ultimately survive, it probably depends on whether these two emperor-level figures are willing to show leniency. Wang Zhuanxiu, who was kneeling below, turned pale after hearing these words and shook her head frantically. Injustice. Injustice. I didn't do it. How could I dare to scheme against the great-granddaughter of two such esteemed figures? Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Her voice trembled, and she almost collapsed onto the roof. However, before she could continue shouting, Jiang Xiantong then casually waved his hand. The next moment, more than a dozen corpses and remains fell directly from midair and landed heavily in the Su family courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds were particularly jarring in the deathly silent Su family home. When everyone saw the corpses, their faces turned deathly pale. The dozen or so corpses, both men and women, were found in extremely gruesome circumstances. Each body still retained the expression of extreme terror it had before it died. What's even more terrifying is that they were all frozen into ice sculptures and were extremely well preserved. The lingering aura on the corpse sent chills down the spines of all the kings present, because each of their auras was no weaker than theirs. There was even an aura of a royal-level being. That level of existence would be enough to make anyone in Luo City feel invincible. But now, it's being tossed around like trash in the Su family's courtyard. In an instant, many people present felt their legs almost go weak. Some people's throats bobbed, their faces were ashen, and they could barely stand. Some people felt a chill down their backs, and their breathing became rapid. They had no doubt. All of these people were killed by Jiang Xiantong himself. Moreover, it will probably be resolved in a very short time. The majesty of an emperor was fully displayed at this moment. In the face of such an existence, no matter what rank of king or emperor, they are no different from ants. Then, Jiang Xiantong calmly said, not just the demon god cult. There are also some other messy forces. Anyone who dares to even entertain such thoughts will not escape. A few simple words send a chill down everyone's spine. No one dared to question it, and no one dared to argue about it, because what these two said was, in itself, absolute will. Strength is the only truth. For a moment, the entire Su family was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And right there in this deathly silence, Wang Zhuanxiu, kneeling on the roof, finally spoke again. This time, she dared not continue to deny it so stubbornly. because there's no point in continuing to argue. Her lips were pale, her voice trembled, and she spoke with difficulty. Two just leaked some information about Su Qingtan to the outside world. It wasn't directed at the great-granddaughters of the two elders. Su Qingtan is Su Jingyuan's daughter. I was just afraid that she would come back to seek revenge on me in the future, so I made some arrangements in advance. Tu didn't have any designs on your great-granddaughter. By the end, her voice had grown weaker and weaker. But as soon as she said those words, many people present understood what she meant. This means she's admitting it. He admitted that he did leak the information, but it was Su Qingtan's, not Jiang Xue's. After hearing this, Ji Rushuang simply gave a cold laugh. You admit it, right? She looked coldly at Wang Zhuanxiu below, her voice filled with icy intent. Qingtan, do you think you have the right to scheme against me? I'll tell you now. Su Qingtan is now also my great-granddaughter, Ji Rushuang. What else do you have to say? Boom! As soon as those words were spoken, almost simultaneously, everyone's gaze fell towards the back. It landed on Su Qingtan. It also landed on Qin Feng and Jiang Xui, who were standing next to her. At this point, many things no longer need explanation. The three people's positions, their attitudes, and Ji Rushuang's words just now. Everything is crystal clear. Su Qingtan is no longer the illegitimate daughter of the Su family who can be manipulated at will. She has now sided with Ji Rushuang. They sided with the Jiang family. And at the center of all this, without a doubt, is Qin Feng. For a moment, many king-level figures in the arena couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wang Zhuanxiu's death was entirely justified. Su Jingyuan was truly unlucky. They should have had a great hand, but they played it so badly that it turned out like this. If the Su family hadn't brought this upon themselves, they might have been able to advance even further in the future simply by leveraging their connection with Su Qingtan. But now, everything has been ruined by this foolish woman herself. It even nearly dragged the entire Su family into the abyss. High in the sky, Su Jingyuan's body trembled slightly. Only then did he finally muster the courage to glance in Su Qingtan's direction. That face still bore a resemblance to one I remembered. But now, the other person stood beside Qin Feng and Jiang Xui with a calm expression and cold gaze, not even glancing at him. Su Jingyuan's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he couldn't utter a single word, because he knew it very well. He had already said it himself last time. Su Qingtan was not his daughter. Since that's the case, why bother trying to establish a close relationship or get too intimate with him now? It will only make it seem more ridiculous and foolish. Thinking of this, he could only lower his head again, his face ashen. Wang Zhuanxiu, kneeling on the roof, seemed to have all her strength completely drained. He knelt there blankly, his eyes vacant. In a short time, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence once again. Chapter 33. Kill them all? Hee. In the dead silence, a sudden and tragic laugh rang out. The laughter wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally jarring. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to the kneeling figure on the roof. Really, the one who laughed was Wang Zhuanxiu. At this moment, the previous pallor and ashen complexion on her face suddenly faded considerably. Instead, it gained an extra touch of eerie redness. It was like the last breath of a dying person being forcibly lifted, a final burst of energy before death. She slowly raised her head, her gaze passing over Ji Rushuang and Jiang Xiantong in front of her. He stared intently at Su Qingtan, Qin Feng, and the others behind him. In those eyes, there was resentment, unwillingness, and a kind of madness that came from being completely driven to the brink of despair. It was as if they wanted to remember these faces forever, then take them all to hell. After a moment, she managed a weak smile and spoke in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect this. This is how I will end up. As she said this, she even had a strange smile on her face. It's as if he's laughing at himself. It's like laughing at fate. Then, her gaze shifted and landed on Su Qingtan. What a beautiful face. Just like your mother. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan's previously calm expression finally changed slightly. Qin Feng stood beside her, his eyes turning cold as well. But Wang Zhuanxiu seemed to have completely stopped caring about these things. She simply stared at Su Qingtan and continued. Your mother died because of this face, and you too turned your life around because of this face. It's truly a matter of timing and fate. The wheel of karma keeps turning. Her voice grew increasingly shrill, and towards the end, it even sounded somewhat insane. But no one in the room interrupted her. Because it's obvious to everyone, this woman is completely finished. Every word she says now is nothing more than a final outburst before she dies. Su Jingyuan stood to the side, and when she heard her mention that person, his expression became even more complicated. At times like this, he didn't even dare to look up, not to mention interrupting. High in the sky, Ji Rushuan's expression was indifferent, and Jiang Xiantong was equally calm. These behaviors are utterly insignificant in their eyes. And just then, Wang Zhuanxiu suddenly spoke up again, her voice becoming even sharper. One person does the deed. One person takes the blame. I'll give you my life back right now. The moment the words fell, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. The next moment, without hesitation, she raised her right hand and slapped it hard against her forehead. Bang! A dull, chilling explosion suddenly rang out, like an overripe watermelon, smashed open with a single blow. The next second, blood, mixed with bone fragments, suddenly splattered everywhere. Wang Zhuanxiu's fairly good-looking head exploded into a cloud of blood mist right before everyone's eyes. The headless corpse swayed slightly. It then rolled off the roof. With a thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. That instant, the entire Su family fell into a deathly silence once again. No one expected Wang Zhuanxiu to be so decisive. The dozen or so high-ranking kings around them all had stiff expressions, and even their breathing unconsciously became lighter. Even though some of them had already guessed that Wang Zhuanxiu was doomed, seeing such a bloody and resolute scene still gave me a jolt. As for the Su family members, they were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. Many people kept their heads down, not daring to look at each other for even a second. They were afraid of incurring even the slightest displeasure from the two people high up in the sky. Su Jingyuan stood still, his body stiffening slightly. He truly hated Wang Zhuanxiu. I wish I could tear this stupid woman to pieces. But when the other person actually dies right before your eyes, and in such a way, he couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. The rabbit mourns the fox's death. No matter what, she was a woman who had been with him for many years. However, that hint of complexity was fleeting. Soon, however, he was overwhelmed by an even deeper fear. Because he knew, Wang Zhuanxiu's death does not mean the matter is over. The Su family is still hanging by a thread. The next moment, Su Jingyuan took a deep breath and knelt down directly in the direction of Ji Rushuang and Jiang Xiantong. The sound of knees hitting the roof was clearly audible. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse and strained. In the final analysis, this matter is all due to my, Su Jingyuan's, failure to discipline my children properly. That's why my wife has repeatedly committed evil deeds and caused such a terrible disaster. If the two seniors still have any complaints, then please punish them accordingly. I, Su Jingyuan, have no complaints. In the end, he bowed his head low, his forehead almost touching the roof tiles. They dared not resist. They didn't dare to struggle, because he knew it better than anyone else. Struggling is pointless. Now, the only thing he can gamble on is whether the two of them have calmed down. Besides, just how important was Su Qingtan to them? No matter what, she was still his biological daughter, even though he had already denied the relationship last time. But blood ties aren't something you can just say and then disappear. At least, he still clung to a last, almost laughable hope. Su Qingtan. Surely she wouldn't just watch him die? Faced with this scene, Ji Rushuan's expression remained unchanged. Whether Wang Zhuanxiu commits suicide on the spot, or Su Jingyuan kneels down to beg for forgiveness. For her, it was all the same. Having lived to her age, she has seen far too many scenes like this. It wasn't worth her making a fuss about it. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around. He looked at Su Qingtan behind him. It was at this very moment. Her originally icy expression softened noticeably. Even his tone carried a touch of the gentleness and tenderness that only elders possess. My dear great-granddaughter, have you gotten your revenge yet? Su Qingtan trembled slightly and looked up at Ji Rushuang. Ji Rushuang looked at her, her eyes softening unusually. If you haven't given enough yet, that's fine too. At worst, we can kill them all, and nobody dares to say anything about you. As soon as those words were spoken, the Su family members below felt as if their blood had turned cold. Su Jingyuan's heart sank even further, and his fingers, which were lying on the ground, trembled involuntarily. Even so, he still dared not raise his head, much less beg for mercy. Because he knew, at this point, the fate of the Su family was no longer in his hands. It all came down to a single sentence from Su Qingtan. On the other side, Su Qingtan stood there in a daze, her lips slightly pursed, but her eyes gradually reddened. Hearing Ji Rushuang's unreasonable yet extremely protective words, the dam that Su Qingtan had been holding up in her heart finally collapsed. Her lips moved. Tears welled up first. The next moment, she suddenly cried out and threw herself into Ji Rushuang's arms. Great-grandmother. He couldn't say anything more. Only the sobs that had been suppressed for far too long continued to escape from her throat. It was as if they had all suddenly found an exit. Okay, don't cry. With great-grandma around, no one will dare to bully you again. As Ji Rushuang comforted him in a low voice, she looked up at Su Jingyuan kneeling in front of her. That gentleness from just now vanished almost instantly. Instead, there was a deeper chill and anger. Look what you've done. They've bullied my precious great-granddaughter so badly. Just one short sentence. This caused Su Jingyuan to lower himself even further, his back trembling slightly. But that's not all. Ji Rushuang quickly raised her gaze again, sweeping it over the dozen or so high-ranking kings around her. Wherever her gaze fell, everyone involuntarily tensed up. They all lowered their heads and looked down, not daring to make eye contact. Then, Ji Rushuang spoke coldly. And you all too. They're all a bunch of good for nothings. These words left no room for saving face. Among the dozen or so kings present, not one dared to show the slightest dissatisfaction. They didn't even dare to offer a single explanation. The next second, Ji Rushuang's voice rang out again, her tone chilling. I'm putting my words here today. If my great-granddaughter suffers any more injustice in the future, none of you can escape. Boom! The moment those words were spoken, every king present felt a jolt in their heart. No one dared to risk their life to test the limits of the emperor rank. In an instant, everyone firmly memorized the appearances of Qin Feng, Jiang Shuai, and Su Qingtan. Qin Feng stood aside, listening to Ji Rushuang's words, and vaguely understood something in his heart. This is no longer just about venting. It was also a way of establishing authority. Such a high-profile approach can only have one explanation. It's unlikely that Jiang Xiantong and Ji Rushuang will stay here. Before leaving, they made sure that no one in the entire city of Los Angeles would dare to harbor any ill intentions towards them. They even have to protect them at all costs. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. This feeling of being strongly protected by elders. To be honest, it's not bad at all. In his past life, he was used to going it alone between life and death. Many things can only be accomplished by oneself. Now that two such protective and loyal emperor-level elders have suddenly appeared, even he can't help but feel a little moved. However, this feeling was deeply moving. However, another shadow quickly rose in Qin Feng's heart. Saint Jiang Xiantong. In his previous life, after breaking through to the saint rank, the other party did not truly remain at peace for long. Within a few years, he was betrayed and ultimately met his demise. Although many things are different from those in my previous life now, because of my appearance. However, some major trends may not be completely changed as a result. The butterfly effect might occur. But in terms of timing, it probably won't be too far off. In other words, he didn't have much time left. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze, which had softened slightly because of this scene, gradually calmed down. He glanced at Jiang Xiantong, who stood calmly in front of him, and then at Ji Rushuang, who was holding Su Qingtan and gently comforting her. A certain idea became increasingly firm in my mind. This lifetime, now that he has completed the contract with Jiang Shui and is bound to the Jiang family. Therefore, he would never allow the same path from his previous life to be repeated exactly as it was. At least, he wanted to protect everyone around him. Chapter 34 at worst, we'll just go kill another batch. Wang Zhuanxiu is dead. What needed to be done has been done, and what needed to be said has been said. High in the sky, Ji Rushuang held Su Qingtan in her arms, her expression indifferent, and she did not speak again. She came here in person today to avenge Su Qingtan. Now that the culprit is dead, the entire Su family is terrified. Since Su Qingtan didn't say anything more about dragging the entire Su family down with her, Ji Rushuang naturally didn't bother to pursue the matter further. A moment later, she raised her hand and gently patted Su Qingtan's back, her tone softening. All right, let's go back first. Su Qingtan got up from her embrace, her eyes still red, and nodded gently upon hearing this. She did not look back at the Su family. I've seen enough of what I needed to see. On the other side, Jiang Xiantong merely glanced at Su Jingyuan below without saying anything more. For Su Jingyuan, today's events have been enough. If this still doesn't teach him a lesson, then it can only mean that the Su family is destined to be this way. The next moment, with a wave of his sleeve, Jiang Xiantong enveloped Qin Feng and the other two once again. Several figures quickly flew towards the direction of Heart Lake Garden. When they arrived, they made the entire Su family feel suffocated. They left just as decisively and efficiently. Only after those figures completely disappeared into the horizon did the terrifying aura that had been pressing down on the Su family finally dissipate. As the aura dissipated, many people around couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Those short periods of time were incredibly difficult for them to endure. The dozen or so high-ranking kings who were parked nearby paused for a moment before preparing to leave. However, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite complex. What happened today has greatly shocked them. Who would have thought that the Su family, who were once at the height of their power in Los Angeles, would cause such a mess? Two emperor-level beings came to their door to beg for their help. This is a privilege that many people never enjoy in their entire lives. As for the Su family, many people have already made their own judgment. Don't offend them, but don't get too close either. The safest approach is to pretend nothing happened. Just do what you normally do. Don't try to climb up to others or step on them. Who knows if those two emperor-level beings will remember this incident someday. Thinking of this, the group exchanged glances. Although no one said it outright, they all clearly shared the same idea. Soon, the king-level experts who had been surrounding the Su family began to disperse. This turmoil has come to a temporary end. But after today, the entire city of Los Angeles will inevitably view the Su family differently than before. Inside the Su family's villa, after all the outsiders left, the surroundings became much quieter. But this quietness doesn't make people feel at ease. Instead, it makes people feel even more suffocated. Su Jingyuan remained kneeling on the roof, not getting up immediately. He remained in that position for a long while before slowly raising his head. In just a short while, he seemed to have aged considerably. The sparkle in his eyes had almost completely faded, leaving only weariness and dejection. For him, surviving today is already a stroke of good luck. As for anything else, he doesn't even dare to think about it now. A moment later, Su Jingyuan slowly stood up and looked down into the courtyard. Wang Zhuanxio's headless body is still lying there. There were other corpses scattered all over the ground. Blood was splattered everywhere. Shocking. Su Jingyuan watched in silence for a while, and finally just closed his eyes and let out a long breath. It seems like I need to vent all my emotions. Wang Zhuanxio, this woman, almost dragged the entire Su family into an abyss. However, he is not entirely without responsibility for turning a blind eye to the affairs of the inner quarters over the years. Thinking of this, Su Jingyuan's expression gradually turned cold. He glanced down at the crowd below and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Someone come here." Soon, several stewards from the Su family came out tremblingly, not daring to raise their heads. Master of the family. Su Jingyuan looked at them, his expression weary, yet more stern than usual. "Clean this place up. Also, all those people that Madam has placed in the Su family over the years, don't leave a single one alive. Get them all out." Those people were immediately shocked upon hearing this. He quickly lowered his head and replied, "Yes, master." Su Jingyuan didn't say anything more. He knew very well that the Su family had come to this point. It's because he has devoted too much energy to cultivation over the years and has paid too little attention to family matters. Then he thought of someone else. Su Hao, his son with Wang Zhuanxio. He is currently still practicing at school. He probably doesn't know about what's going on at home yet. Thinking of this, Su Jingyuan's brows furrowed again. The bond between father and son is naturally still there. But what if Su Hao has any inappropriate thoughts because of what happened today? That would be troublesome. The Su family can't withstand a second round of turmoil. Thinking about this, Su Jingyuan stood still and slowly made a decision in his heart. If Su Hao behaves himself, then let it go. If he really dares to harbor any thoughts of revenge because of Wang Zhuanxio's death, then send them away, the farther the better, to avoid causing further trouble for the Su family. The wind blew through the courtyard, carrying with it a lingering stench of blood. Su Jingyuan stood there, feeling utterly empty. A perfectly good family, in the blink of an eye, was half destroyed. He really doesn't want to go through any more trouble. Over the years, he has worked his way up through hard work and finally achieved his current status. In the end, things in the inner quarters almost brought him to ruin. However, as he was thinking about this, another thought inexplicably popped into his mind. Over the years, Wang Zhuanxiu has been too controlling of him. Relying on the support she received from her maternal family in her early years, she was practically the only one who had the final say at home. Not to mention anything else, even his desire to contract more beast girls can be disrupted by her. Su Jingyuan had always been mindful of his reputation, so he had always held back. But now, the person died. After what happened today, her family is unlikely to say anything more. Thinking of this, Su Jingyuan's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. It was as if some invisible constraint had been released from my body. Even my breathing became easier. This feeling came suddenly, and even he himself found it somewhat absurd. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face that was hard to tell whether it was self-deprecating or bitter. In the end, he said nothing. He simply turned and walked into the courtyard. On the other side, Heart Lake Garden. After the group returned to the manor, the atmosphere in the courtyard became much quieter than before. Jiang Shui looked at Su Qingtan from the side and said softly, "Qingtan, let me go back with you to rest." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan nodded slightly. Today's events have certainly been too many for her. After years of pent-up emotions were released, all that remained was a deep sense of exhaustion. Then, she and Jiang Shui walked inside together. As for Qin Feng, he did not immediately return to cultivate. Instead, he stood there for a moment, then turned to look at Jiang Xiantong beside him. Old Jiang. Jiang Xiantong stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back and glanced at him upon hearing this. "What's up?" Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Are you planning to leave Los Angeles soon to go into seclusion?" Jiang Xiantong looked at him, not surprised at all, and nodded after a moment. "That's good, but the time hasn't been set yet. It could be tomorrow, or it could be next month. That's why this whole thing happened today." He paused here, his tone remaining calm. "If there are still people who are blind to reason, at worst, we can have your great-grandmother go and kill another batch. It's nothing serious." Qin Feng didn't know how to respond to that. This elderly couple spoke of such things as naturally as they would eat or drink. After today's commotion, it's probably hard for outsiders to figure out whether Jiang Xiantong will actually leave. Even he himself couldn't say for sure, so it was even less likely that others could guess. In this way, even if someone does have any designs on the SS-level bloodline, for the time being, they will mostly have to hold back and dare not make any rash moves. Thinking about this, Qin Feng gradually understood. In the end, Wang Zhuanxiu just happened to be caught in the crossfire of the Su family's affair. Whether it's colluding with the demon god cult or leaking information, whether it's true or false, it's no longer important. Su Qingtan had previously made a move outside, and the matter of her SS-level bloodline couldn't be kept secret forever. Even if Wang Zhuanxiu didn't deliberately spread it, it would still be exposed through other channels. Perhaps Ji Rushuang simply wanted to vent her anger. In any case, the desired effect was achieved. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't ask any further questions. At this moment, Jiang Xiantong said again, "You guys should go back to your training and do what you're supposed to do. You don't need to worry too much about things outside." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a soft breath. "I see." He then turned and walked towards the cultivation room. Thinking about anything now is useless. Let's focus on cultivation first. Chapter 35, then I'll go sleep next door. The little disturbance that occurred during the day did not affect Qin Feng's cultivation rhythm. To him, someone like Wang Zhuanxiu, even if she didn't die today, would die sooner or later. It's just a matter of whether it's a little earlier or a little later. Now that there are two Emperor-level beings blocking the way, those messy troubles from the outside world will most likely not dare to show up in the short term. At times like these, not seizing the opportunity to cultivate would be a waste. Therefore, when Qin Feng came out of the training room, his mood had completely calmed down. It was evening. When he returned to the courtyard, he immediately saw two familiar figures sitting by the stone table. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui were both there. The food was already laid out on the table, steam rising gently, carrying a relaxing, homey atmosphere. Hearing footsteps, the two women looked up at the same time. "Qingdan, are you feeling better?" Qin Feng walked over, sat down next to her, and asked. Su Qingtan nodded slightly. "It's all over now." After saying this, she gave Qin Feng a faint smile. Seeing this, Qin Feng finally felt relieved. Then, he turned to look at Jiang Shui. "Shui, Thank you for your hard work today. Jiang Shui, who had been sitting quietly, blushed slightly upon hearing this. She pursed her lips and whispered, "It's nothing. We're all one family. This is just how it should be." Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this. Su Qingtan sat to the side, her ears also feeling slightly hot. However, she didn't say anything in the end, but just lowered her head and served Qin Feng a bowl of rice. "Let's eat first." "Good." The three of them quickly sat down around the table and started eating. A gentle evening breeze blew through the courtyard, and the sky gradually darkened. The environment was quiet, yet it felt exceptionally comfortable. At the dinner table, none of the three deliberately mentioned what happened during the day. He only casually mentioned the cultivation arrangements and the rest time for the evening. The atmosphere was calm and even, but not dull. By the time the meal was finished, it was completely dark. Su Qingtan got up and, together with Jiang Shui, tidied up the dishes on the table. Qin Feng also felt very relaxed during this kind of day. However, he soon noticed something was amiss. Logically speaking, it should be Su Qingtan's turn tonight. After finishing her meals, Jiang Shui usually goes back to her room first. But today, she showed no intention of leaving at all. After cleaning up the dishes, the three of them stayed in one room. The atmosphere gradually became a little awkward. Qin Feng sat in the chair, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's going on? Neither of them are planning to leave tonight. Should I leave?" Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression couldn't help but become somewhat strange. Just then, Su Qingtan sat by the bed. She lowered her head, adjusting the hem of her clothes, her face flushed slightly. Jiang Shui was even quieter than her, sitting on the other side, her ears already feeling a little hot. But no one offered an explanation. The room became eerily quiet for a moment. Only the lamplight flickered gently. Finally, after a moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Shui, are you going to stay with Qingtan tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, she nodded slightly. The sound was very soft. It was so light that it seemed to dissipate into the air the moment it was exhaled. After listening, Qin Feng immediately understood half of it. When he looked at Su Qingtan again, the blush on the latter's face was noticeably deeper, but she did not refute him. Now, Qin Feng could easily see through it. These two had obviously discussed it beforehand. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked another question. "I'll sleep next door?" The words had barely left his mouth. Jiang Shui almost instinctively raised her head and quickly said, "Don't go." She spoke so quickly that she paused for a moment afterward, her face turning even redder. Clearly, even she herself didn't expect to be so direct. On the other side, Su Qingtan also raised her hand and gently pinched Qin Feng's arm. "You're still pretending." Her face was slightly flushed, and her tone held a hint of reproach. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. In the end, it turned out that he was deliberately pretending to be stupid. However, on the other hand, what exactly did those two say behind his back during the day? How could they have settled things so quickly? But there's obviously no need to ask that question now. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the two women's faces, and the last bit of hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. Since they have already made up their minds, then he naturally had nothing to object to. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but cough softly. "All right, since you put it that way, then I won't stand on ceremony." These words were spoken. Su Qingtan immediately rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Shui lowered her head even further, her ear tips turning so red they looked like they were about to bleed. The atmosphere inside the room was already subtle. Qin Feng's words made things even more ambiguous. As for what happened next, it was only a matter of course. For Su Qingtan, whose emotions fluctuated greatly during the day, such a complete relaxation was obviously more effective than any words of comfort. Since Jiang Shui chose to stay, she had naturally made mental preparations long ago. The lights in the room didn't go out until very late that night. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed quietly. Over the past 10 days, the three of them have basically settled into a stable routine. Cultivate during the day, rest at night. Under such a luxurious training environment, the three of them naturally progressed at an astonishing speed. Qin Feng's attributes have all been raised to 200 points. Even within the fourth tier, it would be considered to be at the mid-level. As for Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, their progress was equally rapid. All attributes successfully broke through 100 points officially entering the early stage of the third tier. However, despite having higher attributes, Qinfeng has recently been experiencing some back pain. It's not that there's anything wrong. Simply put, the consumption is not small. Indeed, it's a happy kind of trouble. You still need to practice more. In the courtyard, Qinfeng stretched his body while muttering to himself. And just then, his phone suddenly vibrated slightly. Qinfeng looked down and saw that the person who sent the message was none other than Principal Han Zizhong. The content is very simple. 3 days from now, there will be a unified mock assessment in Los Angeles. Do you want to participate? A link was also attached to the message. Qinfeng raised an eyebrow and casually clicked on it. Soon, a detailed set of rules for the mock assessment appeared on the screen. He glanced at it briefly, and his eyes gradually showed more interest. Although all the recent graduates from Los Angeles participated in this assessment. However, the organization in charge was not the school, but the Beast Tamer Association. The reason is quite simple. Because the venue for this simulated assessment was not a regular training ground, but a secret realm. Most of the secret realms are managed by the Beastmaster Association. A secret realm. Qinfeng's eyes flickered slightly. The so-called secret realm is essentially a small, independent space that exists in relation to the real world. The environment inside is not much different from the real wilderness. Mountains, forests, wastelands, and even habitats of various magical beasts may exist there. In a sense, the secret realm itself is similar to a miniature version of a small world. The purpose of holding this mock assessment in a secret realm was to allow graduates to adapt to a real combat environment in advance. After all, many university entrance exams were originally scheduled to take place in the secret realm. It is indeed necessary to let students go in and walk around beforehand. Qinfeng continued reading. The rules clearly state that this secret realm is a low-risk area specifically for graduating students' mock assessments. The monsters inside have strict level restrictions. At most, it will not exceed the 8th rank. Such intensity is certainly not low for the average graduate. But for Qinfeng and his 2 companions now, it's completely within an acceptable range. Moreover, compared to staying cooped up in the training room and practicing asceticism, enter the secret realm to kill monsters, gain practical experience, and get good grades along the way. It's obviously more interesting for them now. Thinking of this, Qinfeng's interest became even more pronounced. Kill monsters in the secret realm. It's worth a trip, just as this thought arose in his mind. In his mind, the familiar system notification sounds suddenly rang out one after another. Initial mission. First hunt. Mission requirements. Hunt 20 magical beasts of at least your own rank. Quest reward. 1 exclusive skill for your spirit beast. Initial quest. First dungeon. Mission requirements. Enter the secret realm and complete a hunting mission. Quest reward. 1 random piece of equipment exclusive to a spirit beast. Achievement quest. First team collaboration. Task requirement. Achieve first place in the mock assessment. Quest reward. 1 random raid item. Qinfeng's expression changed as he looked at the 3 tasks that popped up in his mind. Originally, he just felt that this mock assessment was worth attending. Now, it seems that it's no longer a question of whether it was worth it or not. Instead, they had to go. Hunting missions, dungeon missions, team missions. None of the 3 rewards were useless. System rewards are always generous. It can't be that bad. With that in mind, Qinfeng didn't hesitate any longer and sent a message to Han Zizhong. I'll participate. After sending the message, he glanced down at the assessment rules again. 3 days. It's not exactly urgent. I can take advantage of these few days to get myself back into shape. By the way, let me also tell Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue. After all, he wasn't the only one who went this time. Chapter 36, Preparing to Enter the Secret Realm. Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue naturally had no objections to Qinfeng's decision. During this time, they stayed in the manor and devoted themselves to cultivation. Although the progress is not slow, in the end, it is just a matter of cultivation. The targets in the training field are ultimately not the same as real monsters. Now, a secret realm with suitable intensity and not too high risk is presented to us. Of course, they also wanted to go in and give it a try. Hunting monsters in real combat and training in seclusion in a training room are 2 completely different experiences. Then let's go. Qinfeng looked at the 2 women, his tone decisive. This is a good opportunity to get used to the environment of the secret realm. Su Qingtang note that Hen Li. Jiang Shui did not object, but sat quietly to the side, her eyes showing a clear hint of anticipation. However, the three of them made their decision quickly. Han Zizhong, on the other hand, was clearly not so calm. There was nothing wrong with Qin Feng and Su Qingtan participating in the mock assessment. But Jiang Shui is different. Of course, given her status, it's out of the question that she could even participate in a mock assessment in Los Angeles. Even entering a low-level secret realm alone is not a difficult task. The real problem is that if she goes in with him, Han Zizhong will have to consider safety issues. If the young lady of the Zhang family were to suffer even the slightest mishap in the secret realm, he, as the principal, might not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, after receiving Qin Feng's reply, Han Zizhong did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he came to the manor in person. Qin Feng was unaware of the specifics of their discussion. All he knew was that Han Zizhong came quickly and left quickly. When he went in, his expression was somewhat solemn. When I came out, I was noticeably more relaxed. Clearly, the person who should have asked for instructions has already done so. They no longer needed to worry about what happened after that. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. Early that morning, Qin Feng, Su Qingtan, and Jiang Shui. They set off together, heading towards the Beastmaster Association. When they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered in the square in front of the association. Looking around, you see students wearing their school uniforms everywhere. It was noisy and bustling. In the center of the square, there was a rather large piece of equipment. It has a silvery gray sheen and is engraved with complex patterns. Clearly, this is the device used to open the entrance to the temporary secret realm. In addition, several other schools in Los Angeles also sent students over on the same day. As Qin Feng walked forward, he casually glanced around. There were quite a few people who came this time. If they all entered the secret realm, there would probably be several thousand people. Of course, if you really calculate it based on contractual combinations, the number of people isn't that exaggerated. With men and women each making up about half, the total number of couples is only around 1,000 or 2,000. At this point, if there is no contractual partner yet, that means they either have ridiculously high talent and bloodline, so strong that one person can overwhelm an ordinary team. Otherwise, they will basically have no chance with those top universities. After all, what this world values most is teamwork. It's a collaboration between a beast tamer and a beast girl. With an additional contract partner, the team's overall strength increases significantly. If there's a suitable match, who would complain about having too many contract partners? Thinking about this, a thought popped into Qin Feng's mind. He certainly wouldn't object to having multiple contracts. Only, we still need to take care of our kidneys a little. Thinking about his recent lifestyle, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. And it was at this moment, as the three walked side by side into the square, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, all eyes turned to them. The reason is simple. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui's appearances were already excessively outstanding. Even among so many people, she still stood out terribly. Moreover, Su Qingtan is now known throughout the entire city of Luo as an SS-level bloodline holder. Jiang Shui's identity is not a secret. As for Qin Feng, standing in the middle of them, the feeling of being stared at by a group of boys with a mixture of envy and jealousy was so obvious. Su Qingtan has gradually gotten used to it. She remained calm, and her steps did not change much. It was as if he didn't care about the stares of those around him at all. Jiang Shui was still a little unaccustomed to it. With so many people watching, her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes slightly. Fortunately, Qin Feng and Su Qingtan were both by her side. So although she was a little nervous, she didn't lose her composure too much. Just quietly follow along. As for Qin Feng, he felt even less. Go ahead and watch. It won't cost you anything. You can't just rush up and beat up everyone who glances at him a few times. However, among these gazes, Qin Feng quickly noticed one that was somewhat different. That gaze was somewhat hidden, yet he still managed to keenly observe it. Qin Feng turned his head and quickly spotted Su Hao in the crowd. Su Hao looked noticeably more haggard than before. His face was pale, and his eyes were somewhat vacant. He seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit all of a sudden. Clearly, Wang Zhuanqiu's death was a significant blow to him, regardless of what Wang Zhuanqiu did or how she ultimately died. In Su Hao's eyes, she was still his mother. Moreover, in a sense, Su Qingtan and Qin Feng were the catalyst for this incident. However, No matter how upset Su Hao was, he didn't dare to do anything. Revenge? What could he possibly use to get revenge? Not to mention that Ji Rushuang is standing behind Su Qingtan. Qin Feng's team alone is already beyond his ability to provoke. So all he can do now is suppress those emotions deep inside. She was even a little hesitant to look Qin Feng in the eye. Qin Feng glanced at him, then looked away. Su Hao in this state is not worth his time and effort. He wouldn't bother with anything as long as the other party didn't deliberately seek their own demise. Besides Su Hao, Lu Rumei was also watching Qin Feng. Her expression at that moment was incredibly complicated. Now, of course, she couldn't possibly believe that Qin Feng was really just an ordinary club talent. If that were truly the case, how could so many things have happened in such a short period of time? Su Qingtan's bloodline level was raised to SSS level overnight. Qin Feng himself has also gained the favor of so many important figures. Even Jiang Shui has formed a contract with him. All of this cannot be explained by simply being lucky. The only possibility is that Qin Feng is hiding a huge secret that she has no idea about. Moreover, this secret is astonishingly large. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only she hadn't kept Qin Feng hanging back then. If she had chosen a different path, could she be one of the people standing next to Qin Feng today? She might even have a future with far greater talent than she currently possesses. However, as soon as the thought popped into her head, she quickly suppressed it, because she knew it very well. Thinking about these things now is pointless. Once it's missed, it's missed. With her current mere grade bloodline qualifications, let alone standing by Qin Feng's side again, she was even slightly worried that Qin Feng might remember that incident from the past and take the opportunity to cause her trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei felt a tightness in her chest. Even the way she looked at Qin Feng subconsciously became less noticeable. And just then, a noticeable commotion suddenly arose at the very front of the square. Several staff members from the Beastmaster Association quickly stepped forward and began to maintain order. All students participating in the mock assessment, line up by school. Don't crowd. Prepare to enter the secret realm. As these voices faded away, the previously scattered crowd began to move quickly. At the same time, at that moment, the silver-gray instrument in the center of the square slowly lit up. The lines were gradually illuminated. Energy fluctuations spread out from the center of the device. Even the surrounding air seemed slightly distorted. The students who had been looking around and talking in hushed tones gradually quieted down, waiting to enter the secret realm. Chapter 37 Rules of the Secret Realm. On the square, as the silver-gray instrument lit up completely, the distorted space in front of them gradually stabilized. A gate of light, several meters high, slowly condensed and took shape. Inside the door, light and shadow shifted, obscuring the specific scene, yet a desolate atmosphere was faintly apparent. At the same time, in front of the square, a middle-aged deacon from the Beastmaster Association also came out. With the blessing of spiritual power, the sound clearly resounded throughout the entire venue. Attention all students participating in the mock exam. This assessment will be ranked using a point system. After entering the secret realm, you can earn corresponding points by killing monsters. The higher the monster's rank, the more points you earn. Do what you can. At the end of the assessment, individual scores will be used to rank the participants and determine their rankings. Those with excellent grades will receive a reward jointly issued by the school and the Beast Tamer Association. These words immediately caused another low commotion in the room. Clearly, many people came specifically for the rewards. The deacon did not pause and continued. In addition, each candidate will receive a recording wristband before entering the examination room. Any monster killed by the bracelet holder will be automatically counted in the score. Therefore, there is no need to worry about statistical issues. However, if the bracelet is lost, the score will be reset to 0. Upon hearing this, many students became much more serious. Soon, the teams from each school moved forward in turn, guided by the staff. The line wasn't slow. Before long, it was Qin Feng and his 2 companions' turn. The staff member in charge of registration looked up at them, and their gaze visibly paused for a moment. However, he was still trained and did not lose his composure. After a quick check of the information, they handed over the 3 metal bracelets. Once you put it on, do not take it off casually. When you leave the secret realm, the bracelet will automatically calculate your points. Good. Qin Feng nodded and accepted his turn. The bracelet felt cool to the touch, and was slightly heavy. The surface is engraved with fine lines, and a small piece of light blue crystal is embedded in the center. It's likely that it's not just about simply recording points. If someone unfortunately perishes in the secret realm, this item might be useful in finding their body. Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui each took the bracelet and put it on their wrists. With a gentle touch of spiritual energy, a faint light flashed across the surface of the bracelet, indicating that the basic binding had been completed. Next batch, enter. Following the sound coming from ahead, the three of them stopped and headed straight for the spatial portal. The closer you get, the more you can feel the unstable fluctuations in the space ahead. It's like there's an invisible curtain of water, constantly rippling gently. Qin Feng remained calm and stepped inside first. Su Qingdan and Jiang Shui followed closely behind, and just after the three figures disappeared through the portal, the few gazes that had been scattered among the crowd finally focused on the direction they had left. The group of people did not speak to each other. They exchanged glances, their expressions differing. Afterwards, instead of turning away, he acted like an ordinary student. He walked calmly to the back of the line and continued to wait in line to enter. Judging by appearance alone, they seemed no different from the other recent graduates around them. However, he didn't bring any beast girls with him. The subtly suppressed gaze clearly indicated that they were not there to participate in the assessment. However, Qin Feng, who had already entered the secret realm, naturally had no way of knowing any of this. A flash of light and shadow. A brief feeling of weightlessness washed over me. Qin Feng felt a slight blur before his eyes, as if he had been gently pushed by an invisible force. When the ground felt solid again underfoot, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast wilderness that seems to stretch to the horizon. The sky was high and the clouds were thin. In the distance, the shadows of undulating mountains are faintly visible, while the ground is a mixture of weeds, gravel, and bare yellow soil. The air carried a dry and rough scent of the wild. The place where they were standing was clearly a man-made outpost camp. A simple yet sturdy protective fence stands around the camp. Many guards wearing the uniforms of the Beastmaster Association are stationed in various locations to keep watch. The location of the exit from the secret realm was also heavily guarded. In addition, there were several temporary tents set up nearby. In front of the tent were some first aid kits and a makeshift stretcher, clearly prepared for the injured examinees. Several people who looked like doctors were standing by. Obviously, as long as the injuries are not too severe or the injuries are not too deep, basic treatment and evacuation can still be carried out. Qin Feng glanced around and already had a general idea of what was going on. To put it bluntly, this place is a safe zone. This provides students with a buffer zone to enter and exit the program, and also leaves a way out for those who are not strong enough. Sure enough, there were several rather conspicuous warning signs standing not far away. The content written on it is also very simple. It simply means acting within your capabilities and not overexerting yourself. If you encounter danger, you can return to the camp at any time to withdraw from the assessment. However, if someone ventures into high-risk areas without authorization, exceeding the scope of guard and patrol duties, if anything goes wrong, you will bear the consequences yourself. Such words still have some deterrent effect on students entering the secret realm for the first time. Inside the camp, many students who had just been teleported and had their excitement wane somewhat. Clearly, some people were also calmed down by these warnings. After all, whether it's a mock exam or the actual university admissions exam later on, every year people die, and afterwards, even more people died on the battlefield and in the wild. Conducting such training in advance can reduce some casualties. However, these reminders were of little significance to Qin Feng. He didn't come here intending to slowly grind points on the periphery. The system tasks are there. The hunting mission is to be completed. The secret realm quest needs to be completed. Even if you're ranked first in the assessment, you still have to strive for it. If coming in here is just to kill some low-level magical beasts, that would be a huge waste. It's such a waste of an opportunity. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze fell on a regional map erected in front of the camp. The approximate layout of this secret realm is clearly marked on it. In the outermost area, most of the creatures are first to third-tier magical beasts. Further inside are the 4th and 5th order regions. In even deeper areas, there are high-risk zones marked in red. That area is where 7th and even 8th-tier magical beasts are most active. For most students, that kind of place is something they wouldn't even dare to look at, let alone find dangerous. But after reading it, Qin Feng made a decision almost without hesitation. To climb the rankings and complete tasks, you can't waste too much time on peripheral tasks. With his current strength, Su Qingtan's, and Jiang Shui's, there's no need to be too conservative. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the two women beside him. So, shall we head straight in? Su Qingtan followed his gaze and glanced at the instruction map as well. He then nodded slightly. Can. She wouldn't refuse Qin Feng's decision. Although it was Jiang Shui's first time truly entering the secret realm, she showed no intention of backing down. On the contrary, when he saw that unfamiliar wilderness, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. I have no objection either. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Then, he raised his hand and pointed towards the area of high-level magical beasts ahead. Let's go. Let's go hunting. The words fell. The three of them then left the camp without lingering and hurried into the depths of the wilderness. Chapter 38, Harvesting Monsters. This mock assessment is designed to test your ability to hunt monsters and earn points. Therefore, once inside the secret realm, the competition between the teams is not actually that strong. If we're really talking about competition, it's just about who kills more and who gets more points. Therefore, most students adapt to the initial environment. They then dispersed and went off to explore in different directions. Some people choose to play it safe and steady on the periphery. Some people were a bit bolder and prepare to try their luck in deeper areas. As for Qin Feng and his two companions, it was naturally impossible for them to stay with the main group and slowly kill time. Shortly after leaving the camp, they broke away from the main flow of people. We continued deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, there were also monsters. Qin Feng didn't even bother to glance at those low-level magical beasts of the first and second tiers. This level of information might be a decent source of points for the average test taker. But for the three of them, it was a huge waste of time. Even if Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui do not enter the half-beast state now. Killing ordinary tier 3 magical beasts is not a difficult task. If it really comes down to it, even a 4th-tier magical beast might not be impossible to handle in a normal way. Therefore, these monsters on the periphery were not even within their consideration. Along the way, we occasionally encountered some tier 3 magical beasts. Those things weren't very strong, but their instinct to sense danger was quite sharp. Sensing the presence of Qin Feng and his companions from afar, they didn't dare approach and turned to flee. These guys are pretty sensible, Qin Feng said casually. Su Qingtan stood beside him and gently pursed her lips upon hearing this. That means they're not stupid. Jiang Shui then added quietly. In that case, do we have to keep going in? We had to keep going in anyway. Qin Feng smiled and looked down into the undulating wilderness further in the distance. The system's mission requirement: hunt 20 magical beasts of a rank no lower than your own. At his current level, he would need to kill at least a 4th-tier magical beast to complete the mission. Therefore, the most difficult part of this mission for him was not killing. Instead, it's about searching. To efficiently complete tasks, you must enter the appropriate area as soon as possible. Thinking about the mission rewards, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little more excited. A skill exclusive to spirit beasts. Exclusive equipment for spirit beasts. This trip to the secret realm might just be a test for others. But for him, it was clearly a harvesting opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickened his pace. The three of them continued on their way. The surrounding scenery gradually changed from what it was at the beginning. The terrain became more rugged, and there were more and more weeds and rocks. Occasionally, you can even see traces left behind by Warcraft events. Scratch marks, bloodstains, gnawed animal bones. This all indicates that this area has begun to gradually move away from the outer perimeter. After the three of them walked a little further, suddenly a series of light and hurried footsteps came from behind a low, rocky slope ahead. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so gray figures emerged one after another from behind the rocks. It was a pack of large, muscular gray wolves. Each one was more than a size larger than an ordinary wolf, with taut muscles, exposed fangs, and sharp claws on its limbs that gleamed with a chilling light. Especially the one at the very front, which is noticeably larger. A pair of eerie green wolf eyes stared intently at Qin Feng and his companions, revealing ferocity and greed. A 3rd-tier magical beast, the cracked claw gray wolf. Qin Feng glanced at them and immediately recognized their origin. The number is probably around 10 or so. Among the ordinary students participating in this assessment, A third-tier wolf pack of this size would be considered a considerable threat. If not handled properly, it could even lead to the complete annihilation of the entire team. However, for Qin Feng and his two companions, it's still a long way off. What a pity, it's only at the third tier. Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of undisguised regret. The wolves opposite him clearly couldn't understand his words. In their eyes, these were just three lone humans, especially since they were two exceptionally slender and beautiful young girls. By any measure, they were quite a good prey. The next moment, the lead gray wolf with its split claws suddenly raised its head and let out a low, fierce howl. A woo. As the wolf howl subsided, more than a dozen clawed gray wolves pounced on him simultaneously. The movements were extremely fast. With a stomp of its claws on the ground, gravel flew everywhere, and the wolf pack surged towards the three like a gray torrent. However, at the same time, they launched their attack. Su Qingtian had already made her move first. She stood still, her once clear and cold eyes now fixed on the spot. At that moment, a deep and mysterious luster suddenly shone forth. The eye of the candle dragon activated. The next instant, an invisible sense of oppression suddenly spread out. Centered on her, it was as if an invisible domain instantly enveloped the entire wolf pack in front of her. The cracked claw wolves, which had been charging forward with great momentum, suddenly froze in their tracks. It was as if I had suddenly fallen into an invisible quagmire. The speed was reduced by a significant amount. Not only that, even their originally fierce aura was inexplicably suppressed in that instant. The first few clawed gray wolves clearly showed surprise and doubt. Clearly, they had no idea why their movements had suddenly become so sluggish. In the moment Su Qingtian finished suppressing him, Jiang Shui, who was standing on the other side, also raised her hand at the same time. Her movements remained very light and quiet. However, as spiritual energy surged, the temperature in the surrounding air suddenly dropped significantly. One after another, crystal-clear, icy feather blades began to rapidly condense around her. 10 paths, dozens of them, hundreds of dishes. In the short span of a breath, a large expanse of dense ice feathers floated around her. Under the light, it refracts a cold, yet magnificent gleam. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but nod in approval upon seeing this scene. The Jiang Shui of today is no longer the same person who could only throw snowballs back then. The next second, Jiang Shui gently waved her 5 fingers. Go! Swish! 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 Suddenly, countless ice feathers shot out. The speed was astonishing, almost drawing thin, cold streaks in the air. The cracked claw gray wolf, whose speed was suppressed by the candle dragon's eye, had no time to dodge. Asterisk, pft, 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 asterisk. With a series of muffled thuds as sharp blades pierced flesh, the first few clawed gray wolves were instantly impaled. The icy feathers pierced through fur and flesh, leaving behind large patches of scarlet blood. The wolves behind them were not spared either. In just a moment, the entire wolf pack was completely covered by these icy feather blades. The screams didn't even last long before they abruptly stopped, until the last ice feather sank into the ground. The once menacing pack of cracked claw wolves had now been mostly wiped out. The few remaining animals that were lucky enough not to be shot in vital areas on the spot were already seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, struggling and emitting low moans. However, he was quickly finished off by Su Qingtian. The battle, from beginning to end, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The pack of more than 10 Tier 3 cracked claw gray wolves was wiped out cleanly and efficiently. For Qin Feng and his 2 companions, this wasn't even a warm-up. Good. Looking at the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground ahead, Qin Feng praised them without reservation. Then, he turned to look at the 2 women. Your teamwork right now is absolutely perfect. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian remained calm, but a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Jiang Shui was clearly more straightforward. An undisguised joy immediately appeared on her already fair face. Really? Of course it's true, Qin Feng said with a smile. If this wave had happened to any other squad, it would have given them a headache for half a day. And you two just swept it clean with a wave of your hands. Isn't that impressive enough? Hearing these words, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up considerably. That feeling was indeed very different for her. She was once just a snow sparrow with frank bloodline. It's hard to imagine that one day she could so casually wipe out a group of third-tier magical beasts with a wave of her hand. This incredibly realistic combat feedback is far more impactful than the changes happening in the training room. It is also more likely to be addictive. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui looked at the wolf corpses scattered on the ground in front of her, and her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems that even the most demure girl may have a violent streak deep down. Moreover, Jiang Shui has someone like Ji Rushuang standing behind her. With such elders around, how could she possibly be content to remain just a pretty face forever? Should we take the crystal cores of these magical beasts with us? At this moment, Su Qingtan spoke up and asked, "Of course I'll bring it." Qin Feng answered without hesitation. "Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to come empty-handed. A third-tier magical beast core might not be considered a top-tier resource for them at present, but that was real money. With a large quantity, the value is also considerable. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Since they've already been killed, there's no reason to let them go to waste." After speaking, Qin Feng walked forward with practiced ease. They began processing the carcasses of the cracked, claw gray wolves. He had done this kind of thing too many times in his previous life, and he was already very familiar with the process. Soon, one by one, crystal cores stained with traces of blood appeared. He then separated it and stored it in his storage space. More than 10 third-order crystal cores were extracted in total. Although it doesn't help Qin Feng's mission progress, selling it would still bring in a considerable income. After finishing these tasks, Qin Feng clapped his hands, stood up, and looked ahead. The wilderness, deeper still, remained quiet and somewhat desolate. That's the place that's truly suitable for them to continue grinding monsters. "Let's go." Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and spoke to the two women. "This little bit of food isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. The real big shipment is yet to come." Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui naturally had no objections upon hearing this. The three of them did not linger and continued walking deeper into the secret realm. Is Chapter 39 sensitive? Not long after the three left, the place where wolf carcasses had been lying was soon visited by several other figures. There were 3 people in total. They all looked like teenagers, around 18 or 19 years old. From a distance, they appear no different from the students taking the exam. However, upon closer observation, one will find that their demeanor is completely different from that of the actual graduates. His gaze was somber, but his movements were efficient. Their stances also clearly reflected a habitual wariness and defensiveness. She doesn't look like someone her age at all. One of them crouched down and examined the carcass of a crack-clawed gray wolf for a moment. Then, he looked up and spoke in a low voice. "The direction is correct." They went ahead. As he spoke, he glanced down at the wolf carcasses, which were almost riddled with holes by the ice blades. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. These wounds were clearly caused by ice attribute magic. It wasn't Su Qingtan who made the move. It seems that the one who made the move was the great-granddaughter of Hyota Yi. Isn't the rumor that she only has a Frank bloodline? Upon hearing this, another boy scoffed. Although he looked young, his tone of voice conveyed a maturity that belied his appearance. The news coming back from the capital is correct. She originally did indeed only have a Flevel bloodline, but that was before. Her bloodline has changed after she made a pact with Qin Feng. Su Qingtan is the same. As he spoke, his eyes gradually deepened. Therefore, the most valuable ones are not those 2 women at all. It was Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the other 2. The person who spoke first paused for a moment before slowly saying, "To transform 2 originally ordinary spirit beasts to this extent. This ability is indeed more valuable than simply having an SS-level bloodline. It is valuable." The third person then coldly added a comment. He spat, his expression revealing an undisguised ruthlessness and lust. Unfortunately, those guys up there are scared out of their wits. With 2 Emperor-level beings eyeing Luo City, who would dare to openly make a move? Now, the only people left who dare to take risks are people like us. After he said that, neither of the other 2 objected. Because that is indeed the case. Jiang Xianong had killed too many people before, scaring them out of their wits. Furthermore, he also passed on the story. Even if Jiang Xianong doesn't make a move, those who rely on him, the Emperor and King ranks, will still be affected. They wouldn't mind giving face and cleaning up the garbage in their area. The truly influential figures in the Demon God cult dared not get too close. It's only people like them, who have no future to begin with, who would have such a risky idea. Anyway, I'll just keep enduring it. They will never have a chance to get ahead in their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the demon god cult. Even his current identity was obtained through special means of disguise. Since that's the case, we might as well go all out and pull off a big heist. If it succeeds, it will be a meteoric rise. Even if we lose, we might not die. Thinking of this, the third person's gaze became even more intense. Fortune favors the bold. If we could really take down these three people, let alone Qin Feng, those two women alone are enough for us to turn things around. One has an SS-level bloodline, and the other has clearly undergone a complete transformation. They're probably about the same. If we could get our hands on a spirit beast of this caliber. As he spoke, the greed in his eyes almost overflowed. As expected of a demon god cult, they still have designs on people of emperor rank or not. At that time, what will those so-called elders in the church matter? The person who had initially examined the wolf carcass also slowly stood up upon hearing this. His eyes flickered, clearly indicating that he had been persuaded as well. Good. With our qualifications, reaching the king rank is basically out of the question. There's no point in continuing to be a peripheral nobody. But if this succeeds, the future will be completely different. The second person was calmer. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "There are three people on Qin Feng's side. There are exactly three of us, which is just right. As long as the mind-controlling drug can be used on them, the matter is basically 90% done." Upon hearing this, the other two nodded slowly. In that case, let's find a few temporary spirit beasts in the secret realm first. The demonic potion can only work on spirit beasts. At this point, the three men's eyes couldn't help but become somewhat lewd. They did not bring any spirit beasts in. Therefore, one can only take what belongs to others first. How to seize it is self-evident. Then, the three of them did not linger any longer. After remembering the direction Qin Feng left in, they dispersed to find temporary spirit beasts for themselves. On the other side, at this moment, Qin Feng had entered a new area. Compared to the open wilderness before, the terrain in front of us is significantly more complex. The mountain walls on both sides are not very high. However, the passage in the middle is winding and the ground is covered with gravel. In many places, dense, low-lying vines also grow. Looking further in, you can vaguely see large areas of dark-color vegetation. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are much stronger than outside. Su Qingdang spoke softly. Qin Feng nodded. Moreover, this kind of terrain is indeed more suitable for high-level magical beasts to hide in. He had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions came from deep within the valley ahead. Immediately following, a series of sharp, piercing whistles came from ahead. The noise was clearly not something an ordinary magical beast could make. Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Let's go take a look. The three of them immediately quickened their pace and rushed toward the direction from which the sound came. After passing a corner ahead, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. In a valley that was not particularly narrow, thick, twisted, dark green vines were everywhere. The vines weren't lying quietly on the ground. Instead, they were constantly wriggling and undulating, like venomous snakes that had come to life. In the center of the tangled vines, there grow strange plants, about half a person's height, dark green in color. The branches and trunks are like demons. The surface is covered with barbs. The top is split open with gaping slits resembling menacing maws. Just one glance is enough to make one instinctively feel uncomfortable. A fourth-tier magical beast, the mad thorn vine demon. Qin Feng immediately recognized the other party's origin as soon as his gaze fell upon them. And, judging by the number, there are more than just one or two. There are at least 30 plants in this entire valley. This size already qualifies as a fairly large fourth-order population. Finally, I found someone decent. A look of satisfaction immediately appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The thorny vine demon is a particularly troublesome magical beast. It can not only manipulate vines to entangle targets and restrict their movement, it can also shoot out a large number of poisonous spikes from its body. Once caught in their attack rhythm, even a typical Tier 5 target may not be able to escape easily. But that's how it is from other people's perspectives. For Qin Feng and his team, the biggest advantage of this thing is actually not so easy to utilize, because the two people beside him were already among the best in ranged combat. It's especially suitable for dealing with immobile, live targets. With that in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. Qing Tan, Shui. This time, the two of you go straight in. Half-beast form, unleashing my full power. Neither woman hesitated upon hearing this. The next moment, a surge of spiritual energy rose from their bodies. Su Qingtan was the first to enter a semi-beast state. Her eyes, which were originally clear and cold, subtly changed color at this moment. Behind him, the illusory image of the Taishu Zhulong slowly appeared. It's as if just by looking into their eyes, one can't help but be captivated. On the other side, Jiang Shui's changes are also quite obvious. As a chilling aura spread, a pair of silvery white ice wings slowly unfurled behind her. The wingspan is not exaggerated, but it is exceptionally exquisite. Each piece of ice feather seemed to be sculpted from the purest cold crystal. In the dim light of the valley, it reflects a cool and clear light. This also adds a touch of ethereal elegance to her overall demeanor. Previously, there were few opportunities for fighting at the manor. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen Jiang Shui transform. Shui is very beautiful. He casually made a compliment. Jiang Shui was still trying to concentrate and prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, my ears immediately felt a little warm. You shouldn't bring this up all of a sudden. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the embarrassment in her words. He even casually raised his hand and gently touched the edge of the ice wing behind her. The next moment, Jiang Shui trembled slightly. Huh? The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly carried a hint of unexpected coquettishness. She quickly turned to look at Qin Feng, her face turning red instantly. Don't touch there. Very sensitive? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Jiang Shui was even more embarrassed and didn't dare to reply. He could only lower his head and mumble a soft Su Qingtan, who was standing nearby, glanced at Qin Feng with a hint of helplessness after seeing this scene. At a time like this, you're still bothering her. Qin Feng coughed lightly, deciding to stop while he was ahead. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After he finished speaking, he also took half a step back to make room for the two women. The arrival of this grove of wild thorn vines was perfectly timed. As long as we clear this wave out, his hunting mission progress can be completed in one go. Moreover, the Secret Realm mission should also be completed soon. And at that very moment, in the center of the valley, the thorny vine demons that had been lying still suddenly began to stir. The next moment, countless sharp, poisonous thorns suddenly shot out from the bodies of those vine demons. Densely packed, like a torrential downpour, it swept in, covering everything. Chapter 40 mission completed. Phew, whistle, whistle. A swarm of poisonous stingers burst forth from the center of the valley. It tore through the air, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. At the same time, the thick, twisted vines all around also lashed out wildly. The dark green vines intertwined and tumbled, carrying a muffled, whistling sound, almost completely sealing off the area in front of the three of them. Despite the overwhelming scene, Su Qingtan remained calm. Her gaze sharpened slightly. The next moment, the eye of the candle dragon is activated suddenly. Buzz! An invisible force spread out from her center in an instant. It was like an invisible domain that enveloped everything around it. Almost at the same moment, that force landed. The poisonous stingers that were originally moving so fast that they were just afterimages suddenly slowed down. Even the vines that were whipping around seemed to sink into the mud. Their movements noticeably slowed down. Not only that, Qin Feng could also clearly feel that his feet suddenly felt lighter. His movements were much more agile than before. Retreat! Qin Feng gave a low shout. Before the words were even finished, the three of them almost simultaneously swept backward. They didn't rush in. They just probed from a relatively safe edge. With the added advantage of Su Qingtan's candle dragon eye, retreating became incredibly easy. In the blink of an eye, the three of them retreated more than 10 meters. The area covered by those poisonous stingers was completely lost. Puff, 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 puff. Large spiky spikes pierced the spot where they had been standing. In an instant, a dense array of black, sharp spikes appeared on the gravel on the ground. Each of the spikes gleamed with a faint, eerie green. Clearly, it is highly toxic. The vines that were lashing out at them were unable to extend any further when they were still some distance away from the three of them. It could only frantically wave its arms in midair, producing a series of teeth-grinding friction sounds. A fourth-tier demonic vine, nothing special. Qin Feng glanced ahead, his expression becoming increasingly relaxed. The next moment, Jiang Shui also moved. After entering her half-beast form, her aura became noticeably sharper. The pair of silver-white ice wings on its back fluttered gently. She raised her hand, her fingertips slightly raised. In an instant, one after another, ice blades rapidly condensed in front of her. Compared to when we dealt with the Cracklaw Grey Wolf before. This time, the ice blades were numerous and solidified. Its sharpness and aura have both increased by more than one level. In just a short while, a dense array of ice blades floated up in front of Jiang Shui. Each one was thin and sharp, with a chilling glint at the edges. The low temperature emanating from it even caused a thin layer of white mist to condense in the surrounding air. Qin Feng, standing to the side, felt it most clearly. Now, she truly exudes the oppressive aura befitting an SS-level bloodline. The improvement in basic attributes, coupled with the enhancement of skills by bloodline. The power of this attack is more than 10 times stronger than before the transformation. Go! As Jiang Shui spoke softly. The next second, a barrage of ice blades suddenly shot out. Swish, 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 swish. A massive burst of cold light tore through the air, pouring down wildly into the valley below. Wherever it went, it encountered almost no obstacles. The thick vines controlled by those mad thorn vine demons were like paper in front of the ice blade. Click, click, click. Large sections were cut off. Broken vines continued to fall from midair, crashing to the ground and twisting and twitching incessantly. Even after being separated from the mother body, it still carries a terrifying vitality that makes one's scalp crawl. Unfortunately, no matter how much you twist it, it's pointless, because more ice blades were still falling continuously. From the blink of an eye, the valley floor was already covered with a large number of broken vine fragments. The once impenetrable vine barrier was completely torn apart by Jiang Shui's forceful cut. The thorny vine demons hiding in the back were also affected. Many were pierced by the ice blades on the spot, their branches shattering. Those that weren't completely destroyed at their core were all shredded and left to writhe and linger, barely clinging to life. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Once they are separated by distance, their disadvantage of having deep-rooted roots and being unable to move will be magnified infinitely. To put it bluntly, he was the perfect sitting duck. They could only take the beatings, with almost no power to fight back. This kind of thing is incredibly efficient. Really, with this round of ice blade sweeping across the ground, Qin Feng's system task progress jumped up significantly in an instant. Originally, it was necessary to hunt 20 magical beasts of a rank no lower than one's own. This wave has almost completed half of the task. Just then, Su Qingtan made her move again. She stood there, the deep gleam in her eyes still lingering, while maintaining battlefield dominance with the eye of the candle dragon. She raised her hand, and several pale, white flames quickly condensed in her palm. The flames didn't look intense. In fact, they carried a strange chill. However, the danger it contains is far more astonishing than that of ordinary flames. The next moment, several pale fireballs suddenly crashed down below. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions resounded instantly below the valley. Su Qingtan's actions were clearly not a random barrage of explosions. What she targeted were the cores of the thorny vine demons that had not yet been completely killed by Jiang Shui. Each pale fireball that fell would precisely strike a struggling vine spirit. Then came the explosion. Branches and trunks crumbled, roots cracked and charred. What's even more terrifying is that the pale flames don't immediately go out after they hit the target. Instead, it spread rapidly like a malignant tumor clinging to the bone. The thorny vine demon, engulfed by flames, first twisted and struggled wildly. The more it struggled, the faster the flames spread. The remaining vines that had been severed by the ice blades and fallen to the ground were quickly set ablaze. Before the frost had melted, the flames had already begun. Two completely different forces are now intertwined in the same valley in an extremely violent way. Boom, boom, boom. Several more explosions followed. The last few remaining thorny vines, clinging to life, were completely engulfed by the pale flames. In just a short moment, the entire valley below had been transformed into a raging inferno. The flames spread along the broken vines. The once eerie and sinister vine demon community was instantly reduced to a charred ruin. The smell of burning mixed with the pungent odor of grass and wood wafted through the air. Standing atop the valley, looking down at this scene below, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a soft breath. Sharp, Jiang Shui's ice blade cutting, Su Qingtan's candlelight control, and flame finishing blows. This entire coordination is quite sophisticated. If it were a regular assessment team, they would encounter a group of fourth-tier Berserker Vine demons. Let alone trying to fight them heathen, it would be a miracle if they didn't lose their lives here. But in their hands, it's as easy as mowing grass. From beginning to end, they didn't give the other side the slightest chance to retaliate. The flames below the valley continued to burn, just as Qin Feng stood still, quietly waiting for the fire below to gradually subside. A familiar system notification suddenly rang in his mind. First hunt, mission complete. Reward: one exclusive skill for your spirit beast. You can draw a prize. First dungeon run complete. Reward: one random piece of equipment exclusive to a spirit beast. You could draw a prize. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. It's done. The next second, without the slightest hesitation, he drew it directly. Chapter 41: Frosty Sky Domain, Candle Dragon Pearl. As soon as Qin Feng had a thought, the extraction results quickly appeared. Congratulations on obtaining Frost Phoenix's exclusive skill, Frost Domain. It can be bestowed upon spirit beasts at any time. Frosty Domain creates an extremely cold domain centered on itself, causing widespread freezing and continuous damage. Congratulations on obtaining Taishu Zhulong's exclusive equipment, Zhulong Orb. It has been stored in the storage space. Candle Dragon Pearl, exclusive to Taishu Candle Dragon. Carrying it allows you to extract the essence of day and night, gaining attribute boosts. The effects will gradually improve over time. Currently 10 points of all attributes/day. Upon seeing these two prompts, Qin Feng couldn't hide a smile. One skill, one piece of equipment. One for Jiang Shui and one for Su Qingtan, which was quite an even distribution. This made him feel relieved. It's not that I'm worried the two women will develop any other thoughts because of this. Neither Su Qingtan nor Jiang Shui are the kind of people who would fight over something like this. Especially Jiang Shui. Given her quiet, gentle, and unassuming nature, she wouldn't have any ulterior motives. The more this happened, the less Qin Feng would ignore her. Since the contract was signed, Su Qingtan has already received additional enhancements from the Candle Dragon's Eye. As for Jiang Shui, although her bloodline had undergone a transformation, her strength had also increased dramatically. However, she hasn't received any special enhancements from Qin Feng yet. The arrival of this frosty realm is perfectly timed. With that in mind, Qin Feng didn't delay any longer. The settlement of system rewards happens in an instant. From the outside, he simply stood there, quietly watching the sea of fire below for a while. Meanwhile, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui were standing nearby. They have all emerged from their half-beast state and returned to their original human form. They stood on either side of Qin Feng, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Qin Feng first looked at Jiang Shui and said, "Shui, Jiang Shui immediately turned to look at him. Qin Feng said calmly, "My talent can continue to provide you with some enhancements. First, calm yourself down and don't resist." Jiang Shui was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She didn't quite understand what it meant, but since it was Qin Feng who said it, she naturally had no doubts. So she simply nodded slightly and obediently replied, "Good." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan quietly looked over. She had experienced a similar situation before, so it wasn't surprising at this moment, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Qin Feng raised his hand and took a step closer to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui subconsciously held her breath and stood obediently in place. The next moment, Qin Feng extended his finger and gently touched her brow. My fingertips felt slightly cool. Jiang Shui's body trembled slightly. "Give it to me." Almost the instant that thought crossed my mind, a strange flow of information directly entered Jiang Shui's consciousness. It's not just words and concepts. It's more like a force that's been directly etched into one's instincts. It was as if she was born to possess this skill. A moment later, Qin Feng withdrew his hand. Jiang Shui remained standing in the same spot, her eyes slightly wide open. It's as if it's sensing something. She could clearly sense that a completely new way of circulating power seemed to have suddenly appeared within her body. It was a terrifyingly powerful spell that she could already vaguely sense even before it was truly unleashed. After a few breaths, Jiang Shui finally came to her senses. She looked up at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with undisguised surprise and joy. "Qin Feng, do you think I suddenly have a very powerful spell?" Her tone even carried a hint of disbelief. "This feeling is truly amazing." Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. That's normal. It's the effect of my talent. My talent was originally designed to enhance you, whether it's skills or exclusive equipment. Given the right opportunity, it can be given to you. He paused here. Anyway, whether you become stronger or I become stronger, there's really no difference. After listening, Jiang Shui blinked. He then nodded vigorously. There's no difference. She is Qin Feng's contracted spirit beast. Her entire growth was inextricably linked to Qin Feng. Qin Feng not only helped her awaken her bloodline, and now, this miraculous power has been given to her without reservation. At the same time, Su Qingtan, standing to the side, watched this scene with a calm expression. There was no sign of anything amiss in his eyes. On the contrary, a hint of gentleness appeared. She could understand Jiang Shui's feelings at that moment, because she herself was already the first person to have all of this. The first contract, the first to be given a skill. So when she saw Jiang Shui receiving the same treatment, she was simply happy for her. And it was at this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind once again. Jiang Shui's current favorability rating has reached 100%. Loyalty Pact effect triggered. Skill Soaring Sky upgraded. Soaring Sky. You have gained the ability to fly. Your speed is related to the amount of spiritual energy consumed. Enhancement effect. Spirit power consumption reduced by 10-fold. Speed limit increased by 10-fold. Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Feng paused slightly. Now, the practical value of the skill Soaring Sky has increased 100-fold. Jiang Shui's favorability rating was already close to the maximum. Now, after this battle, and with the skill just bestowed upon me, I'm finally at my peak. This also means that from this moment on, Jiang Shui's favorability rating has reached its maximum and will not decrease. Qin Feng was in a good mood, and then turned to look at Su Qingtan. Green Sandalwood. Su Qingtang Z Ponde Sopti. Qin Feng flipped his wrist. The next moment, a smooth and ancient-looking bead appeared in his palm. The bead was slightly smaller than an egg. It is perfectly round and has no complicated patterns on the surface. Inside the bead, however, black and white air currents flowed slowly, intertwining with each other. It seems like a chaotic fusion, yet also clearly distinct. One glance is enough to tell that it is no ordinary object. It was the very piece of equipment that the system had just drawn, the Candle Dragon Pearl. When Su Qingtan saw this thing, her gaze lingered for a moment. She could sense the strangeness of this thing. Qin Feng handed the pearl to her and said, "This is your exclusive equipment, the Candle Dragon Orb. Carrying it with you can increase your cultivation speed. Moreover, this enhancement effect will continue to increase." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't ask Qin Feng where the thing came from, because none of these things mattered to her. The important thing is that this was given to her by Qin Feng. She simply reached out and took the Candle Dragon Pearl naturally. Good. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw her like this. There's really no need to say much more between him and Su Qingtan. Understanding is enough. Su Qingtan looked down at the Candle Dragon Pearl in her palm. As the black and white energies circulated, they subtly resonated with the power within her body. Clearly, this equipment suits her perfectly. In a short time, all three of them had made some gains. The atmosphere above the valley also seemed a bit more relaxed. However, Qin Feng did not forget that they were still in the secret realm. The sea of fire below has shrunk considerably compared to before. Many of the remains of the thorny vine demons had already been burned to a crisp. Qin Feng glanced down and then said, "Those things down there should be almost all dead by now. Let's continue after we collect the monster cores. Now that we've already captured it, we can't let it go to waste. Fourth-order crystal nuclei are even more valuable. Let's go down and take a look, but be careful. After we finish this wave, let's move on to the next one." After saying that, the three of them did not linger any longer. Walk along the edge of the valley towards the scorched earth below. Chapter 42, Termination of Contract. Below the valley, the pale sea of fire that had previously almost engulfed the entire valley floor is now reduced to scattered embers. As for those thorny vine demons, they had long since disappeared without a trace. The branches, vines, and roots were almost all burned to ashes. Only a few charred remains are scattered around. However, although the thorny vine demon was completely dead, its legacy remained. One by one, dark green crystal cores were scattered among the ashes and scorched earth, gleaming with a faint, eerie light. Even if this energy crystal is burned, it will remain intact. Moreover, the crystal core itself carries obvious energy fluctuations, so finding it is not difficult. Qin Feng and his two companions walked down the edge of the valley. The ground beneath my feet was scorched black, and occasionally I could hear a few soft cracking sounds. The three of them walked slowly forward. While collecting the crystal cores, keep an eye on your surroundings to make sure there are no escapees hiding in the shadows. However, it turns out that this patch of wild thorn vines has indeed been completely cleared away. There was no trace of life left. Unlike spirit stones, monster cores cannot be absorbed directly. The energy inside is too mixed and too violent. If swallowed indiscriminately, it can cause minor health problems or even serious accidents. But this does not affect its value. Once processed, this stuff can be used for making medicine. They can be used to make illicit poisons. Before long, a small pile of fourth-order crystal cores appeared in Qin Feng's storage space. This battle yielded significant results. I got all the points, crystal cores, and system rewards. If we only consider the number of kills, they may not be the ones with the most kills in this assessment. However, in terms of total points, Qin Feng and his two companions have most likely already surged to the top. Most people are still slowly clearing out low-level monsters on the periphery. They have wiped out an entire fourth-order population. The difference here is not small. After collecting the last few crystal cores, the three of them had reached the other side of the valley. The terrain ahead is more complex than this side. The trees are tall, their branches and leaves blocking out the sky. Even the light shining into the forest seemed much dimmer. The fluctuations in spiritual energy in the air were also stronger than before. Qin Feng looked up for a moment, his expression becoming more serious. If we go any further, we'll be in the fifth tier area. Fifth tier magical beast. For most of the students who participated in this assessment, this level is already considered high risk. If you were to collide head-on with it, whether you could escape would depend entirely on luck. There probably aren't many who would dare to take the initiative to walk this way. With their current combat strength, the three of them could easily handle fifth-tier magical beasts. However, Qin Feng did not underestimate his opponent because of this. He himself was only at the fourth rank. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui are only at the third level under normal circumstances. If you encounter a monster that excels at stealth and ambushes, you could still lose. Thinking of this, Qin Feng spoke. From now on, we must proceed cautiously and prioritize safety. Both women nodded slightly. Good. Qin Feng didn't say anything more and led the two forward. At the same time, battles continued to erupt throughout the secret realm. However, most candidates' activities were still concentrated on the outskirts of the camp. They advanced outwards little by little, centering on the camp. The targets of the hunt are mostly first to third-tier magical beasts. This style of play is slow, but it is safe. Unless you're extremely unlucky, you can generally reliably get some points. There are almost no people like Qin Feng who, not long after the assessment, rush into the deeper parts of the secret realm. In a grove of trees on the outskirts. At that moment, a battle was also taking place. Squeak! With a scream, a red-tailed monkey suddenly pounced down from the tree. The monkey wasn't very big, but it moved extremely fast. Its tail tip was tinged with crimson, and its claws were sharp, always choosing an opening to strike. Second-tier magical beast, red-tailed monkey. It's not particularly strong, but it's rather annoying. Especially in dense forests like this, they leap and dart about, making them extremely difficult to locate. In the woods, Su Hao's face was grim as he slashed out with his sword. But the red-tailed monkey flipped in midair and narrowly avoided it. After landing on another branch, it bared its teeth and let out a few strange cries at him. On the other side, Lu Rumei was also making a move. The Crimson Claw attack can easily kill the red-tailed monkey. However, after several hours of continuous fighting, Lu Rumei's breathing became somewhat erratic, and her movements were not as nimble as they had been at the beginning. Furthermore, she wasn't entirely focused on the battle. From the moment she saw Qin Feng, her emotions had never truly calmed down, especially when she saw Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui beside Qin Feng. That indescribable sense of loss always lingered in my heart. It lingers. Su Hao wasn't much better off. He was also burning with anger. Seeing Qin Feng and his group was like a thorn stuck in their flesh. But unfortunately, Qin Feng is no longer someone he can touch. This feeling of frustration has been building up for so long that it's almost reached its limit. Unfortunately, this group of red-tailed monkeys is incredibly annoying. One after another, they darted around, as if deliberately provoking us. Just as Lu Rumei was lost in thought, from the top of the tree, a crimson shadow suddenly pounced down. The speed is astonishing. By the time Su Hao realized it, it was too late. The red-tailed monkey climbed right onto his head and started scratching his face with its claws. Su Hao screamed and staggered a few steps. A burning pain shot through my face. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed it, throwing the red-tailed monkey away violently. But by the time he regained his footing, his face was covered in several bloody scratches. Blood streamed down his cheeks, making him look utterly disheveled. Su Hao's face instantly darkened. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Lu Rumei. "What the hell are you doing? You can't even keep an eye on something like this?" That shout completely ignited Lu Rumei's anger. She was already annoyed by the fighting. Hearing Su Hao yell at him, he immediately retorted, "What are you yelling about? I was the one handling everything. Didn't you notice? You blame me for getting arrested? Are you even a man?" Su Hao's chest heaved and his eyes darkened. All the pent-up emotions from the past few days suddenly surfaced. My mother is dead. His father pressed him down, forbidding him from mentioning revenge again. The Su family has become a laughingstock. Qin Feng, however, is becoming increasingly popular. Now, even Lu Rumei, who only has a gray bloodline, dares to speak to him in this tone. If it weren't for his good looks, his A-level talent, and the Su family's background would have made him condescend to contract with a level bloodline. However, she was originally just a potential plaything. Thinking of this, Su Hao suddenly let out a cold laugh. "How? Regret it? Did your interest rekindle after seeing Qin Feng's success? Lu Rumei, you're not starting to think about him again, are you?" These words, like knives, pierced directly into Lu Rumei's most vulnerable spot. Her expression changed, and her emotions exploded on the spot. "You're talking nonsense." Lu Rumei cursed angrily and raised her hand to slap Su Hao across the face. But as soon as she raised her hand, her movement suddenly froze. It was as if an invisible force was holding her back. Due to the contract, spirit beasts cannot attack their tamers on their own initiative. That slap was judged as an act of aggression. Although, the fight didn't continue. But this scene still completely broke Su Hao's defenses. He stared at Lu Rumei, his eyes filled with rage. "Great, really great. You dare to lay a hand on me." He gritted his teeth, his voice distorted. "Lu Rumei, you're really something." He said this without any hesitation. "Since that's the case, let's just part ways." The next moment, he forcibly dissolved the contract between the two. The connection that once existed between them was severed in an instant. Lu Rumei was stunned for a moment. She clearly hadn't expected Su Hao to do this. This is a secret realm assessment. Terminating the contract is equivalent to forfeiting the results of this assessment. Without her, Su Hao would only have the strength of an ordinary second-tier cultivator. But Su Hao couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. He turned and left without even looking back. Lu Rumei stood there, first stunned, then her face gradually turned ashen. After a few breaths, she finally couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse. "Useless bastard. I knew it. No man is reliable." Chapter 43 Beauty. Let's go make a contract now. The woods suddenly became much quieter. All that remained were the few red-tailed monkey corpses on the ground and the occasional chirping of insects from all around. Lu Rumei stood there, her face gloomy. Her chest was still rising and falling slightly. Clearly, the argument had still made her quite angry. However, she didn't stay there in a daze for too long, despite the insults and the anger. But it's not reasonable for her to give up this assessment just because Su Hao terminated the contract. Ultimately, there was no real affection between her and Su Hao. It's simply a matter of each person getting what they need. Su Hao was attracted by her bloodline, appearance, and value. What she valued was Su Hao's A-level talent and the resources that the Su family could have provided for her. The Su family has fallen into such a state. Su Hao himself has long lost the air of superiority he once had. The two have now parted ways, and in reality, neither of them has lost much. Lu Rumei, her face cold, raised her hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. He quickly started to rethink his plans. "As long as we can get a good result in this assessment, as long as you can successfully get into the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, she will still have opportunities in the future. There will only be more geniuses in universities. There are also beast tamers of a rank SSS-rank, and even higher levels. When that time comes, she might find a better option. Even if it's not the other party's first spirit beast, it doesn't matter, since it's not her first time. As for Su Hao asking her if she still missed Qin Feng, she just found it ridiculous. She knows best what her attitude towards Qin Feng was before. If she still has any feelings for Qin Feng, it's definitely not just lingering affection. More than anything, there was fear. Moreover, the people standing next to Qin Feng now are far beyond her reach. Su Qingtan has now soared to great heights, and her SS-level bloodline is so powerful that it's almost suffocating. What does she have to fight for? If you really go over there, you'll probably just be asking for trouble. Moreover, she was actually a little uneasy. Who knows if Qin Feng will bring up old grievances later. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei's irritation gradually subsided. What's past is past. The most important thing right now is to take care of yourself. Her strength has improved considerably, and she is only one step away from reaching the 3rd tier. As long as you can successfully enter the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, the road ahead is long. There's no need to waste your energy on Su Hao. Lu Rumei took a deep breath. The hesitation and resentment in his eyes gradually turned into a cold look. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. After muttering a curse under her breath, she didn't linger. He turned around and continued walking deeper into the woods. Without Su Hao, she became even more decisive in her actions, because she knew very well that no one could bail her out now. If you want to achieve good results, you have to rely on your own hard work. And to be honest, Su Hao didn't really help her much in hunting monsters. In terms of direct combat strength, she, a beast girl with the bloodline of the Crimson Tiger, is the main force in the fight. Soon, from the bushes ahead came another rustling sound. Lu Rumei's eyes turned cold, and she lunged forward in an instant. The half-beast state is activated immediately. His hands transformed into sharp tiger claws, with a faint red glow emanating from his fingertips, and he suddenly grabbed at the dark shadow. Puff! A scream followed. A gray wolf that had just emerged from the bushes had its throat ripped open on the spot, and blood splattered all over the ground. Lu Rumei flicked the blood off her claws, her expression remaining completely unchanged. Keep going. Along the way, she dealt with several more low-level magical beasts. His movements were swift and his attacks ruthless. It was even more efficient than when I teamed up with Su Hao earlier. Unbeknownst to her, she had gone a little deeper than before. This area is still dominated by 2nd-tier magical beasts. Even if 1 or 2 3rd-tier magical beasts occasionally appear, she is confident in dealing with them as long as they don't appear in groups. With her current strength, it's not too dangerous for her to act alone in this area. After walking a little further, the woods suddenly fell silent. The wind rustled softly through the branches and leaves. Just then, Lu Rumei's ears twitched slightly. She vaguely heard very light footsteps behind her. The voice was very faint, almost imperceptible. Lu Rumei paused in her steps. His brows furrowed immediately. My first thought was that Su Hao had returned. Snort. She sneered inwardly. What? You regretted it so soon after leaving. However, even if Su Hao comes back now, she won't easily give him a friendly look. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei turned around immediately. But behind her, there was nothing at all. There wasn't a single human figure, nor even a single magical beast. Only a few old trees stood quietly all around. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Nobody here? A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Rumei's eyes. But the next second, suddenly, a slightly mocking voice rang out beside her. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Lu Rumei's expression suddenly changed. Almost instinctively, I looked to the side. Before she knew it, a figure had appeared beside her. It was a boy who looked to be about the same age as her. He had an ordinary appearance and wore nothing special, just a school uniform. Judging by appearance alone, they're almost indistinguishable from ordinary students taking the assessment. But the smile on his face made people extremely uncomfortable. His eyes, in particular, scanned Lu Rumei from head to toe with an undisguised lewdness. Lu Rumei was startled and subconsciously took a half step back. Who are you? You walk without making a sound? Upon hearing this, the boy chuckled. There's a sound, though. You just didn't hear it. Lu Rumei stared at him, her eyes now showing a hint of wariness. However, she did not panic immediately. The other person looked quite young. Most of them were also students taking the assessment. However, The combat power of a beast tamer's physical body is always far inferior to that of a spirit beast. If the other person is alone, then she has nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, she simply asked in an icy tone, "Why are you following me?" The boy looked at her with a smile. "It's nothing. I was standing some distance away when I heard you arguing with that Su Hao. Since he doesn't want you anymore, why don't you consider me?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Rumei. That sight made Lu Rumei feel nauseous. She looked him up and down, her eyes full of disdain. "You? What's your talent level? What's your skill level?" For Lu Rumei, this kind of question had almost become instinctive. She never felt she needed to waste time on people who were not worth her, whether it's the contractual party or anything else. The first thing we look at is always qualifications and potential. She knew almost all the well-known geniuses in Los Angeles, but she had absolutely no recollection of the boy in front of her. Clearly, he is not a noteworthy figure. The boy wasn't angry when she asked that question. He simply stroked his chin and said with a smile, "My talent? Not high, only clever. Level C?" Lu Rumei seemed to have heard a joke, and the contempt on her face deepened. "A clever clerk dares to come up to me and say such things? Who do you think you are? Even if Su Hao and I break up, it's not your turn to take advantage of me. No matter what I, Lu Rumei, am like, I would never look down on someone below grade A. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Get out of here right now." This string of words was utterly merciless. Most people would be too embarrassed to face this. But after hearing this, the boy just chuckled softly twice. The expression on his face showed no embarrassment whatsoever, but rather a hint of amusement. "Hee, that's not up to you." The words had barely left his mouth. He actually reached out and touched Lu Rumei's face. The movement was extremely frivolous. Lu Rumei's face instantly darkened, and her eyes blazed with anger. "Court death!" A furious shout rang out. She activated her half-beast transformation without hesitation. Obvious bestial features appeared on his ears and limbs at the same time. His fingertips and claws grew rapidly, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted. In the next instant, he pounced on his opponent like a tiger. Tiger claws tear through the wind. Strike straight at the opponent's throat. She showed no mercy in this attack. However, just as that claw was about to strike, the boy simply raised one hand casually. Smack! The 5 fingers come together. He actually grabbed her wrist. The movements were understated. It was like casually catching a wad of cotton. Lu Rumei's expression changed instantly. She knew best how much force she had exerted in that lunge. Even spirit beasts of the same level wouldn't dare to take such a direct hit. But this person in front of her actually subdued her with one hand. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away and back off. But they found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, completely still. They couldn't break free at all. The boy looked at her, and a slow smile spread across his face. He revealed a disgusting smile. "She has quite a fiery temper. However, I like it." A sense of unease finally crept into Lu Rumei's heart. "Who exactly are you?" The boy chuckled. "Who I am is not important. The important thing is that my talent is only clever. But my current level is 7th rank. 7th rank. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lu Rumei's pupils constricted sharply. My mind went blank for a moment. Impossible. She almost blurted it out. How is that possible? For students who participate in the assessment normally, achieving a 3rd level score is already considered quite good. 7th rank? Let alone people of the same age. Even if they were given a few more years, they might not be able to reach that level. How could this boy, who looks about the same age as me, possibly have 7th level strength? Looking at her expression, which was so shocked, she almost turned pale. The boy seemed to enjoy this reaction, and his smile became even more eccentric. What's impossible about that? Wouldn't it be fine if I just took some hidden level potions beforehand? Oh, right. My face is fake too. At the end, he deliberately raised his hand and touched the side of his face. It was as if he was reminding Lu Rumei that he had been faking it from beginning to end. Lu Rumei felt a chill instantly rise from the soles of her feet to her spine. Hidden level. Disguised appearance. 7th tier strength. None of these are things that an ordinary test taker should have. She finally realized that the student she had encountered was not a student with ill intentions at all. Rather, he was a dangerous individual who came prepared. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to call for help. But before it could make a sound, the boy had lost interest in teasing her any further. All right, I've said enough of the nonsense. After saying that, he suddenly raised his other hand. He struck Lu Rumei on the back of the neck with a palm strike. Lu Rumei's vision went black. He suddenly lost all strength and collapsed limply to the ground. The boy caught her easily, as if he were carrying a lamb. His movements were very practiced. Immediately afterwards, he took out a pale red vial from his pocket. After uncorking, he pried open Lu Rumei's mouth and forced the contents in. The medicine slid down his throat and was quickly gone. After doing all this, the boy nodded in satisfaction. He then hoisted the unconscious Lu Rumei onto his shoulder. The smile on his face became increasingly lewd. "You're really lucky. I actually picked up a girl with gray bloodline." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Rumei's drooping leg. "It's like examining a toy." Then he grinned. "My beauty, let's go and make the contract now. If it weren't for Qin Feng, I really wouldn't want to part with a beauty like you." The words fell. With a swift movement of his feet, he transformed into a blur and vanished into the depths of the forest. Only a mess of fallen leaves remained on the ground, still swaying slightly. Chapter 44, Then open your eyes wide and watch. At the same time, similar things were happening in two other hidden areas of the secret realm. Beside a mountain stream, the stream flows along the cracks in the rocks, and the surrounding area is lush with vegetation. A girl in her beast girl form is walking alone along the stream. He gripped a short blade in his hand, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. To get this far alone, one's strength and lineage must be exceptional. At least, they won't be those candidates on the periphery who can only band together to clear out first and second-tier magical beasts. Not far behind, a figure was hiding behind a tree, watching her for a while. One person is enough. After speaking in a low voice, he didn't linger any longer. As soon as the girl entered a narrow corner hidden by rocks and bushes, the man moved his feet and instantly rushed out. Extremely fast. The girl had barely realized something was wrong and had only turned halfway around when a hand covered her mouth. With his other hand, he gripped her shoulder tightly and pressed her down sharply. Ugh! The girl's expression changed, and she began to struggle. However, the gap between the two sides is too large. She had just begun to mobilize her spiritual energy when the other party suddenly exerted force, pressing her down until her body went limp. The next second, bang! A chop to the back of the neck. The girl's vision went black, and she immediately lost consciousness. The man casually hoisted her up and glanced around. After confirming that no one was around, they left with their group. The movements were very decisive. This is clearly not the first time they've done something like this. On the other side, in a forest of scattered rocks, the commotion here is much greater. Boom! With a muffled thud, a boy's body slammed against the stone wall and rolled down from it. Before he could even land properly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest slumped down, and his breath suddenly became extremely weak. Opposite him stood a young man with a relaxed expression. The young man patted his sleeves, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Is that all you've got? You dare to block my way?" The boy on the ground had bloodshot eyes and struggled to get up. But after only managing to prop herself up on one side, her entire arm went limp and she fell heavily back down. Beside him, a cat-eared girl was already panicking. "Who are you?" The young man completely ignored her, only glancing down at the boy on the ground and letting out a sneer. "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the cat-eared girl. That gaze made the other person turn pale, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. "As for you, from now on, come with me." The cat-eared girl bit her lip, just about to resist. The young man flashed and was already in front of her. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed her neck. The cat-eared girl let out a muffled groan, her whole body instantly freezing. A spiritual pressure far exceeding her tolerance level instantly pressed down upon her. She couldn't even struggle. The boy on the ground stared in disbelief at the sight. "Let her go." He crawled forward with all his might. He had only moved half a foot when he spat out another mouthful of blood. The young man laughed when he heard the roar. "Want to see? Then keep your eyes wide open and watch." What happened next was even worse for the boy than the beating he had received. He could only watch helplessly as the other party forced him to enter into a contract with the girl he admired right in front of him. From beginning to end, he couldn't do anything. At first, the cat-eared girl's eyes were filled with humiliation and panic. But after being given a dose of the drug, he became compliant. Forced contract successful, he could only lie on the ground, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, his nails digging into his flesh. After everything is over, the young man then looked down at him. "You're lucky. If someone dies on the first day, it's likely to cause trouble. Whether you can hold out until someone finds you is up to fate." The words fell. He kicked out, sending the seriously injured boy flying into the shadows behind a crevice in the rocks. The location is very remote. Unless someone specifically searches the area, people outside would never discover it. After doing all this, the young man took the cat-eared girl and left. They didn't actually have high requirements for these spirit beast girls. As long as the bloodline isn't too bad and can be used temporarily, that's enough. Anyway, they're all meant to be used. If a real fight breaks out, then so be it if someone dies. Despite all their efforts, their goal remained unchanged. At this time, Qin Feng and his two companions had just finished a battle. The canyon ahead was a scene of utter devastation. A pile of fifth-tier magical beast corpses lay scattered on the ground. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of burning lingered in the air for a long time. Large areas of frost and traces of fire can still be seen on the ground. Just after the last fifth-tier magical beast fell, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. First attempt at a higher level, mission accomplished. Reward received, 1 awakening pill. Qin Feng received this mission when he encountered this group of fifth-tier magical beasts. You can hunt monsters and complete quests at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, Qin Feng had a thought and immediately looked at the system space. Awakening pills, 10 pills/bottle. Effect 1. After consumption, it allows the spirit beast to maintain its peak state for 5 minutes without consuming any resources. Effect 2. Spirit beasts possessing hidden bloodlines can awaken their hidden bloodlines for 5 minutes after consuming this product. Upon seeing the reward, Qin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. This stuff is pretty good. 5 minutes of peak condition with no cost. The effect is now incredibly exaggerated. For example, with Su Qingtan's current bloodline strength, if they were to unleash their full power, their combat strength would be terrifyingly high. Under normal circumstances, with Su Qingtan's current spiritual energy reserves, it would be quite good if she could last for even a minute. But this thing, she held it up for 5 minutes straight. Even an 8th-tier magical beast could probably be blasted into dust. This is no longer a regular supply. In crucial moments, it can be used as a trump card. As for its other use, if he encounters a female spirit beast with a hidden bloodline in the future, but who hasn't yet formed a contract with him, he should. This awakening pill works just as well. Many things, if said without being told, may not be believed by others. However, once the other party personally experiences the power after awakening, the effect is completely different. At that time, a lot of unnecessary talk can be omitted. Nice one. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This battle was truly fruitful. Besides the system rewards, the crystal cores and materials from these fifth-tier magical beasts on the ground are also genuinely valuable items. Afterwards, Qin Feng led the 2 women to collect their spoils. Fortunately, he now has storage space. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to carry so much stuff. After working for a while, this habitat of fifth-tier magical beasts has been almost completely cleared by them. Qin Feng stood up and glanced at the sky. The sun is almost setting. If we delay any longer, it will be night. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and quickly made a decision. Let's not go any further. Let's rest here. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui both nodded, having no objections. This place has just been cleared out by them, making it a better place to stay than other places. Afterwards, the 3 looked around the area again and quickly chose a location. Behind them was a precipice. There were scattered rocks blocking the way on both sides. The view ahead is fairly open. If something gets close, it's easy to spot. This will do. The 3 then began to clean up. After clearing away the weeds and pebbles, I also checked the surrounding area for any lurking dangers. After confirming that everything was in order, the tent was set up. By the time all of this was done, night had completely fallen. The nights in the secret realm are much colder than the days. A few low, guttural roars occasionally drifted from afar, sounding exceptionally clear in the night. However, Qin Feng and his 2 companions didn't take it seriously. They fought their way here, wiping out the entire fifth-tier race. It's only one night. It's not enough to make them so nervous that they can't sleep. Outside the tent, the 3 of them quickly started a fire and heated up the food they had brought with them. Dinner wasn't lavish, but it was enough to fill our stomachs. There are 3 days left in the assessment. At their current pace, if they clear out a few more groups of 6th-tier magical beasts, they'll basically have first place in the bag. As for the 7th or 8th tier, it would be best to encounter them. It doesn't matter if we don't meet. Anyway, they already have a big enough advantage in points, so there's no need to gamble on it. Taking a steady approach is the most cost-effective way. He's definitely going to get first place in this assessment. The other candidates were simply not in the same league as them. Awards from the Beastmaster Association and the school are secondary. What Qin Feng wanted most was the system's mission rewards, achievement quests, and team gear. You can tell they're good stuff just by looking at them. After dinner, the three of them did not immediately return to their tent. After a day of constant travel and fighting, the atmosphere has naturally relaxed now that we've finally stopped. Su Qingtan gently leaned closer and stood next to Qin Feng. Jiang Shui didn't say anything, but she sat a little closer. The fire crackled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. However, it's just a fleeting moment, a superficial encounter. It's impossible to go deep into it. This is, after all, a secret place, not home. To truly relax completely would be to risk your life. Those things can wait until we get back. Right now, performance evaluation is still more important. The three quickly agreed on the order of night watch. The three of them took turns, never letting their guard down. It continued until the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. The first night after the start of this assessment went smoothly. Chapter 45, Strange Movements in the Middle of the Night. For the next 2 days, Qin Feng and his two companions followed a similar pace to before. Hunt monsters during the day and advance along the secret realm. At night, we would find a relatively safe place to set up camp and rest. In the past 2 days, they have successively destroyed the territories of several 6th-tier magical beasts. The points naturally skyrocketed as well. As for 7th and 8th-tier magical beasts, they did encounter them. For example, Qin Feng and his group encountered a 7th-tier 4-winged saber-toothed tiger once. However, the 7th-tier magical beasts in reality are not the kind of phantoms that can only get beaten up in the training ground. If they encounter real danger, they will run, and they will run very fast. The 4-winged saber-toothed tiger was naturally adept at flying and extremely fast. After sensing the auras of the Void Candle Dragon and the Frost Sky Ice Phoenix, without much hesitation, he turned and ran. Qin Feng and his two companions did not pursue them relentlessly. It's not worth disrupting your own rhythm just to chase a 7th-tier magical beast. As for 8th-tier magical beasts, they haven't actually encountered them yet. 8th-tier magical beasts are already at the top of the food chain and have a very large range of activity. Unlike low-level magical beasts, they won't stay in their fixed territories. The secret realm is so vast that encountering it in a short time is entirely a matter of luck. However, Qin Feng and his group didn't feel it was a pity. They've made enough money by now. The combined points from 5th and 6th-tier magical beasts are already quite staggering. If he could still be overtaken by other candidates even after all that, then Qin Feng would accept it. So on the third night, Qin Feng made a decision directly. I'll rest for another night. We'll head straight back tomorrow morning. Inside the makeshift camp, a campfire flickered. After a quick meal, the three of them began to rest. Over the past few days, they have not only acquired a large number of crystal cores and materials, but their cooperation with each other has also become increasingly seamless. Moreover, they are much more skilled at things like setting up camp, keeping watch, and searching the surrounding environment in the wild than they were at the beginning. For them, this is also a considerable gain. Soon, the watch order was arranged as usual. Tonight, it's Jiang Shui's turn to keep watch for the first half of the night. Qin Feng and Su Qingtan went first to rest in the tent. The night grew deeper. Outside the camp, a few hundred meters away in the shadows of a forest, three figures quietly stopped. They gazed at Qin Feng's camp from afar, their eyes filled with coldness. One of them lowered his voice and asked, "How are the preparations going?" The person next to him chuckled softly. "Don't worry, the powder has already been sprinkled around. At most, it will only take a little while before all the magical beasts around are lured over." After hearing this, the other person couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, we were well prepared this time. Otherwise, with just a few of us, we might not be able to take them down. These three people are much more difficult to deal with than I imagined. They can easily handle even 7th-tier magical beasts. If we were to confront them heat-in, we might not fare well. At this point, his tone even carried a hint of apprehension. Clearly, they had been secretly watching Qin Feng and his two companions for the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, the leader's gaze remained fixed on the camp. But slowly, a burning passion appeared in his eyes. So, this is what makes the SS level bloodline truly terrifying. He's only at the 3rd rank, yet he can unleash such combat power. If this bloodline could fall into our hands. He didn't finish his sentence, but the greed in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Behind the 3, there were 3 more figures. These are the 3 spirit beast girls they forcibly contracted over the past few days. However, compared to their normal state, their current situation is clearly not right. The auras emanating from all 3 individuals were chaotic. It fluctuates, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It felt as if something inside my body had been forcibly activated, and it could get out of control at any moment. They shouldn't possess such power at this stage. But now, the fluctuations emanating from his body have far exceeded his normal level. The man in the lead glanced back at them, his expression indifferent. Then he said in a low voice, "Let go. Let's get some distance away first. We'll go and clean up after the monsters have worn them down enough. This is an on-seen-a-lifetime opportunity. We absolutely cannot let it slip away." The words fell. The 3 of them, along with the 3 controlled spirit beast girls, quickly disappeared into the night. This side of the camp, everything was peaceful at first. Jiang Shui sat by the fire, occasionally looking up at her surroundings. But not long after, she began to vaguely sense that something was wrong. In the distance, a series of low, guttural roars suddenly echoed. In a short while, roars rang out one after another, and they came from different directions. It felt like monsters were approaching from all directions. Jiang Shui's expression changed slightly, and she immediately stood up. Before she could even speak, Qin Feng and Su Qingtian were both awakened in the tent. Both reacted extremely quickly, switching to alert status almost the instant they heard the unusual beastly roar. Qin Feng lifted the tent flap and came out, immediately looking at Jiang Shui. "What happened?" Jiang Shui quickly spoke up. "I don't know either." Suddenly, the cries of the surrounding magical beasts increased dramatically, and it's getting closer and closer. After listening, Qin Feng's expression became noticeably more serious. He glanced around and then took out the bottle of awakening pills. No nonsense. He quickly poured out a few and handed them to Su Qingtian and Jiang Shui respectively. "Take it." After taking it, it can maintain peak condition for 5 minutes without any depletion. If things really get bad, just eat it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly accepted it. This is really good stuff. She was now fully aware of just how powerful her fully transformed beast form was. The only drawback is that it doesn't last long. But if it could really last for 5 minutes steadily, that would be a completely different story. In that state, she would dare to confront even an 8th-tier magical beast Heathen. However, Su Qingtian was clearly much calmer. She carefully put away her own copy, then said in a deep voice, "This is for saving your life. If it really comes down to having to rely on this, it means the situation is already very dangerous. When the time comes, we'll have to retreat immediately after the battle." Qin Feng nodded. "Good. We haven't encountered this situation in the previous 2 nights. It's unusual that something like this happened tonight." As he spoke, his gaze turned completely somber. They've been fighting their way through these past few days, clearing out quite a few 5th and 6th-tier magical beasts. Logically, the nearby magical beasts should have avoided the presence of the Void Candle Dragon and the Frost Sky Ice Phoenix. But now, instead of avoiding it, as if attracted by something, they all gathered in this direction from all directions. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon. Right now, however, there's clearly no time for him to think things through further. The most important thing is to first understand the surrounding situation. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle. Thinking of this, Qin Feng spoke directly. "Qingtian, set fire to all sides. Light up everything around you. Right now, there's no time to worry about anything else." "Good." Su Qingtian responded and raised her hand, sending out a pale fireball. Then came the 2nd Regiment, the 3rd Regiment, the 4th Regiment. Fireballs rained down in all directions. Once the surrounding dry grass and shrubs were ignited, the fire spread instantly. "Call!" Flames quickly shot into the sky. The once pitch-black woodland was illuminated brightly in a short period of time. And it was at that very moment the firelight ignited. Qin Feng and his 2 companions finally saw their surroundings clearly. With just one glance, the expressions on the faces of the 3 men changed. Warcraft, it's all Warcraft. All around, densely packed, were shadowy figures of beasts. Some crouched in the woods, growling softly, while others slowly approached, their footsteps crushing the ground. Some were even suspended in midair, staring coldly at them. The number is frighteningly large. Moreover, they weren't just low-level magical beasts. There were already 4 or 5 7th-tier magical beasts that you could never encounter during the day, but at this moment you could clearly see them. One of them, with 4 wings on its back, was hovering in the distance. It was indeed the 4-winged saber-toothed tiger they had encountered before. Its eyes are bloodshot, ready to attack at any moment. And further afield, another exceptionally heavy and volatile aura was rapidly approaching. That sense of oppression was incomparable to that of a 7th-tier cultivator. 8th-tier magical beast. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes darkened. This scale of encirclement and attack is no longer a question of whether or not to use up all available cards. If we keep hiding it, we'll probably just be waiting to die. He shouted directly. Take your medicine. Transform into your perfect form. Don't hesitate. Swish. Swish. At Qin Feng's command, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui swallowed the awakening pills in their hands without hesitation. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. The next instant, the auras emanating from both women surged simultaneously. Boom! A violent spiritual pressure surged into the sky. Su Qingtan was the first to take to the air, and black and white spiritual light suddenly exploded in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, a massive void candle dragon appeared in midair. The dragon's body meanders, its black and white colors intertwined. One dragon's eyes were as bright as day, the other as dark as night. The moment he appeared, the surrounding air seemed to distort for a moment. On the other side, Jiang Shui also completed her transformation at the same time. Pure white wings suddenly spread open. Frost swept through. A snow-white frost phoenix, resembling a divine bird of ice and snow, soared into the sky. As its wings spread, a vast expanse of cold air spread wildly in all directions. A dragon and a phoenix appear in the world at the same time. The beasts that were rushing in from all sides paused noticeably for a moment. That was an instinctive fear that came from the depths of one's blood. Even though their eyes are now red from the stimulation of the medicine powder and the agitation. Even in the presence of truly high-ranking bloodlines, one will still instinctively tremble. Only, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui had no intention of giving them a chance to catch their breath. The next second, 2 of their most powerful killing moves are unleashed simultaneously. Buzz! The eyes of the Taishu Zhulong suddenly lit up. Candle Dragon's eye opened. Almost simultaneously, the Frost Phoenix's wings fluttered slightly, and a large expanse of icy blue light suddenly spread out. Frosty Realm open. In an instant, a large area seemed to be covered by 2 forces at the same time. All the monsters that rushed in suddenly stopped moving. It was as if countless invisible chains had suddenly appeared in the air, tightly binding them. The speed decreases, and the reaction becomes slower. The outstretched claws and fangs seemed to be playing in slow motion. Even more terrifying was the extreme cold that followed. Click, click. Large patches of frost spread rapidly along the ground, tree trunks, and the monster's limbs. The low to mid-level magical beasts in the front row didn't even have a chance to struggle before half of their bodies were frozen. Some of them had barely leaped into the air when a thick layer of white frost formed in midair before they crashed heavily to the ground. The herd of beasts behind them was still pushing forward. Ahead, however, large swathes of trees had already begun to fall. And this is just the beginning. Call! In midair, the head of the Taishu Zhulong dragon flickered. The next second, a pale and blinding pillar of fire suddenly spewed out. The flames of the candle dragon swept across. The magical beasts below the 6th rank along the way were almost always killed upon contact or maimed upon being grazed. Some bodies, the moment they were touched by the flames, began to crack and decay as if their life force had been instantly drained. Some didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Flames kept exploding among the beasts. The once relatively intact encirclement was instantly torn open with large gaps. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui was also busy. The frosty ice phoenix took flight. In the next instant, countless ice feathers condensed and took shape in the night sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands upon thousands of extremely cold feathers shot out in all directions. The scene was almost like an entire blizzard being forcefully thrown out. Before the monsters could even get close, they were shot through on the spot. Blood splattered. Ice shards exploded everywhere. Meanwhile, in the distance, in midair, the four-winged saber-toothed tiger that was circling and waiting for an opportunity was being closely watched by Jiang Shui. The seventh-tier magical beast, which had fled immediately upon sensing something amiss during the day, now had bloodshot eyes, clearly affected as well. Even so, when the real killing move comes down, it still instinctively tries to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. A wave of ice feathers almost completely sealed off all the space around it for dodging. Asterisk, asterisk. Dozens, even hundreds, of ice feathers pierced through simultaneously. The four-winged, saber-toothed tiger's body suddenly froze in midair. In the blink of an eye, he was pierced into a bloody hedgehog. Immediately afterwards, it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Seventh-tier magical beast, instant kill. This seventh-tier magical beast died instantly. The once frenzied herd of beasts seemed to have finally calmed down a bit. Fear began to spread. It's not so easy to back out now. The monster in front wanted to escape. The monsters behind them kept pushing forward. In an instant, the entire herd of beasts was thrown into complete chaos. Trampling, collisions, and screams blended together. For Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, this situation actually makes it easier to reap the benefits. They were at their peak for 5 minutes, and then they had half left. At times like this, there's absolutely no need to hold back. Kill. Vast swaths of flame and cold air continued to pour out in all directions. Those low-level magical beasts aren't even worth a special glance. Many were merely grazed by the aftershocks and died instantly. What they were really staring at was the increasingly heavy aura approaching from afar. Eighth tier magical beast. Rumble, rumble. The ground began to shake. Large swathes of trees in the distance have collapsed. Soon, an enormous beast of ridiculously large size burst out of the forest. Xuanjia, earth-traveling dragon. Its entire body was over 10 meters long, covered in thick black armor, resembling a rampaging steel war machine. Wherever it went, trees, rocks, and corpses were all crushed in its wake. Chapter 47 Berserker Transformation. That violent and heavy aura was on a completely different level from the 6th and 7th tier magical beasts in front of it. However, it hadn't actually reached the camp yet. The dragon and the phoenix high in the sky had already pressed down on it at the same time. Boom! The first burst of candle dragon flame slammed Hedon into the back of the Xuanjia earth dragon. The hard shell instantly shattered, revealing a large area of charred cracks. The next second, countless icy feathers slammed down, piercing deep into the gaping wounds. Oh, whoa. The Xuanjia earth dragon finally let out a furious and painful roar. It whipped its tail violently, trying to force its way out. But the frigid air of the frosty sky domain had long since frozen the ground around it into a pale white expanse. Their movements were already sluggish, and with the suppression of the candle dragon's eye, their speed slowed down even further. Su Qingtan seized the opportunity and spewed flames again. Jiang Shui also flapped her wings at the same time, and a large amount of frost pressed down like a tide. A double attack of ice and fire. Even if the Xuanjia earth dragon's shell was thick, it couldn't withstand it at this point. In just a few moments, its skin was torn open and it was covered in blood. Large sections of black armor shattered. The originally ferocious momentum was abruptly interrupted. On the cliff, Qin Feng watched this scene and felt a slight sense of relief. If we can kill this 8th tier magical beast, this wave of beasts will be completely over. How can this still be considered crisis? It's clearly a massive amount of points delivered right to our doorstep. Knowing I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'm giving them send-off? Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little expectant. What expressions will the teachers and examinees outside have when they see the points leaderboard after the assessment is over? On the battlefield, the Xuanjia Earth Dragon was almost at its limit. After suffering repeated heavy blows, the blood-red color in its eyes faded noticeably. An 8th tier magical beast is still just an 8th tier magical beast. It finally realized that if it stayed there any longer, it would only die. The next instant, it turned around abruptly, seemingly preparing to flee. As it began to retreat, the other magical beasts around it seemed to be awakened. The herd of beasts, which had been charging forward recklessly, suddenly began to scatter and flee. The beast tide has collapsed. We've already fought this far. With an 8th-tier magical beast right in front of us, how can we possibly let it escape? The next second, the dragon and the phoenix chased after them at the same time. Flames and ice feathers rained down once more. The Xuanja earth dragon dragged its heavily injured body and desperately tried to escape, but it was no match for the two divine beasts in their prime. Not long after, accompanied by a final, piercing roar, the massive body of the Xuanja earth dragon finally crashed to the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently. 8th-tier magical beast dead. At this point, the entire battlefield seemed to finally fall completely silent. The remaining monsters in the distance were still fleeing in panic. Nearby, all that remained were corpses scattered everywhere and burning forest fires. The air was filled with the smells of blood, burnt food, and white mist from the frost rising from the firelight. Qin Feng stood still, and his briefly tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. But in that very instant, whoosh, a dark shadow shot out from behind him without warning. That's too fast. Qin Feng had barely noticed the commotion behind him when a dark, sharp claw gripped his shoulder. The next second, an incredibly sharp claw blade was placed directly in front of his throat. It was icy cold. If he had moved just half an inch further, his neck would have been slit on the spot. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Someone's there. His heart sank instantly. Really, this wave of beasts was no accident at all. Only then did he truly see who had subdued him. She was a woman who had clearly entered a beast-like state. However, the other party state is very different from that of a normal beast girl in her half-beast form. Normal half-beast transformation is at most a localized change. But this guy in front of me, apart from his face, which still barely resembles a human, has been completely transformed into a beast. It is completely black. The skin's surface was also covered with strange patterns. It looked extremely strange. At the same time, Qin Feng also saw through the other party's attributes. Name, Yangshan Berserker Mode. Master, Zhang Chong. Level, Tier 2, Rank 9. Physique, 75,1200. Spiritual Power, 75,900. Bloodline, Shadow Night Cat, B. Qin Feng's eyes turned slightly cold. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Berserker Mode activated. The boost brought about by this state is actually comparable to that of an SS-level bloodline. And just then, several more figures slowly emerged from the shadows, not far ahead. The three people in front are all men. The man in the lead had an undisguised smile on his face. His eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction after his success. It came to me without any effort at all. Qin Feng, you underestimated your opponent even more than I thought. Qin Feng stared intently at the other person without saying a word. At this point, there's really no need to ask anymore. They're the ones who caused all of this. Summon a beast horde, hide in the shadows, and wait for him to relax before striking. One link leads to another. Behind these three, two more figures slowly appeared. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened immediately upon seeing one of them. Lu Rumei. However, Lu Rumei's condition was clearly not right at this moment. She too began to exhibit those bizarre signs of becoming a demon. Name, Lu Rumei, Berserker Mode. Master, Zhou Tao. Level, Tier 2, Rank 9. Physique, 78,300. Spiritual Power, 74,1000. Bloodline, Crimson Flame Tiger. These people actually kidnapped people and forced them into contracts. They even used some more sinister methods to forcibly transform them into this grotesque state. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Faction Quest. Annihilate the cult of the demon god. Mission objective. Kill all members of the demon god cult in front of you. Mission reward. Badge of Justice. Upon hearing this warning, a chill suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The demon god cult. So that's what these guys were. No wonder they resorted to such despicable means. Since the higher-ups don't dare to come, they send these lackeys to resort to underhanded tactics. The leader, looking at Qin Feng who had been subdued, smiled even more broadly. Don't move. Your two women aren't with you right now. It won't save you. If she swipes her claws, your head will be gone. Under the cover of night, the firelight still flickered. Not far away, a dragon and a phoenix were returning to provide support. Brush. Su Qingtan, in her transformed form, the Taishu Zhulong, traversed the night sky, her dragon eyes blazing with murderous intent. Jiang Shui, transformed into the frosty ice phoenix, flapped her wings, leaving long white trails of cold air behind her. They all saw it. Qin Feng has been subdued. Seeing something doesn't mean you can save it. That jet-black claw was now positioned right in front of Qin Feng's throat, an alarmingly close distance. With just one more gentle slash, Qin Feng's neck would be cut open on the spot. This level, not to mention that they're still quite far apart now. Even after rushing close, they dared not make a move. Chapter 48, Defying Fate, Soaring to the Heavens. In midair, the chill emanating from Jiang Shui was almost about to explode out of control. Let him go. The voice was shrill, filled with an unprecedented rage. Su Qingtan remained silent, staring intently at the people below, her dragon body slightly tense. The killing intent in those dragon eyes, one bright and one dark, was so intense it was almost impenetrable. The current situation is almost a dead end. However, Qin Feng showed no sign of panic. If his opponent doesn't kill him immediately, he can turn the tide. With a calm expression, he spoke softly. You went to so much trouble to attract the beast tide. Just say what your purpose is. Upon hearing this, the person opposite immediately laughed. He laughed triumphantly and unrestrainedly. Even at this point, you're still so calm. Qin Feng, I really do admire you. As he spoke, he looked up at the dragon and phoenix staring intently at them from midair. His eyes revealed an undisguised greed. Our goal is actually very simple. However, there's no rush to explain now. It's not too late to talk about it after your two women come down together. As he spoke, he chuckled twice. The laughter was filled with vulgarity. There was no need to think about it further. Qin Feng's gaze turned slightly cold. There was no need to ask any further. He already understood. These guys aren't just after me. They also had their eyes on Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui. It is their bloodline and their very being. Moreover, judging from their tone, the other party clearly intended to harm the two women right in front of him. Forced contract? Or are there other, even more disgusting methods? Qin Feng didn't know, but there's no need to know so many details. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression became even more indifferent. He simply looked at the other person and said calmly, in that case, I hope that when we meet again later, you will still be smiling just as happily. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned slightly. I have a vague feeling that something is wrong. But before he could figure it out, the next moment, Qin Feng's mind raced. Defy fate, activate, buzz. An invisible force of time suddenly spread. In an instant, everything around seemed to be forcibly turned around by a giant hand. The flames rolled back. The white mist flowed back. The corpses on the ground, the scattered blood, and the swirling dust all began to recede from their original paths. The figures of the people in front of me quickly blurred. Even the sharp claw that was positioned in front of his throat moved further and further away in an instant. The whole world seemed to be retreating rapidly. The next second, everything suddenly froze. The scene before Qin Feng's eyes had completely changed. The night is still there. The firelight is still there. However, those few demon cultists did not appear in front of him. In the distance, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, transformed into a dragon and a phoenix, were relentlessly pursuing the heavily injured Xuanjiao Earth Dragon. The ground trembled, and the roars of beasts continued. This happened 3 minutes ago. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It was a success. Most importantly, the system notification in my mind did not disappear. Faction Quest. Annihilate the cult of the demon god. The mission is still ongoing. This proves that everything we just experienced was real. It's not a hallucination. It's not a premonition. Rather, it is a future that has already actually happened once. In other words, a dozen seconds later, the 8th-tier magical beast collapsed to the ground. If I remain standing still and let my guard down, that madwoman named Yang Shan, it will pounce out from behind again and restrain you with claw. Pity. The same thing will not happen a second time. A flash of coldness crossed Qin Feng's eyes. He already knew where the other party was hiding and what they were planning. This time he got the first move. Boom! Just then, in the distance, the armored Earth Dragon let out another mournful roar. Its massive body swayed, finally giving way beneath it. At the moment that 8th-tier magical beast died, Qin Feng pushed off the ground with his feet, and his whole body instantly lifted off the ground. Call! The sound of the wind rushed past my ears. His figure soared directly into the air. Soaring sky launch. If anyone were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Because at this moment, Qin Feng, in pure human form, flew directly into the air. In the night sky, a dragon and a phoenix are killing an 8th-tier magical beast. Qin Feng, on the other hand, leaped into the air and headed straight for them. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui noticed this scene almost simultaneously. Both women were startled. Qin Feng can fly, but before they could think about it carefully, Qin Feng had already arrived at the scene in a flash, and without the slightest hesitation, he spoke directly. Forget about the other magical beasts for now. Bombard that forest over there with all your might. Leave no blind spots. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to a seemingly ordinary grove of bushes not far away. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui were both taken aback. There are no monsters there at all. However, the two women only paused for a moment before turning around, because they believed in Qin Feng. Boom! With a turn of its head, the candle dragon's flames swept across that area. At the same time, the frosty ice phoenix's wings fluttered. Large swaths of ice blades, ice feathers, and cold currents poured down on the mountain forest like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, that previously unremarkable shrubland was suddenly subjected to a devastating, overwhelming attack. The sea of fire raged. The ice blade shoots randomly. The frosty sky domain spread out, and even the ground was rapidly freezing and cracking. Let alone people. Even a 7th-tier magical beast would lose most of its life if it took such a round heat-in. Really, the very next second after the firepower came down, several extremely disheveled figures suddenly darted out from that area. Damn it, we've been exposed. Retreat immediately. The 3 demon cultists, who had been hiding so well, could no longer conceal themselves at this moment. In order to escape that terrifying firepower, they had no choice but to force their way out of the bushes. The several demonic figures following them were also exposed at the same time. They rushed out very quickly, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun Qin Feng and his 2 companions who were prepared in advance. Continue. Qin Feng's eyes were icy as he directly shouted. The next moment, Taishu Zhulong and Shuang Tianbing Huang attacked again at the same time. Boom! Whoosh whoosh. The flames of the candle dragon pressed down. Countless ice blades and ice feathers simultaneously sealed off the escape route. The 3 demon cultists were about to scatter and escape when they were completely engulfed. 2 of them didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly torn apart and blasted to pieces by the terrifying attack of intertwined ice and fire. The leader was clearly much stronger. He twisted his body at the last moment, avoiding the most fatal blow, but had only managed to avoid a fatal wound. Puffed. 2 sharp ice blades slashed across each other. His legs were cleanly severed below the knees. Ewa! A piercing scream instantly tore through the night sky. The man fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. But before the blood could actually flow, the cold air from the ice blade had already frozen the wound quickly. This kept him alive for a while. As for the 3 spirit beast girls who were forcibly contracted by them and catalyzed into a berserk state, they died even faster than the men. 2 of them even attempted to attack Qin Feng and his 2 companions from the ground. Clearly, he has lost his mind. The next second, he was pierced through by countless ice feathers. As for Lu Rumei, she was not spared either. She had only taken 2 steps when she was struck simultaneously by the flames of the candle dragon and the ice blade. His body stiffened abruptly, then he fell straight down. We've reached this point. This night raid has finally come to a true end. The beast tide is gone. The 8th-tier magical beast is dead. The demon cultists hiding in the shadows were also wiped out in one fell swoop. In the darkness of night, only the flickering firelight and the gradually calming wind remained. Chapitre 49 Instant Collapse. A moment later, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui's complete forms also began to gradually dissipate. The black and white dragon shadows and the illusory ice phoenix image dissipated one after the other. The 2 women returned to human form and fell from midair. Qin Feng also slowly descended. The 3 of them walked step by step toward the cultist who had lost both legs but was still alive. At that moment, the man no longer cared about screaming. They just stared at Qin Feng and the other 2 with expressions of terror, especially at Qin Feng. His eyes were filled with horror. Why did they discover themselves in advance? Why did Qin Feng suddenly fly up? How can a newborn fly in human form? Isn't this an ability only king-rank beastmasters possess? Everything was going according to plan, so why was it suddenly turned around at the most crucial moment? He simply couldn't understand it. This unknown was more frightening to him than death itself. Soon, the three approached. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui stood to Qin Feng's left and right, their gazes coldly fixed on the man on the ground. If looks could kill, this person would have been reduced to ashes. Qin Feng, however, did not get too close. Even if the opponent has broken a leg and is seriously injured, and his combat power is almost completely useless, he remained 3 meters away, maintaining a sufficiently cautious and safe distance. Then, Qin Feng looked at the other person and casually asked, "What's your name?" "Zhang Chang, Zhou Tao," or... He didn't even finish his sentence. The person on the ground suddenly contracted their pupils. The color drained from his face instantly, turning him deathly pale. He stared intently at Qin Feng, as if he had seen a ghost. The firelight flickered. The man with the broken leg, lying on the ground, stared intently at Qin Feng. His face was deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. His mind is now filled with question marks. This plan was already quite cautious. They knew that they were no match for Qin Feng and his group in a heated confrontation. Therefore, they used animal-attracting powder in advance to trigger the animal tide. They would first weaken Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui by using the berserk monsters, and then suddenly attack when Qin Feng relaxed. One link leads to another. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if he lost in the end, he could barely accept it. But he just couldn't understand it. How did Qin Feng know their identities? You don't even need to take off your mask to call out their name. Was this a brilliant strategy, or had their plan already been exposed? But very few people actually knew about this. Could it be that there's a traitor? For a moment, Zhou Tao's mind raced, and the more he thought about it, the colder he felt. Qin Feng, however, clearly had no intention of giving him time to think things through. He stood 3 meters away, his gaze icy, his voice even colder. "What, not going to answer? So many of your demon god cult members have been killed by Elder Jiang, yet you still dare to come knocking on our door. All I can say is they don't know the meaning of death." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao visibly stiffened again. Really, the other party knew far more than he imagined. I don't just know the names of a few of them. They even knew exactly where they came from. The next second, Qin Feng's words sent chills down his spine. "If you don't speak, I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs. Then, I'll take you out and hand you over to the city defense troops." "How?" Zhou Tao's pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out almost instinctively, "You're a monster." For him, this outcome was worse than death. It's obvious what would happen if they fell into the hands of the city's garrison. At that point, you won't be able to die, and living will be torture. Living is worse than death. Thinking of this, the last bit of bravado on Zhou Tao's face finally crumbled. He gave a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse. "Since you know who we are, then just kill me. My name is Zhou Tao. Anything else you'd like to know, feel free to ask. I only ask for death." Qin Feng looked at him and nodded. "Can, tell me first, what tools did you use in this plan? What attracts monsters is also the thing that turned those 3 girls into that kind of thing. The more we understand these insidious methods, the better we can defend against them." Upon hearing this question, Zhou Tao remained silent for 2 seconds before finally speaking. "What attracts monsters is the monster-attracting powder. This thing is easy to buy on the black market, but it's only effective against magical beasts below the king rank. As for the other 2, he paused here, then continued. One is a mind-controlling drug that can control the other person's mind. The other one is the Berserker Potion. It can fully utilize the potential and life of a spirit beast, greatly enhancing its strength. After using it, I only have 1 day left to live." A night breeze blew by, and the surrounding flames flickered slightly. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui stood to the side, their faces already turning cold. Zhou Tao didn't look at them, but continued speaking. "The Mind Control Potion and the Berserker Potion are both specially made by the Demon God cult. Moreover, there are different levels. High-level ones, even effective against Emperor-level beings." After hearing these words, the room fell silent for a moment. Qin Feng's face remained expressionless, but the chill in the eyes of the 2 women beside him had almost solidified into a tangible form. By now, they understand perfectly well. Lu Rumei and the other 2 girls did not willingly become that grotesque state. Instead, it is first controlled and then forcibly catalyzed. Finally, like disposable tools, they were forcibly pushed forward to their deaths. This method goes beyond simple cruelty. It's disgusting. Disgusting. A chill also rose in Qin Feng's heart. In his past life, he certainly knew that the demon god cult was no good, but he never expected that these people's methods could be so despicable. First control, then force a contract, and finally overdraw life force, using it as a consumable. Although Lu Rumei had conflicts with him, but by the time they reached this point, they are already dead. All that grudges have come to an end, leaving only a sigh. Eliminating these people in front of us now can be considered revenge for them. After a brief silence, Qin Feng spoke again. One last question. Who else in Los Angeles is a member of the demon god cult, and where are their strongholds? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao finally raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. The madness and resentment that had been there before were gone from his eyes. All that remained was a profound weariness and lifelessness. I said, just give me a quick death? Qin Feng's tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Certainly. If I take you out, won't your accomplices realize they've been exposed? So, you need to explain yourself clearly. Then, I'll give you a quick death. Not far away, firelight flickered. The flickering light cast shadows on Qin Feng's face. Zhou Tao stared intently at him, as if trying to determine how credible his words were. A moment later, he gave a bitter laugh, as if he had finally resigned himself to his fate. Okay, I'll talk. Chapter 50, The Badge of Justice. What is justice? Besides the few of us, there are about 10 other members from Los Angeles. Zhou Tao's voice trembled as he spoke haltingly. They are mainly distributed across 3 strongholds. Spring returns number 21. The pain of his broken leg was unbearable. Every word he uttered was forced outwards. Qin Feng stood still, his expression calm, listening intently to every word. Zhou Tao dared not stop, nor dared to hide anything. Between death and torment, he ultimately chose the former. As the confession continued, he gradually revealed the distribution of the demon god cult within Los Angeles. Those members were all below the king rank, and they usually operated separately. As long as they don't cause trouble, they look almost no different from ordinary people. That's why no one usually pays special attention to them. These people, however, have always maintained contact with each other in private. Not too closely connected, but certainly not fighting their own battles. Time passed little by little. About 2.5 minutes later, Zhou Tao finally seemed to have been completely drained, and his voice suddenly dropped. That's all I know. After saying that, he seemed to fall apart, slumped there, and looked ashen-faced. Qin Feng looked at him and said calmly, "Have you finished saying everything? Are you sure there's nothing being hidden?" Zhou Tao gave a bitter smile, her eyes somewhat unfocused. "I'm going to die. What else is there to hide? Go ahead and confirm it." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I'll check. After confirming, I will send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's previously ashen face suddenly changed. "You broke your promise." He stared intently at Qin Feng, his voice suddenly becoming shrill. "You clearly said you'd give me a quick death here." Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He simply said, "When did I ever say I would break my promise? I have my own way of confirming it." As he spoke, his mind was already focused on his skills. Against fate, after this period of accumulation, the time power of this skill reserve has reached more than 5 hours. It's not a lot, but it's incredibly useful. A few minutes is nothing to him now. It can be used to save lives, turn the tide, and verify intelligence. The value of this skill is far more exaggerated than it appears on the surface. With that in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. A thought crossed my mind. Defying fate, activated once more. Buzz! An invisible force of time suddenly spread. The next moment, everything was frozen in time. The scene before Qin Feng's eyes returned to what it had been 3 minutes earlier. At this moment, Zhou Tao has not yet completely given in. He was lying on the ground, his expression shifting, clearly still hesitating. Should I be honest or not? Should we trust Qin Feng or not? This time, however, Qin Feng was too lazy to waste time with him anymore. He looked at Zhou Tao on the ground and spoke directly. "Even if you don't say it, I know." Zhou Tao was startled and suddenly looked up. Qin Feng's tone was calm, yet it carried a despairing certainty. "You don't really think I know nothing about your situation, do you? Otherwise, how did I find out about your plan in advance?" At this point, Qin Feng paused, then uttered a sentence calmly. "Spring returns number 21. These words were spoken. Zhou Tao was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. His pupils contracted rapidly, and his lips began to tremble. Spring returns on the 21st. That was one of the strongholds he had just been planning to hand over. But right now, he hasn't said anything yet. Qin Feng, however, had already given out the address first. At that moment, the last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. He finally realized that he had absolutely no bargaining power. In front of Qin Feng, it was as if he had been seen through from beginning to end. Zhou Tao gave a bitter smile and slumped down. Since you understand everything, then I don't need to struggle anymore. When he said this, his voice was filled with nothing but resigned weariness. I just hope that you can really keep your promise and give me a quick death. Right now, I only wish to die. Qin Feng didn't say much, only calmly stating, "Speak." This time, Zhou Tao didn't try to hold anything back. To prove he still had value, he went into even more detail than before. Besides reiterating the approximate number of demon god cult members in Los Angeles, the locations of the 3 strongholds, and their daily interactions, they also proactively added a lot of things. This includes some slang and code words that they only use internally, and some unspoken rules among members. Even details used in regular communication were included. In order to get a real sense of relief, he blurted out everything he could think of. Qin Feng listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged. But in his mind, he had already quickly compared the 2 statements. The locations of the outposts are consistent. The number of members is consistent. The interactions and distribution among them also match up. The second confession was even more detailed than the first. Qin Feng finally felt completely relieved after Zhou Tao finished explaining everything. At this point, the value of this henchman of the demon god cult has been almost completely squeezed out. Qin Feng is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Since I promised to give him a quick death, I will do so. He turned to look at Jiang Shui beside him. Shui, let's send him on his way. Jiang Shui nodded slightly, her eyes cold, without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, they hate these cultists to the extreme. The next second, dozens of ice blades instantly condensed in front of her. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air was almost continuous. In the blink of an eye, all the sharp ice blades had pierced through Zhou Tao's body. Asterisk puffed, 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 asterisk. Blood splattered. His body jolted violently, then froze completely. His whole body was covered in thorns. The last glimmer of light in his eyes quickly faded. Dead beyond dead, the woods fell silent once more. Only the flames in the distance, which had not yet been completely extinguished, still flickered gently in the night. At the very moment, Zhou Tao died completely. The system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind again. Faction quest. Annihilate the cult of the demon god. Completed. Reward. Badge of Justice. Justice Badge. LV1. It is active when carried and can also be placed in the storage space. Effect 1. Justice feedback increases the attack power of the wearer and contracted spirit beast by 10%. Effect 2. Acts of Justice. Any action that aligns with justice will grant the power to upgrade your badge. Current upgrade progress, 3%. Upon seeing this effect, a glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This thing, like Su Qingtan's Candle Dragon Pearl, can also be upgraded. However, the effects of the Candle Dragon Pearl gradually increase over time. Upgrading this badge of justice requires performing righteous acts. What is justice? Does it count as righteousness turning into evil? Verification is required. At the very least, eradicating this scourge of the demon god cult should be considered quite righteous. Chapter 51. The dust settles. Everything has settled down. The night wind swept through the woods, carrying a faint scent of blood. Not far away, the flames had not yet been completely extinguished. The remaining sparks danced gently in the darkness, intertwining with the frozen traces of frost on the ground. The area looked like a complete mess. Su Qingtan stared at Zhou Tao's corpse, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke coldly. The demon god cult deserves to die. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undisguised disgust. Clearly, the anger in her heart had not completely subsided. Jiang Shui stood to the side, not saying a word, but her thoughts were similar. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. Rest assured, after we get out, we'll get rid of all those small fry. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't leave the information about the strongholds that Zhou Tao revealed before his death and used. Moreover, action must be taken as soon as possible. After that, Qin Feng did not stay in the same place. They took Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui and returned to their previous campsite. compared to the surrounding battlefield littered with monster corpses, burning flames, and frost-covered scars. That campsite was surprisingly well preserved. At least, staying overnight is not a problem at all. Qin Feng glanced around and then said, "Let's rest here tonight. After dawn, collect all the magical beast materials around here, and then we can go back." Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui had no objections and nodded gently. After such a turn of events, none of the three were in the mood to cause any more trouble. The surroundings finally quieted down considerably. This wave of attacks has further solidified their already rock-solid points position. I'm afraid it will be raised to an even more exaggerated level. There is no doubt that the winner of this secret realm assessment will be the first-place winner. Even so, Qin Feng did not feel much relief. On the contrary, this sudden attack by the demon god cult made him even more vigilant than before. He did indeed win this battle, and the victory was quite impressive. However, this comeback was not because he was truly so strong that he had no weaknesses. Rather, it was because the other party intended to capture him alive. This is precisely why he was given the opportunity to rebel and rewrite the situation. Back then, the other party didn't waste any words or hold back at all. Instead, they had the girl who had taken the madness potion kill him outright. The consequences would be unimaginable. Even a second-tier, grade bloodline beast girl, under the influence of the Berserker potion, was able to push the situation to this point. His current strength is far from enough to make him feel secure. It's far from invincible. Insufficient perception, insufficient defense. Even the means of survival are still not reliable enough. Thinking of this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ultimately, he was just a beast tamer. His direct combat methods are still relatively few. The real main fighting force still comes from the contracted beast girls. However, if we want to continue to improve our overall strength in the most direct and effective way, the best solution is still to form contracts with more beast girls of SSS-rank bloodlines. Of course, this kind of thing isn't something you can just have whenever you want. But the direction is at least very clear now. Night was falling. After experiencing that life-or-death crisis, none of the three felt sleepy. Qin Feng sat by the campfire, leaning against the tent. Before long, two lithe figures approached from the left and right. Neither woman said anything, but their silent dependence was clearer than anything else. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then looked down at them. Su Qingtan gently rested her face against his shoulder and whispered, "That really scared me." Jiang Shui pursed her lips and whispered, "Me too," although they did not see Qin Feng being abducted again after rewinding time. But they saw Qin Feng at an extremely crucial moment. Suddenly, it soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the deadly ambush. If Qin Feng doesn't have that ability, the consequences would still be unimaginable. Thinking about this, the two women felt even more frightened. After a moment of silence, Su Qingtan finally couldn't help but raise her head and look at Qin Feng. "How exactly does your ability to fly work?" Jiang Shui also looked over, her eyes filled with curiosity. Faced with the gazes of the two women, Qin Feng had already prepared his words. After organizing his thoughts, he began to speak. "After forming a contract with you, I will receive some feedback on my abilities. Flying is one of them. In addition, there's storage space, etc." Upon hearing this, both Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui were slightly taken aback. However, they quickly accepted this explanation, because after a beast tamer contracts a spirit beast, they do indeed receive a certain degree of power boost. Some are offensive techniques, while others are speed enhancements. Some abilities are related to perception, recovery, or other auxiliary functions. The variety and strangeness of them are not too difficult to understand. Qin Feng's flying ability, though somewhat outrageous, does indeed fall under the category of contract feedback. After all, they all have SS-level bloodlines. It's normal to have a strong ability to provide feedback. Thinking about this, the doubts in the two women's hearts gradually dissipated. The three of them spent the rest of the night snuggling together, quietly passing the time. Once it was completely light, Qin Feng and the other two got up again and began to clean up the battlefield. The amount of loot left behind by last night's beast tide was quite astonishing. There are quite a few truly valuable items among them. The three of them started by dealing with the high-level magical beasts. 7th and 8th tier magical beasts, especially the Xuanjia Earth Dragon, are valuable almost from head to toe. Materials that can be removed are generally not wasted. These items, if placed outside, could easily fetch a high price. As for magical beasts below the 4th rank, their value is limited. What is truly valuable is often their crystal core. On the other hand, the two women's attack range was too large, and their power was too strong last night. Many low-level magical beasts had already been burned to a crisp. They might even turn to ashes or be cut into pieces, leaving no intact material at all. Therefore, the three of them handled the situation in a very simple way. High-end materials are the primary focus of harvesting. Low-level monsters primarily collect crystal cores. Half a morning passed before the three of them finally managed to pack up most of the worthwhile loot around them. It's almost done. Qin Feng let out a soft breath. This wave of gains has undoubtedly been enormous. At least for the average student, this is a huge sum of money. If he hadn't had storage space, he wouldn't have been able to take so much stuff with him, especially the Xuanjia Earth Dragon. The materials dismantled from just this one 8th-tier magical beast took up almost half of the storage space. Chapter 52, a different writing style. Although most of the space was crammed in, it wasn't a big problem. After leaving the secret realm, the Beast Tamer Association is right outside. When the time comes, we can simply pack all these things together and dispose of them, exchanging them for spirit stones, resources, or other things we need. Just as the three of them finished collecting the last batch of crystal cores and were about to take a short break, the assessment bracelets on their wrists suddenly lit up simultaneously. Buzz! A prominent message then appeared. There are 5 hours left before the dungeon closes. Please evacuate the dungeon immediately. 5 hours. If they were to walk back, that amount of time would obviously not be enough. However, Qin Feng remained completely unperturbed. He looked up at the distance, his expression calm. If walking isn't enough, then fly. The two people beside him can both fly in their complete forms. It is perfectly capable of being ridden as a flying mount. Without launching an attack, the full form can last a little longer. Furthermore, they can be rotated. Anyway, it wasn't the first time I'd ridden it. This time, it's just that I rode in a different way. Afterwards, Qin Feng shared his thoughts with Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue. Both women blushed slightly, but did not object. Let's go, it's time to go back. For the first leg, Qingtan will go first. Su Qingtan zet bonde. Then, it directly transformed into the Taishu Zhulong. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng and Jiang Xue both got on. Then, the Taishu Zhulong soared into the sky and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. As they approached the camp, Qin Feng gently patted the ice feather beneath him. Xue, go down first. High in the sky, the frosty ice phoenix flapped its wings slightly and then slowly descended. Soon, the three of them landed in a relatively open woodland. A flash of icy blue light enveloped Jiang Xue, and her massive ice phoenix body quickly shrank back into her slender human form. Just walk through the last stretch. Qin Feng spoke up. Jiang Xue nodded gently. Su Qingtan, standing to the side, also understood what he meant. As you approach the exit of the secret realm, the number of people in the vicinity will increase. At a time like this, there's no need to fly over in a high-profile manner, especially Jiang Xue. To outsiders, her current bloodline is unknown. At least, according to the information available in the capital, she should only have an level bloodline. If he were here, he would simply swagger out in his ice phoenix form. Then the secret of her SS level bloodline will probably not be able to be kept hidden. Su Qingtan's situation can no longer be hidden. But Jiang Xue is different. The later it is exposed, the better. At the very least, not in a place like Los Angeles. Being in the limelight too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Since the demon god cult has already set its sights on me and Su Qingtan, I just need to be careful. And if Jiang Xue's SS level bloodline were also exposed, by then, those eyeing them will probably not just be rats like the demon god cult hiding in the gutter. Even some forces that appear respectable on the surface, but actually harbor ulterior motives. It's possible that they'll turn their attention to Los Angeles. On the surface, they appear upright and honest, but who knows what they're really plotting? Qin Feng understood this very clearly. Although he now has the backing of two emperor-level powerhouses, Jiang Xiantong and Ji Rushuang, he already has a formidable patron. However, even those at the emperor level are not invincible. Moreover, Jiang Xiantong has most likely gone into seclusion by now. Maintaining stability in the present is the most important thing. Even if Jiang Xue's lineage is to be exposed, it should be done at a more appropriate time. For example, the Imperial Capital, the Advanced Beast Taming Academy's assessment. By then, the stage will be bigger and there will be more attention. once you truly enter the system of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy. Their reliance was no longer solely on Jiang Xiantong and Jiru Shuang, but on the entire Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy. It would be more appropriate to reveal our hand and potential then. In the coming period, apart from essential matters, we will not cause any further complications. Just stay quiet and wait for the assessment. The three of them didn't say anything more. After composing themselves, they walked along the road ahead towards the temporary camp. As the distance closed, more and more people appeared around them. There were students who had just returned from the depths of the secret realm. Some people returned early and were resting near the exit. Many eyes fell on Qin Feng and his two companions. After all, their team is bound to attract attention. Besides Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue's appearances, there was also the murderous aura that came from the battle. Even though the three of them had restrained themselves considerably, a sharp aura still lingered on their bodies. It makes people subconsciously take a second look. However, Qin Feng didn't care. The last stretch of the journey was completed quickly. Before long, the three of them arrived at the secret exit of the temporary camp. Qin Feng glanced at it once, then led Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue straight inside. The next moment, light and shadow transformation. When my feet were firmly planted again, this was the scene before me. The wilderness and forests of the secret realm had been transformed back into the plaza of the Beastmaster Association. 3 days apart, the place was packed with people again. The huge square was packed with people. Students, teachers, staff, and many more parents and relatives waiting outside almost completely surrounded the area. The sounds of conversation and shouting could be heard from afar, creating a huge commotion. However, beneath this lively atmosphere, there was an unspeakable heaviness weighing on the air. Because everyone knows it. Not everyone who goes in can come back. Every year, there are more or less casualties during the Secret Realm assessment. Some people return with a full load. It is also destined that some people will remain inside forever. Qin Feng's gaze swept across his surroundings without lingering. Guided by the staff, they led Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue straight to the center of the venue. A temporary registration desk has been set up there. All candidates who successfully return must hand in their metal wristbands for points calculation and score registration. Moreover, the points for this assessment are not calculated solely on an individual basis, but rather on a team basis. Otherwise, if we only consider Qin Feng personally, his own direct kill percentage is actually very low. What's truly terrifying is their team's overall record. At this moment, several queues have already formed in front of the registration desk. In the very center of the venue, a huge, eye-catching screen was suspended high above. The current points ranking is clearly displayed above. Clearly, many teams have already completed the settlement. As Qin Feng walked forward, he glanced at the scene as he did so. At the top of the list, a name was prominently displayed. Lin Su, 15,680 points. The second-ranked person only scored a little over 8,000 points. This first-place finish is not a low score. At least within the scope of normal student assessments, it could be described as quite outstanding. Chapter 53 Shocking Scores. People around were also talking about it. It seems that Lin Su will most likely take first place this time. Of course, he himself has S-level talent, and the spirit beast he contracts with is also S-level. That's ridiculously strong. Getting over 10,000 points is perfectly normal. That's right, this score is already outrageous. The second place only has a little over 8,000. The difference is not small. In previous years, this would have basically secured first place. Immediately, someone nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, in previous years, a score of around 13,000 almost always guaranteed first place. However, someone suddenly lowered their voice and said, "Don't forget, there's Qin Feng over there too. I heard that the beast girl he contracted has an SS-level bloodline." As soon as these words were spoken, several voices of obvious disbelief immediately rose from the surrounding area. SS-rank? Are you kidding me? How could such a bloodline appear in Los Angeles? You believe the rumors? If it were truly SS-rank, there would have been an uproar by now. Why wait until now? Direct admission. Why would there be any assessment required? The debate continued. Some people were skeptical, while others scoffed at it. Amidst this discussion, Qin Feng and his two companions arrived at the registration desk. Hand in your wristbands and register together in the queue. The staff member spoke up. Good. Qin Feng nodded, said nothing more, and took off his bracelet. At the same time, Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue also took off their respective bracelets and handed them over. After receiving it, the staff member skillfully placed it on the points reading device next to them. Buzz. With a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, a faint light quickly appeared on the surface of the instrument. The next moment, the huge scoreboard in the center of the arena began to refresh. Many people subconsciously looked up. The once noisy square became quieter in that instant. Qin Feng remained calm and stood quietly in place. He knew very well that once this number came out, it will probably be much more exaggerated than many people imagine. The names on the screen began to change rapidly. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless people, a new name suddenly surged to the top of the list. With an almost overbearing attitude, they instantly crushed all the original results. First place, Qin Feng, 1,842,510 points. This moment, the entire square seemed to have been paused. People were originally discussing how high Lin Su's score of over 10,000 points was. At this moment, everyone seemed to have suddenly lost their voice. It looked like a flock of ducks with their necks being choked. Pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the leaderboard. Stare at the top, at that ridiculously exaggerated number. More than 1.8 million. Many people even thought they were seeing things, so they quickly rubbed their eyes and looked again. But the number remained firmly there. There has been no change whatsoever. After a brief silence, someone finally swallowed hard and spoke in a trembling voice. How is this possible? Then, it was like a boulder being smashed in a boiling water. The entire square erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? 1.8 million points. Is the integrator broken? This is definitely wrong. Are you crazy? Even a 7th-tier beast tamer might not achieve this score after 3 days. How could a freshman possibly achieve this? Forget about freshmen. It's impossible even for current students. This isn't just an exaggeration. It's outrageous. This must be re-examined. These results are completely unreasonable. One question after another quickly emerged from all directions. What started as a small-scale discussion quickly spread to the entire square. Not far away, Lin Su, who had been sitting comfortably in first place with a rather smug expression, was now completely frozen in place. He stared intently at the name at the top of the leaderboard, his expression gradually freezing. 15,680 points. His performance was originally enough to make him stand out from the crowd. At this moment, compared to 1.8 million, it seems like a joke, let alone first place. He now even finds it somewhat ridiculous to make comparisons. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was standing in the middle of the field, simply withdrew his gaze with a calm expression. It was as if that number, which instantly shocked the entire audience, had nothing to do with him personally. Su Qingtan stood beside him, a slight smile playing on her lips. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, her expression aloof, compared to the shock and doubts around him. The three of them, on the contrary, remained quite calm. On the square, voices of doubt arose. Just as the scene was becoming increasingly chaotic, a calm and authoritative voice suddenly came from above. Silence. No noise allowed. The sound wasn't loud, but clearly drowned out the noise in the square. The next moment, a figure slowly walked down from the platform at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. The newcomer was dressed in a dark formal suit, with a serious expression and a composed demeanor. It was none other than Yin Zheng, the president of the Luo City Beast Tamer Association. Upon seeing him appear, the previously somewhat out-of-control scene gradually quieted down. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they dared not shout as loudly as before. After all, this person is no ordinary individual. In Los Angeles, Yin Zheng is definitely one of the most influential figures. Not only did they hold extremely high positions, but their own strength was also formidable. More importantly, he is known for his upright and strict style of conduct. Many people believe that as long as Chairman Yin personally intervenes, this matter will definitely have a fair outcome. Among the crowd, some people were still whispering among themselves. President Yin has come down in person, so this will definitely be a thorough investigation. That's right, Chairman Yin is the least likely to tolerate fraud. If there really is a problem, no matter who it is, they can't get away with it. President Yin is known for his strictness, and he would never show favoritism in this matter. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yin Zheng walked step by step to the registration desk. His gaze naturally fell on Qin Feng, Su Qingtan, and Jiang Shui. Just one glance. Yin Zheng's heart couldn't help but clench slightly. This is no ordinary student. These are clearly some living ancestors that you can't touch or mess with. Let's not even talk about how the points bracelet itself is impossible to fake, let alone change the data out of thin air. Qin Feng and his two companions had absolutely no reason to do something so foolish, especially when considering the relationships between these people. Yin Zheng was even more clear about them. Who was standing behind them? Jiang Xianong and Ji Rushuang. Those were two emperor-level powerhouses. With these two people protecting them, let alone a mere graduate from Los Angeles taking a mock exam. Even if you turn this secret realm upside down, it's not something hard to understand. Thinking of this, Yin Zheng's expression remained unchanged, but he had already made a judgment in his heart. Fake. Absolutely impossible. If there's anything unreasonable about it, it's that these people are too short-sighted and don't know what a top genius is. Then, under the tense gaze of countless people, Yin Zheng didn't waste any words and spoke directly. The points bracelet is unlikely to malfunction. Their points are also fine. As long as you hunt enough monsters, you can definitely get this score. The words fell. There was a brief silence all around. Immediately afterwards, the unrest, which had been suppressed for a short time, became even more pronounced. Chapter 54: The Most Direct Evidence. Many people obviously did not expect Yin Zheng to give such a conclusion with almost no investigation process. Thesis it really settled? Not even bothering to investigate? No way. Chairman Yin actually accepted this result directly? But this is just too outrageous. 1.8 million points, that just doesn't seem right. Even if we don't suspect the integrator, they still need to explain how they got it, right? Doubts rose and fell among the crowd, although no one dared to shout and yell like they had before. But the resentment and shock on his face were no longer concealed. And just then, suddenly, a figure stepped out from the front of the crowd. It was Lin Su, who was originally ranked first on the leaderboard. His complexion didn't look good at that moment, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Yin Zheng, and said loudly, "President Yin, I don't doubt that there's anything wrong with the points bracelet. I just doubt whether they really have the ability to hunt so many magical beasts." At this point, he took a deep breath and continued. "In the secret realm, I try my best, but I only managed to hunt down a dozen or so fifth-tier magical beasts and get a little over 10,000 points. But they have a whopping 1.8 million points. The difference is simply too exaggerated. I don't mean to offend, but I just find it hard to believe how they did it." These words carry far more weight than the random doubts of ordinary people. After all, Lin Su was one of the top students in this assessment on the surface. He had over 10,000 points and was already considered by many to be number one. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a background figure by 1.8 million. Such an impact would be difficult for anyone to accept. Yin Zheng frowned slightly. He originally intended to suppress the issue directly, not wanting to waste any more time on it. But before he could even speak, Qin Feng, who was standing to the side, suddenly took a step forward. "Since you want to see it." He chuckled softly, his tone calm, then watched carefully. As he spoke, he glanced at the people around him, his expression remaining calm. "Perfect timing. I also have a ton of materials to process here." The moment the words fell, Qin Feng raised his hand and waved. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. It was accompanied by a series of dull thuds as it landed. In an instant, a huge pile of monster materials appeared on the open space in the center of the square. Hard, ferocious scales, thick, pillar-like beast bones, a crystal core radiating intense spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the once tidy square in the center looked like a slaughterhouse. A strong, pungent smell of blood hit me, and in the most conspicuous position among these materials. It was a huge pile of materials from the corpse of an 8th-tier Xuanjia Earth Dragon, although it has been disassembled into almost complete pieces. But those thick scales and large skeleton, the lingering malevolent aura still sent chills down everyone's spines. Besides, there were also a considerable number of 7th-tier magical beast materials and high-tier crystal cores with different lusters around them. Each one of these items is enough to make an ordinary student envious and their heart race. Now, however, they are piled up like garbage in the center of the square. This scene was far more shocking to everyone than a single, cold number. In a fleeting moment, the entire square erupted in chaos. An 8th-tier magical beast. That's the material for the Xuanjia Earth Dragon. I'm not seeing things, am I? There are even 7th-tier crystal cores. So many. How is this possible? They actually hunted down an 8th-tier magical beast? They've gone mad. What on earth did these people do in the secret realm? Is this really something a new team can do? Let alone freshmen. Many formal Beast Tamer teams might not be able to perform like this. The gasps of surprise rose in waves. Many people felt dizzy looking at the pile of high-level materials. Previously, they could still deny it, saying that the integrator was malfunctioning, that the records were corrupted, or that the system was malfunctioning. But now, the solid evidence is right in front of us. Moreover, it is the simplest and most irrefutable evidence. Qin Feng stood in front of the pile of materials, his expression calm. These spoils before them seemed enough to drive the entire younger generation of Los Angeles crazy. For him, it was just an ordinary gain. Then, he looked up at Lin Su, and then at everyone around him, and spoke calmly. I can assure you, these magical beasts were all hunted down by our team. This is the source of our SS-level bloodlines confidence. He paused for a moment, a slight smile curving his lips. If you don't believe me, anyone who wants a challenge, feel free to give it a try. The words fell. The square, which had been bustling just moments before, fell into a sudden, abrupt silence. No one responded. No one dared to respond. Because it was only at this moment that many people truly realized this. They were not facing a peer who could be judged by common sense. Instead, she is a beast girl with SS-level bloodline, a monster who can truly crush her peers. The so-called SS-level bloodline is not just a rumor. Lin Su stood at the front of the crowd, his face turning red and white in turns. The materials for the 8th tier Xuanjia Earth Dragon are right in front of you. The lingering fierce aura made him lose even the confidence to continue doubting. What challenge will we face? He is indeed S-glass. However, the difference between S-glass and SS-glass is not just a tiny bit. That's at least a tenfold or even more gap. This gap is not something that can be easily bridged by hard work alone. If we really go up and challenge them, it's not just about saving face. That's courting death. Lin Su's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. She could only stand there, her face flushed, her expression stiff, so embarrassed she felt like she could disappear. The way everyone around Qin Feng looked at him had completely changed. From initial doubt, dissatisfaction, and shock, it gradually turned into awe. There was even a hint of unspeakable fear. In the center of the square, piles of high-level magical beast materials lay quietly. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The hideous and heavy remains of the 8th tier Xuanjia Earth Dragon were even more glaring. At that moment, no one doubted the authenticity of those 1.8 million points. No one dared to question the strength of Qin Feng and his 2 companions anymore. Yin Zheng stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he had long known that these ancestors were not simple people. But seeing this pile of materials laid out still left me somewhat shaken. This is more than just being excellent. It's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. However, despite the tremors, he maintained a serious expression on his face. He glanced around indifferently and spoke in a deep voice. Now, does anyone still have any objections? The room fell silent upon hearing this. No one answered. Chapter 55 Need Help. A moment later, the brief silence continued in the square. No one spoke anymore. No one dared to speak again. Yin Zheng's gaze swept across the entire room, and he saw that everything around him had become completely quiet. Only then did he speak in a deep voice. Since no one has any further objections, I hereby declare. His voice carried clearly throughout the entire square. In this mock assessment for graduates of Los Angeles, Qin Feng's team came in first place. This statement effectively sealed the deal with the authorities. Even if some teams have not yet completed registration, it is no longer meaningful. 1,800,000 points, like a mountain, looms at the top of the leaderboard. Not to mention the people behind. There are still people who haven't registered. Even if you add up everyone's scores, it's unlikely you could catch up to this outrageously high number. Therefore, no one doubted that the first place had undoubtedly fallen to Qin Feng and his 2 companions. After announcing the results, Yin Zheng's serious expression softened slightly. He turned to look at Qin Feng, his tone much gentler than before. Qin Feng, is there anything else you require? If you need any resources as a reward, we could discuss it. These words caused a stir among many people around them. Even rewards are negotiable? This treatment is clearly not something that the top performer in an ordinary assessment can enjoy. Qin Feng was speechless upon hearing this. He naturally understood that Yin Zheng's words were not based on his first-place ranking at all. Ultimately, it's all because of the two emperor-level powerhouses behind them. Otherwise, it would be just a matter of getting first place in a mock exam. It's far from the point where an association president would say something like that. However, Qin Feng didn't make a fuss. Since the other party has offered him a way out, he will accept it. So he said calmly, I do have a few requirements. Yin Zheng showed no displeasure upon hearing this. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said, please feel free to ask. He wasn't afraid of Qin Feng making demands. I'm afraid this little darling won't want anything or mention anything. In that case, you won't even have the chance to make connections. Qin Feng pointed to the large pile of magical beast materials and said, please help me process these materials. Just exchange it for an equivalent amount of spirit stones at the market price. As for resources, I don't lack anything for the time being. Upon hearing this, Yinzheng immediately nodded. That's easy, no problem. In his view, this didn't even qualify as a request. Strictly speaking, it was just a perfectly normal transaction. However, just when Yinzheng thought the matter was almost over, Qin Feng spoke again. There's one more thing I need Chairman Yan's help with. However, it's not convenient to talk about it here. Upon hearing this, Yinzheng's expression immediately tightened slightly. He glanced around first, then nodded without hesitation. Okay, follow me. After saying that, Yinzheng didn't linger and turned to walk into the Beast Tamer Association. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Su Qingtan and Jiang Shuai, and then followed. Along the way, when the association staff saw Yinzheng leading the way personally, they all subconsciously made way for him, and no one dared ask a question. Soon, the group then walked through the association's lobby and arrived at a fairly standard internal conference room. With the door closed, the noise from the outside world was completely shut out. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Yinzheng sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, classmate, can you tell me now? What exactly happened? He had a vague premonition. The things that Qin Feng would specifically avoid mentioning in private must not be simple. Really, the next moment, Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, President Yin, we encountered people from the demon god cult during our assessment in the secret realm. The moment the words fell, Yinzheng's expression suddenly changed. Qin Feng continued calmly. They first used beast luring powder to attract a large number of monsters from the surrounding area to attack us. Fortunately, we were strong enough to fight our way out. That's why I was able to get so many points. Otherwise, even high-level magical beasts would be hard to find. Upon hearing this, Yinzheng's face darkened completely. But Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking. In addition, they also forcibly made contracts with several female classmates in the secret realm, and they were given the Berserker potion. The methods were cruel. Upon hearing these words, Yinzheng felt a buzzing in his head. A cold sweat instantly broke out on my back. The Secret Realm Assessment is organized and led by the Beastmaster Association. As a result, members of the Demon God cult managed to infiltrate the area and cause such a disturbance. It would be one thing if it were just an ordinary test taker who got into trouble. But ironically, it was Qin Feng and his group who encountered all of this. If something really happens to these little devils in the secret realm, let alone whether he can still hold on to his position as president, even if you gave his life to pay for it, you might not be able to afford it. Thinking of this, Yinzheng's breathing became slightly rapid. Then you guys shouldn't have been injured, right? He did not doubt Qin Feng's words, because there's absolutely no need to joke about something like this. Seeing his reaction, Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, President Yin, there's no need to be nervous. We're not here to investigate the responsibility for this organizational assessment. After all, they concealed their aura and disguised their faces, making them difficult to identify. Moreover, the incident has already happened, and assigning blame will not solve the problem. Hearing this, Yinzheng finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, the other party didn't come to interrogate us. But then Qin Feng continued. After we wiped out that group of Demon God cult members, we even captured one of them alive. From him, we were forced to reveal several strongholds of the Demon God cult in Los Angeles. So I came here this time to use the power of the Beast Tamer Association to clear out all these strongholds as soon as possible. After all, their methods were truly vicious. By the end, Qin Feng's tone had turned somewhat cold. Yinzheng, however, was initially angry but then pleased after hearing this. What angered him was that these bastards from the demon god cult dared to do such a thing right under his nose. This isn't just provoking the Beast Tamer Association. It's a slap in the face. To his delight, the news Qin Feng brought was an immense contribution to him. If we can seize this opportunity, we can wipe out all the demon god cult strongholds in Los Angeles. That would not only completely make up for the mistake of having demon cultists appear in this secret realm assessment, but would also turn the tables and make a contribution. Most importantly, this matter has not yet spread widely. Only Qin Feng told him this in private. In other words, is still within a completely controllable range. Chapter 56: Hunting Medals. From any perspective, this is absolutely a wonderful gift. Thinking of this, a chill and excitement simultaneously surfaced in Yin Zhang's eyes, and he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave this to our Beast Tamer Association. I'll gather my men right now and wipe out all these strongholds in one fell swoop." Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this. "Then I'll have to trouble Chairman Yin." He then stopped wasting time. He blurted out all the locations of the outposts and the information about the personnel he had extracted from Zhou Tao. As Yin Zheng listened, he quickly sorted through the information in his mind. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he remained silent for 2 seconds. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "Notify all law enforcement teams to stand by immediately. I'll send the target later. All teams will depart simultaneously. Remember, all actions must be synchronized to avoid alerting the enemy." After saying that, he quickly dialed a second number. "We mobilized the association's elite personnel to monitor various traffic nodes." He issued orders at an extremely fast pace. Each point is clear and decisive, without any hesitation or ambiguity. Yin Zhang's ability to secure his position as president of the Luo City Beast Tamer Association is not solely due to his strength. Their organizational skills and on-the-spot decision-making are equally adept. In just a few minutes, a network to encircle and annihilate the demon god cult of Los Angeles was quickly laid out in his hands. After doing all this, Yin Zheng slowly put down his phone and looked at Qin Feng again. "Qin Feng, classmate, I've already sent people to those outposts you mentioned. Moreover, I will personally go to the largest stronghold. In this way, we can basically ensure that nothing goes wrong." He paused here, then continued. "Do you have any other requests?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "I'll go with Chairman Yin, just in case anything goes wrong." Upon hearing this, Yin Zheng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded immediately. "Okay, then let's go together. The car has been arranged." As he spoke, Yin Zheng stood up. "Let's start from the back. There might be someone watching over us in the square." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Then he nodded. "Good." Yin Zheng said no more and pushed open the conference room door. Leading Qin Feng and the other two, they headed towards the internal passage at the back of the association. Soon, Qin Feng and his two companions then boarded the car arranged by Yin Zheng and quietly drove away from the Beast Tamer Association. The car was painted black, and the windows were covered with dark privacy film, making it almost impossible to see inside from the outside. The atmosphere inside the carriage was not relaxed at that moment. In the front passenger seat, Yin Zheng's expression was solemn. He was still holding his phone, checking on the progress of each action team. Clearly, he dared not be careless in this operation. The vehicle drove through the city, gradually moving away from the bustling areas. The number of tall buildings outside the window is decreasing, and the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the streets is also noticeably thinning out. Eventually, the convoy's direction gradually narrowed down to a villa area on the outskirts of Los Angeles. This place is in a remote location, not close to the city center. Ordinary people wouldn't bother coming to a place like this to check for anything unusual. From the perspective of secrecy and security, this place is indeed very suitable as a hideout for the demon god cult. However, this time they just happened to provoke Qin Feng. Then we can only ask them to die. Thinking of this, Yin Zheng's eyes grew even colder. This time, he didn't intend to give those demon god cult bastards any chance to escape. In comparison, Qin Feng, sitting in the back row, appeared much calmer. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui sat on his left and right sides respectively. Qin Feng, on the other hand, shifted his attention to his own mind. Shortly after I got on the bus, a system notification sounded at just the right time. First team collaboration, mission accomplished. Reward, 1 random piece of team gear. You could draw anytime. Upon seeing this notification, Qin Feng immediately perked up. Team equipment? This was the first time he had received this type of reward. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a total of 2 pieces of equipment. One of them is the Candle Dragon Pearl. One is a badge of justice. Both its attribute strength and practical use are quite good. The items produced by the system are generally not useless. Given this, Qin Feng naturally had high expectations for the newly released team equipment. What is truly powerful is never just one person, but an entire team. If we can boost the overall strength of the team, it will be far more useful than simply enhancing the strength of an individual. With this in mind, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. Extract directly. The next second, a new system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained the team equipment. Hunting Medal. Hunting Medal. Every team member who hunts down alien races will receive certain attribute feedback, which will be stored in their medals. Hunting activities previously conducted by members can be redeemed after joining. Current balance: 210 across all attributes. Upon seeing this series of messages, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is so useful. Almost instantly, Qin Feng realized the true value of this team equipment. Its function is not as simple as just adding attributes. Instead, it directly opened up a stable and lasting growth channel outside the original cultivation system. As long as the team keeps hunting down monsters and alien races, they will continuously receive attribute feedback. From now on, every battle will no longer simply yield monster materials. It will also provide the entire team with real and usable attribute boosts. This profit is absolutely outrageous. Even though he now possesses cultivation efficiency far exceeding that of ordinary people, he still feels it's not enough. A tenfold increase in cultivation speed is already quite exaggerated. But no matter how fast, Qin Feng would never complain. After all, his opponents were never those so-called prodigies of the same level. No one can guarantee that those old dangs who have cultivated for decades won't bully the weak. When it comes to strength, the stronger you are, the better, and the sooner you acquire it, the better. The appearance of this hunting medal undoubtedly boosted the entire team's training speed even further. Even more terrifying than that is its ability to increase cultivation speed. Instead, it's about breaking through the bottleneck. Thinking of this, a glint of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Often, being stuck at a bottleneck is not due to a lack of inspiration or insufficient foundation. It was just that one step short of the goal. In situations like this, if you have attributes accumulated from hunting medals, you can directly apply them through a force infusion. What's the point of reasoning then? Miracles happen when you go all out. Let's charge over there and see what happens. Whoever gets stuck, just transfer attributes to them. Even if you force it, you can still forcefully push open the key realm. This is simply a magical tool designed specifically for teams to break through. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more exaggerated the equipment seemed. Chapter 57, Making a Grand Entrance. Then, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the last message. Hunting activities previously conducted by members can be redeemed after joining. Although, I only just received the hunting medal. However, the system still sent back the results of their hunts in the secret realm. Furthermore, if I were to contract other beast girls in the future, and those girls had already experienced a lot of battles. Therefore, the attributes of the prey that the other party has hunted before can also be fed back. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was even more satisfied. He then quickly made a rough estimate in his mind. Based on the number of monsters they hunted in the secret realm, and corresponding to the 210 points of all attributes stored in the medal, they combined this information with the total number of monsters they killed in the secret realm. It's not hard to tell that the feedback rate of this equipment is probably around 1 in several hundred, although it doesn't look tall. But once the scale of the hunt becomes large, these numbers become extremely staggering. The higher the level of the target being hunted, the more attributes will be returned. The higher the skill level of the game, the more outrageous the rewards from the hunting medal will become. While pondering, Qin Feng quickly came up with many subsequent uses for it. For example, if a new member's level and strength are not up to par, they could be quickly promoted. For example, before a crucial battle, the attributes from the medal could be temporarily transferred to the core combat force, allowing them to unleash even greater power. Just then, Yin Zheng, sitting in the front row, put down his phone and spoke in a low voice. We're almost there. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng snapped out his thoughts and looked out the window. The scenery outside the car window was completely different from that in the city. On the surface, This is a high-end villa area with a superior environment, suitable for wealthy people to live in. But in reality, no one knows how much filth and bloodshed lies hidden beneath this calm facade. At the same time, in the outer areas unseen by them, the Beastmaster Association's action teams were already in place. Approaching from different directions, they quietly tightened their encirclement. A swift and decisive crackdown is about to begin. Qin Feng slowly exhaled, his eyes gradually turning cold. The system rewards are certainly satisfying, but the real accounts still need to be settled one by one, since the demon god cult dared to attack them in the secret realm. Today, let's take the outpost in Los Angeles and collect some interest. The car gradually slowed down. Ahead, a cluster of villas nestled among the trees came into full view. If, before they had even fully entered the villa area, Yinzheng raised his hand to signal for the car to stop. With a slight braking sound, the car came to a smooth stop on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Yinzheng got out first, followed by Qin Feng, Su Qingtan, and Jiang Shuei. By this time, the sky was already getting dark, and the scattered lights of the villa area in the distance made this suburban area even quieter. Who would have thought that such a seemingly peaceful place would hide a stronghold of the demon god cult? Qin Feng looked up and glanced ahead. Yinzheng showed no intention of continuing to walk in. His expression was calm, and his gaze remained fixed on the depths of the villa area, as if he were waiting for something. Qin Feng only needed to think for a moment to understand the other party's plan. When it came to the actual clearing operation, Yinzheng naturally couldn't bring the 3 students to risk their lives. Even though Qin Feng and his 2 companions were far stronger than ordinary graduates, they were still just students at heart. The reason for bringing them along was to let them see the attitude of the Beast Tamer Association firsthand, and also to give them an explanation. As for the person who actually carried out the act, it was clearly someone else. Just then, 2 whooshing sounds came from the horizon. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he looked up. 2 figures sped towards them from afar in midair. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already passed over everyone's heads and was flying towards the villa area ahead. There were 2 women. Moreover, it flies in the air in a human form. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. A beast girl who can maintain her human form and fly directly through the air must be at least a king-rank beast girl. Those 2 figures were most likely the spirit beasts that Yinzheng had contracted. Whether it's an ordinary beast tamer or an association president like Yinzheng, their true core combat strength always comes from their contracted spirit beasts. Given the scale of this operation and its targeting of a dangerous organization like the demon god cult, Yinzheng couldn't possibly fail to deploy his main forces as well. Those 2 king-level beast girls are the most direct proof. And it wasn't just Yinzheng. Most other law enforcement officers are the same. Whenever it's a formal operation, they always bring their contracted spirit beasts along. This is simply common sense in the world of beast tamers. This is enough to show how much Yinzheng attaches importance to this operation. A king-rank beastmaster, 2 king-rank beast girls. In addition, the law enforcement team, which had been deployed in advance, surrounded them. Using such a lineup to deal with a demon god cult stronghold that doesn't have a king-level commander is practically overkill. It was out of caution and also out of attitude. Qin Feng and his group were targeted by the demon god sect in the secret realm and almost got into serious trouble. Since that's the case, then naturally we must use the most swift and decisive methods. Only by completely eliminating this group of scum can we give Qin Feng and his companions an explanation. At least, that's clearly what Yinzheng thought. According to the intelligence Qin Feng possessed, there were no members of the demon god cult above the king rank here. Since they are all below the king rank, there is almost no suspense in this battle. A king-level expert was in charge of the main attack from the front. The area was then surrounded by law enforcement officers from the association. Those people inside, forget about turning the tables, not even a single one of them can escape. Now that the situation has been settled, all Qin Feng needs to do is wait quietly for the outcome. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's mind shifted slightly, and he subconsciously looked at his storage space. To be precise, it was looking at the badge of justice among them. The badge lay there quietly, its surface faintly shimmering with a subtle luster. Qin Feng glanced at the scene, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In just a short while, the upgrade progress has already increased to 20%. This undoubtedly illustrates one thing. His decision to have the Beast Tamer Association wipe out the demon god cult was itself a righteous act. Moreover, this sense of justice does not require him to personally carry it out. As long as the nature of the behavior conforms to the system's judgment, it will still receive progress enhancement. This immediately improved Qin Feng's mood even more. Otherwise, it would be absurd to expect him to do everything personally. We can't let the Beastmaster Association beat the demon god cultists half to death one by one. Then bring them all to him and let him finish them off one by one. Shall we? The thought of that scene is absurd. It seems that the scope of so-called righteous acts is quite broad. As long as the result is the eradication of the demon god cult and the rescue of innocent victims, that is enough. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but ponder. In the future, we can pay special attention to experience monsters like the demon god cult. Chapter 58 Hidden Bloodline 9 Netherworld Butterfly SSS. Putting everything else aside, at least when it comes to grinding for justice badges, these things are really quite useful. Moreover, the Badge of Justice provides the most valuable percentage-based damage attribute. The value of this attribute becomes increasingly exaggerated as time goes on. Therefore, this thing has a very high priority. Just as Qin Feng was pondering this, several low rumbling sounds faintly came from the depths of the villa area ahead. The sound didn't last long. The sound lasted only a short while before quickly returning to silence. Clearly, the battle ended much faster than expected. Yin Zheng stood still, his expression unchanged, but after a moment, he seemed to have received some message. Then she turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the matter has been resolved. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Then, Yin Zheng walked ahead, leading Qin Feng and the other two into the villa area. The further you go in, the stronger the smell becomes in the air. The smells of blood, smoke, and dust, the chaotic aura left over from the collision of spiritual energy mingled together. On both sides of the road, the villas still have beautiful exteriors. The plants and trees were neatly trimmed, yet the environment somehow felt somewhat eerie. Soon, the group stopped in front of a villa that had been mostly destroyed. Qin Feng looked up. In the open space in front of the villa, many people were lying haphazardly. There were both men and women. Some people were just seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, constantly groaning in pain. Some were already on the verge of death, covered in blood, and almost unrecognizable. What's even more worrying is that some of these women already show clear signs of becoming berserkers. Strange black patterns appeared on the surface of its skin. Its eyes were chaotic and scarlet, and its limbs and breath exuded an abnormal sense of distortion. That was a typical characteristic of someone who had been forcibly controlled by the demon god cult and catalyzed by the mad demon potion. Upon seeing this, Su Qingtan and Jiang Xue's expressions instantly turned cold, especially when they thought about their encounters in the secret realm and what these beast girls might have gone through. The disgust and anger in their eyes were almost impossible to hide. They looked at the men lying on the ground, their expressions devoid of pity, only filled with intense killing intent. In their view, these people were completely unworthy of death. Just then, two figures descended from midair and stood steadily in front of Yinzheng. It was the two king-level beast girls who had flown past earlier. Both of them maintained their human form. One was tall and slender, with a sharp aura and a clear killing intent between his brows. The other woman appeared more mature and alluring, but her expression was equally cold. One of them had barely landed when he spoke. "Honey, it's all taken care of. These cultists are truly despicable. We'll kill them all later." These words were spoken without any attempt to conceal their intent, and the tone was chillingly menacing. Clearly, even a beast girl of the king rank who was used to fighting was disgusted by the actions of this group. Upon hearing this, Yinzheng first coughed lightly. Then he spoke in a deep voice. "Don't worry, none of these people will survive." After interrogating them one by one, they were all executed. As he said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Besides, the city guard are probably idle too, so it's good to find them something to do. At this moment, another king-rank beast girl beside her added, "Besides these members of the demon god cult, there are also some ordinary people among them. In addition, there are several other people they captured but didn't have time to harm who are also inside. You can go in and take a look." Upon hearing this, Yin Jing's expression darkened slightly, and he nodded. "Lead the way." After speaking, he turned to look at Qin Feng and the other two. "Come in with me and take a look." "Good," Qin Feng responded. Then, the group walked past the fallen figures on the ground and headed into the half-ruined villa. The closer you get to the door, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. The walls were covered in cracks from the battle, The floor was broken, and the furniture was overturned. Although the clearing operation ended quickly, it caused quite a stir. However, under such absolute, overwhelming power, the so-called battle was less of a confrontation and more of a one-sided massacre. This is just one outpost in Los Angeles. What we've seen so far is enough to demonstrate just how disgusting the actions of the demon god cult are. Ordinary people who are arrested probably won't fare much better. Soon, Qin Feng and his companions were led by the king-rank beast girl. After passing through the dilapidated corridor, we arrived at the backyard of the villa. The scene here wasn't much better than the front yard. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground, their deaths extremely gruesome. Some had sunken chests, others had twisted necks, and blood mixed with mud stained the entire backyard a mess. Amidst this mess, 7 or 8 women stood. They huddled together, all of them pale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, like a flock of frightened quails, not daring to raise their heads, even slightly. Qin Feng glanced at them and quickly made a judgment in his mind. These women were not at a high level. Their auras were weak, and their bloodline levels were obviously not very strong either. Most importantly, none of them have a master, nor have they been formally contracted by anyone. In other words, these people are not even considered part of the demon god cult's fighting force. She was just a low-level beast girl who was captured to do odd jobs and serve people. This is precisely why, during this crackdown, those beast tamers of the demon god cult who truly deserved to die were either killed on the spot or severely injured. On the contrary, these poor people whose lives are as worthless as grass can still stand here and wait for their fate. Just then, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened slightly. In the corner behind those 7 or 8 women, a figure was huddled up. She huddled there, almost blending into the dim corner. If you don't look closely, it's easy to overlook it. The moment Qin Feng's gaze fell upon her, the familiar system notification sounded. Hint: a contract object matching the requirements has been detected. Completing the contract will help the other party awaken an SS-level bloodline. Mission: contract with the spirit beast, Lin Mayun. Task time limit: none. Mission reward: storage space upgrade. Upon hearing this suggestion, a glint of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Then, Qin Feng's gaze toward that figure became more serious. Eye detection. Name: Lin Mayun. Master: none. Level: Tier 1, Stage 3. Physical strength: 13. Spiritual power: 12. Bloodline: Dead Butterfly. Hidden bloodline: 9 Netherworld Butterfly, SSS. Skills: Refraction Concealment, Curse of Decay. Curse of Decay. The contractor will be cursed, doubling the rate at which their life force is consumed. Favorability: 30%. The Curse of Decay. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This thing probably wouldn't be inherited by the hidden bloodline after awakening. Chapter 59. My name is Lin Mayun. Just as he was pondering this, Yinzheng suddenly spoke up. Qin Feng, this stronghold has been completely wiped out, and all the cultists of the demon god have been executed. It's getting late. Is there anything else you need me to do? Just let me know. Qin Feng could tell that the association president was probably a little nervous at the moment. After all, it was already getting late. His biggest wish now is probably to get these little devils back to Xinhu, Xiaoyuan safely as soon as possible, to put an end to all the uncertainties of tonight. As for dealing with the remaining remnants of the demon god cult, that is his duty, and he will naturally deal with it gradually later. Qin Feng responded. Then, I took another look at the women who were standing there trembling. Finally, my gaze settled once again on the figure in the corner. She was a very thin girl. His clothes were tattered and barely covered his body. She was even less respectable than the middle-aged women next to her who had been forced to do hard labor. On the exposed arms and calves, one can vaguely see a mix of old and new scars. There were whip marks, bruises, and dark marks that looked like they were left from long-term bumps and beatings. She huddled there, hugging her knees, looking like a small animal abandoned in a corner, exuding an indescribable numbness. Qin Feng didn't go over immediately, but instead casually pointed to a middle-aged woman next to him. Who is she? Why don't I stand with you? The middle-aged woman who was called was visibly startled, quickly lowered her head, and answered in a flustered tone. Reporting to your excellency. She is different from us. She was not captured. She had been here before we were arrested. It is said that she was the adopted daughter of a chieftain. At this point, the woman glanced furtively at the corner of the wall, her voice dropping even lower. However, after she awakened her bloodline a few days ago, The leader got very angry and beat and scolded her severely. Probably because the bloodline she awakened was too weak and useless. That's why she didn't dare to continue. But the meaning is already quite clear. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not show any particular surprise on his face. Their bloodline was too poor. They were worthless, so they were reduced to useless people who could be beaten and scolded at will. This logic is quite in line with the style of those beasts in the demon god cult. The so-called adopted daughter is probably just someone raised to be used for other purposes. Who would have thought that Lin Mayun's bloodline would have such a big hidden danger? Then, they become the target of venting anger. There's definitely no romantic involvement. What truly matters is value. If something is valuable, it can be utilized. If it has no value, just throw it away. They wouldn't even bother to glance at someone who might step on them. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded slightly and casually asked, "So, does that mean she's also a member of the demon god cult?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face immediately stiffened. She wouldn't dare answer such a question casually, so she could only bite the bullet and answer cautiously. "Well, I can't say for sure. Anyway, she must have grown up here. As for whether it counts or not, I would appreciate it if you, sir, could examine it yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng didn't make things difficult for her anymore and simply gave a faint hum. Then, he walked towards the corner of the wall. As he approached, the middle-aged women instinctively moved aside, afraid of blocking his way. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui followed quietly behind. Yan Zheng stood still without stopping them, his eyes merely flickering slightly. Soon, Qin Feng stopped in front of that figure. He looked down at the girl huddled in the corner, his tone calm. "What do you think? Am I a follower of the demon god?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun, who had been keeping her head down, finally slowly raised her face. It was a somewhat thin face, and its complexion was excessively pale. The lips were also somewhat chapped, clearly indicating long-term malnutrition. Even so, one can still vaguely see that she has very good facial features, especially those eyes. It was pitch black and quiet, yet shrouded in an indescribable grayness. She stared at Qin Feng for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out what he meant by those words. Then, a bitter smile slowly appeared on his lips. Hee. Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken properly in a long time. "I've been beaten and verbally abused more than once. I grew up being beaten and scolded." Lin Mayun paused, her gaze falling blankly onto the ground. "If you think I am, then I am." This was said very softly. That's not sophistry, nor is it an explanation. It's more like a numbness that comes from complete habituation. She no longer cares what she is, because no one has ever truly treated her as a human being. Qin Feng looked at her quietly for a moment, then nodded. All right. He didn't press further, nor did he offer any profound words of comfort. He simply said, "Come with me. I'll take you away from here." Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun was visibly taken aback. She seemed completely unprepared for the boy she was meeting for the first time to suddenly say such a thing to her. Originally, Lin Mayun was prepared to die. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth, her voice still somewhat hoarse. "Where to?" Qin Feng looked at her, his tone still calm. "You'll find out then. If you want to stay here, that's fine too. No need to say too much." Qin Feng knew exactly what the other party would choose. Really, Lin Mayun did not hesitate for long. This place was never home to her. It was just an iron cage that had confined her since she was a child. So she nodded slightly. "Good. If you can take me away from here, I'll go anywhere." After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and added a sentence in a low voice. "My name is Lin Moyun." Qin Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. "My name is Qin Feng." Then, he turned around and looked at Yan Zheng, who was not far away. "President Yan, is it all right if I take this person with me?" Yan Zheng answered without any hesitation. Of course, no problem. In the end, she was also a tragic victim of the demon god cult. Qin Feng's kindness is commendable. He answered very decisively. Moreover, they wisely refrained from asking any further questions. He didn't mention anything about whether we should investigate the background first or whether there would be any risks. It was clear that Qin Feng had made up his mind. At times like this, if he were to say anything more, it would only seem like he was being long-winded. Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything more, but he gave Su Qingtan a wink. Chapter 60 Going Home. Su Qingtan immediately understood and squatted down next to Lin Moyun. Then, he reached out and supported her arm. "Let's go." Su Qingtan's voice was not loud, but it was very gentle. "We'll take you home." The moment the words "go home" were uttered, Lin Mayun's body visibly trembled slightly. She kept her head down and didn't speak immediately. Those eyes, which were originally empty and dull, seemed to tremble slightly. After a long while, she still didn't say anything. She simply let Su Qingtian help her up and slowly stood up from the corner. When she stood up, she even swayed slightly. He was clearly in very poor physical condition and extremely weak. Jiang Shui also stepped forward and silently stood on the other side to prevent her from falling. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Regardless, let's take the person back first. As for what happens next, we can take it slowly. Yin Zheng then did not linger there any longer. He led the group out of the backyard and headed outside. Although the entire stronghold has been completely destroyed, the cleanup work has clearly only just begun. However, Qin Feng and his group no longer need to be involved in these matters. Soon, the group returned to the car. Yin Zheng personally oversaw the operation, and the special car started up again, heading towards Xinhu Xiaoyuan. The carriage was unusually quiet. Su Qingtian and Jiang Shui looked after Lin Mayun, trying their best to make her as comfortable as possible. Lin Mayun seemed to have not fully recovered from the previous changes, and appeared somewhat dazed. Occasionally, I would look up at the receding night view outside the car window, my eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. She probably never imagined that one day she would actually be able to come out of that place intact. The journey was uneventful. By the time the car finally came to a smooth stop in front of Xinhu Xiaoyuan, it was already completely dark. Yin Zheng personally escorted the group to the door before finally breathing a sigh of relief. This trip is finally over. Qin Feng, everyone should get some rest. If there are any new developments from the demon god cult, I will inform you as soon as possible. Yin Zheng spoke up. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Chairman Yin. Qin Feng nodded in response. Yin Zheng waved his hand and left without lingering any longer. After all, he still has a lot of messes to deal with. He wouldn't let those bastards from the demon god cult die too easily. After watching Yin Zheng leave, Qin Feng finally looked away. Lin Mayun stood in front of the door, looking up at the quiet and bright manor in front of her, her eyes still somewhat dazed. Clearly, she's not quite used to it yet. Qin Feng glanced at her and said calmly, "Come on in, this place is much better than that place." After saying that, he took the lead and walked inside. Su Qingtian helped Lin Mayun, with Jiang Shui following beside them, and the group walked into the courtyard together. To be honest, on the way back to my own little courtyard, Qin Feng still felt a little uneasy. It's not because of anything else. The main reason is because of those two emperor-level elders. Jiang Xiantong was all right, despite his status. But overall, the attitude is relatively mild, and they are willing to leave him room for maneuver in many things. But Ji Rushuang was different. Her aura was already incredibly cold. If they were to actually bump into each other, Qin Feng was genuinely worried that she might say something that would leave everyone speechless, especially since he had just gone out for a short while, and then came back with a strange girl. Even if he knew the truth, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty for no reason. Fortunately, it's all right. Qin Feng didn't encounter the two people until they returned to their courtyard. I haven't seen those two in the last few days. It seems they've already left. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that we didn't run into each other. At least, let's get through tonight first. After entering the courtyard, Qin Feng made some simple arrangements. Have the manor servants prepare dinner first. Then, Qin Feng looked at Su Qingtian. Qingtian, take her to wash up first. Find her another set of clothes she can wear and change her into them. Putting everything else aside, we at least need to clean it up first. Good. Su Qingtian nodded slightly and walked directly towards Lin Mayun. Come with me. Lin Mayun looked up, hesitated for a moment, and then she responded softly and followed Su Qingtian inside. Once the two figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, only Qin Feng and Jiang Shui remained in the courtyard. Night had completely fallen. However, the courtyard was brightly lit, making it as bright as day. Compared to the previous demon god cult stronghold, which was filled with filth and squalor, this place felt like another world. Qin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, and Jiang Shui sat quietly next to him. Neither of them spoke for a moment. However, Qin Feng soon noticed that Jiang Shui's expression seemed a little unnatural. She would steal glances at him every now and then, as if she had something to say but didn't know whether she should speak. His hesitant expression was almost entirely written on his face. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and reached out to rub her head. The girl's soft hair slipped through her fingers, carrying a faint fragrance. Even after spending several days in the secret realm, I still made sure to clean it every day. Shui. Jiang Shui subconsciously raised her head. Qin Feng looked at her and asked gently, "Is there something you want to ask?" "Huh? No." Jiang Shui quickly shook her head, as if her thoughts had been hit, and her ears even felt a little hot. However, under Qin Feng's smiling gaze, she clearly lacked persuasiveness. After pausing for 2 seconds, she pursed her lips somewhat shyly and nodded slightly. A little. After saying that, she immediately added, as if afraid that Qin Feng might misunderstand something. "However, if you don't want to say, I won't press you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gently shook his head. "There's nothing that's inconvenient for us to talk about." He paused for a moment, then directly voiced what was on her mind. "What you want to ask is why I brought her back, right?" Jiang Shui looked at him and realized that her thoughts had been immediately known. No longer denying it, she gave a soft Actually, she already had a vague answer to this question in her heart. She could probably guess what was going on. However, it's one thing to guess what someone is saying, but quite another to hear it with your own ears. Qin Feng didn't try to avoid the topic after she admitted it. He leaned back in his chair, glanced at the lights in the courtyard, and spoke calmly. "You probably already know the answer to this question in your heart, but I'm not sure right now that I'll definitely form a contract with her." At this point, he turned to look at Jiang Shui. "I brought her back because she is indeed somewhat special. Furthermore, it possesses a hidden bloodline. However, that doesn't mean I'll definitely accept her. Whether or not a contract should be signed later remains to be seen." Jiang Shui was slightly taken aback. "What are you looking at?" "Look at her personality and her character." Qin Feng answered directly. "Bloodline and potential, these things are certainly important. But if someone has a problem, then no matter how talented they are, I won't keep them by my side." Chapter 61 Black Butterfly in the Night. For Qin Feng, the system can help him filter targets and tell him who has a hidden bloodline. However, the system only provides the bloodline level. As for the person's true nature, ultimately it is up to him to judge. After all, the contractual object is not a prop. If you really want to keep it by your side, you'll be spending your life with people, and it'll be people you spend your whole life with. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's slightly tense expression relaxed a little. What she was most worried about wasn't Qin Feng's interest in Lin Mayun's potential. Rather, I'm worried that he might make a decision too quickly because of that potential. Hearing Qin Feng say this, she felt much more at ease. But the next second, Qin Feng casually added, "Furthermore, I will not form a contract with Shui if she does not agree." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was immediately taken aback. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly waved her hand, her tone becoming more urgent. "No, I didn't disagree. I did not mean that. I just feel that I need to be careful." As she continued, her voice softened. After all, she spent so much time in that kind of place. Having grown up in the demon god cult stronghold, no one knows what she's really thinking. Even if she is pitiful, it's still better to be on guard. These words were not spoken out of rejection. They were simply standing on Qin Feng's side, considering the risks for him. That's just her nature. Quiet, gentle, and very tactful. They won't throw a tantrum. Instead, they'll first consider whether the matter will bring any hidden dangers. Qin Feng could naturally tell. He smiled and gently pinched her cheek. "I know your concerns are valid. Given her background and experiences, we definitely need to be wary of her. However, you can leave these things to me." At this point, Qin Feng's tone became slightly more serious. "For now, just treat her like an ordinary guest. Just get along as you normally would. If there are any problems, I will handle them." Hearing him say that, Jiang Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh." She nodded obediently, then stuck out her tongue. There was a hint of embarrassment in her expression. Although she said she would treat him as an ordinary customer, she knew in her heart that this matter was probably not going to be any major surprise. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, and considering the situations of Su Qingtan and herself, Lin Mayun, there's a high chance she won't escape. Thinking about this, Jiang Shui was almost certain. "I'll have another sister now." Then, she seemed to think of something else. Her cheeks gradually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blush spread from the side of her face all the way to her ears, making her look exceptionally shy. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw her suddenly blush. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Shui quickly shook her head, even subconsciously avoiding his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. That would be so embarrassing. Qin Feng looked at her like this, though he didn't know exactly what she was thinking. But he could roughly guess what it was, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. However, he did not press the matter further. Some things are better left unsaid in bed. Soon, Su Qingtan returned to the courtyard with Lin Maiyun, who had changed her clothes. It only took about 10 minutes. For a girl, this speed is already quite fast. Clearly, after Lin Maiyun went in, she only quickly washed herself. There's absolutely no question of taking a leisurely bath and relaxing. Or rather, she simply wasn't used to enjoying such things. As the two approached, Qin Feng's gaze naturally fell on Lin Maiyun. At this moment, Lin Maiyun had changed into a pure black long dress. The skirt wasn't fancy, and the style was very simple. But when she wore it, it inexplicably exuded an extremely quiet temperament, like a black butterfly resting in the night. Quiet, fragile, and seemingly always wanting to hide away in the darkness again. Her long hair was still slightly damp, hanging casually over her shoulders. Because the dirt and scabs had just been washed away, the face that had been mostly hidden by the mess was finally revealed. She was much prettier than I had imagined. A pointed chin, a well-defined profile, and a straight, elegant nose. His pale skin only made his eyes appear even darker. And this was even after she had simply washed up and hadn't put on any makeup. Her previous appearance, dusty, dirty, and covered in blood, had at least 7,080% obscured her good looks. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Perhaps this is one of the sources of the scars on her body. If her full beauty had been revealed, there might not have been so many scars, but things wouldn't have ended up like this. At least, those beasts probably won't keep her body. Of course, there might be other factors as well. In short, Qin Feng has plenty of time to slowly dig deeper. Faced with Qin Feng's undisguised scrutiny, Lin Maiyun was initially quite uncomfortable. Her fingers curled slightly, and her shoulders tensed up unconsciously. However, this awkwardness did not last long. After a moment, she calmed down again. Or to be more precise, they've completely given up. For her, every second she has now since surviving that place feels like a gift from heaven. Since that's the case, then whatever Qin Feng and his group think of her, she seemed to have no right to resist. At least, it's much better now than those hellish days before. Of course, behind this almost resigned calm, a faint, almost desperate hope still lingered deep in her heart. What if it really is different? Just as the atmosphere was getting quiet, Su Qingtan broke the silence by speaking first. She glanced at Lin Maiyun, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone still carrying a hint of coldness. Qin Feng, Shui Yi, those members of the demon god cult are really not human. She was covered in injuries. As she said this, Su Qingtan's eyes showed obvious heartache. The scars were not only numerous, but also varied. There were whip marks, bruises, and some old, faded marks. Layer upon layer of it fell on what should have been fair skin, a shocking sight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui pursed her lips slightly and then spoke. Apply some medicine later. It shouldn't leave a scar. She spoke very seriously. It wasn't just casual words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Lin Maiyun shook her head almost instinctively. No need to trouble yourself. Her voice was very soft, carrying a hint of subconscious rejection. For her, enduring the pain on her own after being injured seemed to be the only thing that mattered. However, she had barely uttered her words when she met Qin Feng's gaze. The words she was about to say caught in her throat. Chapter 62 Rest. Qin Feng glanced at her briefly before looking away. Now that she's here, it's not up to her to refuse such a thing. Just then, several servants quickly came over with food and placed steaming dishes on the table. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't delve deeper into the topic, but calmly said, "Let's eat first." The group took their seats one by one. When Lin Maiyun sat down, her movements visibly stiffened for a moment. She seemed very uncomfortable in this situation. Or rather, she's simply not used to sitting at the table to eat together. Therefore, she appeared exceptionally reserved. My back was stiff, my hands were on my knees, and I didn't dare to look around. Only after everyone else had picked up their chopsticks did she finally feel certain that she could start eating too. He slowly reached out and picked up the chopsticks. However, her movements when picking up food were also very unnatural. My wrist was so stiff that I even paused for a moment when I reached out with my chopsticks, as if I didn't know which dish to pick up. Finally, She carefully picked up only a small bite of the greens closest to her, her movements so light as if she were afraid of disturbing anyone. Seeing this, Su Qingtan didn't say much, but simply picked up a few dishes and put them in her bowl. Eat more, you're too weak right now. Her tone was calm, without any deliberate overenthusiasm or uncomfortable pity. It's just a natural thing to take care of someone who needs care. Jiang Shui nodded gently. Yes, take care of your health first. The faster your injuries heal, the more energetic you will be. Lin Mayun looked down at the extra food in her bowl, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Thanks. She spoke very softly, as if she hadn't seriously said those two words in a long time, and even her tone sounded somewhat unaccustomed. The atmosphere at the table was surprisingly peaceful throughout the rest of the meal. No one questioned Lin Mayun about her past, nor did anyone force her to confess anything. Qin Feng never initiated a conversation with her again, simply eating quietly and occasionally overhearing Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui whispering to each other. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Lin Mayun felt, because she had become accustomed to a different way of interacting, being ordered around and bossed around at will. Sitting at this dinner table now, she suddenly felt a strange sense of unreality. While she ate her food in small bites, she couldn't help but secretly observe Qin Feng and the others. Su Qingtan had a cold expression, but took good care of her. Jiang Shui appeared gentle and quiet, and her eyes held no malice. As for Qin Feng, the young man who brought her out of the demon god cult stronghold, it was very calm from beginning to end. It seems that he knows everything. They showed neither any eagerness nor any condescending attitude. But it was precisely this calmness that made her completely unable to understand it, and therefore she dared not make any rash moves. However, there was a tiny, almost negligible glimmer of hope in her heart. Yet, within this tranquility, a subtle change quietly emerged. By the time the food was finished and the dishes were cleared away, the night had grown even deeper. The wind rustled gently in the courtyard, and the lights remained bright. Qin Feng stood up, said nothing, and simply glanced at Lin Moyun. You can stay in the guest room tonight. If you need anything, you can tell the servants, or you can go directly to Qingtan and Shui. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. Lin Moyun nodded gently upon hearing this. Good, she readily agreed, because she knew very well that she had no other choice at the moment. But for some reason, she felt a slight sense of relief. At least, the other party didn't force her to do anything on the first night. This was already much better than she had expected. Then, a servant came and led her to her guest room. Before leaving, Su Qingtan gave one more piece of advice. Someone will bring you medicine later. Rest first, don't think too much. Lin Mayun opened her mouth, but in the end she only responded with a soft Soon, led by a servant, she headed towards the guest rooms on the other side of the courtyard. Qin Feng only slowly withdrew his gaze after the black figure had completely disappeared from sight. For now, he doesn't plan to say much more to Lin Moyun. Perhaps we should let her stay here for one night, and then see how things go after she calms down. Now that the person is right under his nose, there's no fear of running away. I'll go wash up first. You guys should get some rest too. Then, Qin Feng went inside. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui exchanged a glance, their expressions changing slightly. During these 3 days in the secret realm, we had to be on guard against danger at every turn, so there was no way we could truly relax. Later, they suffered successive attacks from the demon god cult, followed by the return journey and the clearing out of their strongholds. Throughout the day, everyone was on edge. Only now, back in the familiar courtyard, has that taut string finally begun to loosen. Su Qingtan's ears turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything, only softly humming in agreement. Jiang Shui subconsciously lowered her head, gently pinching the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and her cheeks began to warm up little by little. Qin Feng quickly finished washing up and returned to his room. Meanwhile, after being led into the guest room, Lin Mayun still seemed somewhat dazed. The room was very clean, and the bed was neat and soft. A warm-colored lamp was lit on the table, and even the air was filled with a faint fragrance. It was a completely different world from the cold, damp storage rooms she had lived in before. After the servant simply put the things away, he left respectfully without saying a word. Not long after, someone brought more medicine for the wounds. Lin Mayun looked down at the bottles of medicine, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly reached out and picked them up. She sat on the edge of the bed and awkwardly applied the medicine to herself. After everything was tidied up, she did not lie down immediately, but sat there quietly watching everything in front of her. Clean bedding, warm lighting, and a night so quiet you could almost hear your own breathing. Such an environment should have made her feel safe, but for some reason, she was afraid to sleep. It was as if she was afraid that if she closed her eyes, everything would disappear when she opened them again. Go home. Lin Mayun's lips moved slightly, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. The words Su Qingtan said when she helped her up involuntarily came to mind. We'll take you home. She grew up in the demon god called Stronghold, which was never home. But today, for the first time, someone said those two words to her. Lin Moyun slowly hugged her knees, gently resting her chin on them, her eyes somewhat dazed. She couldn't believe it, yet she couldn't help but want to believe it even a little bit. Even if it's just a little bit. Night was falling. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the other side, the long-awaited tenderness finally began quietly. Chapter 63 Background. During the 3 days in the secret realm, although the three traveled side by side, they were ultimately unable to completely relax. Now that I'm finally back in familiar surroundings, the tension that had been weighing on my heart has finally dissipated. Those emotions that had been building up for days naturally surfaced little by little. The door closed, and the room was dimly lit. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed, and she appeared exceptionally well-behaved and quiet. Su Qingtan maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but a soft, watery look had already appeared in her clear, cold eyes. Looking at the two of them, Qin Feng finally felt a rare moment of relaxation. The storms outside, the mess of the demon god cult, Lin Mayun's future, all these things are still there. But at least tonight, there's no rush to deal with it. He has plenty of time. This night is reserved for the beauty before me. A gentle night breeze rustled through the treetops outside the window, and the lights inside the room gradually dimmed without anyone noticing. In the guest room, Lin Mayun finally lay down on the bed after a long period of silence. She lay on her side, nestled in the soft blankets, her body still somewhat stiff. But after a long time, the tense shoulders finally relaxed little by little. Whatever awaits her tomorrow, at least tonight, she won't have to sleep in fear anymore. The next morning, Qin Feng opened his eyes and felt refreshed. A lingering, ambiguous atmosphere still hung in the room. On his left and right sides lay Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, both of whom were still fast asleep. Su Qingtan lay on her side, her long hair scattered on the pillow, her cool and aloof features softened considerably in her sleep. On the other side, Jiang Shui was curled up in the blankets, her fair face flushed with a faint blush, looking exhausted. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Without waking them, he gently lifted the covers, got out of bed to wash and change. After everything was tidied up, it was already completely bright outside. Qin Feng had originally planned to go out and grab a quick breakfast, but after taking only a few steps out of the room, his gaze paused slightly. In the center of the courtyard stood a slender black figure. It is Lin Mayun. She was wearing the same black dress as yesterday, her head slightly tilted back, gazing at the distant sky bathed in morning light, lost in thought. The morning breeze was gentle, stirring a few strands of hair around her ears. She stood there quietly, exuding an indescribable sense of loneliness, like a shadow that didn't fit into the entire courtyard. Even though the person had been brought back, the aloofness and wariness she exuded still lingered. Looking at her, Qin Feng vaguely understood that Lin Mayun probably hadn't slept very well last night. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and walked directly towards her. Before he even got close, Lin Mayun had already noticed the footsteps. She instinctively turned around quickly, her eyes showing obvious vigilance and tension. However, after recognizing Qin Feng as the newcomer, the wariness in her eyes eased slightly. The next second, she lowered her head slightly and asked with a hint of nervousness, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, this girl's mindset is still completely stuck in the idea that she should be ordered around. If no one gives her any instructions, she will feel uneasy because she won't know what to do. Qin Feng shook his head and said gently, "You don't need to be so nervous. I'm not going to do anything to you. Besides, I didn't bring you back here so you could do odd jobs. There's nothing here for you to do, and nothing I absolutely need to tell you." After hearing this, Lin Mayun did not appear relaxed at all. Instead, her expression became even more tense. She looked up at Qin Feng, a hint of unease creeping into her dark eyes. After a moment, she spoke in a low voice. "Can you just tell me your purpose directly? I can accept anything, anything at all." She wasn't deliberately testing them. She genuinely couldn't accept this kind of kindness without a clear cost. Because in her past understanding, everything should have a price, and all favors should be exchanged. If it's not there, it's unsettling. Even if Qin Feng told her that she would be working as a maid here from today onwards, she would feel more at ease than she does now. But now, she's at a loss as to how to handle this situation. Qin Feng looked at Lin Mayun in front of him, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then sighed softly. He certainly understood what she was thinking. Because I've never had it before, I don't know how to believe it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't say anything more. Those words of comfort wouldn't mean much to Lin Mayun right now. So he nodded. "All right. I wasn't planning on telling you all this so soon, but since you asked, I'll explain things to you first." At this point, Qin Feng paused and glanced at her again. "You're up so early. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Go get something to eat first. We can chat while we eat." After saying that, he didn't give her a chance to refuse and turned to walk towards the courtyard where they had eaten yesterday. Lin Mayun stood there for a moment, then gently pursed her lips and quietly followed. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Qin Feng casually beckoned to a servant and had breakfast brought up. Breakfast was always available at the manor, so they didn't have to wait too long. Soon, breakfast dishes were served one by one. Steamed buns, plain congee, fried dough sticks, and a few light side dishes. The product range isn't extensive, but its convenience is a major advantage. Qin Feng casually pushed a basket of steamed buns in front of Lin Mayun. He then reached out and picked up a fried dough stick, taking a bite first. Lin Mayun looked at the steaming Xylong Bao in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to pick one up. She ate very carefully, with a bun that was smaller than an egg. She ate it like a kitten nibbling, taking tiny bites. Qin Feng glanced at her, but didn't say anything in particular. Instead, he briefly organized his thoughts before asking casually, "Have you been living in that demon god cult stronghold since you were born and can remember anything?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Mayun paused in her actions. She lowered the steamed bun from her mouth, thought about it carefully, and then gently shook her head. "No, I can still remember some things from before I was 5 years old. Before I was 5 years old, I lived in A. It's a place that's a bit like a school and a bit like an orphanage." At this point, she tried hard to recall that past, which had become much more blurred. Chapter 64, 2 Values. There were many children there about my age, both boys and girls. Later, those children were gradually taken away by others. Then I was taken away too. Lin Mayun paused slightly as she spoke, a faint hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "The person who took me away is the adoptive father they mentioned. But he didn't actually raise me as a daughter. He was just responsible for keeping me alive and growing up. Give me food and shelter. Occasionally, they would let me read a few words or recognize a few things, but that was all." She kept her head down, her tone as calm as if she were talking about someone else. She was less an adopted daughter and more of a slave kept by her side. When they're in a good mood, they'll give me some food. When they're in a bad mood, they'll beat and scold me. I usually do all the odd jobs. I'm just using the title of adopted daughter for a while. Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart sank slightly, although he had long known that Lin Mayun wouldn't have a good time in that kind of place. But hearing her say it herself now is much more intuitive than simply imagining it. Especially when she said these words, she wasn't hysterical, nor was she deliberately trying to gain sympathy. The calmer she is, the more it shows that she has gotten used to all of this. Qin Feng continued, "Do you know anything about your biological parents?" Lin Mayun gently shook her head. "I have absolutely no idea. I've been in that place since I can remember. No one mentioned them to me, and I've never met them. Perhaps it never was ever there to begin with." Qin Feng did not immediately respond upon hearing this, but instead leaned back in his chair and pondered quietly for a moment. Judging from this, Lin Mayun's background is even more tragic than he originally expected. Most likely, she was originally a child who had been abandoned in an orphanage. Unfortunately, it ended up in the hands of the demon god cult members. In a sense, this is really bad luck. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that she has other backgrounds. However, based on these fragmented pieces of information at the moment, it is impossible to verify them. However, Qin Feng was basically certain of one thing. Lin Mayun probably didn't have any background in the demon god cult, otherwise she wouldn't have been tortured into that state. With that in mind, Qin Feng didn't delve any further into the question of his origins. Instead, it directly steered the conversation to a more crucial point. Do you know why they brought you out and raised you to this age? A place like the demon god cult wouldn't raise a girl for so many years for no reason. You've probably seen what happened to the girls they forced into contract with. My initial guess was that the so-called adoptive father originally intended to contract you out. But upon closer reflection, it doesn't quite make sense. So, I'd like to hear your own thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mayun's expression changed slightly. She didn't speak immediately, but lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. It was as if she was organizing her thoughts, or perhaps recalling some unpleasant images. After a moment, she slowly said, "I know what you're thinking, but he didn't show any intention of making a contract with me. Moreover, they didn't give anyone else a chance to make a move." As she said this, her brows furrowed slightly. It seems even I find that feeling hard to describe. He looked at me strangely. Sometimes it feels like looking at an object, and sometimes it feels like looking at a monster. In short, he never treated me like a human being. I even feel like he knew all along that I would eventually awaken this bloodline. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the courtyard seemed to quiet down a bit. Qin Feng didn't interrupt, but just looked at her, signaling her to continue. Lin Mayun didn't keep her in suspense any longer. She raised her eyes. She looked directly at Qin Feng, as if she had finally decided to lay bare the deepest secrets of her heart. "My bloodline is grade, the dead butterfly, which comes with a curse. Those who make a pact with me will be cursed." Her voice was calm. However, these few words themselves carried a rather oppressive meaning, especially the phrase cursed. Within the Beast Girl contract system, this is practically a death sentence, because no beast tamer would willingly form a contract with a creature of inferior bloodline that could turn against them. This is why Lin Mayun was able to understand many things after calming down last night. She knows her own value, and she also knows that her greatest value is actually fraught with problems. However, what surprised her slightly was what happened after hearing those words. Qin Feng's face did not show the surprise, avoidance, disgust, or hesitation that she had expected. Instead, he paused slightly and then laughed. The smile wasn't exaggerated. It even carried a hint of mockery. "So what do you think? Did I bring you back because I have ulterior motives and want to form a contract with you?" When Lin Mayun was asked this question, her previously calm and composed expression stiffened slightly. Then, a very faint blush slowly emerged from her pale cheeks. The red hue wasn't obvious, but it felt incredibly real. After all, it's still somewhat shameful to have something like this pointed out so bluntly. But she didn't deny it, because that's really what she thought. Or rather, of all the possibilities she could think of, this is the most reasonable and respectable answer. Lin Mayun lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the bun in her hand, her voice even softer than before. "I can't think of any other possibility. If there's anything about me that would make you want to help me get out of there, that's probably all that's left." After she finished speaking, she seemed afraid that Qin Feng hadn't understood. Or perhaps they're afraid they haven't explained themselves clearly enough, so they force themselves to continue. In her first time as a woman, the moment those words were spoken, even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Mayun's face turned even redder, but she still did not back down. Because that's what she really thinks. She's not stupid at all. Quite the opposite, she survived so many years in that kind of environment. She is better at reading people than many of her peers, and she understands more clearly what a person's greatest value is. After observing the situation all night and from this morning until now, she has thought about it over and over again. If there's anything about her that's worth paying attention to, it's really just two things. One is a beast girl who can be contracted, and the other is a woman who has retained her virginity. Besides that, she couldn't think of any other bargaining chip she had. That's why she's so uneasy, because even these two values aren't recognized. She couldn't understand why she was left here. She would subconsciously objectify herself and instinctively weigh what she could get in return. She didn't even dare to easily believe in the slightest bit of decent kindness, because she was too afraid that it was fake. Qin Feng understood all of this. Chapter 65, Even a Cage. Looking at Lin Mayun in front of him, Qin Feng felt a mix of emotions. The girl in front of me is clearly only 18 years old, but she had already learned to dissect and measure what little she had left. After repeated comparisons, a chilling conclusion was finally reached. Only one's bloodline and first time have any value. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh softly. The girl was ultimately deeply hurt, not just physically, but also in terms of her entire understanding of life. However, on the surface, Qin Feng did not reveal much emotion. Looking into her earnest yet uneasy eyes, I smiled slightly and tried to keep my tone as relaxed as possible. So, of these two values you mentioned, which one do I value more? Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun was slightly taken aback, and then a blush spread across her face. But the blush on her face didn't last long. The next moment, she seemed to suddenly realize something, and her expression gradually froze. The red hue quickly faded, replaced by a gradually spreading paleness. She lowered her head, her mind racing uncontrollably. Her own bloodline is that of a dead butterfly, which carries a curse and has no appeal whatsoever. As for her appearance, standing next to girls like Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui, she didn't feel she had any advantage whatsoever. Moreover, when Qin Feng first chose her, she was disheveled and in a sorry state. Not like she is now. If Qin Feng were truly the type to be attracted to a beautiful woman at first sight, he wouldn't have taken a liking to her at that moment under those circumstances. In this way, the two values she just mentioned. To Qin Feng, it all seemed so ridiculous. Thinking of this, Lin Mayun's face grew even paler. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. I was just assuming things. Neither of these two values of mine are worth your time or effort. So, you might as well just tell me directly. Whether you ask me to be your slave or do something else, I won't refuse. Qin Feng looked at her, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then stopped beating around the bush. He nodded and spoke calmly. All right, your own feeling isn't actually wrong. I have indeed considered making a contract with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun's pupils contracted slightly. Surprisingly, there was no sign of joy on her face. Instead, he immediately shook his head, his movements even somewhat hasty. But my bloodline carries a curse, and if you make a pact with me, you will also suffer an ominous curse. I cannot enter into a contract with you. I don't want to hurt anyone. She spoke these words quickly and earnestly. They were afraid that Qin Feng might suddenly decide to finalize the matter. Hearing her reaction only confirmed some of Qin Feng's suspicions. This girl was almost losing herself under the pressure of her environment. She even learned to use herself as a bargaining chip, but deep down, she was still kind. Qin Feng didn't explain much, but simply said in a calm tone, "Is that so? Perhaps there's a way to solve this." Then he added another sentence. "But don't worry, I told you I wouldn't force you. Even if I were to enter into a contract with you, that would only be something you consider after you are willing and prepared." Lin Mayun was visibly taken aback upon hearing these words. She seemed surprised that Qin Feng would hand over the decision of whether or not to enter into a contract to her. In her original understanding, this kind of thing was never something she could decide. Moreover, being in the environment of the demon god cult for a long time, I was influenced by what I saw and heard all along. What decision-making power do women have? They're nothing more than reproductive machines and consumables. Seeing her slightly dazed expression, Qin Feng didn't stop, but continued speaking. "You don't need to think too much now. If you don't want to leave from the bottom of your heart, I will let you go. It will not restrict your choices, nor will it restrict your freedom." After those words were spoken, Lin Mayun froze completely. Let her go. Wouldn't that restrict her freedom? These words felt so unfamiliar to her that they seemed unreal. From childhood to adulthood, it seems she has never truly had the ability to choose. She always believed that she had been brought out of that place. It's just moving from one cage to a more respectable place. Even if I stay here as a servant, it doesn't matter. But now, Qin Feng is telling her that she can choose to leave. This statement had an even greater impact on her than Qin Feng's consideration of forming a contract with her. If she leaves, where can she go? In this vast world, she didn't even have a legal identity. For a moment, Lin Mayun didn't know what to say. She just stared blankly at Qin Feng, her eyes slightly churning with emotion. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng didn't ask her to make any decision right now. Some things are better left unsaid. Lin Mayun is in no condition to make any rational judgments. So he changed the subject, picked up the remaining half of the fried dough stick in his hand, and took a bite. "Let's eat first. Don't try to keep all these things in your mind at once. You've just come from that place. You need to give yourself some time." After he finished speaking, he ate the fried dough stick in a few bites. Then he reached for a plate next to him, picked up some breakfast food, and put it in. "I'll go and bring them some food first." Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun pursed her lips slightly and nodded subconsciously. Qin Feng didn't linger any longer, picked up the plate, and left. The footsteps faded into the distance, and the courtyard quickly fell silent again. Lin Mayun sat there, watching Qin Feng's departing figure, her gaze lingering for a long time. The morning breeze was still gentle, and the white porridge on the table was still steaming. But her heart was in complete turmoil. Every word Qin Feng had just said was echoing repeatedly in her mind. I will indeed consider making a contract with you. I won't force you. If you really don't want to, I will let you leave and will not restrict your freedom. These words would have sounded like a fantasy to her in the past, especially the last sentence. She never imagined that she would have any so-called freedom. This feeling was unfamiliar to her and left her bewildered. The person in front of her was showing her kindness, but it is also overturning her past beliefs and all the knowledge she relied on for survival. It turns out that she also had the right to choose. So it turns out that when someone wants to contract with her, they first ask if she's willing. Thinking of this, Lin Mayun subconsciously lowered her head and looked at the basket of unfinished steamed buns on the table. After a long silence, she slowly reached out and picked up another one. It was still a very small bite, and I still ate it slowly. But compared to before, her movements now, besides being reserved, there seemed to be something else. Since it's been given to her, she should naturally finish it. So she lowered her head and continued eating, taking small bites one at a time, eating quietly and attentively. However, there were clearly more complex and unspoken emotions in those dark eyes than before. She hasn't figured out many things yet, and she doesn't dare to really believe anything. But at least now, she can no longer act like she did last night. Simply treat this place as a cleaner cage. But even a cage is fine, right? Chapter 66 is absolutely fantastic. On the way back to the master bedroom from the courtyard, Qin Feng was clearly in a good mood. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Mayun's level of affection for him. 60%. This number is already quite good. At least, it's much better than someone you've known for years, but are only superficially familiar with. Strictly speaking, what he's doing now has a bit of an element of taking advantage of someone's kindness. It even has a hint of taking advantage of someone's vulnerability and gradually taking advantage of them. However, Qin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, the choice always lies with the other party. He was very frank and did not hide his intentions. He would never force his way in until the other party was truly willing to open the door. After all, these are real Beast Girl girls, not tools that can be used and then discarded. It's not about pets or anything like that, but about people you'll be spending decades or even longer with in the future. Since we're going to be in this relationship for the rest of our lives, we can't just be looking for momentary pleasure. Qin Feng has always been very clear about this point. Moreover, this world has never required men to spend their entire lives with a beast girl. The real challenge isn't choosing just one option. Instead, he is capable, responsible, and treats every beast girl who follows him fairly. Being able to do this already makes him a rare and excellent man. Qin Feng believed that he was quite aware of this. As for those who clearly have the means and ability, yet choose to only sign contracts with one person and treat it as a sign of deep affection. To put it bluntly, that's not being devoted. That's just plain stupid. While he was thinking, Qin Feng had already reached the door of the master bedroom and pushed it open. The room was brightly lit, and Su Qingtian and Jiang Shui were already up. Neither of them was in bed at the moment. They were both getting ready. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, both of them turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. Su Qingtian spoke first, her tone carrying an undisguised sarcasm. "How is she? How's your progress?" Cough. Qin Feng coughed lightly, clearly not failing to detect the teasing tone in her words. However, he didn't pretend to be stupid. Instead, he casually put down the breakfast he was holding, went inside, and said, she was still very wary. Her current thinking is simple. She doesn't believe that others would be kind to her for no reason. She only felt that others helped her either because they wanted something from her or because she could provide some value to others. At this point, Qin Feng paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. So I simply told her directly that I would consider making a contract with her. At least let's put this idea out in the open first, to prevent her from overthinking and lowering her own self-esteem. Hearing this, Su Qingtian nodded slightly without interrupting. Jiang Shui also stopped what she was doing and listened quietly. Qin Feng continued. However, I didn't mention that she has a hidden SS-level bloodline. Su Qingtian glanced at him upon hearing this. Aren't you planning to say it now? Qin Feng nodded. It's too early to say. In her current state, it's impossible for her to immediately believe and accept something just because you tell her you are actually very special and precious. And to put it more bluntly, if I were to reveal this trump card now, she will only find it harder to tell whether I'm attracted to her as a person or simply to the hidden bloodline within her. This might not be a good thing for her. Besides, I also need to evaluate her. The room was silent for 2 seconds. Then, Su Qingtian responded. Okay, I know what to do. Jiang Shui nodded gently and said in a soft voice, although it is a bit cruel not to tell her the truth for the time being. After all, she probably sees herself as worthless now. But I also support doing so, because it's better to know how special you are than to know immediately. More importantly, we should first let her know. Even without those things, she deserves to be treated seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shui. Although Jiang Shui is not talkative, she is always able to empathize with others. Let's leave it at that for now. During this period, just get along normally with her, without deliberately pushing things forward or intentionally ignoring her. She'll figure it out and adapt on her own eventually. If they genuinely want to spend time with us, then we could discuss the rest. At this point, Qin Feng's tone became noticeably more serious. Moreover, there are only half a month left until the entrance examination for the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy. For the next 2 weeks, our most important task is still cultivation. There's no need to force things regarding Lin Maiyun. These things can't be forced anyway. The 2 women inside listened quietly without interrupting. Qin Feng continued, I've always had a principle. Before new members can actually join, we must first ensure the harmony and stability of our existing relationships. I will not ruin the trust and atmosphere that we have already built up for anyone who has not yet joined. No one will do. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room noticeably quieted down. Su Qingtian looked up at him, her slightly teasing expression softening somewhat. A touch of tenderness and reassurance appeared in Jiang Shui's eyes. After a moment, Su Qingtian spoke first. Don't worry. We trust your judgment and insight. We won't stop you from signing a contract with whomever you want. However, we will still help you with the selection process when necessary. Jiang Shui quickly nodded in agreement. Well, after all, they're the people we'll be spending time with in the future. Not just your contract partner, but also our sister. Whether it's suitable or not, you have to take a closer look. Hearing the 2 women's words, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. I couldn't help but sigh. Being able to form a contract with both of you is already the greatest blessing of my life. As for anything else, I really don't dare to hope for it. These words immediately softened the atmosphere in the room. Su Qingtian gave a soft hum, her tone clearly carrying a hint of pleasure. You're getting better and better at talking now. Jiang Shui lowered her head, her ear tips turning slightly red. Well, it's not exactly wrong. Seeing their reactions, Qin Feng was in a great mood. He then stepped forward and pulled them in his arms, one on each side. Su Qingtian tried to break free, but when she realized she couldn't, she gave up. Jiang Shui's body went limp, and she leaned against him almost without resistance. The master bedroom fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of their breathing mingling. The morning light streamed in through the window, illuminating the room. But it is precisely under such bright daylight that the intimacy and ambiguity seem to have an indescribable warmth. Qin Feng lowered his head and gently touched Su Qingtian's forehead. Then he turned his head to the side and rubbed his face against Jiang Shui's hair. You two are absolutely wonderful. Chapter 67 Documents. Su Qingtian looked up at him and said softly, Come on, you just went out to have a heart-to-heart talk with someone, and now you're trying to coax us. That's different. Qin Feng said without batting an eye. A heart-to-heart talk is a heart-to-heart talk, and going home is going home. You're the ones on our side. These words flowed smoothly, and surprisingly, they were quite effective. Although Su Qingtian didn't say anything, the faint smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. Jiang Shui even felt a slight burning sensation in her neck. The atmosphere in the bedroom quickly became more intimate and sticky. Unfortunately, it's already broad daylight, and I still have important business to attend to. The 3 of them cuddled together for a while, but ultimately all remained restrained and did not actually succumb to their desires so early in the morning. Qin Feng released the 2 of them and laughed. All right, if this continues, nobody will be able to cultivate today. Su Qingtian straightened her clothes and glanced at him lightly. It's good that you know. Jiang Shui nodded quickly, but the blush on her face didn't fade away for a while. After the matter was settled, Qin Feng did not delay any further. He quickly left the master bedroom and walked alone towards his meditation room. Along the way, the romantic thoughts from before gradually faded away, replaced by the desire to cultivate and improve their strength. After entering the training room, Qin Feng first stretched his body slightly before slowly exhaling. His current attributes have just broken through 200, which is not much different from the 5th rank. At most, it is only a few dozen points away from all attributes. If he makes good use of the next 2 weeks, coupled with the cultivation environment here and his own various advantages, he will be able to achieve his goal. There might be a chance to reach level 5 before the admissions assessment. Besides that, the most crucial thing is naturally the attribute value stored in the hunting medal. That thing shouldn't be touched casually. It should be saved for the most critical moment. If it really comes down to the final step, he won't hesitate. If Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui reach the critical point of breakthrough first, they will be just one step away from success. He would also unhesitatingly allocate attribute points to them first. Anyway, they're not far from reaching the 4th tier now, and once they break through, the resulting improvement will be significant. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng stopped being distracted. He walked to the center of the meditation room, sat down cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes. As the cultivation technique was activated, the dense spiritual energy around him was immediately drawn in and began to gradually converge towards his body. The room quickly returned to silence. Qin Feng officially entered a new phase of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. For those 7 days, the entire courtyard was exceptionally peaceful. Nothing unexpected happened. During the day, Qin Feng mostly stayed in the cultivation room to cultivate and advance his cultivation level. Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui also cultivated separately, occasionally coming out for some fresh air. As for Lin Mayun, she gradually adapted to her life in this peaceful state. At least, she is no longer as awkward as she was at the beginning, not even feeling comfortable sitting anywhere. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, a gentle breeze ripples the water, creating a shimmering effect. A clear and gentle melody of the zither slowly echoed outwards. Jiang Shui, dressed in a white dress, sat quietly in front of the zither table in the pavilion. Her 10 fingers gently brushed the strings, her movements unhurried and graceful, her eyes and brows exuding tranquility and gentleness. Compared to when Qin Feng first heard her play the zither, the music now lacked that faint sadness. Instead, there's a sense of ease, peace, and tranquility. Not far behind her, Lin Mayun stood quietly. She didn't say anything or go up to disturb them. She just listened quietly. Over the past 7 days, she, Su Qingtan, and Jiang Shui have become much more comfortable and at ease with each other than they were at the beginning. Even so, Lin Mayun still habitually placed herself in a very low position. More accurately, it was placed in the position of a maid or attendant. She was still not quite used to sitting side by side with them. They're not used to enjoying this kind of care for life. On the contrary, she would feel more relaxed if they gave her instructions to do something. At least that way, she would feel useful. Just then, a series of light footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. Lin Mayun subconsciously turned her head to look. Su Qingtan was walking in from outside, carrying some things in her hands. Just as she stepped into the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Jiang Shui gently twitched her fingertips. The last note of the piano faded away. The entire piece ended just then. Jiang Shui stood up and looked at Su Qingtan. He opened his mouth and asked, "Sister Qingtan, has Mayun's certificate arrived?" Su Qingtan nodded upon hearing this, a faint smile on her face. "Arrive. Identity certificate and student status certificate all have been processed." As she spoke, she walked into the pavilion and handed the stack of documents and certificates in her hand to Lin Mayun. "Mayun, this is yours. It will be much more convenient to go anywhere in the future." Lin Mayun was slightly taken aback. She instinctively reached out and took the things. She handled it carefully when she got it, as if she was afraid of breaking it if she wasn't careful. She looked down at the identification document at the top. Her name, Lin Mayun, was clearly printed on it. For a fleeting moment, her fingers visibly trembled slightly. His gaze seemed to be fixed, lingering for a long time. It's just an ordinary certificate. But for her, it was a proof that was many years overdue. This proves that she is not an object that can be tossed around carelessly. This proves that she can have her own name, just like a normal person. It has its own records and its own recognized existence. Thinking of this, Lin Mayun gripped the document tighter. After a moment, she raised her head slightly and said in a trembling voice, thank you all." Only at this moment did she seem to have truly emerged from that hellish abyss and slowly regain a little of herself. It's not just a spatial separation. It was also a kind of beginning in terms of identity. Su Qingtan simply waved her hand casually. "Fine. It was just a small favor. Moreover, this is not an extra favor. This is something you should have all along. It's the most basic thing." Su Qingtan, standing to the side, looked at her and felt a pang of emotion. To be honest, she used to think that her background was bad enough. His birth mother was murdered, he was abandoned by his father, and he may also be killed by his enemies. But compared to Lin Mayun, Su Qingtan's past suffering was at least based on the premise of living a normal life. At least she can still go to school and live like an ordinary person until now. Lin Mayun, in a sense, never truly possessed any of these things. It's already quite remarkable to be able to maintain purity. Thinking of this, Su Qingtan's expression softened a bit. Chapter 68, Heart-to-Heart Talk. Su Qingtan did not linger on this topic for long. She turned to look at Jiang Shui and said with a smile, "Shui, congratulations to you too. You finally reached the 4th rank." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's lips curled up slightly. "You've all been promoted, so of course I can't fall behind." The way she gently raised her chin still revealed a rare hint of pride in her young girl. After all, she has been working very hard these past few days, although she doesn't like to compete or show off. But that doesn't mean she's willing to be left behind. Su Qingtan couldn't help but smile when she saw this. "I know you've been working hard. Okay? If this continues, they might catch up with me very soon." With the blessing of the Candle Dragon Pearl, Su Qingtan's cultivation progress is now extremely fast. They're almost catching up with Qin Feng and are not far from the 5th rank. In comparison, Jiang Shui, though a little slower, has already entered the 4th tier. Even among peers, this speed is still considered astonishing. Then, Su Qingtan seemed to suddenly remember something. Then she said, "Shui, go and check on Qin Feng. He should be reaching a crucial moment soon too. A breakthrough and advancement is possible at any time." Jiang Shui glanced between Su Qingtan and Lin Mayun and immediately understood. Clearly, Su Qingtan wanted to speak with Lin Mayun alone. Without asking any further questions, she simply nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll go take a look." After saying that, she picked up the guqin and turned to leave the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The white dress swayed gently, her silhouette quiet and soft. Lin Mayun stood there, watching Jiang Shui's departing figure, and couldn't help but feel a mix of indescribable emotions. In the past few days, Jiang Shui and Su Qingtan have been very kind to her. She saw this very clearly. But if she had to say who she was closer to, she would actually lean more towards Su Qingtan. It's not that Jiang Shui is bad. On the contrary, Jiang Shui is gentle and approachable enough. However, the air of nobility she possessed, cultivated from a large family since childhood, was ultimately difficult to completely conceal. Even though she herself never puts on airs, Lin Mayun still subconsciously feels a sense of inferiority. That difference isn't about attitude. Rather, it's something ingrained in one's very being by their upbringing. In contrast, Su Qingtan is more like someone who can truly make her relax and willing to speak her mind. Su Qingtan is starting to have more and more of an older sister vibe. At least, those who come after will have to respect her. And this is the most important point. After Jiang Shui left, only Su Qingtan and Lin Mayun remained in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The atmosphere quieted down for a moment. The lake's surface rippled gently, and the wind chimes at the corner of the pavilion tinkled softly. Su Qingtan glanced at Lin Mayun. She could tell that the girl in front of her was trying her best to hide it, but a faint trace of envy could not be hidden in those eyes. That kind of envy was nothing new to her, because she had seen similar things in herself and Jiang Shui before. They're all the same. These are all undiscovered treasures. What's lacking is simply a key that can truly unlock them. And coincidentally, Qin Feng was that key. With that in mind, Su Qingtan didn't beat around the bush. She spoke first, asking, "Mo Yun, have you been settling in well these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun nodded immediately without hesitation and replied, "I'm used to it. Sister Qingtan, I'm living very well." She paused at this point. His gaze lowered slightly, and his voice became a little softer. "These have been the most comfortable few days of my life. It's more than just comfortable. For her, these past few days have been like going from hell to heaven. After Lin Moyun finished speaking, she vaguely guessed what Su Qingtan was going to say next. So, her fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the document in her hand. My whole body tensed up instinctively, like someone awaiting sentencing. Su Qingtan looked at her, her tone still gentle. You'll get used to it. However, we will all be going to the capital in a few days to participate in the assessment of the Beast Taming Academy in the capital. So before that, I want to ask you, have you thought it through? Su Qingtan paused slightly at this point. Then, they went straight to the point and made their intentions clear. Qin Feng said he was considering forming a contract with you. This isn't just a casual remark, nor am I joking with you. If you'd like, you can come to the capital with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun's breath hitched slightly. Sure enough, it came. She had thought about this issue over the past few days. On the contrary, she thinks about it almost every day. However, a truly clear answer has never been given. When Su Qingtan asked her so directly, she opened her mouth. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Qingtan added another sentence. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. You can stay here or go anywhere else. Either way, as she spoke, Su Qingtan's gaze fell on the identification document in her hand. You are free now. Free. Hearing these two words still made Lin Mayun's heart tremble slightly. She glanced down at the documents in her hand. It was as if only at this moment did she truly realize it. I now do indeed possess a certain qualification. However, precisely because of this, she was even more unsure of what to choose. After a moment of silence, Lin Moyun gently bit her lip and spoke in a trembling voice. Sister Qingtan, you have already been very kind to me. I've never dared to ask for anything, even if it's just staying by your side. I'd be happy to be a maid. Her eyes were slightly red when she said this. In her mind, having such a peaceful place to stay was something she never dared to dream of. So she really didn't dare to ask for more. They dared not place themselves on any level of equality. She paused for a moment at this point. As if he had finally made up his mind, he continued. If Qin Feng really wants to make a contract with me, I dare not refuse. However, my bloodline carries an ominous curse. It will really hurt him. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingtan's gaze suddenly sharpened slightly. Curse? Qin Feng had not told him this. However, Su Qingtan did not show any unusual expression on her face. She simply watched Lin Moyun quietly, waiting for her to finish speaking. Lin Moyun finally dared to speak out what she had been keeping to herself, and continued in a low voice. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I don't want to hurt anyone. In that case, my death would be no loss. Hearing this, Su Qingtan understood Lin Moyun's thoughts. Chapter 69, Fifth Order. However, Su Qingtan did not delve into the matter of the curse. He continued calmly. The answer I want is not one where you dare not refuse. Lin Moyun was slightly taken aback and looked up at her. Su Qingtan's gaze was indifferent. What I want is the answer you get after following your own heart. If you feel you can't refuse, just because we've done you a favor. If you agree because of gratitude, someone like you wouldn't pass my test. These words were not harsh. But to Lin Moyun, it sounded like a blow to the heart. For a moment, Lin Moyun was somewhat stunned. After a moment, she asked in a very low voice, Boot should we consider my bloodline? Even if it weren't cursed, it would only be a drink. What value do I have, really? She genuinely believed it from the bottom of her heart. This logic had long been ingrained in her mind. Su Qingtan looked at her and sighed softly. Of course, she knew that Lin Moyun still had very obvious psychological problems. Even if one awakens an SS-level bloodline, it probably cannot be eradicated. If there is enough time, and with gradual guidance, things may eventually turn around little by little. However, time waits for no one. The imperial examination is imminent, and they will be leaving soon. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep arguing with her about these issues. Because what Lin Moyun lacks now is not reason. It is not a belief, but a conviction. He is someone she is willing to trust, and who can make judgments for her. Thinking of this, Su Qingtan's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone became more resolute. None of what you mentioned are problems. Lin Moyun was stunned. Su Qingtan continued. You just need to trust Qin Feng. If he says it's no problem, then it's no problem. Even if he says you have an SS-level bloodline, you just need to believe him. After saying this, even Su Qingtan herself paused for a moment. However, she remained calm and did not try to hide anything. Before Lin Moyun could press for further questions, Su Qingtan cut her tongue off. Anyway, you should go back and think about it carefully. Put aside all those messy worries for now. Don't always think about repaying kindness, and don't always think about whether you're worth it. Put all that aside, and then give us an answer that truly belongs to you. After saying that, Su Qingtan did not linger. She turned around and slowly walked away from the pavilion in the middle of the lake along the corridor she had come from. Lin Maiyun was left alone, standing there motionless for a long time. Lin Maiyun looked down at the identity certificate in her hand, recalling every word Su Qingtan had just said. These words echoed in her mind, one by one. This made her heart even more unsettled. On the other side, inside the meditation room, as the last wisp of spiritual energy was completely refined into his body, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His chest rose and fell slightly. Then he exhaled a long breath. In an instant, he seemed to become much more insightful. Qin Feng looked down at his hands and gently clenched his fists. Even a faint, extremely slight popping sound could be heard in the air. It's finally done. With a thought, he immediately summoned his attribute panel and glanced at it. Name: Qin Feng. Level: Tier 5, Stage 1. Physical strength: 320. Spiritual power: 320. Fit bis, su king tang, tai su zulong, jiang sui, suang tian bing huang. Talents: Awakening Power, SSS, Loyalty Contract, SSS, Super Speed Training, SSS, Physical Fitness, C. Skills: Eye of Detection, Reversal of Fate, Soaring Sky. At this moment, a look of satisfaction appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. I've finally officially entered the 5th tier. Being able to advance to the 5th rank before the assessment already puts one at the level of a typical prodigy. However, Qin Feng did not rely on his own combat strength. If you add spirit beasts, even the top geniuses will be rendered helpless. The attributes of a 5th tier early stage character are almost double those of a 4th tier early stage character. The further you go, the greater the gap between each level becomes, almost doubling in size. Even higher, this is just the most intuitive manifestation of the attributes. As for actual combat strength, it is necessary to make a comprehensive judgment based on combat experience and bloodline strength. Of course, cultivation is not something that can guarantee a smooth breakthrough simply by reaching a certain level of attributes. Some people, even though their stats are already high enough, still get stuck at a certain bottleneck and can't seem to break through it. However, this kind of card eventually has its limits. If one's foundation is deep enough, their attributes will far exceed the standard. Even if the bottleneck is the toughest, it can be forced open by brute force. To put it bluntly, it's all about brute force creating miracles. However, at present, they're all still in the early stage of cultivation. Below the king rank, ranks 1 through 9 are actually considered the basic stage. As long as you have decent talent, a steady supply of resources, and a suitable cultivation environment. Basically, it won't be too difficult. The real challenges are yet to come. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't dwell too much on the joy of his breakthrough. He knew very well that the 5th rank was just the beginning. However, at that moment, suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the meditation room. As they got closer to the door, they noticeably slowed down and deliberately concealed their movements. Finally, the footsteps stopped at the door. There was no knocking, nor did they push the door open and enter rashly. At times like these, he'll come to find him outside the meditation room. There's no need to guess. There could be no one else but Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui. As for Lin Maiyun, given her personality, even if something really happened, she wouldn't have come here on her own initiative. Thinking of this, Qin Feng spoke directly. Come in, I've finished my cultivation. The words had barely left his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the door was gently pushed open. Really, the person who walked in was Jiang Shui. After she entered the room, she made a point of turning back and closing the door again. Then he turned around and took a few steps closer to Qin Feng. Jiang Shui was noticeably different from usual today. It's not that there's been any major change in her appearance, but she looked more relaxed and joyful than usual. Really, before Qin Feng could even ask a question, Jiang Shui stepped in front of him. Her lips curved slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a smile. Then, she gently twirled in front of him. Her skirt swayed slightly. Her hair swayed gently. Qin Feng. She looked at him, her voice carrying a rare hint of playfulness. Do you see anything different about me today? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at her first, then deliberately smiled and said, It looks a bit better. Jiang Shui, who had been looking forward to something, paused slightly upon hearing this. The next second, a faint blush rose to her fair cheeks. She gave him a light glare and said reproachfully, "I'm serious. I'm not kidding you." That expression was rarely seen on ordinary days. Seeing this made Qin Feng feel even better. Let's celebrate in Chapter 70. Qin Feng stopped teasing her and instead gave a slight look. He scanned her directly with his detective eye. Name, Jiang Shui. Master, Qin Feng. Level, Tier 4, Stage 1. Physical strength, 150. Spiritual power, 150. Bloodline, Frosty Ice Phoenix, SSS. Skills, Extreme Ice Feathers, Frost Sky Domain. Favorability, 100%. As expected, Jiang Shui's current cultivation level has steadily reached the 4th stage, 1st level. Upon seeing this result, Qin Feng smiled and said, "I see. Congratulations to our Shui. You have successfully advanced to the 4th rank." He paused, then added, "Perfect timing. I just broke through to the 5th rank as well. It seems today is truly a day of double happiness." Upon hearing this, the smile in Jiang Shui's eyes deepened even more. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, I just heard from Sister Qing Tan that you should be breaking through recently. I didn't expect it to be so fast." As she spoke, she raised her eyes to look at Qin Feng, her gaze filled with admiration and joy. "You are really amazing. Unfortunately, I still need to cultivate for a long time before I can catch up with you." As soon as she said those words, Qin Feng could hear a faint hint of disappointment in her tone. It wasn't really frustration. It's more like a little bit of coquettishness with a sense of dependence and closeness. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately understood. He stood up from where he was, walked to Jiang Shui, and gently pulled her into his arms. Jiang Shui's body stiffened slightly. The next moment, she naturally relaxed and obediently leaned into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng looked down at her, his tone resolute. "Shui, don't worry. You won't fall behind in matters of cultivation. Don't worry, leave everything to me." This wasn't just a way to make her happy. It is a commitment in the true sense of the word. Qin Feng still had the hunting medal in his possession, but he hadn't really put it to use. During this period, they have been cultivating in seclusion within the manor and have not gone out to explore secret realms or hunt monsters. Therefore, the attribute points accumulated from the hunting medals. It's still at 210 points. It hasn't changed at all. In the early stages, this was an incredibly large amount of resources. If Qin Feng were willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to push her to the 5th rank in one go. Certainly, there is no need for that at the moment. Those attributes are better suited for use in truly critical situations. For example, the final push when breaking through a bottleneck. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Shui did not actually show any signs of being downcast. She gently pressed her forehead against his chest, her voice muffled and slightly nasal. "I won't have any emotions. Anyway, we were originally one." This was said very softly, but when Qin Feng heard this, it stirred something within him. Qin Feng gave a soft He patted her back gently, as if soothing a whiny kitten. The cultivation room was quiet to begin with. At this moment, the doors and windows were tightly closed. The spiritual energy had not dissipated, and a trace of warmth from cultivation still lingered in the air. Jiang Shui leaned quietly against Qin Feng's chest, saying nothing, yet her silence was more reassuring than any words could have been spoken. Qin Feng tightened his arms around her, holding her even closer. The two of them just stayed there quietly. Nobody found it boring. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng noticed that Jiang Shui in his arms was gradually relaxing, and her breathing became calm and even. He glanced down and realized that she had closed her eyes at some point. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she wasn't fully asleep yet, or as if she was reluctant to actually fall asleep. Qin Feng did not make a sound to disturb him. Just keep her in this position so she can lean back more comfortably. After a while, Jiang Shui groggily opened her eyes. I almost fall asleep?" She said it softly, her voice slightly nasal. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, as if she were a little embarrassed. Qin Feng smiled, not making fun of her, but simply reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead behind her ear. "Go back and rest if you're tired. You can't push yourself too hard in your cultivation." Jiang Shui shook her head, straightened up from his embrace, the blush on her face not yet completely faded. "I'm not going to sleep. I need to go back and take a shower and change my clothes. I worked up a sweat during my workout, and I feel all sticky." As she spoke, she glanced down at her dress. It was indeed a bit wrinkled from the earlier sparring match. Thinking about meeting people later, she felt even more compelled to go back and pack her things. "Then I'll go back and take a shower first." As she spoke, she began to straighten her collar and cuffs. The blush on her face was impossible to suppress, but the reason was perfectly legitimate. It was just a post-cultivation cleanup, nothing to be ashamed of. Qin Feng sat to the side, watching her flustered and disorganized state, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. "What? Are you shy about taking a shower?" "No way." Jiang Shui bit her lip lightly and glared at him, but there was clearly no intimidation in her eyes. She quickly looked away and hurried to the door. 2M, leaving now." After saying that, he didn't wait for Qin Feng to say anything more. She quickly pushed the door open and went out, then gently closed it behind her. However, she had just closed the door. After turning around and taking only a few steps, he froze on the spot. Su Qingtan was sitting on a bench not far away. She crossed her long legs and looked down at her phone. Hearing the noise, she looked up and looked in this direction. His expression was calm, but there was a faint smile on his lips. It's obvious. She has been sitting here for a while now. In that instant, Jiang Shui felt her mind go blank. The heat on my face instantly spread from the tips of my ears all the way down to my neck. It's not because of anything else. It's purely. He came out of the cultivation room covered in sweat, and his clothes were all wrinkled, and Sister Qingtan saw him clearly. This is so embarrassing. Chapter 71, let's punish him together tonight. If she hadn't managed to retain a shred of rationality, Jiang Shui would have wanted to disappear into the ground immediately. How embarrassing, especially when he thought that Su Qingtan might have been outside ever since he entered the cultivation room. She was so embarrassed she could barely stand. But pretending not to see and turning around to run away is obviously even stranger. So Jiang Shui had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk over step by step. Try to make your tone sound normal. "Qing, Sister Qingtan, what are you doing here?" Su Qingtan turned off her phone screen and casually placed it aside. Then he looked up at her and said with a half smile, "I chatted with Mo Yun for a while, and then I came to find Qin Feng. But..." She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping lightly over the doorway of the cultivation room. "You guys seem to still be talking at that time, so I didn't go in and disturb you. I also sat here and waited for a while." "Oh dear, Sister Qingtan, please stop talking." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was immediately embarrassed and quickly interrupted. He was caught leaving the cultivation room disheveled, and the other person spoke of it so casually. Her whole face was as red as if it were ripe. Seeing her like this, Su Qingtan's smile deepened. However, she didn't tease her too harshly. After all, she knew Jiang Shui's personality well. If we keep teasing her, this girl might not dare to look anyone in the eye today. So she quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic, casually asking, "Has Qin Feng broken through?" Hearing this, Jiang Shui seemed to have finally grasped a lifeline and nodded hurriedly. "Yes, that's right. That's why he said we should have a proper celebration." She paused for a moment as soon as she finished speaking, because this statement didn't sound much better than what was said before. As expected, upon hearing this, Su Qingtan raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression becoming even more subtle. Jiang Shui opened her mouth, wanting to explain something more, but Su Qingtan had already reached out and gently grasped her wrist. "It's okay, it's all right." Su Qingtan's tone was calm. "I know. It must be Qin Feng who kept you chatting until you lost track of time." These words did indeed ease Jiang Shui's embarrassment somewhat. Immediately afterwards, she instinctively wanted to say a few good words for Qin Feng. She lowered her head and whispered, "Sister Qingtan, don't blame him. Actually, I don't want to leave either." At this point, her voice lowered even further, almost inaudible. "I promise I won't disturb you tonight, so you can have a proper talk." Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan gave a soft snort. "So you do know how to speak up for him. However, you don't need to give in." As she spoke, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "Let's settle accounts with him tonight. Who told him to always hog the training room?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was taken aback. Then the blush that had just subsided on her face immediately returned. However, the shame that had almost overwhelmed her was now somewhat diluted. Instead, there's a subtle sense of security. Seeing that her emotions had calmed down, Su Qingtan stopped dwelling on the matter and said directly, "All right, you can go ahead and get busy. I'll go in and talk to Qin Feng about Mo Yun." When the topic turned to business, her expression became more serious. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. It's best to finalize everything before going to the capital for the assessment. This is good for all of us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui immediately nodded, although she didn't think as deeply about Lin Mayun as Su Qingtan did. But we also know that it's time to decide whether the other party stays or leaves. Okay, after saying that, she didn't linger any longer, turned around, and walked away quickly. No matter how you look at it, that figure seemed to be fleeing in panic. Although Su Qingtan didn't blame her, being caught red-handed in such a disheveled state after cultivation was still a huge shock to her. Right now, Qin Feng, who was inside the cultivation room, could hear some of the noise coming from outside. So, when the footsteps outside approached the door of the training room again, Qin Feng had already sat down properly, his clothes neatly arranged. He also toned down his facial expression. They had already made preparations in advance to prepare for the interrogation. The next moment, the door was pushed open. Su Qingtan stepped in. However, Su Qingtan did not mention the matter from earlier after entering the room. She simply closed the door behind her, then looked at Qin Feng and said bluntly, "Qin Feng, I had a chat with Mo Yun before I came." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression became serious. Then, Su Qingtan didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly recounted the content of her conversation with Lin Moyun. After she finished speaking, she added her own judgment. Her problem now is not whether she wants it or not, but that she doesn't dare to want it. She's afraid of being a burden to you, and she's also afraid that she's not good enough for you. After listening, Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, then nodded. I was prepared for all of this. She stayed in that hellhole for so long, not to mention the psychological trauma. The environment itself is enough to completely destroy a normal person. Even so, she can still maintain the most basic kindness. It's already quite an achievement that it hasn't been completely distorted. At this point, Qin Feng paused, his gaze deepening. Therefore, her current problem cannot be solved in a day or two. It will definitely take time for her to recover to a completely normal personality and mental state. We also need to gradually accept her and help her learn to believe in herself and others again. However, Qin Feng then changed the subject. Of course, to be realistic, she possesses SS-level bloodline. If the contract is successful, our entire team will undergo another qualitative change and improvement. This is also an indisputable fact. After speaking, Qin Feng looked up at Su Qingtan and asked directly, "Qingtan, from these perspectives, what's your view?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan did not ponder for long. Or rather, she already had the answer in her heart. So she said directly, "No matter how you look at it, I hope she can come to the capital with us." There was not a moment's hesitation in saying this, although I told her before that she could leave at any time if she didn't want to. But that was just a choice I gave her, not the result I really hoped to see. As Su Qingtan spoke, she exhaled softly, her gaze softening slightly. To be honest, I don't really want her to leave. Mo Yun's background is too tragic. Even if she gets a new identity now, where can she go? Now that we have rescued her from that hellhole, we are clearly capable of leading her to a new direction in life. Then why should we just watch her leave alone? She paused briefly at this point. Then, quite frankly, he added, "Of course, I admit there's a bit of selfishness involved. After all, she means a lot to us. Even if we set aside her past and just treat her as an ordinary girl. A person who originally possessed a higher bloodline, but due to the illusion of a lower bloodline, felt so inferior that he was reduced to dust." She raised her eyes and looked at Qin Feng, her gaze gradually becoming serious. "The fact that Shui and I both have SS-level bloodlines has brought us to where we are now. If we add one more, I don't even dare to imagine how high we can go in the future. Therefore, we must not let such an opportunity slip by. From pity to reality, from responsibility to ambition. There is no conflict, because this is Su Qingtan's truest thought. She is not a saint, but he is by no means someone who only calculates personal gain." She felt sorry for Lin Mayun, but also wanted to help her. At the same time, she also clearly understood what Lin Mayun meant to this team. These ideas can coexist. Chapter 72, Where Can We Escape To? After listening, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and nod. It seems we're thinking the same thing. As he spoke, he stood up. He walked up to Su Qingtan and naturally reached out to pull her into his arms. Su Qingtan didn't break free, but just looked up and glared at him. Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't seen her and whispered in her ear, "During this time, let her think about it herself and struggle with it herself. Actually, it's a kind of test. Let's see if she can gradually shift from passive obedience to active choice. However, it seems that we're almost at our limit. Dragging it out any further might not be a good thing. So, I'll go talk to her again tonight. Even if we can't form a contract right now, we should at least bring her to the capital with us first. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtan's eyes flickered slightly. Qin Feng's words essentially meant that he had decided Lin Mayun's whereabouts. It's just a matter of sooner or later. So she gave a soft hum, with a hint of teasing. In the end, no one can escape your grasp, right? As she said this, her cool, clear eyes tilted slightly to the side. It suddenly gained a touch of indescribable charm. Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart upon seeing this. Some thoughts that had just subsided almost resurfaced. The next second, his hand around her waist tightened involuntarily. His other hand also started to become a little restless. Su Qingtan could easily see what this guy was up to again. She immediately reached out and pushed him away slightly, saying irritably, "Don't give me that. I have important things to do. Besides, it's almost time to eat, and I'm not going to let you fool around during the day like Shui did." However, even when she refused, the tips of Su Qingtan's ears seemed to turn slightly red. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "The way you're saying that makes it sound like you're not even a little bit tempted." "Shut up." Su Qingtan glared at him, not intending to continue arguing with him about this topic. She knew very well that if she stayed any longer, she might not be able to withstand this guy's harassment. Especially now, there's already a subtle atmosphere in the cultivation room, and the taste. So she simply stopped giving Qin Feng a chance and turned to walk quickly toward the door. The movement was swift and decisive, even conveying a sense of fleeing in disarray. Qin Feng watched her departing figure, his smile deepening. "Anyway, it's almost night. Where can we escape to?" When Qin Feng returned from the training room, the food was already on the table. Su Qingtan, Jiang Shui, and Lin Mayun were sitting together chatting casually around a stone table in the courtyard. The three women appeared calm, and the atmosphere seemed quite natural. It was as if those ambiguous and subtle things that happened during the day had never happened at all. However, when Qin Feng stepped in the courtyard, all three of them turned their gazes to him without prior arrangement. Su Qingtan's gaze still carried a subtle, almost imperceptible meaning, as if silently reminding him. Jiang Shui was clearly hesitant to meet his gaze, only glancing at him briefly. She immediately lowered her head, her ears still seeming to retain a faint blush. As for Lin Mayun, her gaze remained calm. Beneath that quiet, however, there seemed to be an unconscious increase in attention compared to the beginning. Qin Feng took in all of this, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. However, he didn't point anything out and simply sat down naturally. "Let's eat." With just 3 simple words, the subtle atmosphere was gently lifted. Soon, the group quietly began to eat their dinner. The meal was generally quite peaceful. No one brought it up intentionally, nor did anyone deliberately create a topic. After finishing their meal, Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui naturally got up and began clearing the table of dishes. Lin Mayun instinctively wanted to get up and help, but Su Qingtan gently stopped her. "Please sit down, we'll take care of it." Lin Mayun was slightly taken aback, then nodded gently. Before long, the courtyard became much quieter. The night deepened gradually without us noticing, bringing a slight chill. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to Lin Mayun. In the past few days, his interactions with Lin Mayun have become much more natural than at the beginning, although neither of them brought up the contract again. But since they ate together, they would occasionally chat. A tacit and familiar atmosphere has gradually formed between the two. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he took a look at Lin Mayun's current attribute panel. Over the past few days, all of her attributes have improved slightly compared to before, though not by much. Qin Feng was not surprised by this. This is the normal cultivation speed for ordinary people. Without a large amount of resources allocated, without strong enough talent, and without the natural advantages brought by a high-level bloodline. If you can consistently increase your attributes by 1 or 2 points a day, that's already quite a good improvement. Otherwise, so many people in this world wouldn't have cultivated for decades only to remain stuck below the king rank. Lin Mayun's current progress is enough to prove it. During this time, she did not slack off because of the struggles in her heart. On the contrary, she continued to cultivate diligently. I'm also trying to adapt to my current life. However, what Qin Feng cared about even more than these changes in attributes was another number. Lin Moyun's favorability rating, 76%. This number is already quite good. She even felt a greater liking for him than before Jiang Shui formally formed a contract with him. Judging from the terms of the contract itself, Lin Moyun now fully meets the requirements. Whether it's compatibility, trust, or the degree of acceptance between each other, it's already enough. What truly holds everything back has never been whether it's suitable or not. It was just a hurdle in her own heart. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze darkened slightly. The contracts in this world are based primarily on suitability. Only when it is suitable can both parties be qualified to continue. As for intense feelings, they often arise after a contract is signed. They were cultivated little by little in the process of fighting side by side and growing together. In a sense, this is more like a model of first establishing a relationship and then gradually getting to know each other better. It's a bit like getting married first and then falling in love. This is not surprising, because in this world, whether you're a beast tamer or a beast girl, the first thing to do after becoming an adult is to find a suitable partner as soon as possible. Without the support of a beast tamer, even if a beast girl has a good bloodline level, her strength will always be far inferior. Two beast girls with the same bloodline and the same attributes, originally of similar strength. If one of them contracts with a suitable beast tamer, while the other always fights alone, then the former's growth rate and combatability will be affected. Both the overall upper limit and the upper limit will quickly leave the latter behind. This gap is often not just a little bit. For ordinary beast tamers, the difference might be several times. However, if the contract is with a highly talented beast tamer, especially one with top-tier talent, the resulting improvement could be more than tenfold. That was no longer just simple assistance, but a complete change of destiny. Therefore, unless it's an extremely rare situation, most beast girls with decent bloodlines would try their best to find a beast master who is compatible with them. Unless they have extremely high bloodline and are strong enough, they are perfectly capable of surviving alone and have enough confidence to take their time choosing. Otherwise, almost no one would easily give up the path of a contract. As for the beast tamers, it goes without saying. Before contracting beast girls, beast tamers' combat abilities were quite limited. No matter how talented you are, it's very difficult to hunt monsters and compete for resources on your own in the early stages. Therefore, for both parties, the contract is not only a choice based on feelings, but also a choice about the future. In a sense, it was a choice of fate. Chapter 73 Night Talk, Speculation. Right now, Lin Moyun is standing at such a fork in the road. If one does not form a contract with Qin Feng, the hidden bloodline cannot be awakened. For the rest of her life, she will likely only be able to bear the burden of that bloodline, which is classified as level and comes with a curse. It's not that we can't survive. After all, ordinary people make up the majority of the world's population. He has no high-level bloodline and no amazing talent. They also work and make a living in the same way, eventually living out their lives peacefully in some corner of the city. But Qin Feng knew very well what was going on. Lin Moyun is not the kind of person who would willingly let her life become stagnant. She appeared quiet and didn't talk much. She even seemed a little too peaceful. But the more someone is like this, the more things they often have weighing on their mind. What Lin Moyun was suppressing was not just the numbness that came from being imprisoned and treated like a tool all these years. There is also hatred. The demon god cult imprisoned her for more than 10 years. It took away everything that she should have had. How could she possibly not harbor any resentment? She isn't showing it now simply because she knows it herself. She has no right to seek revenge right now. Having thought of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. Continuing to go around in circles is pointless. He looked up at Lin Moyun opposite him. Moyun, there are some things I need to tell you. You are entitled to know these things before you actually make a decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyun slowly raised her eyes. Under the cover of night, her already pale face appeared even more serene. Even his gaze was unusually calm. There was no panic as Qin Feng had anticipated, nor the entanglement and hesitation one would feel when forced into a corner. After a moment, Lin Moyun spoke softly. Go ahead and tell me. She looked at Qin Feng, her voice still very soft. If I'm not mistaken, it's related to my bloodline, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. He had thought that he would need to explain these words tonight, bit by bit. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyun directly pointed to the most crucial point. Did Qin Tin tell you? Qin Feng asked. Lin Moyun gently shook her head. No. She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. He then continued. Sister Qingtian didn't say anything to me directly. She just told me to trust you. Tell me, do you have the ability to solve the problem of my bloodline? Originally, I was just guessing, but after putting everything together, I realized. This speculation is becoming increasingly clear. Qin Feng didn't interrupt, but just watch her quietly. Lin Mayun did not avoid his gaze. Her voice was soft yet very organized. You've been special to me since the first time I met you. At that time, I thought you were just being sympathetic or felt sorry for me. But then I thought about it, and it didn't seem like it. If it were just sympathy, there would be no need to go to this extent. Especially after you learned that my bloodline is cursed, you were not surprised at all. They didn't change their minds and even considered making a contract with me. At this point, Lin Mayun lowered her eyes slightly. Her tone remained calm. So I think there should only be one possibility. That is, you knew from the beginning that there was something else hidden in my body. It's not the bloodline that's being detected now, but something much deeper. The courtyard became even quieter for a moment. A night breeze swept through the corridor, ruffling the corner of a garment on the table. It also made her last soft words sound even clearer. Qin Feng looked at her. A hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He had to admit it. I had underestimated this seemingly quiet girl. She is not just sensitive, nor merely delicate. She is very smart. Even after being imprisoned in a hellish prison for a long time and suffering endless torture, he still did not lose his ability to think. At this moment, Lin Mayun took another light breath and continued. There's one more thing. These days, I've been repeatedly recalling things from my childhood. I used to say that I remember spending my childhood in a school or an orphanage. There were many children there about my age. But now I think, no. As she spoke, her voice paused slightly for the first time. It's like those images that were forcibly suppressed deep in our memories have been unearthed again, bringing with them an unsettling chill. Qin Feng did not urge her. After a moment, Lin Mayun slowly said, That's not a school, nor is it an orphanage. It's more like a hospital, or rather, it's a place specifically for conducting certain types of research. It was very quiet there, all the rooms were white, and it was very cold. There are many children about my age. Some of them cried, some had fevers, and some were never seen again. She spoke slowly, as if piecing together fragmented memories bit by bit. But precisely because of this, those originally blurry images appear even more real. Looking back now, we didn't seem like the children who were being taken care of. It's more like something that's being observed, recorded, and selected. Everyone, including me, may just be a guinea pig. When Lin Mayun said the words test subject, her tone was very soft. It was a state of extreme clarity, followed by calm. She has begun to learn to dissect her past in the calmest way possible. If that's the case, then many things can be explained. Why did the demon god cult raise me? Why do they lock me up, yet dare not actually touch me? Why do they look at me with disappointment and disdain after I awaken my bloodline? Because in their eyes, I probably have never been anyone. It was just a failed experiment that didn't meet expectations. After the last sentence was uttered, the courtyard remained quiet for a long while. Her expression remained unchanged throughout as she spoke these words. He simply and calmly presented these conclusions to Qin Feng one by one. It's as if she had already torn herself apart countless times in the past few days. Now, she's just stating the results. So, Lin Mayun raised her head again and looked at Qin Feng. Those eyes, which usually carried a hint of restraint and inferiority, now shone with an unusual brightness. Consider the past, and consider what you said to me before. And then there's what Sister Qingtian said to me during the day. I can probably deduce a conclusion. My bloodline may not be what the external tests show at all. It should have even greater potential. And you knew this from the very beginning. And only you can help me truly awaken it. She paused slightly at this point. Finally, with a slight hesitation, he confirmed. Is it right? Chapter 74, What is your decision? After listening to her entire analysis, Qin Feng remained silent for a couple of breaths. Then he raised his hand and clapped twice lightly. Smack! Smack! The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the night. Good. Qin Feng looked at her, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. What you said is mostly correct. To be honest, I was still thinking about it. How am I supposed to explain this to you tonight? How am I supposed to make things clear step by step? Now it seems I was overthinking it. You are smarter than I thought. Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun's eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm not used to being recognized so directly and earnestly. Qin Feng didn't let the atmosphere linger for too long. Now that she's come this far, there's no need to hide the rest anymore. So he spoke directly. Your bloodline is indeed not the grade as detected. Your true bloodline is SS level, even if some things had been predicted in advance. But when Qin Feng uttered the words SSS grade, Lin Mayun's breathing clearly paused for a moment. Her fingers curled up slightly, almost unconsciously. The emotion that had been restrained in her eyes finally couldn't help but ripple outwards. Qin Feng looked at her and continued. Its name is the Nine Netherworld Butterfly. However, this bloodline is currently still hidden. It will only truly awaken after it completes the contract with me. The night seemed to deepen at that moment. Lin Mayun sat there quietly, not speaking immediately. She simply repeated the name softly. Nine Netherworld Butterfly. The voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. But as soon as those 4 words were uttered, an indescribable chill seemed to rise in the air. She lowered her eyes, seemingly trying to understand the feeling the name evoked in her. The Netherworld. Ominous, death, shadow, metamorphosis. Almost every word seemed to echo her fate over the past 10 years. After a moment, she raised her eyes again. Looking at Qin Feng, he asked softly, "Can you guarantee that?" Qin Feng paused slightly. "What?" "To ensure that this bloodline, once truly awakened, will no longer carry the curse." Lin Mayun's voice was still very soft, but her tone was exceptionally serious. "Even if it's associated with death or bad luck, it won't harm you. Can you guarantee that?" This time, Qin Feng was genuinely taken aback. After learning that he had a hidden SS-level bloodline, what she cared about most was not how strong she would become in the future. Rather, the question is whether it will harm him. Thinking of this, a complex emotion flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. This woman is truly humble to the core. Even when an opportunity to change her fate was presented to her, her first reaction was still not to seize it. Instead, first consider whether you will become a burden to others. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. It cannot be guaranteed. He wasn't lying. I know the name of your bloodline after it truly awakens, and I know its SSS-rank. But what specific abilities will one possess after awakening? And will there be any accompanying limitations? I can't even be sure if there will be any lingering negative effects. Hearing this, Lin Mayun did not show any disappointment. She simply looked at Qin Feng quietly, as if waiting for him to finish his sentence. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Feng chuckled softly. "However, that doesn't mean I'm not confident. Since I dared to propose a contract, I also dared to tell you these things. This shows that I have my own way of handling it. So you don't need to worry about me in this regard. If there is any risk, it is a risk that I am willing to take myself." Lin Mayun listened, her eyes flickering slightly. It seems like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak immediately. However, Qin Feng was indeed confident in his own mind. The worst-case scenario is that some uncontrollable curse backlash actually occurs after the contract is signed. When he gets to that point, he can simply use the power of reversing fate and rewinding time. However, as he thought about this, a slightly strange idea uncontrollably floated through Qin Feng's mind. If you make a contract first and then find something is wrong, you can use the reverse fate to go back. So how exactly should it be calculated? Did you do it, or didn't you? The moment the thought popped into his head, Qin Feng almost lost his composure. However, he quickly suppressed these irrelevant comments. Now is clearly not the time to delve into such issues. He looked at Lin Mayun again, his gaze becoming serious once more. The reason I didn't tell you these things directly before wasn't to deliberately keep you hanging. But at that time, you had just been rescued, and it wasn't appropriate for you to say those things. Even if I told you, you might not believe me. And Qin Feng paused slightly, then said frankly, "This is actually a test for you." "Assessment?" Lin Mayun repeated it softly. "Right." Qin Feng nodded. "When I choose a contract partner, I don't just look at the other person's bloodline level and other things. Furthermore, if you simply hand yourself over out of gratitude or a desire to repay a debt, it will be detrimental to your personal life. Such a contract might not be a good thing for us. What I want has never been someone who will just bow down and obey, but a teammate who can truly stand by our side and walk with us." At this point, Qin Feng's tone softened somewhat. "It seems you've done even better than I expected. At least, you weren't driven by your emotions. I didn't immediately lose my judgment just because someone was nice to me. That's enough." Lin Mayun listened quietly, her expression gradually becoming somewhat complicated. Qin Feng looked at her and continued. Qingdan and Shui have both accepted you. Me too. As Qin Feng finished speaking, the courtyard became completely silent. Lin Mayun did not speak. She simply gripped the hem of her clothes lightly with her fingertips. Qin Feng knew that he had said everything he needed to say. The choice to be made next should also be left to her. So he looked at Lin Mayun and asked in a calm but extremely solemn tone, "Now, what's your decision?" Lin Mayun slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng. In those eyes that had been quiet for so long, layers of indescribable ripples rose. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't speak up immediately. She just stared at him intently. It was as if all the repression, inferiority, fear, and hatred of the past 10 years, as well as the new hope that Qin Feng had just brought, were all crammed into that gaze. The night was silent. The wind seemed to slow down as well. Chapter 75, Not Tonight. Lin Mayun met Qin Feng's gaze and looked at him quietly. The lights in the courtyard weren't very bright, casting a soft, dim yellow glow between the two of them. She never imagined that one day someone would give her the choice. A moment later, Lin Mayun's fingertips curled slightly. She opened her mouth and made a decision. "Finally, I have something to say." Just then, Qin Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke first. "Oh, right." Lin Mayun was taken aback. Qin Feng remained calm and spoke casually. "Even if you want a contract, it's not possible tonight. It's already been reserved by Qingtan." In an instant, the somewhat somber and subtly ambiguous atmosphere in the courtyard was instantly dispelled by those words. Lin Mayun was completely stunned. At first, she didn't react, and the complex emotions from before still lingered in her eyes. The next second, she realized what Qin Feng really meant by those words. That face, which was usually calm and almost unchanged, instantly turned red. Moreover, it's not just a light reddish tinge. The fever spread from my cheeks all the way to my ears, and it was almost visibly burning. "Who wants to make a contract with you tonight?" She finally couldn't hold back anymore, and her voice was a little louder than usual. But beneath that shame and anger, there was clearly more panic. She was almost ready to say what was on her mind. But Qin Feng's words completely messed things up. The courage I had finally mustered up vanished instantly, as if someone had punctured it. After saying that, Lin Mayun didn't dare to look at Qin Feng again. He immediately got up, turned around, and walked quickly towards his room. Although he managed to keep his steps steady, his back view clearly conveyed a sense of fleeing and panic. Qin Feng sat there, watching her departing figure, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. There's no need to force her to give a clear answer on the spot. Lin Mayun's reaction just now was enough to explain the problem. For Qin Feng, there was no suspense left in this matter. After all, her current favorability rating of over 80% speaks for itself. Contracts don't necessarily have to be finalized tonight. Qin Feng was in a good mood and then stood up as well. He patted the hem of his clothes, turned around, and walked towards his room. Push open the door. As soon as Qin Feng entered, he saw Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui. Moreover, the two people were positioned quite subtly, one standing by the window and the other near the door. Clearly, everyone was paying close attention to what was happening outside, especially that expression, let alone trying to hide it. They practically had the word eavesdropping written all over their faces. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then looked speechless. "Couldn't you at least tone it down a bit?" Hearing this, Jiang Shui blinked shyly. However, Su Qingtan remained much calmer. She showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she smiled gently. "Let's learn from each other. Let's see how you manage to win over girls." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng first raised an eyebrow. "How I know how to handle girls." He paused slightly as he said this. He said meaningfully, "However, I do know other things." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Qingtan with ill intent. Su Qingtan had initially been looking forward to a good show, but when she met Qin Feng's gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Jiang Shui reacted extremely quickly. I sensed something was wrong almost immediately. Before Su Qingtan could say anything, she had already tactfully taken a half step back and whispered, "I'll head back now." Fearing he might get caught up in the situation, he quickly added, "Tonight, I'll leave it to Sister Qingtan alone." After saying that, he turned and left. The movements were incredibly swift and decisive. "Shui, don't go," Su Qingtan called out instinctively. Unfortunately, it was useless. Jiang Shui quickened her pace and disappeared outside the door in no time. The door opened and closed. In an instant, only Qin Feng and Su Qingtan remained in the room. Su Qingtan stood still, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Even if they feel a little uneasy inside, they won't easily show it on their face. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to appear natural. Then he took the initiative to bring the topic back to Lin Moyun. And Moyun has already done that, so she has clearly agreed. Why don't you strike while the iron is hot and just settle things now? Because they had only heard the gist of it, they hadn't heard the whole thing. But judging from Lin Moyun's blushing and fleeing appearance at the end, she was clearly not far from nodding in agreement. In this situation, it would be logical to take another step forward, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Qin Feng naturally couldn't explain anything about favorability to her. He simply smiled faintly, his tone calm. These things can't be rushed. You can't force it. She has already been pushed to her limit today. Taking another step forward may not be a good thing. At this point, Qin Feng paused, then added, just let things take their natural course. After listening, Su Qingtan glanced at him gently. She knew in her heart that Qin Feng was right. Given Lin Moyun's personality, it would be more appropriate to give her some space. Thinking of this, Su Qingtan originally wanted to say something more. Before she could even speak, Qin Feng had already walked toward her. His movements were slow, yet they carried a sense of oppression. As Qin Feng drew closer, Su Qingtan's eyelids twitched slightly. What are you doing? She asked, trying to sound calm. His tone had lost some of the composure he had shown earlier. Qin Feng walked up to her, stopped, looked down at her, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Let Mo Yin think about it herself first. As he spoke, his voice lowered. As for us, go take a shower first. If Su Qingtan escaped during the day, it's naturally impossible for her to do so at night, and has to be doubled. Su Qingtan looked up at him, her ear tips visibly heating up. However, Su Qingtan naturally wouldn't refuse. Anyway, there's always a first time for everything. Tonight, many people are destined to stay up all night. For example, Lin Moyun, suddenly receiving so much information, definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Furthermore, it is necessary to completely reshape one's identity and self-positioning in one's mind. After all, in her heart, she had essentially formed a contract with Qin Feng. It's just one last step away. Secondly, Jiang Shui probably couldn't sleep either. These past few days, we've all been sleeping together, so suddenly sleeping alone is naturally a bit of a shock. As for Qin Feng and Su Qingtan, there's no need to say more. Chapter 76, A Moment of Spring Night. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Su Qingtan was naturally the most tired. The sky outside the window was just beginning to brighten, and a thin layer of morning mist still clung to the courtyard. The air was a little cool, and a breeze slipped in through the cracks in the window, causing the corners of the curtains to sway gently. The room was quiet. Su Qingtan leaned against the bedside, her eyelashes drooping slightly. She looked less aloof than usual and more unusually tired. Although the differences in attributes between everyone are not significant at the moment. However, she was ultimately one level below Qin Feng, and Qin Feng's strength had improved significantly during this period. A heating collision would naturally put a lot of pressure on them. Moreover, Qin Feng intended to punish her. At the beginning of last night, Su Qingtan appeared very calm. Even though Qin Feng was clearly doing it on purpose, she only glanced at him and did not back down immediately. She has always been a strong-willed person. She usually appears gentle and quiet, but in situations like this, her inherent pride becomes even more apparent. At first, Su Qingtan gritted her teeth and stubbornly refused to give in. The more she refused to back down, the more interested Qin Feng became. After all, Su Qingtan has always been very steady. No matter what happens, she can quickly calm down. It was truly remarkable that Qin Feng could see her in such a rare state. But in the latter half of the night, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Moonlight shone through the clouds outside the window, falling on the ground and casting a pale, silver glow. The atmosphere in the room also became quiet. Su Qingtan's hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a hint of red at the corners of her eyes, yet she still tried to appear calm. Finally, she even threatened Qin Feng with a hint of embarrassment and anger, saying that if he didn't stop, she would transform into her beast girl form. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately calmed down considerably. Hearing this, Qin Feng decided to stop while he was ahead. Of course, although he didn't say anything, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. It's just a beast girl form. Just because we can't beat them now doesn't mean we can't beat them in the future. One day, he will take them all, whether in their normal form or their beast girl form. They were all dealt with and made to behave perfectly. The moment the thought popped into Qin Feng's head, he found it somewhat amusing. It's a bit too far ahead to talk about these things now. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to improve your skills step by step. However, for now, this thought can only be kept in my heart. After all, once Su Qingtan enters her Beast Girl form, her attributes increase tenfold from their original level. That kind of exaggerated increase is something he can't possibly replicate now. If you really force her to transform, you'll likely be the one who suffers in the end. At that point, forget about punishment. Whether we can even stabilize the situation is another matter entirely. Qin Feng was well aware of this. So when it was time to stop, he stopped very quickly. Su Qingtan didn't really hold it against him. However, when she woke up the next day, the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng was clearly somewhat ambiguous. Qin Feng pretended not to see it. Anyway, as long as he acts naturally enough, this matter can be put on hold for now. During the day, the group continued their cultivation routine as usual. The cultivation room in the courtyard was reopened, and the spiritual energy array patterns lit up in circles, quickly filling the air with faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Although Su Qingtan was somewhat tired, she still didn't hesitate at all when it was time to cultivate. She simply spoke a few fewer words than usual, and occasionally her gaze would pause slightly when she looked at Qin Feng. Jiang Shui didn't notice much, or rather, even if she did, she deliberately didn't point it out. She sat to the side, holding a cup of hot tea, occasionally stealing a glance at the two of them. Every time she saw Qin Feng looking completely unfazed, she couldn't help but let out a soft snort in her heart. This guy's the best at pretending to be serious. Lin Mayun, on the other hand, was much quieter. She had only been with everyone for a short time and wasn't quite used to the atmosphere yet. However, on this day, she could clearly feel that Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui's attitude towards her was more natural than before. There was no deliberate distancing, nor excessive enthusiasm. It was just a very ordinary way of getting along. This ordinariness gradually calmed her down. While she was cultivating in the corner, she would occasionally look up at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was organizing her cultivation resources, separating out some items suitable for her current stage of development. The movements were casual, but it was clear that he had considered her feelings. Lin Weiyun looked at it for a while, then quickly lowered her head again. I have some inexplicable feelings in my heart. There was tension, but also a sense of relief. Time flew by, and it was evening. As darkness fell, the lights in the courtyard gradually came on. The soft light shone on the stone table, casting long shadows of the group. Dinner was simple as usual. Hot soup, a few side dishes, and freshly cooked rice. Although it wasn't a particularly lavish meal, it was very satisfying. The group sat around the table, as usual, eating in a calm and natural atmosphere. After spending this time together, everyone has already gotten used to this rhythm. He cultivates during the day, eats at night, and occasionally chats. There was no outside conflict and not much other nonsense. If I didn't know I was going to the capital soon, my current life would truly feel like a rare period of peace and tranquility. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Shui suddenly remembered something and casually said, "Oh, by the way, my great-grandmother sent me a message today." She put down her chopsticks as she spoke. Qin Feng also looked up. Su Qingtan and Lin Mayun also stopped what they were doing. She told us to get ready, and that someone would come to pick us up and take us to the capital tomorrow at noon. There are only 5 days left until the assessment, so it would be better to go there sooner to get used to it. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. That makes sense. The admissions assessment for universities in the capital is the most important task at hand. It's definitely safer to go a few days in advance to familiarize yourself with the environment and get ready. The capital is Los Angeles. There are more geniuses there, and the power dynamics are more complex. The assessment itself may only be the first hurdle. The real trouble may lie in the people and things outside of the assessment. However, Qin Feng knew all this in his heart and didn't say too much about it at the dinner table. Some of the pressure is something he needs to be aware of himself. There's no need to make everyone tense. However, these words, spoken at the dinner table, subtly altered the atmosphere. The previously relaxed atmosphere seemed to have been gently pressed down by something. No one made it too obvious, but the feeling of impending departure was already looming ahead. Su Qingtan did not speak immediately. She simply raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the people around the table. In the end, his gaze still seemed to fall on Qin Feng and Lin Mayun. Tonight, she knew very well that tonight was the perfect opportunity. She had actually been thinking about this all day. It wasn't an impulse. nor was it a spuro-thement decision. However, given the current situation, it is indeed time to make a decision. If this drags on any longer, things might not go as smoothly as they do now once we reach the capital. After all, Jiang Shui has a lot of emperor-level elders on her side, and even Jiang Xiandong and her great-grandmother have already accepted Qinfeng. However, if someone like Lin Maiyun, with her special identity and complicated background, is involved, there is no guarantee that no further complications will arise. Lin Maiyun has too many problems. The demon god cult, experiments, bloodlines, and her past experiences. If these things were kept in Luocheng, Su Qingtan and the others could keep them under control. But once you arrive in the capital, many eyes will fall on you. If someone raises objections at that time, the matter will become complicated again. Su Qingtan did not want to see this situation. Since Lin Maiyun has already decided to follow Qinfeng, then let's finalize our relationship as soon as possible. In this way, even if they arrive in the capital, anyone else who wants to interfere will have to consider Qinfeng's attitude first. Almost at the same time, Jiang Shui also subconsciously looked up and glanced at Su Qingtan. Their eyes met briefly in midair. No one spoke, but with just that one glance, they already understood each other without saying a word. Clearly, they were thinking of the same thing. Although Jiang Shui usually seems playful, she is not confused when it comes to serious matters. She also knew that Lin Maiyun continuing to drag things out like this was not a solution. Ultimately, whether Lin Maiyun can truly integrate into the group will also affect their subsequent cooperation. Contracts are not child's play, but if both parties are willing, then there's no need to keep going in circles. However, Qinfeng, who was sitting to the side, seemed to have noticed nothing at all. He picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, his expression natural, as if the subtle atmosphere from just now had never existed. She simply turned her head naturally to look at Lin Maiyun, who was quietly eating with her head down. Lin Maiyun was eating her meal in small bites. She eats very slowly and quietly, making almost no sound when her chopsticks touch the ground. Upon noticing Qinfeng's gaze, she paused slightly. Ink Charm, come with us to the capital. This is a very ordinary statement. It was like asking for her opinion, but it also sounded like a statement, as if it was just helping her make a decision. Lin Maiyun's chopsticks stopped in midair. Huh? She seemed slightly startled by those words. She looked up, a fleeting look of panic in her eyes. That panic wasn't due to unwillingness. It's more like being suddenly reminded of something you've thought about for a long time, but never dared to say aloud. However, the panic only lasted for a moment. She quickly calmed down again. She glanced at Qinfeng, then at Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui. None of the three people urged her. Su Qingtan's gaze was gentle. Jiang Shui simply looked at her quietly, without any rejection in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Maiyun felt a little lighter. She actually had nowhere else to go a long time ago. Those past events are completely severed, and the original life can never be returned to. The only people who will truly keep her by their side right now are these few people in front of her. Then, under the gazes of the others, he nodded slightly. Oh, there is only one word, but this one word is enough. The atmosphere at the dinner table didn't become much more lively as a result. Instead, everyone tacitly avoided continuing the topic. Jiang Shui picked up her chopsticks again and picked up food as if nothing had happened. Su Qingtan also lowered her head and took a sip of soup. Qinfeng smiled and said nothing more. Everyone knows it. Since Lin Maiyun was willing to go to the capital with them, that means she is truly willing to step into their circle. The so-called contract is nothing more than the final piece of paper that's missing. This layer of paper isn't very thick, but it needs to be at the right time. And tonight is the perfect time. After the meal, the group returned to their rooms to wash up and rest as usual. The dishes and chopsticks were cleaned up, and the lights on the table were dimmed. The courtyard returned to silence, with only the occasional sound of the wind in the distance. Everything seemed the same as usual. After returning to his room, Qinfeng quickly washed up. The hot water washed over me, dispelling the fatigue from the day's training. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and casually scrolled through his phone. The screen light shone on his face, and a message bar occasionally displayed discussions related to the entrance exams for the Imperial Capital Academy. Some people are analyzing the difficulty of this year's assessment. Some people are speculating about what level of geniuses the various families will send. Some people even dug up all the popular figures from previous year's assessments and made a long list. Qinfeng glanced at it casually, showing little interest. These things are a mix of real and fake. Seeing too many can actually cloud your judgment. However, as he continued scrolling, he noticed something was amiss. It's too quiet. Logically speaking, at this time, at least one of Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui should come to see him, or perhaps both of them should. But today, neither of them made a move. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, a vague guess forming in his mind. He put down his phone and looked toward the door. Only a small lamp was on in the room, casting a warm yellow light on the floor, which appeared somewhat soft. The corridor outside was very quiet. It was so quiet that I could hear myself breathing. A moment later, thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded at the door. The voice was soft, even carrying a hint of caution. It was as if the person who came had stood at the door for a long time before finally raising their hand to knock. Qin Feng got up and walked over, opening the door. As soon as the door opened, his gaze paused slightly. The person standing outside the door was neither Su Qingtan nor Jiang Shui. It was Lin Mayun. The light in the corridor fell on her, giving her a soft, warm glow. She had clearly just taken a shower and was wearing a light, sheer nightgown. The light-colored pajamas made her appear even more aloof and delicate. The ends of her hair were still slightly damp, as if she hadn't completely dried them. Water droplets slid down a few strands of hair, paused near the collarbone, and were quickly absorbed by the fabric. Her long, smooth hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her already fair and delicate face appear even more radiant. But at this moment, a very obvious blush appeared on her face. She kept her head down, not daring to even look at Qin Feng. Her slender fingers gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, clearly showing extreme tension. She stood very straight, yet it looked as if she might take a half step back at any moment. Her proactive yet shy demeanor was completely different from her usual quiet and aloof self. Even Qin Feng's mind went blank for a moment after seeing it. He wasn't unaware of what might happen tonight, but seeing Lin Mayun standing at his door like that was still somewhat unexpected. Then almost instinctively he asked, "Mo Yun, what's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng himself was stunned for a moment. What else could happen? They've already come on my doorstep like this. Do I still need to ask? Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Lin Mayun blushed even more after being asked this question. She stood at the doorway in silence for a moment before finally mustering her courage and speaking in a low voice. "Sister Qingtan sent me." Her voice was very soft. It was so light that if Qin Feng hadn't had good hearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. After saying this, she clenched her fists even tighter. It was as if she was afraid Qin Feng would think she was being too abrupt, or as if she was afraid she hadn't explained herself clearly enough. At this point, her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, but I still gritted my teeth and finished speaking. "Do you have time tonight?" As soon as she said those words, Lin Mayun felt like she was about to burst into flames. The blush on her face spread almost all the way to her ears, and even her neck was tinged with a light pink. After she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Feng again. That look on his face, clearly showing how embarrassed he was, yet he still earnestly finished what he had to say. It's hard not to tease her. Qin Feng looked at her, and the smile in his heart became even more obvious. However, he also knew that Lin Mayun had mustered up a lot of courage to get this far. If you go too far with the teasing at this time, it will be inappropriate. He looked at her and stopped pretending to be stupid. He simply turned his body to the side, naturally. "Come in first." Lin Mayun nodded gently, lowered her head, and walked past him. She walked very slowly, her footsteps barely making a sound on the ground. Even in the quiet of the night, Qin Feng could still hear her slightly rapid breathing. Qin Feng closed the door behind him. With a soft click, the door closed. The room also felt more enclosed. The sound from the outside corridor were completely blocked out. Only two people remained in the room. When Lin Mayun sat down on the edge of the bed, her movements seemed somewhat restrained. His back was very straight, and his hands were placed properly on his lap. It's like a young girl visiting someone's home for the first time. She's incredibly nervous, yet she tries her best to remain polite. However, the thin nightgown she was wearing contrasted sharply with her overly docile sitting posture. Qin Feng walked over and sat down next to her. The mattress sagged slightly. The distance between the two suddenly became much shorter. Lin Mayun's shoulders visibly tensed for a moment, and she even paused in breathing. Qin Feng did not approach immediately, but simply turned his head to look at her, I couldn't help but ask with a slight smile. If Qingtian doesn't want you to come, will you not come? He thought Lin Mayun would probably be even more shy, or simply lower her head and remain silent. After all, this kind of question seems like he's deliberately teasing her. To his surprise, Lin Mayun actually thought about it seriously after listening. She seemed to be seriously considering this issue. It wasn't a perfunctory response, nor was it shyness or avoidance. Then, she raised her head slightly and answered in a very serious tone. If Sister Qingtian doesn't allow me to come, then I won't come. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, I couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Su Qingtian enjoys quite a high reputation among them. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, this situation is actually the best. As more people gather around me in the future, I'll need someone to keep things under control and be a pillar of support. Otherwise, if everyone has their own ideas, it will easily lead to chaos. Su Qingtian is clearly the most suitable person for this position. She is steady-minded and not weak-willed. Be gentle when you need to be, and decisive when it's time to make a decision. Most importantly, she knew Qin Feng well enough, knowing when to go along with him and when to keep him in check. With that in mind, Qin Feng didn't dwell on the matter any further. He got up and dimmed the lights in the room. The originally bright room was quickly enveloped in soft, warm colors. As the light dimmed, Lin Mayun actually relaxed a little. At least you don't have to make the blush on your face so obvious. Afterwards, Qin Feng sat back down next to Lin Mayun. This time, his expression was much more serious than before. This is not a joke, nor is it a banter. Looking at her intently, he slowly began to speak. Ink Charm, now, are you ready to form a contract with me? Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun's shoulders, which had been slightly tense, seemed to tremble slightly. Contract. These two words held immense significance for her. It's not a simple change in relationship, nor can it be summarized by a single promise. Once the contract is established, she and Qin Feng will be truly bound together. From that moment on, fate, power, and the future will be inextricably linked. She did have her doubts. After all, she had experienced too many bad things in the past. Trusting others is inherently a difficult thing for her. During this time, however, Qin Feng did not pressure her. Su Qingtian and Jiang Shui did not reject her. They gave her enough time and the option to choose. That's why she knew the answer in her heart even more clearly. I sat there quietly, my breathing slightly rapid. She looked down at her fingers, her fingertips curling up slightly. After a moment, she nodded slightly. It has only one simple syllable. It is clearer than any answer. This response completely dispelled the last vestige of hesitation. Qin Feng looked at her, his gaze softening slightly. He didn't say anything more. Some things, saying too much about them, only makes them seem frivolous. Now that Lin Mayun has made her choice, all he has to do is accept that trust. The night outside the window grew even darker. In the distance, in the courtyard, the wind rustled through the treetops. The soft, quiet lighting inside cast their shadows on the wall, drawing them closer and closer. Chapter 77: The Soul Burial of the Netherworld Butterfly. Mental Attack. The next morning, when Qin Feng opened his eyes, the room was already lit. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and the morning light shone through the gaps, falling on the edge of the bed. It also landed on Lin Mayun's face. She was still unconscious. The person was huddled under the covers, with only half their face showing and breathing very lightly. His brows were still slightly furrowed, and his face showed signs of weariness. Qin Feng looked down at her for a while, his eyes filled with pity. He had already been very restrained last night. Lin Mayun is different from Su Qingtian and Jiang Shui. Her current physical condition is what it is. Her attributes were too different from his. If he really didn't care, Lin Mayun simply couldn't handle it. So from beginning to end, he kept his strength to a minimum, and even made his movements much lighter. But looking at her now, she's clearly exhausted. However, what needed to be done has been done. Qin Feng had a thought, and first sensed the contractual connection between himself and Lin Mayun. Immediately afterwards, he brought up the system notification. A series of messages flashed through my mind. Congratulations! You have successfully contracted a spirit beast, Lin Mayun. Lin Mayun's hidden bloodline awakens, becoming an SS-level bloodline. 9 Netherworld Butterfly. Awakening skill. Soul burial by the Netherworld Butterfly. Contract with Lin Mayun. Mission complete. Reward for completing the mission. Storage space upgraded. Current space, 1,000 cubic meters, can be upgraded through rewards later. Loyalty Pact effect triggered, gain skill, Requiem. Soul Soothing. You are immune to all soul and mental attacks, as well as illusions and control effects. Qinfeng glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. The contract was successful. Hidden bloodline awakening successful. Moreover, there was no curse, no backlash, and no negative effects. Seeing this, Qinfeng completely let go of his last remaining concerns. Lin Mayun had always worried that she would bring disaster to others, and that there was something wrong with her bloodline. Now it seems there's no need to worry at all. Qinfeng continued to check Lin Mayun's attributes. Name, Lin Mayun. Master, Qinfeng. Level, Tier 1, Stage 4. Physical fitness, 16. Spiritual power, 17. Bloodline, 9 Netherworld Butterfly, SSS. Skill, Soul Burial by the Netherworld Butterfly. Favorability, 90%. Netherworld Butterfly Burial. Spiritual power is converted into mental power, condensing into thousands of ethereal butterflies to inflict mental damage on the target. After seeing the skills, Qinfeng's smile deepened. Powerful. This bloodline was even stronger than he had anticipated. Although it only has one skill, the value of the word's mental attack is self-evident. The attack ignores defense and strikes straight to the soul. This is beyond what can be described as a challenge beyond one's level. Lin Mayun has not yet matured, and her strength is far from being fully developed. With just a slight increase in attributes, he will definitely become another formidable main force. Thinking of this, Qinfeng felt much better. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Mayun again. This quiet girl, who doesn't talk much, will definitely shock the world in the future. As he looked at her, Qinfeng leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. The next second, Lin Mayun's body trembled. He opened his eyes instantly, his gaze tightening, and his whole body tensed up. Only when she saw that the person in front of her was Qinfeng did the wariness in her eyes slowly dissipate, and her shoulders relaxed. Qinfeng was taken aback by her reaction, then asked softly, "Did I wake you up?" Lin Mayun looked at him, shook her head first, and after 2 seconds, nodded gently. Qinfeng was amused by her reaction. Did I wake them up or not? Lin Mayun pursed her lips and whispered, "I'm a light sleeper. I'll wake up at the slightest sound." She paused for a moment before continuing. "I used to carry a knife with me when I slept." The smile on Qinfeng's face faded slightly. Although Lin Mayun spoke casually, this kind of habit is not something that can be cultivated in a day or two. Qinfeng reached out and touched her hair. "You won't need to do that anymore. No one here will hurt you, and no one can bully you anymore." Lin Mayun looked at him quietly, then nodded gently. "Yes, I know." The room was quiet for a moment. Lin Mayun seemed to suddenly remember something, looked up at Qinfeng, and asked seriously, "So, from now on, should I call you master?" Cough. Qinfeng almost choked on his own saliva. He looked down at her, his eyes holding a strange expression. "What did you say?" Seeing his strong reaction, Lin Mayun honestly explained. "After a spirit beast is contracted, shouldn't they all be called beast tamers? That's how it's always been in my experience." Qinfeng understood immediately. This is just another one of those tricks from the demon god cult. He reached out and pinched Lin Mayun's cheek, saying in an annoyed tone, "That's the dregs of the demon god cult. It has nothing to do with us. We don't need to call each other that." Lin Mayun blinked, as if she was processing those words. Qinfeng looked at her and added, "Just call me by my name. Of course, if you want to call me husband, I don't mind." Lin Mayun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded obediently. "Okay, Qinfeng." Qinfeng stared at her for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but lean closer and lower his voice to say, "However, sometimes, if you want to call me master, that's not impossible." Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun's ears immediately turned red. The blush quickly spread from the tips of her ears to her cheeks, and even her neck turned a light pink. The next second, she pulled the blanket up. Half of her face was covered, leaving only her eyes visible. "Stop talking. I'm going to tell Sister Qintan." Her voice was muffled, and she was extremely embarrassed. Qinfeng smiled when he saw her like this. He patted the blanket, deciding to stop while he was ahead. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. You stay lying down, I'll go out and get you something to eat." A soft response came from inside the blanket. Qinfeng got up, put on his clothes, tidied himself up briefly, and then pushed open the door and went out. As soon as they arrived in the courtyard, they saw Su Qingtan and Jiang Shui already sitting at the stone table. Breakfast was laid out on the table, still steaming hot. Seeing Qin Feng come out, Su Qingtan looked up and asked directly, "How about it?" She asked the question directly, and Qin Feng answered it just as directly. "It's done. The contract has been completed, and Mo Yun has successfully awakened her SS level bloodline." Hearing this, Su Qingtan relaxed and was visibly relieved. Jiang Shui sat down next to him, her eyes lighting up as well. Su Qingtan nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He simply reached out and picked up a bowl of hot porridge, stood up, and said, "I'll go in and check on her. She probably can't get out of bed yet." Qin Feng nodded. "Yes, I just woke up." After Su Qingtan left, Jiang Shui sat in the same spot. Her little face beamed with barely concealed joy, and after a moment, she muttered something under her breath. "Then I'll be the older sister from now on." Qin Feng turned and glanced at her. "So Shui likes being the older sister?" Jiang Shui blushed under his gaze and immediately lowered her head, pretending not to say anything. "I'll go see Mo Yin too." After saying that, Jiang Shui also slipped away. Chapter 78 Upgrade of the Badge of Justice. Qin Feng sat alone at the stone table, slowly eating his breakfast. Now that he was all alone, he could finally sort things out properly. They will set off for the capital city at noon today. Thinking of this, Qin Feng slowed down his movements slightly. In his previous life, he had never been to the capital. At that time, he was mediocre in ability and had limited vision. Their activities are mostly confined to Los Angeles and the surrounding area. He stumbled and struggled through 10 years until the cataclysmic beast calamity finally erupted. The whole world was plunged into chaos, and he died in that catastrophe. Then, we had to start over this time. But in this life, the path is completely different. At the beginning, he actually had a very simple idea. By forming a contract with Su Qingtan, who possesses an SS-level bloodline, the start of this life is already considered heaven-defying. But what happened next gradually exceeded his expectations. Two more arrived in quick succession: Jiang Shui, Lin Moyun. The former is a descendant of an emperor-level expert, backed by two emperor-level families. The latter is more troublesome, as it is directly linked to the demon god cult. Moreover, it doesn't just involve ordinary peripheral believers. It's likely related to some deeper plan. Looking at it this way, the cards he holds now are much stronger than in his previous life. 3 SS-level bloodlines. It's terrifying to even hear that out loud. But similarly, there will be no shortage of troubles. Once he goes to the capital, as his fame spreads, more and more people will be eyeing him. There was goodwill involved, and there was an attempt to win them over. Naturally, there will also be hostility, especially the storyline involving Lin Moyun. If someone with ulterior motives really takes notice, there will definitely be a lot of trouble later on. However, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. There's no way to avoid trouble. Moreover, they were already locked in a life-or-death struggle with the demon god cult. The only thing he could do was to become stronger before the storm hit. Thinking of this, Qin Feng lowered his head and took a sip of porridge, his eyes calming down considerably. After leaving Los Angeles, the memories from my past life no longer have as much impact as they do now. After all, he hadn't gone very far in his previous life. What he could truly gain was combat experience, instincts honed through life-and-death situations, and some survival skills in the wild. As for the situation in the capital, the environment in universities, and those who truly stand at the top, he didn't know much. So going forward, you can only rely on yourself and these beast girls around me. Of course, the most important thing is the system. As long as the system exists and its growth rate is fast enough, many problems are not problems. At this rate, let alone the king or emperor ranks, it's not impossible for him to reach the god level within 2 or 3 years. The SS level bloodline of the emperor rank is enough to unleash combat power far exceeding that of other bloodlines of the same rank. If it really comes to that, even if facing some saint level opponents, they might not be without the power to fight back. So what he had to do after going to the capital was actually quite simple. Continue developing and cultivating. By leveraging the resources of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy, we can fully optimize our own capabilities. Once the Beast girls around him have all grown up, and with him on the team, how strong will this team become? At least one thing he was certain of. Within the university, their team is second to none. To be precise, they simply won't lose. Qin Feng has never considered any freshman of the same level as an opponent. He didn't even take the senior students in the academy seriously. What he truly feared were never these people. Rather, they were the older generation of strong individuals. Wang Yi, royal rank, even higher. The exposure of Su Qingtan's SS-level bloodline information made the demon god cult like a shark smelling blood. There are also other unsavory forces that might come. If it weren't for Jiang Xiantong standing in front of him, he wouldn't have been able to develop so smoothly all the way to where he is now. However, things weren't all bad after we went to the capital. The water is deeper over there, and there might be more enemies. But similarly, they also have more powerful backers. The Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy itself is a strong enough backer. He's a trainee now, so there's no need for him to rush into a heated confrontation with those old guys. If he can become truly invincible within the student circle, then he will be the most worthwhile genius to invest in. After figuring this out, Qin Feng felt completely at ease. Ultimately, many things boil down to just one thing: strength. As long as your strength increases quickly enough, those storms are nothing to worry about. He still has time. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations! Your Justice Badge has met the upgrade requirements. Justice Badge level upgraded to LV2. Qin Feng paused slightly in his movements. The Justice Badge has been upgraded? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He'd barely paid any attention to this thing these past few days. It had just been gathering dust in his storage space. And now it's upgraded on its own? With a thought, Qin Feng immediately probed his consciousness into the storage space. Soon, the Badge of Justice appeared in his senses. Justice Badge, LV2, it is active when carried and can also be placed in the storage space. Effect 1. Justice Feedback increases the attack power of the wearer and contracted spirit beast by 20%. Effect 2. Acts of Justice. Any action that aligns with justice will grant the power to upgrade your badge. Current upgrade progress, 0%. It has indeed been upgraded, but Qin Feng was even more puzzled. That's not right. With his help, so many demon god cult strongholds were destroyed before. On the second day, the progress was barely halfway done. But in the past few days, he hasn't done anything at all. How could the Justice Badge suddenly upgrade? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and began to recall the events of the past few days. Thinking about it this way, there's really only one thing that can be associated with the demon god cult. That is, he completed the contract with Lin Maiyun last night. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Maiyun herself was a product of a certain plan of the demon god cult. She was controlled and shaped by those people. It's even possible that their bloodline itself is a product of some kind of research by the demon god cult. Now, he has not only made a contract with her, but also helped her successfully awaken her true hidden bloodline. This is tantamount to directly intercepting the demon god cult's plans for her. In addition, the criteria for obtaining the Justice Badge are already quite broad. Intercepting the demon god cult's interests is naturally a righteous act. Moreover, this matter is far more significant than taking down a few outposts. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression also became somewhat strange. Is signing the ink, rhyme, contract considered doing good deeds? It seems that the demon god cult is truly his benefactor. Not only are his followers his experience boosters, but they can also be used to level up his Justice Badge. Furthermore, they helped him cultivate a hidden bloodline of SSS-rank. All Qin Feng needs to do is go over, take it away, and then activate it. Of course, Qin Feng will definitely repay them properly. For example, turning the entire demon god cult into experience points would be great. Chapter 79, I didn't eavesdrop. Lin Maiyun did not lie in bed for too long. Although my body still feels a little weak, the fatigue from last night hasn't completely dissipated. But she still got out of bed very quickly. She glanced down at herself, and her face flushed slightly. However, she quickly bit her lip, forcibly suppressing her shyness. Then, very quietly, she began to tidy her clothes and herself up. I'm heading to Beijing at noon today. She didn't want to delay everyone's schedule because of herself, and she didn't want to be a burden. When she finished tidying up and came out of the room, the sunlight had already filled the courtyard. Su Qingdan happened to be walking over from the other side. When she saw her come out, her gaze lingered on her for a moment without her noticing. Why didn't you rest a little longer? Lin Maiyun gently shook her head. I'm fine now. Aren't we going to the capital today? I don't want to keep everyone in suspense. Su Qingdan looked at her, but didn't say anything more, only nodding slightly. Don't push yourself too hard. If you feel unwell, just say so. Lin Maiyun responded softly. At this moment, Jiang Shui also came out of the room carrying some things that had been tidied up. She was initially surprised to see that Lin Mayun had already gotten up, but then her eyes showed more concern. Mayun, are you really sure you can do it? Lin Mayun blushed even more as she was stared at like that. She knew perfectly well what the other person was asking. Everyone knows what happened last night. Yes, yes, that's fine. She answered softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Seeing her like this, Jiang Shui blinked but didn't press the matter further. That's good. By this time, Qin Feng had almost finished tidying up. At a glance, Lin Mayun, who had already tidied herself up, came into view. This girl is really good at holding on. It was like that last night, and it woke up on its own so quickly today. And, judging from the looks of it, it had been specially tidied up. She stood there quietly, her black hair falling down. Her eyes and brows were cool and aloof, yet they carried an undeniable air of vulnerability. It makes you want to take extra care of it. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and then he said, Mo Yun, come with me to the cultivation room. Huh? Lin Mayun was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Feng to suddenly call her alone. A training room? Qin Feng nodded without offering any further explanation. Just follow me. Lin Mayun pursed her lips, and although she was a little confused, she still obediently responded. Good. Soon, the two entered the cultivation room one after the other. The door closed. The room immediately fell silent. The cultivation room was already enclosed, and the walls around it were made of special materials, making it exceptionally quiet. The fact that Lin Mayun was alone with a man in this environment made her heart skip a beat for no reason. The next second, her face slowly turned red. Daytime. The training room. One man and one woman. This scene feels so much like yesterday. Qin Feng turned around and saw that her face was flushed and her eyes were darting around. He immediately understood what the girl was thinking. He couldn't help but chuckle, then deliberately leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Mo Yin, you're not thinking about something strange, are you? No. Lin Mayun shook her head quickly, as if her tail had been stepped on. I wasn't thinking about anything, but her flustered appearance was hardly convincing. Qin Feng looked at her, his smile deepening. Yeah? Then why is your face so red? Lin Mayun was speechless. She was never good at lying, and she was even less adept at dealing with Qin Feng in this kind of situation. His question made her freeze for a moment, and her ears turned even redder. Seeing this, Qin Feng simply asked another question. When Shui and I were here yesterday, did you know that too? I wasn't eavesdropping. Lin Mayun instinctively began to explain. I'm far away. As soon as she said it, she realized she had made a mistake. This is tantamount to her admitting that she did indeed know. For a moment, she stood there stunned, even her neck turning a blush. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. You still say you haven't thought of anything strange? Lin Mayun was so embarrassed she could hardly lift her head, and whispered, I really didn't eavesdrop. Yes, I know. Qin Feng reached out and gently tapped her forehead, his tone softening as well. Don't overthink it. I didn't call you here for this. Upon hearing this, Lin Mayun was taken aback at first, but then inexplicably felt relieved. But after feeling relieved, I felt a vague sense of loss, though I didn't know why. The moment this feeling arose, it startled even herself. How could she think that? Qin Feng clearly didn't notice her subtle thoughts, and simply continued. Your physical condition is too weak right now. I can't let you stay this weak forever. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Mayun, his tone carrying a hint of reassurance. Don't worry, I'm just giving you something nice. Lin Mayun looked up at him, the shyness in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by seriousness and trust. She nodded gently. Okay, I understand. Qin Feng pointed to the prayer mat in front of him. Sit down first and enter a meditative state. Good. Lin Mayun didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked to the futon, where she sat down cross-legged. As she slowly closed her eyes, she began to circulate the spiritual energy within her body. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room gradually gathered around her. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual. But just a few seconds later, Lin Mayun's eyelashes trembled slightly. Wrong. That's too fast. The speed at which spiritual energy flowed in her body was on a completely different level compared to when she usually cultivated. If in the past, when she cultivated, absorbing spiritual energy was like fine threads, slowly moving into her body. Now, it's as if someone has simply opened the floodgates. The surrounding spiritual energy poured into her body like a tide, flowing rapidly along her meridians. Finally, it transformed into streams of clearly perceptible power, merging into every part of the body. Every second, she could feel herself getting stronger. This change is too obvious. It was so obvious that it shook her to her core, and she almost couldn't maintain her cultivation state. Lin Moyun forced herself to calm down and continue to circulate her cultivation technique, but her heart was already churning with turbulent waves. How could it be so fast? This cultivation speed is not just several times faster than before, but 10 times, more than 10 times, or even more. She never knew that cultivation could feel like this. Just then, Qin Feng took out his hunting medal. He stood in front of Lin Moyun, looked down at her, and pondered for a couple of seconds. Lin Moyun had just completed the contract last night and awakened her hidden bloodline, but her foundation was still too weak. With only a dozen or so basic attributes, he's not much different from an ordinary person. For the first time, pour in a small amount. Let's see how much she can handle it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and directly raised his hand to gently press the hunting medal between her eyebrows. The next second, a thought occurred to me. 20 points in all attributes directly allocated. Chapter 80 Infusion. Buzz. Almost instantly, Lin Moyun's body jolted violently. A power far more violent than before suddenly exploded from her body. Her previously steady breathing suddenly surged. The spiritual energy within his body seemed to be forcibly ignited, surging wildly. Every part of his body was rapidly strengthened by that power at that moment. The first-tier bottleneck was broken through without even the slightest obstacle forming. Second order. Lin Moyun felt a surge of spiritual energy around her, as if struck by lightning, and the next second she suddenly opened her eyes. Those dark, inky eyes were now filled with shock. She could clearly feel that she had become stronger. Moreover, it's not the kind of gradual improvement. It's like skipping a whole new realm. She subconsciously looked at Qin Feng, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Before she could utter a sound, Qin Feng spoke first. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Can you adapt to this sudden promotion? The three questions in a row left Lin Moyun completely stunned. She instinctively calmed herself down and carefully felt her own state. A moment later, the shock in her eyes did not lessen, but rather intensified, because she discovered that, apart from being shocked, she actually felt no discomfort whatsoever. There was no pain, no backlash. There are no signs of the power spiraling out of control. Even her foundation was incredibly stable, as if this power was rightfully hers. Lin Moyun gently shook her head, her voice still carrying a hint of undisguised surprise. No abnormalities found. I just feel it's too fast. It's almost unrealistically fast. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt completely at ease. It's good that there are no side effects. This shows that the infusion effect of the hunting medal was much better than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded. As long as there are no abnormalities, it's fine. There will be one more time. Huh? Lin Moyun didn't react for a moment, but Qin Feng clearly didn't give her much time to be stunned. The second infusion will begin immediately. This time, far more attribute points were injected than the first time. Boom! Lin Moyun felt as if another storm was raging inside her body. Having just broken through to the second tier, he hadn't even had time to fully familiarize himself with it yet. Then it began to climb again at an almost brute speed. Second order, 2-stage. Second order, 3-segment. Second order, first segment. In a short while, all her attributes broke through 100 points, and her aura also surged to around the second stage of the third tier. If the first infusion brought her shock, the second time, however, it was almost a complete reversal of expectations. Lin Moyun froze on the spot. Even her breathing became disordered for a moment. She could clearly feel that the power within her body was completely different from before. Stronger. That's so much better. As her overall attributes improved, her body, which had been feeling sore and tired, was completely healed at that moment. The lingering discomfort from last night vanished completely in the blink of an eye. It felt as if my whole being had been cleansed from the inside out. I felt light, clear, and full of power. After a long while, Qin Feng finally withdrew his hand. All right, that's all for now. We can deal with the rest slowly after we get to the capital. Lin Moyun slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed. She looked down at her hands and felt the flow of spiritual energy within her body. Her eyes became somewhat dazed. From 4 segments in the first order to 2 segments in the third order. If she relied on her original self to cultivate, it wouldn't even take a few days. Even if it takes a year and a half, or even longer, it may not be possible to reach this point. But now, all of this has been accomplished in just a short moment. One outrageous tactic. Lin Maoyun slowly stood up and looked at Qin Feng. Of course, she had many questions in her mind. Why is this happening? What is that metal? Why was Qin Feng able to produce something that was completely beyond common sense? But when these questions were on the tip of their tongues, they ultimately didn't ask any of them. Because she suddenly realized that she didn't actually need to know so much. All she needs to do is trust Qin Feng, just like Su Qingdan told her yesterday. Trust him. And that is indeed the case. Qin Feng wouldn't harm her. They also created miracles time and time again, pulling her out of the abyss. Thinking of this, a soft, watery feeling slowly welled up in Lin Maoyun's deep, ink-like eyes. She watched Qin Feng quietly, her gaze calm yet focused. The person in front of her had become the most special person in her world. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback by her gaze, then smiled. What's wrong? Is there anything you're not used to? Lin Maoyun gently shook her head. No. Her voice was very soft, like a feather falling on the water. Qin Feng moved closer and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Then why are you staring at me like that? Lin Maoyun's cheeks immediately turned red again. She lowered her head, her fingers gently gripping the hem of her dress. As if summoning great courage, she paused for a few seconds before speaking softly. I just feel. You're amazing. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. You only realize that now? Lin Maoyun pursed her lips, ignoring the teasing remark, and simply stood there quietly. The training room immediately fell silent. The air seemed even hotter than before. A moment later, Lin Maoyun suddenly raised her head and glanced at Qin Feng. The sound was so soft it was almost inaudible. What a pity. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Maoyun blushed deeply. Even her neck turned a light pink. We don't have much time left today. We need to prepare to go to the capital. She spoke haltingly, her voice growing softer and softer as she spoke. In the end, it was almost just a murmur. Otherwise, I also want to be like Sister Xue yesterday. She couldn't continue speaking after that point. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to disappear into nowhere. Even so, she still did not back down. She simply stood there quietly with her head down, as if waiting for Qin Feng's response. Qin Feng was taken aback when he saw her like this, but then the smile in his eyes deepened. This girl is usually very quiet. Saying such things out loud would actually be more damaging. He stepped forward, reached out, and gently lifted Lin Maoyun's chin, making her look at him. Ink charm. Lin Maoyun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was so nervous that her breathing slowed down. Qin Feng chuckled and said, No ruse. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once we get to the capital, I'll slowly teach you cultivation. In a flash, Lin Maoyun's entire face turned bright red. She looked away almost instantly, her ears burning, her voice barely audible.